Like subscribe Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Ding Dong. Lucky moment, congratulations to the host for getting the goods. Daily value plus 10. Ding Dong. Good luck, congratulations to the host for getting the armament Haki hardened. Ding Dong. Luck is average, congratulations to the host for getting a piece of wild roasted big bone meat, which can replenish some physical strength. Ding Dong. Lucky moment, congratulations to the host for getting a million berries purse. Regret. Bad luck, the host is not good at fishing, and missed the big goods. Ding Dong. Lucky luck, congratulations to the host for getting the A-level fishing method, fishing for 18 times and the old lady getting into the bed, which can increase the probability of getting the goods. Ding Dong. Lucky star shines, congratulations to the host for getting the S-level fishing method, fishing for 18 times and fishing for the 16th time, fishing for the Sky Gate. With the big burst card of luck, you can get the best big goods 100%. East Blue. A peaceful village with windmills everywhere. A young man sits alone on the top of a cliff, casting a fishing rod and sitting quietly. The young man's name is Logue, who was originally a 5 good youth under the red flag of the 21st century. Unfortunately, one day he went out fishing without wearing a helmet, and finally traveled to the pirate world he loved in his previous life. As a senior fan, Logue knows the darkness and horror of the pirate world, and he will die if he is not careful. Fortunately, the cheat system that is necessary for travel is not absent. I don't know if it is because he traveled during fishing. Logue, who came to the pirate world, awakened the fishing system, and he became stronger as long as he fished. The basic function is to randomly load various skills and items through fishing. In short, start with a rod, and all equipment depends on fishing. The system comes with a combination of rebar and aircraft carrier arresting cable. Even a 100,000 Jin dragon-shaped koi can be easily handled without exploding the rod. It has been a whole month since I traveled to the pirate world. In the past month, Logue has loaded all kinds of strange things through the fishing system. It profoundly explains the 2 basic laws of fishermen. 1 fisherman never come back empty-handed. 2 fishermen can catch anything except fish. Swish. Rough rocks fly through the sky, waves crash against the shore, and thousands of piles of snow are rolled up. No one knows you when you live in the mountains, but once you come out into the world will be shocked. Looking at the vast sea, Logue couldn't help but recite a poem. This is also the future plan he made for himself. Monsters are everywhere in the pirate world, and crises are everywhere. Even if you have a system, you still can't be too arrogant, otherwise you will be easily stabbed. Logue made a detailed life plan for himself. Plan 1. It is safest to stay alive for 10 or 8 years, and then come out when you are invincible. In the past month, Logue has grown from a scumbag to a superman with a power of over 600 through fishing. At this rate, his power will exceed 5,000 in a year. In 10 or 8 years, becoming One Punch Man is not a dream. The only drawback of this plan is that it takes too long and will miss key events. Because the time node of Rowling's travel is C-Circle Calendar 1519, and there is only 1 year left before the timeline opens. 1 year later, the protagonist Straw Hat Pirates will set sail. At their speed, it will take about 3 years to clear the world copy. By then, I'm afraid it will be too late. It's a rare opportunity to travel to the magnificent world of pirates. Rowling naturally wants to stand out in the golden age where the protagonist appears and leave his own strong and colorful mark. So. Then comes the second plan, join the Straw Hat Pirates 1 year later and get the halo of the protagonist. The most fundamental reason for this plan is that the village where Rowling is at the moment is Windmill Village, the hometown of the Straw Hat Boy. And now, swish, whoosh. In the dense forest on the edge of the cliff, a monkey-like agile black shadow passed by at an incredibly fast speed. At a certain moment, the vague figure stretched out his arms, used the branches as a slingshot, and jumped out of the dense forest. Luo Chen! The Straw Hat Boy Monkey D. Luffy shouted happily. He turned 720 degrees in the air and landed steadily. Why are you shouting? You scared the fish away. Luolin glanced at the Straw Hat Boy unhappily. Hehe, what does it matter? Anyway, even if I didn't scare you away, you couldn't catch it. The Straw Hat Boy laughed and went to the fish bucket to take a look. Today is really empty, Luolin picked up the big bone meat that was delivered not long ago and stuffed it into the Straw Hat Boy's big mouth to stop him from talking. Since smelling the aroma of the barbecue that Luolin delivered a month ago, the Straw Hat Boy came to eat on time every day for a month. In this regard, Luolin didn't mind. First of all, food is a common item, and the probability of getting it back is very high. Luolin couldn't finish the amount he caught every day, and it would be a waste if he left it alone. It was just right for the Straw Hat Boy to collect it and treat it as a feed. Secondly, it could also improve the Straw Hat Boy's favorability. These extra foods were in a sense bait for catching the Straw Hat Boy. The Straw Hat Boy was able to risk his life to save others' country for a meal. I fed him so many meals, and if something happened in the future, the Straw Hat Boy would be embarrassed if he didn't fight hard. Hey, Luolin, why don't you practice with me? I can teach you to punch like a bullet. Straw Hat Luffy was eating heartily while persuading vaguely. Can't so much food keep you hungry? If I don't fish, you'll be hungry. Luolin said unhappily. This heartless fool never thought about how these foods appeared. Even if I saw Luolin fishing up the big bone meat from the sea, I didn't think there was anything wrong. Half an hour later. Thank you for the treat, I'm full burp. The Straw Hat Boy, whose stomach was as big as a ball, burped with satisfaction. Then, I'll continue to practice. After a short digestion, the Straw Hat Boy said hello and returned to the forest. Whew! Luolin exhaled. After sending away the noisy Straw Hat Boy, he should do his business next. In the past month of fishing, Luolin has had good luck several times. Among them, the most satisfying thing for Luolin is the SS-level character burst card he caught a day ago. Using the character burst card will definitely ship SS-level skills or items, and there is a chance to ship SSS level. After a day of precipitation and preparation, Luolin adjusted his own state to the best. The weather is good. The breeze is not dry. Character burst card, start. Luolin exerted his strength with both hands and threw out the first rod with full confidence. The luck burst card was really effective. Just 3 seconds later, the sea surface suddenly lit up with a golden light. Then, the sea water turned into a whirlpool and spun wildly. Ha! Luolin shouted in a low voice, holding the rod with both hands, and his muscles suddenly tensed. The aircraft carrier's arresting cable was stretched straight, and there was no doubt that the thing in Uzumaki was a super big thing. Get up! Luolin stepped on the ground fiercely, and the Taoist power of over 600 broke out. The big thing in Uzumaki rose little by little and gradually surfaced. In a glimpse, Luolin saw a pair of exquisite dragon horns and a green dragon head. Chapter 2. Roar. The soul-stirring low dragon roar exploded under the sky. Dragon! Looking at the creature emerging from the Uzumaki under the sea, Luolin was suddenly startled. The next second, the rebar rod transmitted a mountain-like force, dragging Luolin's body to stagger. Seeing that he was about to fall off the cliff, Luolin took a deep breath, stepped hard, and stabilized again. He didn't care about the shock of the real body of the big cargo this time. The only thing Luolin had to do now was to slide this big cargo up. As a qualified fisherman, Luolin was most familiar with things like walking fish. Not to mention, in the past month, he had caught several fishing skills. 18 fishing for fish old lady drilling into the quilt. Luolin's eyes condensed, as if he had turned into an electric poisonous dragon drill, pulling his body back more than 10 meters from the edge of the cliff. However, the next moment, an even more turbulent force surged. Puff! Llewellyn's hands holding the fishing rod burst open, and blood immediately dripped. Cough! The loss of strength in the confrontation made him cough up blood. Even so, Llewellyn still had no intention of giving up. He was determined not to let go. Tai Chi fishing method. It seemed that a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram appeared behind Llewellyn. This is a fishing skill that combines the power of Tai Chi inherited from ancient Hyuxia martial arts. It is a routine of using a little force to move a lot of pounds and using force to fight force. This trick is very effective in walking big goods. Crash! Rocks fly through the air. The waves hit the shore. The clear sky is covered by endless dark clouds. The thick electric snake swam deep in the clouds. Time passed bit by bit. 2 hours passed. On the cliff, Llewellyn and the giant entered a white-hot stalemate. Another 2 hours. The giant still did not exhaust, while Llewellyn's body and mind were almost at the limit, and he was being pulled back step by step at this moment. But even though he was exhausted physically and mentally, Llewellyn's eyes were always clear, and even brighter and brighter. Almost done. For the 18th time, Llewellyn stood on the edge of the cliff, with his back to the sea, holding the fishing rod in his right hand. Crack! A huge thunderbolt crashed down from the depths of the black cloud, illuminating the dim world. It also illuminated Llewellyn's eyes that were as bright as stars. All the power gathered on his right hand. At the same time, there was also a mysterious white light and shadow. 18 fishings to catch fish, the 16th fishing, 1 fishing, open the gate of heaven. Ha! Llewellyn's right hand muscles bulged, and he lifted the rod unwaveringly. Puff! The muscles of his arm tore, and blood gushed out. Llewellyn seemed unaware of this, and the fishing rod was slowly and firmly raised. The sea seemed to solidify at this moment. Boom! It was not the sound of thunder. It was the sea that was collapsing. The space under the sea was collapsing. It was like the opening of the portal to heaven. Finally, the giant monster under the sea revealed its true form. Small and exquisite dragon horns. Wise white dragon pupils. And the huge emerald green dragon body. Crash! The green dragon weighing unknown tons broke away from the sea and was forced to fly ashore by Llewellyn. Bang! Llewellyn, who was completely exhausted, fell to the ground with his head tilted up. Looking at the super-large cargo flying up, a satisfied arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, the next second, the smile on his face disappeared. The shadow brought by the green dragon covered the entire cliff. Good guy. If you get hit, it will be no less than being run over by a heavy tank. Even if you don't die, you will lose a layer of skin and break 200 bones. Llewellyn struggled to get up, but his body was as heavy as if it was filled with lead and he couldn't move. I thought that falling to death while fishing without a helmet was ridiculous enough, but I didn't expect that there would be people who were crushed to death by a flying cargo. But, thinking carefully, this way of death is unprecedented and will never be repeated. Llewellyn pondered secretly. He couldn't move anyway, so he stopped struggling and closed his eyes resigned to his fate. However, the pain of being crushed by a tank did not come. Instead, it was warm and soft. The wild fragrance rushed into Llewellyn's nose. At the same time, there was an indescribable feeling. Llewellyn subconsciously grabbed. One hand could not grasp it at all. What is this touch that makes people love it? Llewellyn grabbed again. The girl's moan woke Llewellyn from feeling beautiful. He slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view were the girl's eyes as bright as the stars, and a flawless face like the red clouds in the sky, but this face always had a subtle sense of familiarity. The more he looked, the more familiar it became. He stared at the naked face of the girl in his arms for a long time. FK. Llewellyn suddenly widened his eyes, his face full of shock, disbelief, and excitement. Because he had already recognized the identity of the girl in his arms. "Master, my name is not FK, my name is Thor, please give me more advice." The Dragon Maid Thor's eyebrows were curved, and her face was full of happiness. Ding dong! Good luck, congratulations to the host for the SSS-level Dragon Maid Thor, with a 100% favorability. Chapter 3. East Blue. Windmill Village. Cliffside. The young man and woman sat facing each other, looking at the dragon girl who turned into a human form in front of him. Llewellyn took a deep breath and suppressed the shock and excitement in his heart. Llewellyn would naturally recognize the dragon girl with peerless beauty in front of him. Even without the reminder of the system, he had already recognized that the identity of the dragon girl was the Dragon Maid Thor. This time, the fishing caught the dragon princess of Otherworld. The dragon girl of the world of Xiaolin met Xiaolin, a human office worker, by chance. From then on, she lived in human society as a maid and lived a peaceful and happy daily life. Of course. Before becoming a cute maid, Thor was first a dragon, a princess of the dragon clan. There is no doubt that Thor, who inherited the blood of his father, the Emperor of the End, is very powerful. Before that, Llewellyn wanted to use the power of the system to develop silently, or to get a taste of the aura of the Straw Hat Boys protagonist group. But a real man lives between heaven and earth, how can he be depressed and inferior to others for a long time? Now there is a third way. There is the powerful and beautiful Dragon Maid Thor. 99% of the threats in this world are no longer threats. Rowling can take Thor to fish around the world. Whether it is the naval headquarters or the Four Emperors' territory. With Thor's escort, the Hell Dungeon will become a simple dungeon. The idea of traveling around the world easily becomes more feasible the more you think about it. Thor. Rowling looked at Thor seriously. "Yes, Master." Thor responded happily, looking at Rowling without blinking, his eyes full of admiration. "That Master or something is better, my name is Rowling, you can just call me by my name." As a good youth under the red flag of the 21st century, Rowling is somewhat uncomfortable with the term master. "Yes. Then. That. Linear. Xiaolin, is it okay?" Thor was inspired and blurted out. "Yes." Rowling nodded calmly. "Great Xiaolin, I like it the most." Thor flew over and knocked Llewellyn down, hugged one of his arms, and was deeply trapped in the justice of the 36 Tiga. "Ahem, Thor, I mean, you should be able to use scales to transform clothes." Llewellyn looked away a little unnaturally. "Okay, Master. What kind of clothes does Xiaolin like?" Thor looked up and asked. Hearing this, countless images flashed through Llewellyn's mind. High silk, white silk, suspenders, fishing nets. No, no. Llewellyn shook his head and temporarily dispelled the inappropriate thoughts. "Then let's go with the maid uniform." Llewellyn blurted out. "Maid uniform?" Thor was stunned at first, and soon there was a corresponding image in his mind. With a flash of light, a long blue and white maid uniform appeared on Thor's body out of thin air. Llewellyn nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Thor." An hour later. "Wait until the sun completely sets." Rowling roughly told Thor about the next plan. At this time. "Hey, Rowling, I'm here again." The enthusiastic call of Maluo came from the dense forest. "Woo wow!" Thor, who had originally had a peaceful face, suddenly bared his teeth alertly, ready to roar like a cute dragon at any time. "Don't be nervous, acquaintance." Rowling patted Thor's shoulder and began to pack up the fishing gear. In a moment, Straw Hat Luffy rushed out of the jungle. He looked at Thor, and then his eyes were attracted by the dinner on the side. He stretched out his arms, grabbed a big piece of bone meat and stuffed it into his mouth, humming indistinctly. Don't rush to eat, pack up and go to Makina, I have something to say. Rowling slapped the back of the Straw Hat Boy's head and scolded with a smile. Oh. Straw Hat Luffy nodded honestly and began to help pack up. A quarter of an hour later, Rowling, Thor, and the Straw Hat Boy returned to the Windmill Village. Hey, Xylan is back. Let me see how the fish was this time. Ha ha ha, of course, it must be another empty-handed catch. Rowling, follow me next time, I have a great fishing spot. The villagers of the Windmill Village greeted him enthusiastically one after another. After staying in this village for a month, Rowling and the villagers were already familiar with each other. Rowling would not take the teasing of the simple villagers to heart, and responded warmly with some such as it is impossible to empty-handed, it is impossible to empty-handed in this life. Not long after, Rowling and the other two came to the only tavern in the village. Welcome, Mr. Rowling. Makina, the tavern hostess wearing a green headscarf, looked at Rowling who pushed the door in with a smile. Really, Luffy, did you go to Mr. Rowling's place to eat and drink again? When seeing Luffy behind Rowling, Makina couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and said helplessly. Woo woo woo. The Straw Hat Boy's mouth was completely occupied by the big bones and flesh, and he couldn't say a complete sentence. Don't worry, Makina, Luffy is your brother, and I'll ask you to take care of me for this month. Rowling waved his hand indifferently. In the past month, Rowling has been staying in Makina's tavern. By the way, let me introduce her. She is Thor, my partner. Mr. Rowling's partner? Hello, my name is Makina. Makina smiled. Hello. I'm Thor. Thor nodded in response. After a brief introduction, everyone got familiar with each other. Straw Hat Luffy put the wine table together, and then put down the food on his back. Makina prepared wine and drinks. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes were 5 flavors. Rowling took advantage of the alcohol to tell the Straw Hat Boy and Makina that he would go to sea tomorrow. Hearing this, the atmosphere in the tavern was quiet for a moment. The next second. Hey, Mr. Rowling, are you leaving? Makina suddenly widened her beautiful eyes. Rowling smiled and nodded to confirm. I'm a traveler. The world is so big, I want to see it. But, Rowling, didn't you say 2 days ago that you wanted to be the sword god of Shilipo and stay here for 10 or 8 years? The Straw Hat Boy asked cutely. Besides, the sea is very dangerous. Otherwise, Rowling, you wait a little longer. In another year, I can go to sea. Then we will go sailing together. My fists can protect you like bullets. Straw Hat Luffy said as he punched. Rowling's response to the Straw Hat Boy's question was simple. Right hand, clenched fist. Armament color, hardened. Bang. It hurts. The Straw Hat Boy rolled on the ground, covering his head. What's going on? I'm obviously rubber. Rowling, your fist is like Grandpa's. Ha ha ha, this is the power of Haki, you will learn it in the future. Rowling laughed casually. Haki. The Straw Hat Boy tilted his head, not quite understanding. But he didn't question or worry about Rowling's safety. A night of carnival. The next morning, Rowling and Thor boarded the Never Air Force sailboat given by the system and prepared to set sail. Bon voyage, Mr. Rowling, Ms. Thor. Makina waved his hand. Even if he was reluctant, he would not stop the man from embarking on the journey. Rowling, 1 year later. I will definitely catch up with you in 1 year, then see you at Grand Line. And, I have a very powerful brother Ace, if you meet him, remember to say hello to him for me. The Straw Hat Boy also waved his hand repeatedly. Goodbye. Rowling waved his hand with his back to the two of them. Never Air Force gradually went away, gradually away from Windmill Village. At a certain moment, the calm sea surface suddenly had waves. 100-meter-long sea beast broke out of the sea. It was the king of the near sea who had bitten off the arm of 4 emperors. Get lost! The quiet Thor bared his teeth. The pressure from the supreme race, the dragon clan, instantly frightened the king of the near sea into a grandson, and his stiff body sank into the sea bit by bit. Half a day later, in a sea area far away from the Windmill Village, Loelin, who had been sitting for half a day, suddenly had an idea and was ready to try something new. The wind was howling. Thor suddenly transformed into a green dragon. Xiaolin, come on up quickly. Here I come. Loelin jumped and came to Thor's back. Thor vibrated his dragon wings and immediately took Loelin up to the sky to experience the joy of the Dragon Knight. Only the Never Air Force number was left. I didn't get on the car. I haven't gotten on the car yet. This day, legends of dragons and dragon riders began to spread in East Blue. Night fell. After experiencing the joy of dragon riders, Rowling and Thor returned to the ship. Thor happily carried the ingredients bought from other islands into the kitchen. Before long, a delicious omelette rice came out of the pot. Xiaolin, do you want to eat omelette rice, or eat watashi first? Thor looked at Rowling with expectation. Gulp. Looking at Thor, who was only wearing an apron, Rowling's Adam's apple rolled down. The joy of dragon riders was only half experienced during the day, and now it's time to make up for the other half. But very quickly, Rowling realized something was wrong. Where is the dragon rider? Why did it suddenly turn around? Chapter 4. The Boundless East Blue Sea. The sailboat with the words Never Air Force written on the sail floats up and down. There is no one on the deck, and the girls' sometimes gentle and sometimes wild singing in the cabin shows that this is not a ghost ship. Sunrise, sunset. Sunrise, sunset again. Sunrise, sunset again. 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days and 3 nights. Squeak. The door of the cabin that has been closed for 3 days opened. A hunched figure walked out with a staggering step. With trembling legs, he staggered to the fishing spot at the bow and stood still. 3 days of personal experience made Loelin understand that it is not an easy thing to become a qualified dragon knight. The road to conquering the dragon with a human body is a long and arduous journey. After all, compared with humans, the energy value of dragons is simply endless. Even though Loelin is now a Superman with a power value of over 600, he is still far inferior to Thor in terms of physical strength. And once the switch is turned on, it's like eating marrow and getting addicted, and it's out of control. SHH, I can't do it anymore, Tongzi, give me something to replenish it. Loelin held his waist with one hand and held the rod with the other. The next second, it seemed that he heard Loelin's call. The fish float on the calm sea suddenly sank. Loelin subconsciously lifted the rod. It didn't take much effort. A small brown bottle was pulled out of the sea. Ding dong! Wishes come true, congratulations host for stocking a bottle of Shenbao. Men want good kidneys, they should drink Shenbao, 1 bottle to refresh the mind, 2 bottles never tired, 3 bottles to live forever. Loelin. No, I'm just saying, you take it seriously. Do you really think I can't do it? Just kidding. Even if it comes for another 3 days. Loelin thought while taking off the small brown medicine bottle on the hook. I've caught it, I can't waste it. Loelin muttered and opened the lid. Gulp. Gulp. How refreshing. It's like a long drought and a sweet rain, like a bite of ice cream in the hot summer, like the sunshine in winter. After a bottle, all the fatigue was swept away. My legs stopped shaking, I felt energetic, and my whole face was radiant, like a new life. At this moment, the fishing float that had just been put on the sea surface sank again. Loelin raised the rod casually. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for 50 skewers of kidneys. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for 20 dozen oysters. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for 10 kilograms of grilled leeks. Loelin. Can you get some normal goods? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for 50 boxes of iced beer. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for. The rod lasted for a full hour. The deck was covered with all kinds of barbecue dishes. Squeak. Good evening, Xylan. Thor, wearing lace pajamas, rubbed his sleepy eyes and pushed the door open. You came just in time, Thor. I was just about to call you. I haven't eaten well these days. Don't be polite, just eat as much as you want. Rowling greeted. No, thanks to Xylan, I have tasted the most delicious taste these days. Thor glanced around. Ahem. Feeling Thor's fiery gaze, Rowling subconsciously supported his waist. Eat first. Eat first. After much persuasion, Thor then dispelled the bold idea in his mind and concentrated on eating. Thanks to the fact that there was enough beer on hand this time, the two of them drank from the evening until dawn. The next morning, Rowling went back to the room to catch up on his sleep under the influence of alcohol. Thor changed into a maid's uniform again and started cleaning up. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiaolin, there is an island 2 kilometers southeast, do you want to go there and take a look? Thor's excited voice woke Loelin from his nap. Well then let's go and take a look. Loelin agreed. After a simple wash, the Never Air Force landed on the shore of the island West Blue. After securing the boat, Loelin and Thor held hands and started to explore this unknown island. Not long after, they passed through the dense forest on the coast and a peaceful village came into their eyes. At first glance, the overall style of the village is mainly Japanese style. Whether it is the style of the building or the clothes of the villagers. If he didn't know that this was East Blue, Loelin almost thought that he had slept to Wano Kuni. But in this East Blue, there is only one island with this style. Loelin already has the answer in his heart. There is no other possibility except Shimotsuki Village. Because this village was established by people who escaped from Wano Kuni 50 years ago. Inheriting the style of Wano Kuni, it is natural. Compared with other things, the most impressive thing about this island is naturally the green algae-headed swordsman who walked out of here. This is the hometown of the future world's greatest swordsman, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Xylan, do you know where this place is? Thor asked curiously. Well, I can probably guess it. Rowling smiled and nodded. Let's go, stay here for the next week. Since he came to this island by chance, Loelin naturally wanted to meet Zoro. Chapter 5. Ding dong. Lucky star shines, congratulations on the S-level lucky card, the probability of getting goods is greatly increased, the effect lasts for 3 days and then takes effect. Ding dong. Good luck comes, congratulations host on the B-level good sharp sword of 50 crafts, worth 1 million berries. Ding dong. Good luck continues, congratulations host on the swordsman experience, understand the breathing of all things. Ding dong. Lucky upgrade, congratulations host on the A-level big sharp sword of 21 crafts, worth 10 million berries. Ding dong. Personality explodes, congratulations host on the S-level famous sword Gan Jiang Moye. Ding dong. Congratulations host on the famous craftsman Shimatsuki Kozabero's sword forging experience. East Blue, the coast of Shimotsuki Village. The young man sat alone on the cliff. Like an old monk in meditation, he fished patiently. 3 days have passed since he came to Shimotsuki Village. 3 days ago. After knowing that this is Zoro's hometown, Loelin took Thor for a walk in the village. The original intention was to meet the world's #1 directionless person in the future. Unfortunately, at this point in time, Zoro had been out to sea for more than half a year. Although he failed to meet Zoro, Loelin was not in a hurry to leave, but started a fishing trip here. New island, new atmosphere, and the probability of getting goods is also increasing. In the past 3 days, Loyolin went from a rookie who knew nothing about kendo to a swordsman who had realized the sword. At the same time, he also harvested several priceless swords. Among them, the one that made Loyolin most happy was naturally the male and female swords Gan Jiang Moye. Because this is not a native sword of the pirates. Like Thor, it comes from other worlds and originated from the Qin Shi Ming Yu world. Loyolin is very familiar with the male and female swords ranked 4th in the sword list. According to the S rating given by the system, Gan Jiang Moye is comparable to the supreme big sword in the pirate world. Late at night, the bright moonlight shines like flowing water, illuminating the sparkling sea. Splash! The waves hit the rocks, stirring up waves all over the sky. Ta-ta! The sound of footsteps rang out. A tall figure stood about 10 meters behind Loyolin. The man was wearing a grey Japanese-style training suit. His black hair was neatly combed and tied behind his head. He wore a pair of round-framed glasses and always had a squinting smile on his face. His name is Shimatsuki Kojiro, the master of Zoro, the second in command of the protagonist group. He is also the master of the kendo dojo on the island. 3 days ago, the moment Loyolin and Thor entered Shimotsuki Village, Kojiro had already noticed the two. Kojiro, the master of the dojo who could teach a disciple of Zoro's level, would naturally not be a weakling who only talks on paper. As a direct descendant of Shimatsuki, he has a high kendo talent and is now a great swordsman. It's just that he usually doesn't show his true colors, and only takes action when the village is in danger of being invaded by pirates. Kojiro will naturally pay more attention to these two unfathomable travelers, Rowling and Thor. However, after 3 days of observation, Kojiro roughly determined that Rowling and Thor had no ill will towards the village. Rather, for Shimotsuki Village, the arrival of newcomers has made the atmosphere of the village much more lively. Especially the lively and active Thor, who has already become one with the villagers. Under normal circumstances, after confirming that the outsiders have no ill intentions, Kojiro, who prefers peace, will not deliberately approach them. But Rowling and Thor are too special. Especially Rowling. He has only been here for less than 3 days. He has already become a legend in the village. As a fisherman, he can catch anything except fish. At first, Kojiro thought it was just a noisy joke of the children. Until he saw Rowling fishing a big knife from the sea. Kojiro felt that his whole worldview was refreshed and reorganized. That was the 21st big knife. It was not some cabbage on the roadside. There are only 21 in the world. However, such a precious treasure was caught so easily, as if it was a joke. Kojiro prepared himself for a long time before he attributed it to Rowling's good luck. He never thought. The next day, Rowling gave him another surprise. This time he caught the supreme big knife, which is even rarer than the big knife. Once can be said to be a coincidence, accidental, but the second time. With Kojiro's temperament, he usually doesn't mind his own business. However, what happened this time was too bizarre. It almost overturned Kojiro's worldview. Driven by strong curiosity, Kojiro, who couldn't sleep, came here under the moonlight. "Good evening, Mr. Loyolin, can I sit down?" After a long time, Kojiro asked. "Of course, this is your territory, don't be polite." Loyolin picked up the beer on the side and threw a can to Kojiro. Kojiro took the beer and looked at the unique packaging, and his heart was even more surprised. After drinking it, the bright color in his eyes became even brighter. "It's really a good wine, Mr. Loyolin, you are really incredible, it's really what I have seen in my life." Kojiro praised. No, that's not the case, I'm just an ordinary fisherman," Loyolin said casually. "If Mr. Rowling is considered ordinary, there are no special people in this world." Kojiro smiled and shook his head. "To be honest, when my father was still alive, he had been fishing here for 10 years, but he never caught anything special, unlike you, Mr. Rowling. Wait, don't talk yet. Rowling suddenly interrupted Kojiro without waiting for him to finish, his face suddenly serious. The originally calm sea surface suddenly emerged with a huge uzumaki, which was a sign of a big fish being caught. Get it up. Thinking that there might be a big fish that was no less than Thor, Rowling's face was visibly excited. Of course. Excitement is excitement. Rowling would not take it lightly. He had already prepared for a protracted war. However, Rowling never expected that this big fish would be even more difficult to deal with than Thor. The white-hot stalemate lasted until dawn the next day. Rowling seized the opportunity and opened the sky with one fishing line, successfully catching the giant. But the true form of this giant once again far exceeded Llewellyn's expectations. This is a little girl. An ordinary girl with short black hair. Ordinary but not ordinary. Because she belongs to this world, but does not exist in this era. Ah! Looking at the girl who fell into Llewellyn's arms, the dojo master Kojiro couldn't help but screamed. Kuina. Is it really you? Kuina. Chapter 6. See Circle Calendar 1510, Summer. East Blue, Shimotsuki Village. The night was dark. The 11-year-old swordsman girl sat in the courtyard. She looked up at the sky, wondering if women were born inferior to men. Can women really not be the best in the world? In the end, there was no answer. The girl shook her head in frustration. She took 2 steps at a time and climbed up the stairs. She was ready to take the whetstone to maintain her ancestral sword. However, just as she was going downstairs, the girl suddenly stepped on empty air and fell into the air. The back of her head was about to make close contact with the ground. At this moment, without warning, the void was rippling like water waves. A large fish hook suddenly pierced through the void and hooked the back of the girl's collar. Clang! The fishing line suddenly tightened and straightened. The back of the girl's head avoided contact with the ground. With a scream, the girl was completely immersed in the void. Time goes back to the present. The first rays of sunlight at dawn penetrate the darkness, illuminating the mountains and rivers. On the cliff behind the village of Shimatsuki, the warm morning sun shines on the young man and the girl who are embracing each other. Looking at the girl in his arms who is coughing because of choking on water, Llewellyn suddenly widens his eyes. Extreme shock and disbelief appear on his face involuntarily. Since crossing to the pirate world, it has been more than a month since he got the fishing system. Llewellyn has long been accustomed to the system's nature, and he will remain calm no matter what strange things he catches. With Thor, the maid, in front, Llewellyn should not be so surprised even if he catches another girl. But when he recognizes the identity of the girl in his arms, even the knowledgeable Llewellyn can't remain calm. Dragon Maid Thor transcends the limitations of space and comes from otherworld. However, the girl in his arms transcends the limitations of time and is snatched from the hands of the King of Hell. Ding dong! Top fishing skills. Congratulations host for breaking through the long river of time, 11-year-old Kuina. Shimatsuki Kuina. The only daughter of Shimotsuki Kojiro, the master of the Shimotsuki Village Kendo Dojo. Childhood sweetheart of Roronoa Zoro, the second in command of the protagonist group, the Pirate Hunter. 9 years ago, she fell down the stairs and died. Her death inspired Zoro to vow to stand on the top of the world with Kuina. But now, this girl who should have died young 9 years ago was fished out by Rowling. From the distant past of death, she came alive to the future. Anyone who sees this scene will be moved. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Gradually, Kuina coughed out the seawater in her lungs and her spirit gradually calmed down. Looking at the young man holding her, Kuina's round eyes were full of doubts. She remembered that she should have taken a whetstone to maintain Wado Ikemonji in the dojo. Then she accidentally fell down the stairs, and as soon as her eyes closed and opened, she appeared in the arms of a strange man. The surrounding scene was a little familiar, as if it was at the back of the village. When her grandfather was here, she often came here to play with Zoro. Kuina, is it really you? At this moment, Kuina heard a familiar call. Turning her head, she saw a middle-aged man with tears not far away, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Dad! Kuina broke free from Luolin's arms and ran into Kojiro's arms. Kuina! You're back! You're really back! So good! It's so good! If this is a dream, I'd rather not wake up in my life. Kojiro hugged his daughter tightly, fearing that all this was just a dream, and fearing that if he opened his eyes, his daughter would disappear again. What are you talking about, Dad? I'm here. I'm always here, don't cry, Dad. Kuina wiped the tears from Kojiro's eyes intimately, and her doubts became even greater. Her father has always been a man of integrity and never cried easily. But now she is crying like a child. And it was only a few hours since we last met. Dad seems to have aged 10 years. Great. Looking at the beautiful scene of the father and daughter reuniting, Luolin was also happy for Kojiro from the bottom of his heart. An hour later, Kojiro finally came back to his senses from the great surprise of his daughter's resurrection. At this moment, in his eyes, Luolin was already a godlike existence. Plop! Kojiro knelt down in front of Luolin with Kuina. Dad, what are you doing? Who is this big brother? Kuina asked puzzled. He is our great benefactor. Kojiro pulled his daughter to kowtow solemnly. Thank you very much, Mr. Luolin. For this great favor, no matter it is going through fire and water, I will not refuse it. Get up, go back and explain it to Kuina now. The little girl should have a lot of questions to ask. Luolin said lightly. Yet. Kojiro nodded excitedly. At this moment, somewhere in the sea of East Blue, Three Swords style, Devil Slash. Swish. Blood splashed. The algae-haired youth slowly sheathed his sword. Behind him, a killer fell to the ground helplessly. If you do something like this, we at Baroque Works will never let you go. Snap. Mr. 7, a middle-level agent at Baroque Works, rolled his eyes and was completely defeated. Invite me to be a killer? If I'm your boss, I can consider it. Pirate Hunter Zoro left without looking back. Speaking of which, I've been out for a while, and now I've finally made a name for myself. It's time to go back to the village. Chapter 7. Shimotsuki Village, Ishin Dojo. What? It's C-Circle Calendar 1519 now? This is the world 9 years later. I died 9 years ago, fell down the stairs and died. This kind of thing. The girl's screams of shock continued. This is also a matter of course. Anyone who hears the news of their own death and knows that they have been dead for a long time will not be able to remain calm. At this moment, when she learned the truth of everything from her father Kojiro, Kuina was completely stunned, and the whole person fell into extreme shock and disbelief, unable to extricate herself. She only felt that what happened to her was too dreamy and unreal. For a long time, feeling her old father holding her hand tightly, Kuina finally came back to her senses from the extremely incredible emotion. She pursed her lips and looked at Rowling, who was eating with the maid Thor. Dad, if I'm dead, how did I appear here now? Kuina asked this crucial question. Kojiro hesitated. He also knew nothing about the reason. Feeling the gaze of Kojiro and his daughter, Luolin wiped his mouth and put down his chopsticks. Just treat it as my ability. Ability? Devil fruit ability? Kojiro asked subconsciously. Luolin smiled and said nothing. Kojiro did not continue to ask. After all, this involves Loylin's secret, and it would be impolite to ask further. No matter what the reason is, Loylin, who resurrected Kuina, is the great benefactor of their father and daughter. Dad, can you take me to see my grave? Kuina changed the subject and did not insist on the reason. Of course. Kojiro nodded. Mr. Loylin, the guest room is ready. I know, you go and get busy. Loylin waved his hand to interrupt. Yes. Kojiro bowed and left with Kuina. Only Loylin and Thor were left in the huge dojo. Xiaolin. Thor looked at Loylin with his bright eyes full of hope. Dragons are born. Ever since he experienced the beauty of that aspect, Thor has already tasted the marrow and tasted the taste. Whenever there is a chance, he will want it. However, since coming to Shimotsuki Village, Loylin has been obsessed with fishing, trying to maximize the use of lucky card time, and has never had time to respond. Until now. Naturally, Loylin would understand Thor's eager eyes. With a big hand, Loylin directly carried Thor in a princess hug and walked towards the guest room. After 3 days of recuperation, Loylin felt that he must be able to do it this time. Dragon Knight 2.0, Start. The boring process is omitted. Shimotsuki Village, Back Mountain. Kojiro and Kuina stood in front of a tombstone. Gently sweeping away the dust in front of the tombstone and pulling out the weeds, the father and daughter knelt down together. Father, Kuina, is back. Kojiro held back his tears and kowtowed heavily. Grandpa. Kuina also knelt down and kowtowed to the tombstone of Grandpa Kozaburo. After paying homage to Grandpa and Mother in succession, Kojiro and Kuina came to another adjacent grave. The grave of his beloved daughter Kuina. Looking at her own grave, Kuina couldn't help but feel a little strange. For a long time. Kuina, what are your plans for the future? Kojiro suddenly asked. I. Kuina shook her head awkwardly. In fact, her mind is still a mess and she doesn't know what to do. So do you want to meet your former friends next? Kojiro said. Hearing this, Kuina's eyes suddenly lit up. Zoro. Where is Zoro now? That guy would be surprised if he saw me. Zoro, he went to sea half a year ago, and now he has made some reputation in East Blue. Kojiro immediately told Kuina about Zoro's affairs in recent years. In fact, this is exactly why Kojiro mentioned his friends. For Kuina, the most important friend is naturally Zoro. Work hard with me and become the world's #1 swordsman? You are a kid, and you can't even beat me. You are really boastful, 3-sword pirate hunter? What an exaggerated title. Kuina's mouth corners unconsciously rose slightly, and she was happy for Zoro's growth from the bottom of her heart. The conversation between father and daughter after 9 years lasted until sunset. Kojiro went to the village to buy ingredients for tonight, and notified the villagers to rest in the dojo for 3 days. Kuina went to the kite field first, ready to thank Loylin again. Just walked into the yard, heard the noise in the guest room. Kuina was stunned for a moment, and then her face suddenly turned red. Although she was only 11 years old, Kuina was not a blank slate. She knew what was happening in the room. Rowling still did not show up until Kojiro prepared dinner. Kuina had to knock on the door to disturb him. Thanks to Kuina, Rowling finally avoided being taken over by Thor. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it had been a week since Rowling and Thor came to Shimotsuki Village. Dad, I have decided that I want to go to sea with brother Rowling. Kuina said firmly. Kojiro suddenly clenched the chopsticks in his hand. To be honest, he just reunited with his daughter, so he naturally didn't want to separate again. Zoro is like my younger brother. Now my younger brother is taking my share to make a living on the sea. As a sister, I certainly can't fall behind my younger brother. I have decided to meet Zoro at the top of the sea. Chapter 8. I've decided. I'm going to meet Zoro at the top of the ocean. As Kuina finished speaking, the huge dojo fell silent. For a long moment. Ahahaha. Kojiro smiled bitterly and shook his head, loosening his clenched fist. Girls can't stay at home. Since you have this ambition, Kuina, Dad will certainly not stop you, but, before that, you need to ask for your consent, not Dad's. Kuina reacted and looked at Loyolin with hope. After 3 days of getting along, Kuina was not only curious about the big brother who saved her, but also dependent on him. It was because she knew that Loyolin was about to leave that she made this decision. But, if Loyolin was unwilling to take her on board, Loyolin did not respond to Kuina's request immediately. To be honest, he certainly wanted to take Kuina, an acquaintance, with him on the trip. It would be very interesting if he could meet Zoro on the sea. But, on the other hand, Kojiro and Kuina, father and son, just reunited after 9 years of separation. From Kojiro's perspective, Loyolin really didn't want to be the bad guy who separated them. As if seeing through Loyolin's concerns, Kojiro took a deep breath. Mr. Loyolin, this is also my request, please take my daughter to the sea. Kojiro solemnly requested. Really? Loyolin asked back. Of course. Mr. Loyolin, you are a miracle man, Kuina is lucky to be by your side. Besides, there is a long time to come, as long as Kuina can come back from time to time, I will be satisfied. Kojiro said. Okay then. Loyolin raised his glass. Thank you very much. Kojiro raised his glass in response. The next day, early in the morning. West Blue Shore, Shimotsuki Village. The Never Air Force set sail. Coast. Old Father Kojiro waved goodbye with a smile and tears. Stern. Kuina also waved with tears. Did not disturb the separation of father and daughter. Loyolin pushed the door and walked into the cabin. I haven't been on the ship for a few days. The interior of this ship given by the system has undergone tremendous changes. The most notable point is the increase in rooms. The reason for this is naturally because of Kuina's boarding. As a fine sailing boat produced by Tongzi, it has its own growth potential. As the number of team members increases, the ship will also become larger accordingly to accommodate more members. I have to say that this function is indeed very convenient and deeply loved by Loyolin. 5 minutes later. There is only a small dot left in Shimotsuki Village. Kuina, who has put away her parting mood, walked into the cabin. Kuina, since you have joined us, there is one thing I want to say in advance. Loyolin said seriously. Yeah, I know, I will pay attention to the atmosphere in the future, and I will never disturb my brother and sister Thor. Kuina nodded repeatedly, her little face slightly red, thinking that Loyolin was worried that he would not be able to let go because of the addition of her as a light bulb on the boat. Loyolin. What is this little girl thinking about? Well, what I want to say is that you will see countless incredible things on this ship. I'm giving you a heads up. Don't be too surprised. Loyolin said. Ah. Oh. Kuina nodded blankly, a little unresponsive. Also, since you call me brother, then of course I, as a brother, must give my sister a gift. Loyolin said, and stuffed the 2 swords in his hand, one red and one blue, into Kuina's hands. This. Kuina's eyes suddenly widened. As a family of kendo, she has been dealing with swords since she was a child. Kuina certainly can't fail to see the extraordinary red and blue swords in her hands. In terms of quality, these 2 swords are even better than the big knife and a yamanji. What shocked Kuina even more was that these 2 swords were murderous. Male and female swords Gan Jiang Moye. The red one is the male sword Gan Jiang, and the blue one is the female sword Moye. These are 2 matching killing swords, which already belong to you. Try to master them as much as possible. Loelin introduced. This, is it really possible? Can you really give me such a precious sword? Kuina was confused. What nonsense are you talking about? This is not a matter of course. You are my sister. Rowling shook his head. Thank you, brother. Kuina came to her senses and jumped up to hug Rowling and kissed him on the face. Okay, that room will be yours from now on. Go and clean it up first. Rowling pointed to the room with the Kuina sign. After sending Kuina away, Rowling returned to the deck and picked up the fishing rod again. Time passed. Another week passed in the blink of an eye. After a week of running in, Kuina has completely integrated into the new family. Because of the presence of Kuina, Rowling was also prevented from being exploited by Thor without restraint. Life was peaceful and beautiful. The only flaw was that the system's stocking rate was really low recently. There were still a lot of delicacies, money, and other things, and AOI points were often caught, but after seeing the SSS-level big goods, ordinary rewards were no longer in Loelin's eyes. It was almost noon. The weather was fine. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. This time it must be a big one. Looking at the fish float that suddenly sank on the sea, Loelin's eyes lit up and he immediately lifted the rod. Sure enough. This time the goods seemed to be quite big and could not fly up in a short time. Although it was not small, it was not as big as Loelin expected. The stalemate of just 1 minute was the goods. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for the goods of 100,000 berry wallets. Listening to Tong's goods broadcast, Loelin couldn't help but have small question marks appearing in his head. Wang Defa? Wallet? Only 100,000 berries. Even this kind of junk could be deadlocked for a minute. Just when Loelin was wondering if Tongza had Alzheimer's disease. The next second. Ah, wallet, my wallet. Mine, mine. That's mine. The beautiful girl's angry cry came from the sea not far away. Hey! Looking at the beautiful girl who appeared with the wallet, Loelin was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing. Never expected to meet this acquaintance in this way. Chapter 9. 1 minute ago. In a certain sea area of East Blue, an officially licensed luxury cruise banquet is in progress. All the participants are wealthy businessmen from various islands and countries. Of course. In addition to the wealthy, there are also male and female waiters in tuxedos walking around in the banquet. The atmosphere of the banquet was lively, and no one noticed that. A girl waiter with short orange hair quietly slipped away. Hee, a big harvest, a big harvest. Looking at the wallets of the rich in the backpack one after another, the girl's eyebrows curved into crescents. This vote can earn at least several million berries, and it is a big step forward to collect 100 million berries to redeem the village. Just as the girl was thinking so. The next second. Without warning. Ripples like water waves appeared in the void. Then. A fish hook appeared out of thin air and hooked one of the wallets. Oh. Oh. That's my wallet. The orange-haired girl who wanted money more than life was quick-witted and grabbed the wallet decisively. Then. There was a whoosh. The wallet and the girl sank into the void ripples. Time went back to the present. On the calm sea. The girl with short orange hair kept floundering in the water, struggling to catch the wallet hanging on the hook. However, every time it slipped away from her fingertips just a little bit. After several times, the girl was completely upset. Robber! Thief! Give my wallet back quickly! The orange-haired girl cursed angrily. Oh, are you sure this is your wallet? Miss Little Thief Cat! Loelin looked at the girl in the water and smiled with narrowed eyes. Loelin was very familiar with the little tail hanging behind the wallet that he had caught. Little Thief Cat Nami. The navigator of Straw Hat Crew. After leaving Shimotsuki Village, Loelin also wanted to meet Miss Nami, the little money grubber. However, even Luolin never expected that the first meeting between the two parties would be in such a bizarre way. Of course, I worked hard to get it from the banquet, give it back to me quickly. Nami said unjustly. Well, compared to the ownership of the wallet, you should pay more attention to protecting yourself from being eaten by sharks now. Luolin kindly reminded. Hey! Nami was stunned and turned her head subconsciously. Wait until she saw the fin coming straight towards her not far away. Ah! Nami screamed, quickly fiddled with her hands and feet, grabbed the gangway at the fastest speed, climbed ashore, and did it all in one go. Take it and wipe it. Luolin threw out a clean towel. Nami was not polite, took the towel and wiped her hair, and then the body under the clothes. While wiping, a pair of big eyes still stared straight at Luolin. The wallet in his hand. Okay, it's just a broken wallet, I'll give it back to you. Roland shook his head and returned the wallet to Nami. Wow, thank you, you're such a nice person. Nami smiled happily. However, the next second, the smile on the girl's face froze. Because she found that the wallet that was originally bulging was now empty. I'll give you the wallet back, and these will be the cost of the towel. Roland threw a stack of $1,000 bills with a bright smile. What? 100,000 for a towel? Barry, you're robbing me, I don't want it, give it back to me. Nami was immediately furious, and quickly threw the towel with the scent of Nye on Roland's face. I'm just kidding you, you're still furious. Roland shook his head helplessly. The towel is free, and these 100,000 are the cost of helping you escape from the shark's mouth and taking a boat ride. Nami forced herself to hold back as soon as she spoke, and her small hands gradually clenched. She has accepted the reality and knows that the money will probably not be returned. In addition, this is the other party's territory now. The most important thing for her now is to prevent Luolin from finding the other wallets in the backpack. Besides, Nami's eyes rolled. Hitchhiking. This is what Luolin said himself. Who? He dared to let me, the famous thief cat of East Blue, hitchhike. Then let you learn what it means to be a thief. When I get off the boat, it will be the time for you to lose everything. Nami had a plan in her mind and was determined to rob all the treasures on the ship before leaving. Thinking of Luolin's furious look after he found out that he was robbed, Nami couldn't help but laugh out loud. Luolin could probably guess what Nami was thinking, but he didn't pay attention. At this moment, Xylan. Brother Luolin. Thor and Kuina, who were busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, noticed the quarrel on the deck and hurried out. Xylan, who is this girl? Thor looked at Nami curiously. Well, a drowning person, I happened to meet her and rescued her. These are her thank you fee and boat fee. Luolin explained casually. Hello, my name is Nami. Nami greeted her in a friendly manner. Before taking action, of course, you have to gain the trust of the other party first. Thor nodded. I am Kuina, Miss Nami, you are soaked, go take a shower first and then have lunch, it will be ready soon. Kuina greeted enthusiastically. Thank you, Kuina-chan Thor-chan. Nami said familiarly. It took only a minute. The three girls have become friends. Chapter 10. East Blue, the Endless Sea. A medium-sized sailboat drifted with the waves. At the bow, a young man lay on his back on a lounge chair, holding a fishing rod and fishing leisurely. At the stern, an 11-year-old girl held a sword in both hands, swinging it seriously, sweat splashing. In the kitchen, a cute girl in a maid uniform hummed a song and concentrated on studying the loving dishes. Finally, there was the second deck, where a girl with short orange hair lay on the railing, observing attentively. Something is wrong. It's very wrong. 99 out of 100 are wrong. Nami's eyes were firmly locked on Luolin, who was fishing leisurely, and her little head shook like a rattle. as a well-known thief who was looking for money from the rich in East Blue. Nami's mind was naturally very flexible and easy to use. At first, because of the wallet, she was aroused by Loylin's few words. But after calming down, Nami soon found something wrong. First of all, the biggest problem was the way she appeared in this sea area. Having traveled a lot in East Blue, she knew that the place where she was now was not in the same place as the cruise party of the rich before, and the distance between the two was more than 1,000 miles. However, she was caught here almost in an instant, like a miracle. And then there was the whole afternoon. Nami found that what Loyolin caught with a few swings was not fish, but some strange things. Is this man demon fruit power? Nami guessed. After years of working on the sea, Nami had some understanding of devil fruit. She had imagined more than once that she would be lucky enough to pick up a devil fruit, and after selling it, she could redeem the village from Arlong. But imagination is beautiful, but reality is not satisfactory. In these years, she has not even encountered the skin of devil fruit. Of course, demon fruit power has been encountered to some extent. Yes, that must be the case. This guy must be a fruit user who can catch anything except fish. Nami thought wildly. Puff, how can there be such a strange ability? Nami shook her head and went into the kitchen. Ms. Thor, I also know some cooking skills. I will help with dinner. Compared with thinking about those messy things, the most important thing now is to build a good relationship and improve the favorability. That night, at the dining table, Thor opened a bottle of champagne and filled it for himself, Nami and Rowling. Come on, everyone, let's toast to our new friends. Thor said happily. Cheers. Kuina picked up the milk. Rowling also raised his glass and looked at Nami with a smile. Friend. Nami's face flashed with an unnatural moment. Once, she also had a friend, but... No. Nami shook her head and shook off the unnecessary thoughts in her mind. Cheers. Bang. Time flies. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. After a week of running in, Nami has completely penetrated the inner circle. Especially with Thor and Kuina, the three girls have become sisters. With Nami, a living map who knows East Blue very well, the atmosphere on the ship is becoming more and more lively. Another happy day. Eating barbecue and bragging, Nami, Thor, Loyolin and others who were drunk went back to their rooms. 3 hours later. Time came to the second half of the night. Nami suddenly opened her eyes and walked downstairs barefoot carefully. After a week of investigation, she had already figured out the situation on the ship. 1 minute later, Nami stood in front of the room with a storage room sign. Wow, my 100,000 berry is not so easy to take, teacher Nami will teach you a lesson. Nami chuckled quietly, took off her hairpin, and began to unlock the door with familiarity. 3 minutes later. Oh, this lock is quite good, but it won't be difficult for me, a little thief. Nami thought. 10 minutes later. Nami wiped the sweat from her forehead and grinned. What kind of a broken lock is this? Why is it so hard to open? Or, forget it. Just as Nami was thinking this, there was a click and the lock opened. Nami was stunned at first, and felt that something was wrong. But the next second, her eyes and her full attention were completely occupied by the pile of golden things in the room. Gold. Lots of gold. I got rich. I really got rich this time. With so much gold, I'm afraid I can redeem several villages. Nami pounced forward and couldn't let go of the gold. Her eyes had turned into the shape of money. However, just as Nami was about to bag the treasure, her hand suddenly stopped, and her mind could not help but recall every detail of the past week. Friends. Thor and Kuina's calls of friends were like small hammers, hammering her heart. Once upon a time, she also had a close friend. But the friend she trusted finally betrayed her. Not only did they flee when disaster struck, but they also stole her treasure. Since then, she never trusted so-called friends again. In this sea of intrigues, the only person you can trust is yourself. Nami had always believed so firmly until the encounter with Rowling and the other two a week ago. At first, Nami was just playing a trick to gain the trust of the three. But even she herself did not notice that, unknowingly, she had turned the fake into real and handed over her true heart. It is because she really regarded Rowling and the other two as real friends that she hesitates now. She was once betrayed by her friends and deeply understood the pain of being betrayed by trusted friends. Compared to the pain of being betrayed by a friend, the loss of money is secondary. Oh, forget it. Nami sighed, gave up the idea of robbing, and turned back to the house. Not long after Nami returned to the house, a tall figure slowly walked out of the dark cabin. Congratulations, your village will be saved. Chapter 11. Early morning. Good morning, Miss Thor Kuina. Nami sat down at the dining table with a big yawn with panda eyes. Good morning, Nami, breakfast will be ready soon. Thor smiled. Good morning, Miss Nami, didn't you rest last night? Kuina pushed a glass of milk in front of Nami and asked with concern. No, it's okay, I just thought about something. Nami took a sip of milk and entered a daze. The expression on her face was sometimes regretful and sometimes relieved. After a long while, Nami took a deep breath and made a decision. Thor, Kuina, and Mr. Rowling, there is an island nearby. After breakfast, I will show you the way. You take me there, and then I will act by myself. Nami said. Hey Miss Nami, are you leaving? Kuina, who understood what Nami meant, suddenly widened her eyes, and her face was full of reluctance. All good things must come to an end. The memories of this week are my most precious memories. I will never forget you. Nami smiled reluctantly. If possible, she would like to live peacefully like this forever. But she still carries the fate of the village on her shoulders. And she has no right to stay after having had evil thoughts. So sudden? I still have a lot of topics to talk to you, Nami. Thor sighed. Let's wait for next time. I've been out for a while this time. If I don't go back, my sister will be worried. Nami made an excuse. Is that so? Thor pursed his lips, and the next second, her eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, if that's the case, why don't we send you back? No, this, it's too much trouble. Nami waved her hands repeatedly, with a look of panic on her face. Only she knew how dangerous Cocoa West Village was at the moment. As long as Arlong and his gang existed, it would be the most dangerous place in East Blue. She didn't want her friends to be in danger because of her. No trouble. No trouble. Anyway, we are traveling, right, Xylan? Thor looked at Loelin for instructions. Yeah. Loelin smiled and nodded. Great. Kuina clapped her hands happily. By the way, Nami, you said your hometown is Cocoa West Village, right? The oranges in your hometown are delicious. I have eaten them before. Really? Then you must try them. Thor agreed. No, if you want to eat oranges, I can bring them to you, so you don't have to go there. Nami declined. Why? Nami, do you not welcome us to visit? Or do you still remember the 100,000 berry board and lodging fee? If so, we can also pay. Loelin said with a smile. No, how can I not welcome you? Of course I welcome you, but... Nami hesitated to speak, sweating profusely. No, but I've seen the map. At this speed, we'll probably reach Cocoa West Village in the evening. Rowling grinned. Really? Great. Thor and Kuina high-fived happily. Only Nami was secretly worried. She never thought that things would come to this. She was in a daze. She was in a fierce struggle. What should she do? What should she do? Should she confront Rowling and the other two, tell them the current situation of Cocoa West Village, and let them back down? This would only cause them problems. In the past, Nami knew that Rowling and the other two would never sit idly by and watch their friends suffer. What would happen if they faced Arlong and his gang head-on? Although Rowling showed his mysterious ability, Nami didn't see him take action. The same goes for Thor. The only one who might have some strength, Kuina, is still a child. Nami doesn't want to see a child risk fighting for her anyway. The combat effectiveness of her side is unknown. On the other hand, Arlong and his gang. The horror of the fishmen is deeply imprinted in Nami's heart. They must not be allowed to clash. But if we don't show our cards, how can we dissuade them? Ah, really? Nami grabbed her hair in annoyance. Looking at the distressed Nami, Loelin couldn't help but raise a smile. He could roughly guess what Nami was thinking at the moment. Since Nami didn't ask, he wouldn't say anything on his own initiative. Let the bullet fly for a while. Anyway, what to do has been decided. Nami's action of sneaking into the storage room last night decided everything. If Nami chose the treasure, Loelin would not stop her and would let her take the treasure to save the village. That's all. The two sides are now even, and he will not go to Cocoa West Village to meddle in other people's business. Loelin is not a big enemy. He will not be open-hearted to Nami just because she is a beauty. True heart for true heart, this is the minimum requirement. Fortunately, Nami chose their friendship. Then, things took another turn. It's time to solve the crisis of Kokoyasi Village in advance. Time passed by bit by bit. It was evening in a blink of an eye. The sun set. The fiery sunset glowed on the sea. Nami, we can already see the island. Is that Kokoyasi Village? Kuina pointed to the small black dot at the end of the horizon and asked. Pa. Nami patted her face to clear away unnecessary thoughts. Things have come to this point, like an arrow on the string, it has to be shot. Yes, that is my hometown, Kokoyasi Village. Nami made a decision in her heart. Since Loelin and others' visit is inevitable, then find a way to prevent them from being targeted by Arlong and his gang. Everyone, can I take the next route? We will land on the back of the island, which is closer to my home. Nami asked. Of course. Loelin and the other three would have no objection to this small request. Haha, the fun is about to begin. Loelin smiled slightly, and suddenly lifted the rod when the float sank into the sea. Ding dong! Lucky moment, congratulations to the host for the A-level sword skill, one blade cutthroat 100 steps flying sword. Chapter 12. The sun sets. The night covers the earth. After an hour of dawdling, Nami finally drove the boat to the back of the island under the cover of night. Go up along this path, through the orange orchard, and you'll find my home. Nami pointed to the small house on the hill with a light on. Wow, is this orange orchard yours, Nami? Kuina asked. That's not the case. It's shared by everyone in the village, but I can make the decision. You can eat as much as you want. Nami patted her chest and said confidently. Then let's pick oranges tomorrow. Let's visit your home tonight. Thor said. Nami was stunned. According to her plan, she was going to entertain Rowling and the other two while it was dark. Then pick enough oranges as a return gift and send them away before dawn tomorrow. This is the best way to avoid being discovered by the fishman Arlong and his gang. What's wrong? Did we make things difficult for you, Nami? Otherwise, we can buy them with money. Kuina said with a little uneasiness, thinking that Nami could not really decide on this orange orchard. No, pick them boldly. Nami said with a stiff face. She prayed in her heart that if her activities were limited to the orange orchard, she might not be discovered. Generally speaking, the fish people would not come to the orange orchard on purpose, so just be careful. Okay, it's getting late, let's go home quickly. Nami pushed the three people up the mountain while looking around nervously. But even though Nami was alert enough, she still couldn't find the little tail in the sea. Not long after Nami, Luolin, and the other two went up the mountain, a blue head popped up on the sea. Arlong Paradise. Located at the main entrance port of Coco West Village. 7 years ago, the fish dragon exiled to East Blue invaded Coco West Village. After that, he used this village as a base, gradually occupied the surrounding 20 villages, and became the local emperor of this sea area. Using the money looted from the villagers, Arlong and his gang built Arlong Paradise, a place of enjoyment for the fishmen. Tonight, Arlong Paradise is still full of singing and dancing, so lively. At a certain moment, "Boss, Nami is back." Carp fisherman Xiaohu jumped out of the water and reported to the leader dragon who was eating meat on the lounge chair. "Nami is back? When?" "I have been fishing at the main port, I didn't see it." Fishman Cotter Octopus Zioba said puzzledly. "Because Nami didn't come from the main gate, but quietly drove the boat to the back of the island, and this time she didn't come back alone." Carp Fishman Xiaohu said. "Not alone? What's the matter? Nami has grown up. Could it be that she found reinforcements outside and wants to fight against us?" Cotter Croby said. "Haha, even if it's really foreign aid, it's probably not a big deal. Otherwise, they would have attacked head-on." "Xiao Wu, how many people are there on the other side?" The Cotter sneered. "I only saw 3 people, a man, a woman, and a little kid." Xiao Wu replied. Hearing this, the fishmen looked at each other and then burst into laughter. "Just 3 people, and one of them is a child, there is nothing to be afraid of. Trying to shake them with 3 humans is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot or an ant trying to shake a tree. They may be Nami's friends, they are here to visit, don't worry about it." The dull octopus Zioba guessed. "Ha ha ha." Arlong, the leader of the dragon group who had been silent for a long time, suddenly laughed. "Whether it is foreign aid or friends, this island is my territory, not everyone can step on it. Once they step on this island, their life and death will not be controlled by themselves. We must let them know the price of smuggling." Arlong grinned, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Brother Arlong is right. We must make those humans pay the price. Boss, I thought of an interesting game. Tomorrow morning, we..." The fishmen talked in unison. At the end, all the fishmen couldn't help but smile complacently. At this moment, Orange Hut on the top of the mountain. Nami knew nothing about the fish people's plan. At this moment, she was being talked to by her sister Nakago. "Nami, I'm glad you can make friends, but how can you bring them back to the island? If Arlong and his gang find out?" Nakago was secretly anxious. "I know it's dangerous, but... Anyway, I came back very secretly, the fish people won't know, as long as we get through tonight, I will send them away tomorrow," Nami said. Restaurant. A sumptuous meal was spread out. However, neither Rowling, Thor, nor Kuina moved, waiting for Nami and Nakago sisters to sit down. "Brother, that... Nami's sister doesn't welcome us? And Nami?" Kuina asked with a tangled face. Although she is young, she has been in contact with many people in the dojo since she was a child. She is much more sensitive and experienced in dealing with people than Thor, a dragon who is tens of thousands of years old. "Don't think too much. You just need to know that Nami is our friend. When a friend doesn't want to talk, we shouldn't ask. Just wait and see. The truth will be revealed tomorrow." Lauren smiled. "Oh, I see." Kuina nodded obediently. "By the way, Thor, after dinner, go to the boat and prepare. A pleasant night." Although there were many concerns in their hearts, Nakago and Nami still tried their best to be the host. The only slightly embarrassing thing was that in the second half of the night, Rowling was dragged by Thor to the Orange Grove to experience the wild. He was too self-absorbed and was hit by Nakago, who came to patrol because he was worried about the fish man. Of course, everyone is an adult, so they won't say much. The next morning, everything was revealed. Both sides knew it tacitly and didn't mention it tacitly. Let's go, everyone. Nami, who changed into a picking suit, was heroic and ready to take Thor and Kuina to experience the fun of picking oranges. However, before the three of them walked far, ding-ling-ling ding-ling-ling the bicycle bell rang. On the other side of the mountain road, a middle-aged man with a windmill on his head and scars on his face pedaled his bicycle with all his strength, and there were faint sparks between the chains. Nami, take your friends away quickly, the fishmen. The fishmen got the news from somewhere and are now rushing over here. Chapter 13. Nami, hurry up and take your friends away, the fishmen are coming. Aegean, the only police officer in Coco West Village, shouted anxiously. As early as yesterday when Nami took Loyolin and the other two home, Nokaigao made a second-hand preparation and contacted Feng Jiajian to help him keep an eye on the movements of the fishmen. Unexpectedly, the fishmen's actions came faster than expected, as if with some purpose. How could this happen? How could it be exposed? Nami staggered, and her originally rosy face suddenly turned pale. What's wrong? Nami, what's the matter with the fishmen? Are there fishmen on this island? Kuina asked. Fishmen? Fish that look like humans? How do they taste? Thor's eyes lit up. Duan. Loyolin tapped Thor's head lightly. Don't think about it, whether it's a fishman or your tail meat, I won't eat it, and you can't eat it either. As a human, Loyolin naturally couldn't accept the meat of any humanoid creatures. As for Thor's tail meat, Thor is now his woman. Loyolin could accept her body, even her feet, but the tail meat was not allowed. Okay. Thor responded obediently. Nakago on the side. What's going on? Who are the friends Nami brought back? Why would they want to eat fishmen? That's a terrifying fishman. No problem, there's still time. It's not too late. Nami came back to her senses and gritted her teeth, turned her head and looked at Loyolin, who was still popularizing fishman knowledge to Thor. No time to explain, Loyolin, it's not too late to leave now, I'll explain the details after we leave this island. Nami said as she was about to pull Kuina away. Ha 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 ha. Just then, a shrill laugh came from both ends of the road. Several fishmen appeared on both sides of the road, surrounding the people in the middle. It's too late to leave now, Nami. The fishman Cotter Croby laughed teasingly. This is the territory of our Arlong gang. It's a bit unrealistic to want to leave without paying a price. The fishman Cotter sneered. Nami. Kuina wanted to do something, but was stopped by Loyolin. These guys. Thor's eyes narrowed dangerously, and his pupils gradually turned into vertical pupils. But without Loyolin's instructions, she would not act rashly. Arlong. Nami took a deep breath and suppressed her inner anxiety and throbbing. She ignored the other fishmen and locked her eyes on the leader dragon. They are my friends. They just came to visit for one night. Give me face and let them go. Nami pretended to be calm. Nami, you are my partner. I have to give you face, but... The fishman Arlong grinned. Rules are rules. You know, there are 100,000 adults and 50,000 children on this island. This is an iron rule that has been implemented since 7 years ago, even if you only stay for one day. Okay. 250,000 berries, I'll give it to you. Nami, who always valued money, agreed without hesitation. Before she could go back to the house to get the money. Oh my god! Boss Arlong! I'm rich! I'm rich! Who is stupid enough to bury a large sum of money in the ground? That's good, we found it, it's ours. The ecstatic voices of the fishermen came from the orange orchard. Hearing their words, Nami's face suddenly turned pale. She prayed in her heart that it would not be what she thought. However, things did not go as she wished. When she saw the boxes carried by the fishermen, Nami's legs softened and she fell to the ground. Because that was her 7 years of hard work. In order to redeem the village, she had been taking risks on the sea and trying every way to get money to save 80 million berries. As long as she worked harder, she could save 100 million berries in another year or two. Now, everything is over. A hole, put it down quickly, that's Nami's 7 years of hard work. Feng Chaijian shouted excitedly. He couldn't bear it anymore. Not only he, but everyone in the village knew about Nami's efforts. The next second, there was a bang. Feng Chaijian was kicked away by the fishman. You don't have the right to speak here. The fishman Cotter Croby said coldly. Arlong, that's the money my sister saved to buy the village. There should be more than 80 million in it. We will collect the rest and give it to you today. Noki Jo spoke calmly, trying to save it as much as possible. However, today Arlong and his gang came for this money and tortured Nami, so how could she do what she wanted? No, 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 if it was before today, Nami gave me this money, maybe I could still keep an account, but it's too late now. Let's not talk about whether it's Nami's. Even if it is true, it's mine now that my people found it in our territory. What do you think, Nami? Arlong looked at Nami. Arlong, you never thought about fulfilling the agreement? Even if I collect 100 million berries, you will not return the village to me. That was just a dream you made up for me. Nami looked at Arlong coldly, and she already understood everything. No, 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 how can you think of me like that, Nami? Our agreement is still valid. As long as you can collect 100 million berries, I will return the village to you. Arlong said calmly. Don't be discouraged by a failure. You are a very talented woman. Even if you don't have this money, it's just a few more years of effort. Come on, I will always wait for you to redeem the village. Arlong said encouragingly, looking like he had Nami in his arms. He expected Nami would not turn against him here, not just for the village, but also for her friends who were meeting the village for the first time in 7 years. For the safety of her so-called friends, she must continue to endure humiliation and pain. Thinking of this, the arc of joy at the corners of Arlong's mouth widened. Just then. I see, I roughly understand. Finally, Luolin stopped being silent. In other words, as long as Nami can gather 100 million Baileys, you will get out of this island, right? If that's the case, I'll pay for the 100 million Baileys. Chapter 14. I paid the 100 million Baileys for her. Luolin said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge orange mountain fell silent. The next second, ha 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 boy, what are you talking about? Who are you to pretend to be here? You are not qualified to be a hero and save the beauty. The fish people laughed at him wantonly, and did not take Luolin's words seriously at all, just treating them as the nonsense of a small person. Only Nami knew that Luolin definitely had the capital, and the treasure in the storage room was worth more than 100 million. When Nami heard that Luolin stepped forward and wanted to redeem the village for her, her cold heart suddenly warmed up. For so many years, she has been alone and fighting for the village. Now, Luolin's appearance is like a warm harbor, sheltering her from wind and rain. But Nami also knew that this harbor is only temporary. She has seen through the thoughts of Arlong and his gang. Knowing that they would never let Kokoyasi village go easily. Even if she could really take out 100 million Baileys, Arlong and his gang would definitely find other excuses. Rowling, Before Nami could say anything, she was interrupted. Leave it to me next, we are friends. Roland's big hand fell on Nami's head and rubbed it gently. After saying that, snap! Roland snapped his fingers. Thor understood and immediately took out a cash box from the room and opened it. Inside were neatly stacked 10,000 yuan bills, a total of 10,000. Here is 100 million, do you want to count it? Roland smiled. Wow! I didn't expect it. I didn't know you were a rich man. I should have robbed you last night so that you couldn't pretend. But, if you want to pretend in front of us, money alone is not enough. After the initial shock, the fish people's faces were even more mocking. Loyalin had no intention of talking to the scumbags, and his eyes were always fixed on Arlong. Ha ha ha! Arlong suddenly laughed. Very good. Nami, you are really my most capable cotter. You did a good job this time and brought me such a big fat sheep. Thanks to your notice. What are you talking about? No. I didn't. Nami's face turned pale again. She had already regarded Loyalin and the other two as true friends and would not betray them. But Arlong's words put her on the fire pit. Even if she wanted to argue, the current situation was. Don't worry, you helped me find such a big fat sheep, I will consider giving you the village. Arlong continued to sow discord and torture Nami's heart. No. I really didn't. Nami covered her face with her hands, and tears could not stop falling. It's not like that, Mr. Loyalin, Nami. No Kai Gao looked at his sister distressed and wanted to explain. No need to say anything. Loyalin waved his hand. What? Have you accepted the reality so quickly? How does it feel to be backstabbed by a friend? Arlong looked at Loyalin sarcastically, wanting to see the exasperation on his face. However, his thought was doomed to fail. Stop the words of sowing discord, it's too low. Loyalin sneered. What did you say? Arlong's face darkened. Even if I take out 100 million berries, you don't plan to return the village to Nami, right? Loyalin spoke again, without waiting for Arlong to answer. This is really a coincidence. In fact, I just gave you this 100 million berries to see, not to really give it to you. Hearing this, the smile on Arlong's face completely disappeared. Nanny? Do you know what you are talking about? Do you want to die? The fishman Cotter Kroby was furious. To be honest, I am not used to solving problems with violence, but I have to adapt to it. After all, there are too many evil spirits in this world. Loyalin sighed to himself. It has been more than a month since I traveled through the pirate world. Loyalin spent most of his time fishing to become stronger. This strength has only been shown to Thor. There has never been a real battle. However, pretentious human, I will let you know the price of pretending in front of our dragon pirates. The fishman Cotter Kroby was furious. Let's do it. Loyalin said lightly. He seemed to be unaware of Kroby's aggressive approach. He saw that Kroby's fishman karate was about to fall on Loyalin. The next second, a slender little hand came first and suddenly slapped it down. There was only a puff. The sturdy body of the fishman Cotter Kroby suddenly exploded into a ball of blood mist when it touched the white and slender hand. At this moment, the world was quiet. You guys, who are neither human nor fish, have been making a lot of noise since the beginning. It's really infuriating. Thor said coldly, with the mighty dragon. Chapter 15. Snap. A seemingly light slap caused a terrifying scene. The second in command of the dragon pirates, over 2 meters tall, with muscles like a dragon, and a master of Grandmaster Fishman Karate, was slapped to pieces by a girl, and turned into a blood mist on the spot, drifting away with the wind. This horrifying scene made everyone in the field, except Loyalin, stare at each other with eyes wide open, and their faces were gradually covered with shock and horror. You guys who are neither human nor fish are really too infuriating. Thor said coldly. watching his friend Nami crying in despair after being bullied by the fishman. Thor's anger had been burning in his heart for a long time. He had been holding back only because there was no instruction from Luolin. Now he could finally release it, and in an instant, the terrifying dragon power was mighty. The pressure from the top dragon species in the food chain immediately broke the courage of the fishman. Ah! Ah! What happened before? Where is Brother Kroby? Why did he suddenly disappear? Dead, 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 dead. Kroby is dead. Killed by that little human girl. How could this happen? She's just a human, obviously just a human, how could she? This guy is a monster. She's not a human. She's a monster. The fish people screamed in horror one after another. Wow, Sister Thor is so powerful. Kuina widened her beautiful eyes and opened her mouth into an O shape. After spending so much time with Thor, this was the first time she saw Thor take action. Nami, your friend. Who is Miss Thor? Nakago asked blankly. I don't know. Nami shook her head in confusion. She never knew that the lively and cute Thor would be so handsome when he took action. So handsome. Damn human, how dare you do this to my compatriots? The eyes of the Iron Cannon Fishman Officer Chu turned red, his mouth suddenly pouted, and he mercilessly spit out a cannon-like water ball. Swish! The ice blue sword light flashed, splitting the Iron Cannon Fishman's water ball in two. I am also Nami's friend. I won't let you off easily if you make Nami cry. Kuina held Gan Jiang in her left hand and Moye in her right hand, and fearlessly killed the Iron Cannon Fishman Officer Chu. Although she was only an 11-year-old child, Kuina had an outstanding talent in kendo. At the age of 11, she was able to defeat an adult who also had a kendo foundation with a bamboo sword. Not to mention that she now held two divine weapons in her hands that were comparable to the quality of the supreme big swords and carried murderous aura. Come on, human kid, let's start with you. The Iron Cannon Fishman Officer Chu sneered, not taking Kuina, a child, seriously at all. This carelessness doomed his fate. Swish! Blood splattered. It was just a matter of time. Kuina cut off one of the arm of the Iron Cannon Fishman Ju. Ah, damn kid, I will never let you go, die. Under the stimulation of the pain of the broken arm, the Iron Cannon Fishman Cotter Ju went completely crazy. The fishman's natural strength, which is 10 times that of humans, really put Kuina under great pressure. Even the left hand's general flew out of his hand. But with only Moye in hand, Kuina's combat power did not decrease but increased. Because she had been practicing the one-handed sword. She was not familiar with the two-handed sword skills. Puff! A muffled sound. The ice blue Moye pierced the heart of the Iron Cannon Fishman Cotter Ju. Brother Ju! How could this happen? Even Brother Ju was killed. Monsters! They are monsters. The fishmen who have always been high and mighty and regarded humans as trash, now all screamed in fear. Assholes, get out of the way! Arlong, the leader of the evil dragon group, shouted, and picked up the huge sawtooth sickle Zhanfeng carried by his younger brother. Die! The sawtooth sickle Zhanfeng slashed towards Luolin mercilessly. For Arlong's furious attack, Luolin's expression remained calm as before. Sword! Luolin raised his hand and uttered 2 words. The next second, there was a whoosh. The blood-red long sword Gan Jiang, which was inserted into a stone not far away, broke through the air and fell into Luolin's hands. The powerful sword intent surged, and the terrifying sword energy was surging. The heroic sword Gan Jiang seemed to turn into a blood-colored stream of light, shooting out. Attack in the momentum, seek the truth, horizontal and vertical, the way of heaven and earth. This is the ultimate sword of vertical sword in Gigu swordsmanship. Its name. One blade cuts the throat, 100-step flying sword. Clang! Bang! The serrated sword of the fishman Arlong shattered. Arlong's neck was cut off next. A hideous head flew into the sky. Puff! Blood rushed up several feet from the skull. Ah! Ah! Boss! Boss Arlong is dead too. What kind of monsters are they? Why does East Blue have such monsters? Run! Run! Witnessing Arlong being killed instantly, the fishmen's faith completely collapsed and they fled in all directions. Thor, don't leave anyone alive. Rowling ordered lightly. Understood. Thor's figure was like the wind, and he pursued mercilessly. Rowling turned and walked towards Nami, Nakago, and Windmill Village, who were stunned by the shock. Rowling, I. Nami opened her mouth but didn't finish her words. It's not over yet, let's go. Rowling took Nami's cold little hand and walked towards the village first. Nokai Gao and Feng Jian looked at each other, and they both saw excitement in each other's eyes. They took a deep breath at the same time and hurried to catch up. All the way. Rowling took his time and pulled Nami across the village. At the call of Feng Jian, the villagers of Coco West Village gradually gathered. Finally, Rowling brought Nami to the empty Arlong paradise and stood in front of the huge high-rise building. Look, you are free. Rowling took a deep breath, jumped up, and climbed to a height of dozens of meters. He held the sword with both hands, and the blood-red Gan Jiang sword was wrapped with black airflow. The breath of all things was clearly audible in Rowling's ears. This was the realm of the Iron Sword Master. The sword that killed Arlong before was just a simple sword skill. This is Rowling's real strongest sword. Cut! A blow that combined the armament Haki, the iron-cutting swordsmanship, and the 100-step flying sword, exploded. One sword, cut the building. Rumble! The huge building, tens of meters high, was cut in half in the middle, and countless pieces of paper flew. At this moment, the haze that had shrouded the girl's heart for 7 years, the shackles that had bound the girl for 7 years, were completely lifted. Chapter 16. A sword cuts the shackles, and the girl's heart is liberated. From then on, the sea is wide for fish to leap, and the sky is high for birds to fly. Oh! Arlong's gang has fallen. Is this true? I am not dreaming. This, what is going on? Are Arlong's gang really gone? The excited or confused shouts of the villagers of Kokoyasi who followed to Arlong Paradise came one after another. Everyone, please listen to me. Windmill Village spoke loudly to calm the villagers' emotions. Everything is true. Thanks to Nami's friends, Mr. Rowling, Ms. Thor, and Kuina, Arlong's gang will not appear again. We are free. Nakago couldn't help crying with joy. Oh! Rowling! 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 The villagers' cheers escalated. The whole village was filled with excitement and joy. At the same time, in front of the Arlong Paradise building that was cut in half. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Rowling. Hot tears could not stop sliding down Nami's pretty face. At this moment, after witnessing Rowling cutting off Arlong Paradise with her own eyes, Nami felt her whole body lighten up, and her long-suppressed heart was liberated. Her world was sublimated and became vast and boundless again. At the same time, there were some inexplicable thoughts. Don't be polite, we are friends, and friends should help each other. Rowling waved his hand nonchalantly. Just friends? Nami asked subconsciously, looking at Rowling with bright eyes, with some hope. What else? Rowling smiled and asked back. Well, friends. Friends are good. The girl's bright eyes dimmed slightly. But we are friends, and you actually concealed your strength. If I had known that you were so powerful, would I have been so worried? Nami wrinkled her nose and changed the subject. I didn't hide it from you, I just didn't have the chance to show my strength, and you didn't ask. Rowling said with a smile. Besides, if we are talking about hiding something, you should hide it from us first. Ah! Nami stamped her feet in shame. I can't argue with you, I won't talk to you anymore, I'm going to find Thor and Kuina-chan. The dust has settled on the Coco West Village incident. Rowling doesn't need to do anything about the next thing. Under the organization of Feng Zhejian, the follow-up work of the incident is progressing steadily. The first is to notify other villages in the surrounding area that have been oppressed by Arlong's group. The second is to collect and distribute the treasures left by Arlong's group. As the biggest contributor to the defeat of the Arlong pirates, Rowling naturally obtained the right to inherit the estate. But Rowling has no interest in money. Money is enough. If it's not enough, just go and throw a rod. Therefore, the inheritance of the Arlong pirates will be distributed equally to all the persecuted people according to the number of people. All these things were coordinated and managed by Feng Zhejian and no Kikao. As for Nami, all the villagers tacitly did not disturb her. Because everyone knew how much Nami had worked for them in the past 7 years. After finally being liberated, they just wanted Nami to play to her heart's content and make up for her unfortunate childhood. On the other hand, as the host, Nami took Thor and Kuina to have fun. The 3 girls were showing off the sweet specialty oranges. Of course, Nami also invited Loelin to join them. Just as a qualified fisherman, Loelin was determined not to be tempted by beauty. Always stick to the front line of fishing. The peaceful life in Coco West Village continued. However, the sea outside was gradually rising. Everything started with the scene of Loelin slashing Arlong Paradise with a sword. The scene at that time was recorded by a villager with a camera phone. When visiting other villages to explain, this photo was often taken out to brag. As time went by, reporters smelled the scent of the incident, flocked to the scene, and bought the copyright of the photos. At the same time, they began to dig deep into the story behind the photos, and this deep digging was extraordinary. The darkness of the long-term oppression of Arlong and his gang in Shimotsuki Village and other places was revealed to the world. At first, the impact of the incident was only in East Blue. Gradually, with more and more media reports, the incident continued to ferment and escalate. The inconspicuous little thing that happened in an inconspicuous corner of East Blue then entered the eyes of bigwigs around the world. Chapter 17. Grand Line, somewhere in the sky. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that such an interesting thing would happen to the small East Blue, the weakest East Blue in the 4 seas. How can I not spread it to the world? At the huge hot air balloon company, the headquarters of the World Economic News, the news king Morgause waved his hand, and countless newsbirds rushed to the world. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Justice Building, Marshal's Office. 20 villages have been oppressed and exploited by the evil dragon pirates for 7 years. This kind of thing actually happened under our Marines' noses? How did they hide it? Marine Marshal Sengoku threw the information in his hand on the table, his face extremely ugly. It is inevitable that there will be some termites in the Army of Justice. The branch of East Blue should be investigated carefully. I have notified Smoker. He is the most suitable person to do this. Marine Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Crane sighed and shook his head, picking up the information in front of him. Also, the man who solved the dragon incident, this sharp sword, East Blue has another amazing figure. New World, a sea area in the 4 Emperors Whitebeard territory. The huge whale ship Moby DK is anchored on the coast. The members of the 4 Emperors Whitebeard pirates gathered in 2s and 3s. This is a really beautiful sword. East Blue has an incredible swordsman. I really want to learn from him. Flower Sword Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard pirates, stroked his spring-like beard and looked at the photo in the newspaper with interest. Haha, there will be a chance. This man will definitely come to New World. The captain of the 1st Division, Phoenix Marco, smiled. By the way, Jinbei, as a fishman, this dragon pirates should have some connection with you. Marco turned his head and looked at Shichibukai Sea Knight Jinbei. Yet. Jinbei nodded with a heavy expression. Arlong used to be my subordinate, and I was the one who exiled Arlong to East Blue 7 years ago. My former subordinate has been killed. As the boss, are you going to get revenge next? Izzo, the captain of the 16th Division, raised his eyebrows. No. Jinbei shook his head. I exiled Arlong to East Blue with the intention of letting him live a peaceful life and not cause trouble again, but I never expected him to do such a thing. It is only natural that he will be killed now. It is my responsibility. Hearing this, everyone in the white group shrugged. Jinbei's answer was expected. Speaking of which, Ace, your hometown is also East Blue, right? Do you know this man? Marco looked at Ace. No. I don't know him. Ace's mouth was full of bread and meat, and he shook his head like a hamster. New World, Dressrosa. Phew, interesting. This is really interesting. It seems that there is another newcomer who will stand out this year, but I don't know how far he can go. Shichibukai Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo keenly smelled the smell of wind and rain. Paradise, Gloomy Island. A very clean and neat sword, he is a master. In the field covered with dark clouds, the world's #1 swordsman dressed like a farmer, Shichibukai Hawkeye my hawk calmly commented. Grand Line, Alabasta. Dream City, Rainland Casino Pyramid. Goo-hee-hee-hee-hee-hee, East Blue again? There was the pirate hunter before, and now it's this man again. Is the weakest East Blue trying to turn over? Baroque Works boss, Shichibukai Crocodile laughed sinisterly. Do we need to try to contact him? In the shadowy place where the light cannot reach, the tall lady in a tight skirt and hot body asked. Wait for now, he should appear in Grand Line soon. Crocodile grinned. Missile Sunday, have you found the guy who has been secretly tracking my identity recently? No, not yet. The tall lady shook her head. Hurry up and track him down, don't let the plan be affected. Crocodile frowned in dissatisfaction. Yes. East Blue, Windmill Village. Makina's Tavern. Hey, Makina, this, he, this is Rowling. Straw Hat Luffy widened his eyes and pointed at the back of Rowling on the news, so shocked that he couldn't even speak properly. Yes, Mr. Rowling is really a very powerful big shot. Makina smiled and nodded. Shimotsuki Village. It seems that I should be able to see you in the news often in the future, Kuina. Ishin Dojo Master Kojiro squinted and smiled at the corner of the photo. On the sea about 5,000 meters away from Shimotsuki Village. A small boat drifted with the waves. Hey? This back. Zoro, a pirate hunter with 3 knives hanging on his waist, squinted and looked at the corner of the photo published in the news. Although it was only a back, even if it was only half of the body, Zoro still saw some familiarity. Why is this back so similar to Kuina? The more Zoro looked, the more familiar he felt. For a moment. No, Kuina is gone a long time ago, and even if she is still there, she will not be a child. What am I thinking? Zoro pulled a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth and immediately started rowing to return home. However, if he himself did not notice it, the direction of the boat was going in the opposite direction of Shimotsuki Village. With the blessing of the attribute of directionlessness, Zoro was getting farther and farther away from the truth. East Blue, the starting and ending town, Logue Town. Hey, East Blue actually has such a thing. Logue Town Base Commander, Colonel Smoker's face was extremely gloomy, and his teeth were clenched. Tashigi, Coco West Village and the surrounding villages are under the jurisdiction of that branch. Report, Mr. Smoker, it's the 16th branch, and the person in charge is Colonel Mouse. Sergeant Tashigi, the glasses girl, replied. Rat. What a rat! Let him roll over here. No, I'd better go and see it myself. Smoker got up and strode out. East Blue, the 16th branch. Not good. Not good. This is not good. Arlong is such a waste, he was killed. Being killed is fine, but these things have been exposed. Colonel Mouse chased Mousebeard, anxiously turning around. No, we must draw a clear line between ourselves and this matter. We must not let those ignorant villagers talk nonsense. Someone, prepare a boat for me, and go to Kikoya West Village now. Chapter 18. There is no more oppression from the fishman Arlong. After 7 years of absence, the quiet and peacefulness returned to this small village. Everything is on the right track, and everything is moving in a good direction. It would be even better if there was no worship with the rat bow. Rat! How dare you come here? Arlong's gang has been wiped out, your backer has fallen, and we will not give you money anymore. A villager growled angrily. What? I don't quite understand what you mean. I am the righteous Colonel Marine, and my backer is the overlord of the sea, Marine, who will never fall. The sly-looking Colonel Mouse said righteously. As for the Arlong gang you mentioned, I have nothing to do with them. I don't know them at all. I came here this time because I learned about what happened here and came to comfort you. Tell me, Arlong has been here for so long and bullied you for so long, why didn't you come to me? If I knew, you would have been liberated long ago. Colonel Mouse said with great sorrow, shamelessly putting all the responsibility on the villagers' cowardice. There was also a marine who was in cahoots with them and took a camera to record it as evidence of whitewashing. Listening to Colonel Mouse's extremely shameless speech, the villagers present couldn't help but blush. Damn! I've never seen such a shameless person. You dead rat from the stinking ditch, do you dare to swear to God that you have nothing to do with Arlong? If you hadn't covered for Arlong and his gang, how could Marine not have found out? Half of the protection money we paid to the Dragon Group went into your pocket. At this point, you still dare to come here and say such things. A worm like you is not worthy of being a Marine. Damn it, Lao Zi is getting angrier and angrier the more he thinks about it. The villagers were all filled with righteous indignation, and their anger reached a critical point. However, due to the other party's status as a colonel and the gun in his hand, they never dared to take action. Until... Rat! The girl's angry cry exploded. Bang! A rotten egg flew from behind the crowd and hit the rat in the face. Seeing Nami taking action, the villagers were all excited. The next second, countless rotten eggs, rotten tomatoes, rotten vegetable leaves, etc. were thrown towards Colonel Mouse and his entourage. Previously, they did not dare to take action because of their concerns about Mouse's identity. But now Nami took the lead. They knew that with Mouse's petty mind, he would definitely hold on to Nami. For Nami's safety, all the villagers exploded. They could tolerate being attacked, but not Nami. Troublemakers! A bunch of troublemakers! Colonel Mouse screamed in frustration. He ran away with his head in his hands under the attack of the villagers' rotten eggs. Even the warning shots could not calm the anger of the people. In the end, he had to flee back to the warship in disgrace. Get out of here, stinky mouse! Don't let me see you again! Don't step into this island again! Nami put her hands on her hips and scolded in a delicate voice. Stinky women and troublemakers, the colonel has written down this account book, just wait. After leaving a harsh word, Colonel Mouse hurriedly drove the warship away. At this moment, a cliff about a kilometer away from the port. Xiaolin, what should we do? Thor tilted his head and looked at Luolin. Well, I almost forgot that none of those guys are human. Let's get rid of them all. Luolin ordered lightly. If you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. Since we want to solve the problem, we should completely eliminate it from the root. Yes. Thor responded, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the original place. The sea area about 20 miles away from Shimotsuki Village. Damn, that group of unruly people. Colonel Mouse gritted his teeth, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Just wait for me, you are useless. This sea area is ultimately under Lao Zi's control. After a few years, the storm will settle down. At that time, I will definitely let you look good. Without Arlong, there are still cats and dogs. Lao Zi can cooperate with whoever he wants. Colonel Mouse, who has tasted the sweetness of cooperating with the dragon group, will certainly not easily let go of the life of getting rich. After all, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Over the years, with the help of Arlong and his gang, he easily obtained a huge amount of wealth that he could not get in 100 years. And that Nami, I never noticed her before, she is such a beautiful girl, she will be more outstanding in 2 years, and I must not miss her. Ho ho ho. Colonel Mouse was more and more proud as he thought about it. Just then. Swish. Without any warning. The shadow of death fell. The fear from the most fundamental part of life made him sweat profusely in an instant. Look at the sky. What is that? That woman, what does she want to do? The Marines who were in cahoots with Mouse screamed in fear. Mouse suddenly looked up, and the last thing he saw was the deep purple dragon roar cannon that pierced the sky and the earth. Boom! Boom! The entire warship, along with Colonel Mouse and his party, was reduced to ashes. Coco West Village. Crash! Rowling suddenly lifted the rod. Ding dong! Good luck, congratulations host for getting A-level skill, Steel, same as Saking Gishu and Zhen, the effect is 100% to deprive the opponent of any item, which can be evolved. Chapter 19. Ah. Are you leaving now, Mr. Loyalin? We haven't thanked you properly yet. Everyone in other villages wants to thank you too. When the news of the benefactor's departure was known, the whole village of Shimotsuki was in an uproar. All the villagers who got the news came to the port spontaneously, either to keep him or to see him off. After knowing that Loyalin was determined to leave, the villagers were busy preparing various specialties. By the way, Nami? Where is Nami? Mr. Loyalin and his friends are leaving, how can Nami not come to see them off? The busy Windmill Aegean thought of Nami and his face was full of anxiety. It's okay, Mr. Aegean, Nami is already a big girl, we don't need to worry about her anymore. Nokai Gao smiled slightly, not worried at all. The Never Air Force set sail and went farther and farther. Just then. Oh, my wallet is gone. Me too. When did it disappear? This silent method, could it be Nami? Look, there's still someone at the stern of Mr. Rowling who hasn't come down yet. Oh, that person is Nami. Ha ha ha, goodbye, Nami. You must come home often. The villagers who reacted all laughed and waved. Everyone, goodbye. Nami playfully stuck out her tongue, holding a dozen wallets in her hands. She's really gone. Windmill Aegean was lost. Don't worry, Nami has met her best friend. Suddenly, a scene appeared in Nochigo's mind. Under the bright moonlight, a young man and a woman in the orange grove. Is it really that amazing? If they come back next time, maybe. No, what am I thinking? Nochigo shook his head repeatedly, his face burning. On the other side. Never Air Force. Navigator Nami reports, everyone, please give me your guidance in the future. Nami saluted with full energy. Please give me your guidance, Nami. Great, Nami. Thor and Kuina were all smiling, and were happy for Nami's joining from the bottom of their hearts. Mr. Rowling, what's wrong? This should be because I left my hometown. Why do you look more depressed than me? Nami asked puzzled. No, 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 I'm not depressed, I just have a small problem. Rowling waved his hand. What's the problem? Tell me, I will help you if I can. Nami patted her chest with a solemn promise. Well, it's like this, I just learned a new skill of stealing, and now I'm a little itchy, I want to find someone to try it out. Rowling said. Stealing skill. Nami was stunned at first, and then his eyes lit up. This is unfortunate, it hits the old trick. No need to find someone else, just find me, but I am East Blue's famous thief. I am the only one who steals from others. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to steal things from me without knowing it. Nami said proudly, and stood up and put her wallet between the justice gullies in front of her. Come on, Captain, try to steal the wallet from me. Nami hooked her hand provocatively, feeling nervous and expectant. Because once Loelin made a move, he would definitely touch her. Okay then. Just as Nami was thinking about it, Loelin was also ready to attack. He raised his right hand from a few meters away, and the next second, his palm suddenly glowed. Theft skill, activated. Loelin's right hand clenched violently, and the warm touch that followed indicated that the skill was successfully activated this time. He had already stolen something from Nami, but, it seemed that it was not a wallet. Is it over? Kuina, who was watching from the sidelines, tilted her head curiously. Ahem, it's over. Rowling nodded awkwardly. Hey? Is that over? Nami was stunned, and then reached out to take out her wallet again. See, I said, no one can steal my wallet under my nose. Nami said proudly, but a flash of disappointment flashed in her eyes. That, little Nami, I didn't say it was your wallet that was stolen. Originally, Loelin didn't want to make it public, but looking at Nami's smug expression at the moment, he slowly opened his palm. A small palm-sized, sky-blue object with white stripes lay in Loelin's palm. Ah! Ah ah ah! Nami's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, her voice rose more than octaves, and she quickly covered her skirt with both hands. It was not until then that she finally noticed that she felt cold under her body. This, you, when was it? Nami was so shocked that she couldn't even speak properly, her little face was shy and annoyed, and at the same time mixed with a little excitement. Really, Xylan, how can you joke like this to Nami? Thor said, taking the panties in Rowling's hand and returning them to Nami. Then, he whispered in Rowling's ear. Xylan, if you like them, you can ask me for them. Any style is fine. Rowling. No. Just a little joke. Rowling looked at Kuina, hoping she would smooth things over. Brother is an idiot. Kuina, who misunderstood Rowling's meaning, quickly covered her skirt and trotted into the cabin. No. I'm really not AHI. Marine 16 branch. A marine warship is anchored at the branch port. Colonel Smoker, please wait a moment. Colonel Mouse left for Cocoa West Village this morning to express his condolences. I'll go and notify him now. Chapter 20. East Blue, 16th Branch, Colonel's Office. Arlong and his gang have been occupying this sea area for 7 years, and you know nothing about it. Who would believe this if you tell them? Do you think Lao Zi is an idiot? Smoker's angry roar echoed in the office, frightening all the branch marines. Of course, they also knew that this lame excuse was completely untenable, but they dared not admit it. Although Smoker and Mouse are both colonels. But there is a gap between colonels. The colonel of the branch will automatically be demoted by 2 levels when he arrives at the headquarters. Although Smoker is at the Logue town base, he is also a genuine colonel of the headquarters. It's just that because of his thorny personality, he offended someone in the headquarters and was demoted. In addition, this time Smoker was carrying the order of Vice Admiral Crane. Not to mention ordinary marines, even Colonel Mouse would be scared. Colonel Smoker, All matters of our 16th branch are under the charge of Colonel Mouse. Why don't we wait until he comes back from Kokoyasi Village? A branch major tried to speak. Mr. Smoker, something happened. The bespectacled girl Tashiji came quickly, her face solemn. What happened? Smoker frowned. Colonel Mouse and his group who went to Kokoyasi Village this morning have completely lost contact. Tashiji reported. What? Smoker's face suddenly changed. After coming to the 16th branch to investigate, Smoker has roughly determined that there is something fishy between Colonel Mouse and Arlong's group. He is also ready to make the Marine's termite mouse pay the price. It's just. Before he is convicted in a real military court, Mouse is still a colonel of Marine. No one else is qualified to judge him. However, prepare the warship now and go to Kokoyasi Village. Smoker ordered. Yes. 4 hours later, the warship arrived at Koko West Village. When the villagers learned that the shameless Marine had come again, their anger rose again. Get out of our island, Marine. We won't trust you anymore. Go back and tell the stinky rats to come at us if they have any tricks. The villagers blocked the port and cursed. It was not until Feng Jiajian and Nakago arrived, and Smoker revealed his identity, that the situation was finally under control. Sorry, Colonel Smoker, everyone has been under a little pressure recently, please forgive me. Feng Jiajian said. No problem, I came here this time to learn more about the whole incident, and the headquarters is also very concerned about it. Smoker asked patiently. Well, I will tell you everything I know. Feng Jiajian nodded and told him everything that the evil dragon gang had done in the past 7 years, as well as Colonel Rat's affairs. Listening to Ajian's story, Smoker's expression became more and more ugly. I thought the rats in the 16th branch were just vagrants. I didn't expect that as a Marine, he would actually collude with pirates and oppress civilians together. Once this kind of thing is exposed, it will inevitably cause great loss of Marine's reputation. At this moment, Smoker wanted to skin Colonel Mouse alive. After a long while, Smoker finally suppressed his anger. Then the last question, did Mouse come here this morning? Smoker asked. He came, but we scolded him away. Feng Jiajian nodded. What happened after that? Did anything happen? Smoker asked again. No. Ajian shook his head blankly. I know, let's stop here, I will definitely handle the follow-up matters properly. Smoker said. Tashiji, let's go. Oh. Tashiji, who was chatting with Nakago on the other side, quickly got up. Wait, Miss Tashiji, I have one last question, that. Could Kuina-chan be your sister? Nakago asked. Kuina? Who? I don't have any sisters. Tashiji shook his head blankly. Oh, sorry to bother you, I made a mistake. Nakago said hurriedly. Well, I'm leaving. Tashiji turned and left. Are they really not sisters? But, they really look alike. Nakago muttered softly. On the other side, on the deck of the warship. Mr. Smoker, how is it? Is there any news about Mouse and his group? Tashiji asked. No. But Mouse is likely to have been killed. Although there is no evidence yet, the person who took action should be the swordsman who saved Koko Village. Smoker said. So what should we do next? Should we report to the headquarters? Tashiji asked. No. Wait a minute, let's talk about it after I meet them. Smoker said. Meet? Mr. Smoker, do you know where they went? Tashiji was puzzled. I don't know, but, they are going to Logue town anyway. Smoker spoke confidently. A month passed quietly. In the past month, Loyalin has traveled to more than 10 islands with different styles. He and Thor went fishing in various environments, and also in various places, and gained a lot, such as the daily value has exceeded 3,000. The only regret is that he did not meet other members of the protagonist group, especially Zoro. Loyolin has been looking forward to the scene of Zoro and Kuina meeting, which will definitely be very interesting. However, if they don't meet, they can't force it, and there will be more interesting journeys waiting for them. East Blue is indeed very large, but in terms of excitement, the Grand Line is naturally the most exciting. It is a place where the strong compete, and it is also a man's romance. It can't be missed anyway. However, before going to the Grand Line, they still need to go to the last transit battle Logue Town to make some preparations. Mr. Loyolin, are you really not going to go to the town? This is Logue Town, the starting and ending town, the place where the pirate king Gold Roger was born and died. Nami asked. No, you can go. Loyolin waved his hand, looking serious. It's not because I'm not interested in Logue Town. But just now the system sent a prompt. There is a big fish about to be caught. It's the first big fish in a month, so Loyolin must stick to the front line of fishing. Well, let's go. Nami said as she pulled Thor and Kuina off the boat. Here it comes. Here it comes. This is the feeling. Whoosh. The fishing line suddenly tightened. Chapter 21. Logue Town. The town of beginning and end. 21 years ago, the pirate king Gold Roger was executed here, and the prelude to the Great Pirate Era was opened. Today, this square where the pirate king was once executed has become a famous tourist attraction. Especially for pirates, this place is like a pilgrimage site. After Roger was executed, many pirates stood on the execution platform every year and made bold statements. This phenomenon was finally curbed until Smoker took office as the head of Logue Town Marine Base. For novice rookie pirates who don't know Haki, Logia is almost an unsolvable ability. Thanks to Smoker's deterrence, the once chaotic town has now become orderly. At this moment, Execution Square. Look, Thor, Kuina, that is the execution platform where the pirate king Roger was executed. Nami was like a tour guide, introducing it to Thor and Kuina. Before coming to Logue Town, she had obviously made sufficient preparations. The treasure of the pirate king. Roger pirates conquered the huge wealth of the Grand Line. Everything was hidden by him on the final island. The legendary Great Secret Treasure, One Piece, has not been found in the past 20 years. When talking about the Great Secret Treasure, Nami's eyes sparkled. Great Secret Treasure, One Piece? Although I don't know what it is, Xylan will definitely find it if others can't find it. Thor said confidently. Maybe there is no need to look for it at all, that great secret treasure may be caught by me at any time. Kuina spoke seriously. Yet. Nami nodded repeatedly in approval. If Rowling found it, it would be the same as if she found it. Thinking of the legendary huge treasure, Nami was so excited that she trembled. After visiting the execution square, the three women acted separately and looked for the target store. Although the facilities on the Never Air Force were complete, it also needed some small things to embellish it. This task was entrusted to Nami. Thor devoted himself to Rowling and served him wholeheartedly. After they separated, she went straight to the clothing store in the town to pick out various uniforms. As for Kuina, as a talented kendo girl, she naturally wanted to go to the weapon store. Although there was no shortage of weapons, it would be good to have a look to broaden her horizons. In addition, she also needed to buy tools such as whetstones to maintain swords. It took an hour in the weapon store. Kuina finally bought what she needed. She pushed the door open with satisfaction, but before she walked far. Woo woo woo. The crying of a little girl from the alley ahead attracted Kuina's attention. As a righteous girl, Kuina certainly couldn't turn a blind eye to this. When she learned that the little girl was separated from her parents, Kuina immediately took the little girl to the marine base in the town. With the help of the Marines, the girl's parents were quickly contacted, and the incident was settled. Ah, She is worthy of being Tashiji-chan's sister, as enthusiastic and capable as Tashiji-chan. A middle-aged marine sergeant looked at Kuina with admiration. Hey! Kuina was stunned. Could this middle-aged man know me? Who is Tashiji? Maybe he recognized the wrong person. Kuina shook her head, but didn't dwell on this issue too much. After the little girl was taken away by her parents, Kuina also left and prepared to meet up with Nami. Not long after Kuina left. Ding-ling! The beautiful girl wearing square glasses pushed the door open. Oh, Tashiji, you are a little late. Your sister has just left. Ah, but I didn't know that Tashiji actually has a heroic sister. The middle-aged marine sergeant sighed. Hey? What are you talking about? I don't have a sister. Tashiji was confused. Hey, isn't that girl your sister? They look so similar, as if they were carved from the same mold, and they are both swordsmen. The middle-aged marine sergeant was also shocked. A girl who looks like me. Tashiji frowned and thought. Suddenly, her mind flashed. She thought of the conversation with Nojigo in Coco West Village a month ago. At that time, Nojigo also mentioned that she looked like a girl, and even thought she was the sister of the girl named Kuina. Are they here? Tashiji looked solemn. Notify Mr. Smoker immediately. At this moment, Logue Town Port. The crowd was noisy and the crowd was constantly moving. Oh, make way, let me pass. Hey, what happened all of a sudden? Did something happen at the port? I don't know, I heard that a fisherman caught a super big one. Hey? Fisherman? Are you kidding? What's so good about this excitement? Hey, don't underestimate the fisherman this time, it is said that the movement is very big. Maybe a sea king was hooked, and now the two sides are still in a confrontation. Wow, if I can see someone catch a sea king with my own eyes, I will have something to brag about in the future. People who like to watch the excitement in Logue Town are constantly gathering at the port. Mr. Smoker, what should we do? If this continues, there will be a congestion. A marine spoke nervously on the roof of the port warehouse. Let our people maintain order and don't let people get close to that side. The chain-smoking Colonel Smoker, with 2 cigars in his mouth, ordered. He had arrived here an hour ago. However, he did not contact Loyolin immediately. One reason was that he saw Loyolin playing a game with the big goods. Although he was not a fisherman, he knew what fishermen valued most. The second and more important reason was that he wanted to observe Loyolin's strength. Another quarter of an hour later. Oh! The crowd in the port burst into a shocking noise. At the bow of the Never Air Force, Loyolin held the rod with one hand. One fishing opened the gate of heaven. Crash! A small mountain rose on the sea surface. The giant under the sea finally revealed its true face. Just when everyone was full of expectations. The next second, the sudden turn of events made everyone's waists flicker. The fishhook that should have hung the giant was actually empty. The giant was off the hook? No. Only Loyolin knew that the giant had been successfully loaded. Ding dong! Good luck, congratulations to host for shipping SS level One Piece Roger's top level Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 22. Oh my god, it's off the hook. Ah, what a pity. With such a big noise, it must be a giant of 400 to 500 kilograms. No, I think it's over 1,000 kilograms. If you don't catch it, I'm afraid you'll remember it for the rest of your life. Oh, let's go. The excitement is over. Tisk, what a waste of emotion. I thought I was going to witness history. That's it. It's better to let me do it. If I slide for a while, maybe it will come up. At the port of Logue Town, people watching the excitement talked one after another, some regretful, some mocking. Rowling would not take people's discussions to heart. At this moment, the arc of his mouth was harder to suppress than AK, and the excitement in his heart was stirring. Conqueror's Haki. The king's qualifications can only be awakened by 1 in a million people in the pirate world. As a strong man galloping on the sea, you can use it, but you can't do without it. Conqueror's Haki represents a kind of status in a sense. After all, being handsome is a lifelong thing. Marine's top 3 admirals are impressive. But they don't have Conqueror's Haki. Indeed. The basic Conqueror's Haki can only clear miscellaneous soldiers. But at this moment, what Rowling awakened was not ordinary Conquerors. It was the top Conqueror's Haki of Gold Roger in One Piece. Conquerors reaching this level is not limited to clearing soldiers. It can also have a substantial attack effect on the surrounding environment. Once. Oh no, 3 years in the future, Wano Kuni, 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks released Conqueror's Haki from 800 miles away, which shocked Marine's top admiral Green Bull to tears, raised his hands and surrendered in embarrassment, and even couldn't maintain the elemental transformation. It can be seen that the top Conqueror's Haki has a strong suppressive power in the battlefield of the strong. As the superior teacher of 4 Emperor's red hair, Pirate King Roger's Conqueror's attainments will definitely not be weaker than red hair. Feeling the mysterious power dormant in his body, Loelin has a hunch that once it is fully released, it will be earth-shattering. After watching the excitement, the crowds of spectators gathered at the port dispersed in 2s and 3s. Ta-ta-ta. The uniform footsteps suddenly sounded. A team of more than 10 Marines trotted over and blocked a corner of the port. Not long after, the White Hunter Smoker appeared with a cigar in his mouth and white smoke billowing. "Chat?" Smoker asked. "Okay." Loelin, who was in a good mood, smiled and responded. "You did the things in Coco West Village?" Smoker said. "Yeah." Loelin nodded lightly. "The other party is a vicious pirate. If you encounter such a thing next time, you can report it to our Marine. Don't try to be a hero." Smoker kindly reminded. "Report to Marine? Is it useful?" Loelin spread his hands and sneered. Smoker's expression froze. For a moment, he was speechless. Because the tragedy of Coco West Village this time was caused by the Marine Rats and the Dragon Group. But Smoker thought about it. Loelin must know the inside story if he said so. Then, that possibility is even greater. Thinking of this, Smoker considered and spoke again. A month ago, the colonel of the East Blue 16 branch and his party left Coco West Village and have been missing ever since. Do you have any clues? No need to look for them. They are dead. I killed them. Loelin spoke lightly, as if he was just telling a trivial matter. What the hell? The missing Colonel Mouse and the others. This man turned out to be the culprit of that incident. And he actually admitted it so directly. This. All of Smoker's personal Marines were stunned, and for a moment they felt their brains were going to crash. Do you know what you are saying? Smoker's face suddenly darkened. He had already decided that if Rowling could be more tactful. Even if Rowling himself didn't admit it, he wouldn't do anything. After all, what Mouse did was not worth dying for. But Smoker never expected that Rowling would be so bold. Admitting everything directly in front of him was trampling on the Marine's face. While that BD Mouse deserves to die, he must be tried by a military court before he can be convicted. Others don't have the qualifications. Smoker said in a deep voice. Hat. Rowling laughed sarcastically. You didn't fly the pirate flag, I could have turned a blind eye, but, doing this kind of thing, openly challenging the dignity of the Marine, do you know what this means? Smoker spoke again. I'm just a traveler, but if you Marines insist on labeling me a pirate, then I can't do anything about it. Rowling spread his hands helplessly. Looking at Rowling's reckless behavior, Smoker's only patience was exhausted. In that case, let me learn your tricks. Chi. A large amount of white smoke poured out of Smoker's body, covering the port. Smoker clenched the sea stone in his hand and was about to attack with elementalization. At this moment, Smoker noticed that Rowling on the ship took a step forward. This step made the world change color. The clear sky was covered by heavy dark clouds. The howling wind caused waves in the calm marine. Crack! Black and red lightning burst out from Rowling's body, ravaging the world. At the same time, there was also an incomparable and powerful pressure from the Overlord. Ah! Smoker couldn't help but scream. The elemental smoke body was forced to dissipate. Plop! Smoker, who returned to his original form, half-knelt on the ground uncontrollably. Chapter 23. The black and red Conqueror's lightning shook the heavens and the earth, and exerted pressure on all directions. Plop! Plop plop! At the port of Logue town, the people who had not left had their eyes rolled back without warning and fell to the ground one after another. In just a short second, only one person could barely stay awake in the huge port. Even if he had not fainted, Colonel Smoker had already knelt on one knee, with big beads of sweat dripping down. This is Conqueror's Haki. Smoker gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. At this moment, his heart was already filled with turbulent waves. There was no more arrogance on his face, only shock and horror. Of course, he knew the whole story of the Cocoa West Village incident very well. He knew clearly that Luo Lin, who could kill Arlong with a bounty of 20 million and cut off a building with a sword, was extraordinary. However, he never expected that Luo Lin's strength was far beyond his imagination. I thought that I was invincible with the power of Logia, and I could control the opponent steadily. But I never thought that Rowling didn't even need to use his hands from beginning to end, and he could control him with his hands in his pockets. As an elite colonel of the naval headquarters, Smoker would naturally know Conqueror's Haki. But before today, he never knew that Conqueror's Haki could be so terrifying. It would be fine for ordinary people, but Rowling's Conqueror's was so strong that even he couldn't bear it. In front of Rowling's Conqueror's Haki, he couldn't even do the elementalization of Logia, and his body was almost paralyzed. Just feeling this breath made him have no intention of resisting. Even if he relaxed for a moment, he would faint like others. However, the next second, something even more shocking happened to Smoker. Well, you are not bad. You can withstand the 50% Conquerors I released. Rowling nodded. Who are you? Smoker was going crazy. Such a terrifying Conquerors was only 50%? What a joke. I have said it before. I am just an ordinary traveler. I will not offend others unless they offend me. Rowling said lightly. Smoker. Ordinary? I am ordinary. Whose ordinary breath can make me kneel down? When did such a monster appear in East Blue? Mr. Smoker. The panicked cry of the girl broke the silence of the port. What happened here? The girl with glasses Tashiji ran towards Smoker quickly, with panic and confusion on her face. When she knew that Smoker had gone to the port, Tashiji set off immediately. I didn't expect to see such a terrible scene as soon as I came here. All the people in the port fell down, and Colonel Smoker, who was a Logia ability user, also knelt down. Just at this moment. Hey! What's going on? Brother, what happened here? Nami, Thor, and Kuina came from the other side of the port. When they saw the scene of the port, they were also shocked. Don't worry, nothing happened. Luo Lin smiled gently. That's good. Kuina breathed a sigh of relief quietly. The next second, her eyes met with the girl with glasses not far away. In an instant, the two girls, one big and one small, were stunned in place. Hey, the human girl over there looks like Kuina. Thor said in surprise. Kuina-chan, that can't be your sister. Nami asked. No, I don't have sisters. Kuina shook her head again and again. She was an only child when she was alive. Even if Kojiro gave birth to another daughter out of loneliness after his death, she is now at most about the same age as her. So you are the Tashigi mentioned by the Marines. Kuina thought of the middle-aged Marine she met not long ago. So you are Kuina. Tashigi also looked at this girl who was 90% similar to herself with curiosity. Without waiting for the two sides to have further communication, Tashigi, let the Marines come to deal with the aftermath. Smoker, who was no longer oppressed by conquerors, finally stood up and gave orders. Then let's go too, don't disturb the work of the Marines. Rowling smiled slightly. Yes. Thor, Nami, and Kuina boarded the ship happily. With Rowling's order, the Never Air Force set sail and headed towards the Grand Line. On the other side, Logue Town Port. Mr. Smoker, what exactly happened here? Tashigi asked curiously. Don't ask anything. The other party's level is too high. You will know it later. Smoker said faintly. I'll leave the things here to you. I need to go back and submit a report to the headquarters. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, the legendary Marine Vice Admiral Hiro Garp pushed open the door of the Marshal's office. I heard that Smoker, the thorny kid who can't turn around, seems to have been defeated in East Blue. This is really strange. Who in East Blue can make that kid suffer? Garp, who was born in East Blue, naturally knows East Blue very well. In his impression, no one in East Blue should be able to deal with Logia's Smoker. You will know it by yourself. The Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Crane, threw Smoker's report in front of Garp. Conqueror's Haki. And just the Conqueror's out of the way made Smoker's kid kneel down. This is not something that ordinary Conquerors can do. When seeing the process in the report, even the Marine hero Garp couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Yet, it seems that East Blue has really produced an incredible guy this time. The Chief of Staff Vice Admiral he shook his head. What's worse is that someone seems to be stuck in a dead end. Vice Admiral He's eyes fell on Marshal Sengoku, who frowned. Anyway, before the military court trial, Rat is still a colonel in the Marine. Outsiders are not qualified to judge, let alone decide his life or death. This is a slap in the face of our Marine. Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth. Let's observe for a while. After all, even Smoker, the kid who can't bend down, said this time that if it is not necessary, don't push them into a hostile position. Vice Admiral he shook his head. Chapter 24. In the sky, the weather suddenly changed. The clear sky was replaced by heavy rain clouds. The heavy rain poured down without warning. The sea surface rolled, and waves came one after another. What is that? A huge wall? Why is there a wall in the sea? Through the hazy fog, Kuina saw the huge red earth wall that towered into the sky, and her mouth opened wide in surprise. That is the red line that is said to divide the Vice Admiral world into two. To be honest, this is the first time I have seen it. It is said that after crossing the upside-down mountain, you can reach the Grand Line. Nami swallowed her saliva, with a little nervousness in her voice. Even though she was used to the ups and downs of East Blue, it was her first time to cross the upside-down mountain. A supercontinent that spans the entire planet? How high is it? What's on it? It's really curious. A hint of excitement flashed in Thor's eyes. Xiaolin, I want to go up and take a look. Well, go. Rowling nodded in agreement. Thor bent her knees slightly, and the next second her petite body suddenly soared into the sky like a cannonball, opening a large hole in the thick rain cloud. Wow! Even Nami and Kuina, who knew Thor was very powerful, were shocked again. Hey, Loelin, how powerful is Thor? Kuina asked curiously. Well, I can't say for sure, anyway, you just need to know one thing, no matter how powerful the enemy you provoke, Thor can help you deal with it. Loelin said seriously. How strong is Thor at full firepower? Loyolin didn't know this either. In the world of Dragon Maid, Thor once said that he could easily destroy the earth, but he didn't actually show it. But she and another dragon, Illuma, easily fought from the sky to the depths of the underground magma. The highest combat power of the sea, the Four Emperors, is not a big problem for Thor. The only thing to pay attention to is the hidden secret weapon of the world government. Easily wipe out a country, create an unhealable hole in the sea, and trigger earthquakes around the world, causing the sea level to rise by 1 meter. This level of magnitude is not a joke. And this is just the technological product of Vegapunk. What is the more mysterious Uranus? Even Loyolin, a time traveler, doesn't know. Girls, hold on tight, we are going to enter the upside-down mountain canal. Loyolin grabbed the rudder with both hands and fine-tuned the direction. Never Air Force rolled over the surging waves and accurately drove into the gap in the red earth wall. Driven by the upside-down mountain climbing canal, the ship accelerated towards the top. This strange scene made Nami and Kuina both mouth-to-ear shocked. 5 minutes later, the Never Air Force broke through the cumulonimbus cloud and reached the top of Upside-Down Mountain. In an instant, the sky was bright. So beautiful. Nami stood at the highest point of Upside-Down Mountain and looked at the boundless sea, her beautiful eyes full of intoxication. Everyone, I'm getting fat. Thor, who had been circling the red line, fell from the sky and was held by Rowling in a princess hug. Although he did not land directly on the deck, the powerful force of the dragon's fall still fell on the ship. The next moment, the bow of the Never Air Force was down. It began to accelerate like a roller coaster. Oh ah ah ah! The girls' exciting cries were heard all of a sudden. The youthful and energetic laughter added a bit of color to the twin cape. It also attracted the attention of the old man Hwaer, who was lying on the chair on the shore watching the news. However, before the old man like a flower, the sea surface of the twin cape suddenly had violent waves. A small hill suddenly rose on the sea surface, the sea water kept surging, and a scarred whale appeared in front of Rowling and his party. It was the island whale Laboon, who had been waiting for the Rumber pirates for 50 years. Wow, the legend is true. The first checkpoint of the Grand Line that people who cross the upside-down mountain encounter is really a whale as big as a mountain. Nami screamed in surprise. This. It seems a little bad. Are we going to be eaten? Kuina swallowed nervously. But the next second, she remembered Rowling's evaluation of Thor's strength not long ago. Her heart suddenly settled down again. Wow, what a big whale, I wonder what it tastes like to eat. Thor's eyes lit up and he was eager to try. Rowling! Wait! Before Rowling could stop him, an old voice came first. Hearing that Thor wanted to eat Laboon, the old man next to the lighthouse couldn't sit still. As the former ship doctor of the Pirate King, the knowledgeable Crocus naturally had extraordinary eyesight. He could see the extraordinariness of Rowling's 4 people, especially Thor's hidden aura. Laboon, don't be rude, get out of here. Crocus scolded. Jiao! Laboon cried out and retreated obediently. It was impossible not to obey, after all, the dragon power on Thor was too terrifying. Oh, old man, did you raise this whale? It's too cool. Nami asked in surprise. No, Laboon. This is a slightly long story, do you want to listen to it? Crocus asked. Although the aura of Rowling and his party was terrifying, Crocus could also see that they were not extremely vicious. If he knew the story of Laboon, he should not hold Laboon anymore. Then listen to it for the time being. Rowling controlled the rudder and moored to the shore. That was about 50 years ago. Crocus looked nostalgic and began to tell the past of Laboon and the Rumba group. As a time traveler, Rowling knew all about it, and after listening for a while, he started chatting with Thor. I originally wanted to ask Thor about what he saw on the Red Line. After all, Rowling had never been to the Red Line. He only knew that the other side of the upside-down mountain was the holy land of Marie Joyce. However, even Rowling did not expect that this conversation would lead to such a bombshell. What? Thor, you blew up the holy land of Marie Joyce. Chapter 25. What? You blew up the holy land? When he heard this news from Thor, Llewellyn was stunned and his voice rose by more than 8 degrees. The sudden roar scared Thor and made him shrink his head, interrupting Kroka's story. Nami and Kuina tilted their heads to look at Llewellyn. Ahem, sorry, you guys continue, Thor and I have something to talk about. Llewellyn coughed, suppressed the shock and surprise in his heart, and immediately pulled Thor to the side. Xiaolin, I didn't make a scene recklessly, I just punished those annoying humans a little bit. Thor hung his head like a child who had done something wrong. Tell me in detail, what happened? Llewellyn asked, his eyes bright and expectant. That's it. Didn't I just separate from you to go to this red continent to take a look, and then? I thought about going to a farther place to see if there would be any difference. Thor began to tell about the 10-minute journey that he had separated from Llewellyn not long ago. In short, Thor accidentally opened the space portal and went to the holy land of Marie Joyce on the other side. Looking down from the clouds, he saw celestial dragons conducting inhumane experiments in the slave arena. Feeling the huge resentment emanating from the whole city, Thor couldn't help but fired a shot at the Holy Land. However, because he was worried that Rowling was a human, he was afraid that Rowling would be angry and dislike her afterwards, so Thor didn't roar with all his strength, but just flattened the celestial dragon's arena. I'm sorry, Xiaolin, I won't run around again next time. Thor twisted his little hands together and spoke weakly, like a child waiting for his parents to criticize him. However, ha 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 ha. Rowling suddenly laughed, laughing happily. Look up, Thor, you didn't do anything wrong, it's better to say you did a great job. While Rowling said this, he held Thor's little face and gave a passionate kiss to the delicate and pure petals. Hey! Thor was so dizzy from Rowling's kiss that he was completely stunned. He thought Rowling was going to punish him, but he didn't expect it to be a reward. That's Xiaolin, don't you blame me. Thor scratched his head in a daze. Blame? Why should I blame you? The city you went to is the ugliest place in the world. It would be better if it was blown up. Rowling said. Really? Then I'll go again. Thor was immediately encouraged and rubbed his hands, eager to try. Well, there's no need to be too anxious. We'll go together later. Rowling smiled. As you wish. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Headquarters Building, Marshal's Office. Marshal Sengoku was still worried about how to deal with Rowling. Just then. Beep. A piercing alarm sounded. This is the highest wartime alarm of the Naval Headquarters. Marshal Sengoku. Naval Headquarters Lieutenant Commander Meeting King Branyu hurriedly pushed the door open. Branyu, what happened? Marshal Sengoku asked in a deep voice. Something big has happened, Marshal. Just now, the Holy Land Marie Joyce was attacked by a terrifying existence, and suffered heavy losses. Branyu reported concisely. What? Marshal Sengoku's eyes widened, and he stood up suddenly in shock. Puff, ha 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 ha. The hero old Garp, who was eating senbei on the side, couldn't hold it back for a while and couldn't help laughing out loud. Sorry, I suddenly thought of something happy. Garp waved his hands and argued, saying that he was not gloating after hearing that Marie Joyce was in trouble. Vice Admiral he gave Garp a helpless look. Branyu, explain in detail, what exactly is the terrifying existence? It's a dragon. Branyu said with a stiff face. Dragon? Could it be Kaido? Marshal Sengoku said in shock and anger. When it comes to dragons, people naturally think of the strongest creatures on land, sea, and air, 4 Emperor's Blue Dragon Kaido. No. Probably not Kaido. According to the report from Marie Joyce, it's not a blue dragon that attacked, but a giant green dragon. Holy Land Marie Joyce. The Tianlong arena is in a mess. Doctors, nurses and celestial dragons guards are urgently rescuing. At this moment, Pangu City, 5 Elders Meeting Hall. Report to 5 Elders, so far, 25 celestial dragons have died in this accident, and the number of casualties is still increasing. In addition, the heir of the Feek Allen family is also in this accident. Enough! Mercury 5 Elders Wokayulai shouted, interrupting his subordinate's report. Damn it! A green dragon? Where on earth did it come from? Venus 5 Elders Nesujuro's face was extremely ugly. How could there be other people with the ability of the dragon fruit mythical beast in this world? Because Jupiter 5 Elders Peter was interrupted by Saturn Satan with a look before he finished speaking, as if this was a taboo that could not be mentioned. In any case, this matter must not be let go. No matter what the identity of the dragon is, it must pay the price. Hokage 5 Elders Marcus Moss said coldly. Holy Land Marie Joyce, turmoil continues. At this moment, the initiator of the Holy Land incident, who is remembered by the world's highest powers, is happily preparing a dinner to celebrate the new journey of the Grand Line. On the other side, Crocus also finished telling the story of Laboon. Wow, Laboon and the Rumba Pirates. It's so touching. Kuina's eyes were red and she sobbed. I didn't expect the bond between whales and pirates to be. What a pity, alas. Nami was also moved and sighed. 50 years have passed. The Rumba pirates may have already become algae in the sea. The whale Laboon's perseverance and waiting are destined to have no results. This is also the consensus of almost everyone who has heard this story. Of course. As a time traveler, Rowling knows. The Rumba pirates are still alive and there are survivors. Even if he died and only a pile of bones was left, he still insisted and did not forget the agreement with Laboon. Well, maybe when I go to that sea area in the future, I can try to find it, and then let Thor open a space portal to teleport directly back. Rowling thought as he cast the first rod with full confidence. The first fishing in the Grand Line should always yield some good results. However, imagination is beautiful, and the reality is that the fish float is motionless. From the afternoon to dinner, and finally to late at night. Just when Crocus couldn't help but want to step forward to teach Rowling the fishing secrets. Suddenly, the float sank suddenly. The fishing line suddenly tightened. FK. Finally caught something. Loyolin cursed after holding it in for a long time, gathered all his strength, and lifted the rod in one go. The next second, a white skeleton flew out of the water. Loyolin? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for catching the dead brook who was left with only a pile of bones. Chapter 26. Grand Line, the Devil's Triangle. Thick fog shrouds this area all year round. The unique direction of the ocean current is difficult for even professional navigators to accurately judge. At least 100 ships are lost in this sea every year, and when they are found again, there is no one on board. All kinds of terrible rumors have made this place the name of the devil. At this moment, somewhere in the Devil's Sea, a huge, dilapidated ghost ship is drifting with the waves. Footsteps and humming echo on the old, mossy deck. If there are timid people here, they will definitely be scared to death by the scene in front of them. Because the one on the deck that can move freely and even hum a song is a skeleton. Yo hee hee, Binks. Brooke, the only survivor of the Rumba pirates, who died with only a pile of bones, sang sadly and softly. Immersed in the memories of the past, he did not notice that the void behind him suddenly rippled. Then, a large fish hook sprang out like a sword and hooked the back of his collar. Yo hee hee, ah ah ah. The terrifying force pulled Brooke's skeleton body into the void in an instant. When he opened his eyes again, a huge feeling of powerlessness enveloped his whole body. Gurgle. Just when Brook thought he was going to drown inexplicably, the fishing line hooked on his collar pulled him out of the sea and flew into the sky. The graceful 720-degree turn in the air, and finally perfectly. He fell to the ground with his butt raised high. The movement here also attracted the girls in the cabin. Thor, Nami, and Kuina hurried to the deck to watch. Yo hee hee, this is really a close call. I almost thought I was going to fall into the sea and drown for no reason. Brook struggled to move his almost falling apart body and slowly stood up. Hey! 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 Bones! 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 Bones are talking! Ghost! Nami, who is afraid of ghosts by nature, screamed in fear and hugged Thor beside her, seeking a sense of security. Oh, 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 the skeleton is moving, this. Kuina was also very scared and couldn't even speak clearly. In contrast, Thor was very calm from beginning to end. Are there undead creatures in this world? Don't be afraid, they are just the lowest level skeleton soldiers. Thor comforted. She was born in a magical world view, and she was no stranger to undead creatures. Even the terrifying high-level undead lords could only tremble in front of her, not to mention the little skeleton soldiers. Don't panic, everyone, this old skeleton will hold it, you go first. Crocus, who came to his senses, immediately picked up the harpoon and nervously pointed it at Brook. Even as a ship doctor of One Piece, he was well informed, but it was his first time seeing a ghost, so he was inevitably nervous. Well, don't be too nervous, Crocus, this guy is not a supernatural creature. Llewellyn laughed and said lightly. Llewellyn knew the identity of the living skeleton he caught. This was a coincidence. During the day, he was thinking about when to help the loyal whale Laboon. This idea came true at night. Brook, who was far away in the Devil's Sea, was directly caught by him. His fishing rod is even better than the soul-stealing rope of the Black and White Impermanence. Hee, although I don't know who you are, as this gentleman said, I am a real human being, but I have become what I am now for some reasons. Brook took off his hat and bowed to everyone like a gentleman. Well, meeting is fate. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Brook, a musician, and my hobby is... Before Brook finished speaking. Hey, Brook, and a musician. Kuina seemed to realize something and her eyes widened suddenly. Look carefully, he still has an afro. Nami was also surprised. Musician. Brook. Afro. These elements flashed through Crocus' mind and finally connected into one. Because he just recalled it during the day, Crocus' memory is now the clearest. At this moment, Crocus's image of Brook of the Rumba Pirates completely overlaps with the skeleton in front of him. You, are you really Brook? Crocus' voice trembled with excitement and disbelief. Looking at Crocus's expression, Brook, who originally wanted to show off, was stunned for a moment. After looking at it with his empty eyes, he unconsciously felt a little familiar in his heart. Are you Mr. Crocus? Brook asked tentatively. It's me. I'm Crocus from Gemini Cape. Crocus nodded heavily. Buzz. At this moment, Brook felt that an invisible hammer hit his head, making his head buzz and almost unable to think. He hurriedly ran around, looking around, as if confirming something, and finally couldn't help but fell to the ground and cried loudly. Tears could not stop flowing from his empty eye sockets, across his white bone cheeks. I'm back. I'm really back. This is the Gemini Cape that I have been dreaming about for 50 years. Laboon, I'm back. Brook cried and laughed, and screamed out of control. Splash! A huge seawater mountain rose on the sea surface. Under the bright moonlight, a huge island whale emerged from the sea. The huge whale locked its eyes on the skeleton on the shore without blinking. Ciao ciao, welcome back. Chapter 27. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. Bring Binks wine. The magnetic a cappella voice accompanied by the beautiful violin sound echoed over the Twin Capes. 50 years of waiting, 50 years of companionship, 50 years of promise, everything is in this song, pirate song. At the end of the song, Brook put down the violin, opened the skull, took out a sound shell, and pressed the play button. Everyone, let's sing a chorus for the last time. Okay, this should be our last. Brook, we have no hope, but you still have hope. If you can really be resurrected, then take this sound shell back to the Twin Capes. Bring our last chorus to Laboon. Then, let's start. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. Yo ho ho, yo ho ho. A chaotic but joyful ensemble came from the sound shell. Brook and Laboon, one person and one whale, were both intoxicated by this long-lost wonderful chorus. The distant memories of 50 years ago emerged involuntarily in my mind. Laboon, we will definitely come back. After traveling around the world for a week, we will definitely come to pick you up. In the dark, those familiar voices rang in the ears of the man and the whale. Back. All back. However, gradually, the sound of the ensemble became less. The accompanying violin and cello stopped abruptly one after another. All that was left was the piano solo and the sound of tears falling on the keys. In the end, even the piano solo disappeared completely, and everything returned to death. Listening to this series of changes in the grand ensemble in the sound shell, Crocus was silent, and Nami, Kuina, and Thor pursed their lips at the same time. Although they did not experience that past personally, they could roughly understand what happened just from the changes in the music. This audio was the last song of the Rumba Pirates 50 years ago. They encountered a terrible shock on the Grand Line. All of them have reached the end of their lives. But, just as Laboon has always remembered them, even at the last moment of their lives, they still haven't forgotten the little friend who stayed at Twin Cape. They left their last ensemble for this friend. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho. Brook picked up the violin and sang again. He wanted to continue singing for Laboon. But his voice was constantly choking. Tears couldn't stop overflowing from his eyes. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, Laboon. I'm really sorry for making you wait for us for so many years. I'm really sorry for turning into this appearance that you don't recognize. I'm sorry. Jiao 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 jiao. Laboon the whale's eyes were filled with tears, and he kept saying to comfort her. That's great, Laboon. The flower-like old man in the lighthouse, Crocus, had moist eyes. Wow, Laboon and Brook, one waited for 50 years, the other insisted on coming back from the underworld even if he died. The friendship between them is really. Kuina's eyes were red, and she was moved to tears by the reunion of the whale Laboon and Brook. 50 years, it's almost a lifetime for humans. Thor sighed softly. But, how did Brook become a skeleton? Xylan, is there a necromancer in this world? No. There is no necromancer in this world, but there is devil fruit. Brook ate the fruit of the underworld before his death, and he can get a chance to be reborn after death. As long as the soul returns to the body in time, he can be resurrected. At this point, Loelin changed the subject. As for why he became a skeleton, it was purely because his soul got lost when it returned. It was 2 years later when he found his body. At that time, his body was already a skeleton. So that's it. This is incredible. Thor nodded in understanding. Necromancer? This world. Listening to the conversation between Rowling and Thor, Nami couldn't help but have small question marks appearing above her head, and her CPU was about to burn. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Wait a moment, Mr. Rowling, how do you know these things? Brook didn't seem to say it, and there's more. We just heard Old Man Crocus talk about this past event during the day, and Brook at night. Mr. Rowling, what on earth are you? Listening to Nami's questions like 100,000 whys. Rowling didn't answer, stretched himself, and turned back to the ship. Okay, it's getting late, let's all go to bed early and leave some space for Laboon and the others. Wait a minute, Mr. Rowling, you haven't answered my question yet. I won't be able to sleep. Ha 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 ha. In a place no one noticed, petals fell and shattered without a trace when they landed. What an interesting man. Early the next morning. Dawn pierced the darkness. The sun shone on the earth. Wow, no, 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 no. I almost disappeared. A sudden scream broke the silence of the Twin Cape. What's wrong? Brooke. Crocus, like a flower, strode out while putting on his clothes, looking around vigilantly. Rowling, Thor, Nami, and Kuina also walked out of the cabin one after another. Sorry, everyone, I disturbed you. This is my problem. Brooke said apologetically. What happened? Nami, with panda eyes, yawned. Obviously she didn't get enough rest last night. In fact, I once encountered the 7 warlords of the sea gecko Moria. He used the power of the shadow fruit to make my shadow. Brooke narrated his experience in a concise manner. It's okay. As long as I don't appear in the sun, I'll be fine. I can sleep during the day and sing for Laboon at night. This is also good. I have no regrets in dying to meet Laboon like this. Brooke himself has already said so, so Loelin and others will naturally not say anything more. However, if we meet Moria in the future, we can help solve it. After having breakfast together, it's time for Loelin and his party to embark on a new journey. Mr. Loelin, I'm really. Thank you so much. Brooke prostrated himself and knelt down to thank Loelin. Get up, this is your own luck. Loelin said lightly. Brooke, you and Mr. Crocus will accompany Laboon from now on. Laboon has waited for you for 50 years, you must make it up to it. At least sing to it every day. Nami, Kuina, and Thor laughed. Yes, I will. Brooke nodded solemnly. Then, goodbye. With Crocus, Brooke, and Laboon watching, the Never Air Force gradually went away. Mr. Crocus, Mr. Rowling is really an incredible person, he is simply a god. Brooke stood in the shadow of the lighthouse and whispered with emotion. Only he knew that before coming here last night, he was still in the Devil's Sea thousands of miles away, drifting aimlessly. Rowling's means of bringing him here from thousands of miles away in an instant were almost divine. Ah! He is indeed an incredible man. Crocus sat on a recliner, holding a morning newspaper delivered by the newsbird this morning. The front page headline of the morning newspaper: The Holy Land Marijoy suffered a terrorist attack. Could he be Nika? No matter what, the sea is going to get lively from now on. Chapter 28. Early morning. Countless newsbirds fluttered their wings, bringing earth-shattering news to the world. The attack on the Holy Land Marijoys. The whole sea was shocked. The White Earth Island ravaged by sand and dust. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Baldigo. As a huge organization that openly defies the world government. The Revolutionary Army has its own channels to obtain first-hand information about the world government. At this moment, the high-level meeting room of the Revolutionary Army. Mr. Long, after our multifaceted investigation, it is probably this existence that attacked the Holy Land Marijoys yesterday. The projection telephone bug opened with a click, and the base intelligence control officer Terry projected a photo onto the screen. Wow! When they saw the towering green dragon on the projection screen, all the high-level officials of the Revolutionary Army were shocked. Dragon! It's actually a real dragon. How can this legendary creature really exist in this world? Lindbergh, the captain of the Southern Army, shook his head repeatedly. If it's not a real dragon, then it's a power user, the dragon fruit mythical beast dragon form, right? East Army Captain Balo Betty raised his eyebrows. If it's really a mythical beast power user, it's impossible that he has been unknown until now. North Army Captain Karas said in a deep voice. Everyone, compared to exploring his identity, the most important thing is that he attacked Marie Joyce. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Maybe we can try to recruit him to join. For us, this is also a huge help. The young Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff Sabo suggested. Yes, you are really worthy of being little Sabo. Western Army Captain, Giant S.E. Mori, threw a wink. Mr. Long, leave this to me. Sabo said seriously. Well, then I'll leave it to you, Sabo. First go to East Blue, you should find some useful information. Revolutionary Dragon nodded in agreement. New World, Wanguo Tato Land. This is the headquarters of the 4 Emperors Big Mom Pirates. As one of the 4 emperors who reign over the sea, the Big Mom Pirates have the world's best intelligence network. Mom. Got it. This green dragon is not the first time it has appeared. About 2 months ago, East Blue had a related rumor. The intelligence officers of the Big Mom group, led by the clerk Mondor, reported excitedly. Well done. 4 Emperors Big Mom laughed happily. Mom, leave this to me. I will definitely catch the dragon and make it my collection. 4 Generals Snag volunteered. New World, Wano Kuni Ghost Island. 4 Emperors Beasts Pirates Headquarters. A real dragon? I remember that Vegapunk had a similar experiment before. Could it be that the test subject escaped? Plague Queen guessed. Ha, are you stupid? Queen, this is clearly a person who may have the ability of the mythical beast of the dragon fruit. You can't even think of this. You'd better abdicate as soon as possible and stop being the boss. Let me do it. The irritable beautiful girl Runty sneered. What are you talking about, little girl? Don't be delusional. As long as Lao Zi is alive, you will always be a flying six-pack. Quinn yelled in dissatisfaction. On the throne, 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts laughed loudly. Can the mythical dragon kill me, the Azure Dragon? Future Island, Egghead. Dragon. It's actually a real dragon. This is an unprecedented discovery. PUNK03 Edison said excitedly. Calm down, Edison, it should be a power user. PUNK04 Pythagoras said. In other words, the mythical dragon of the dragon fruit? This is really interesting. PUNK02 Lilith's mouth corners raised. Whether it's a real dragon or a power user, as long as we can get his bloodline factor, we will definitely be able to complete the original task and create a real dragon. The Vegapunk with an apple head said excitedly. Beckman, do you mean to say that the dragon that attacked Marie Joyce is related to this group? 4 Emperors Red Hair Shanks looked at his deputy who put the photo of the dragon together with the photo of Rowling, and couldn't help asking. No, it's just a vague guess. The only connection between them now is that they are both in East Blue. Just based on this point, it's still a little bit whimsical. Just treat it as my illusion. 4 Emperors Red Hair Pirates Vice Captain Ben Beckman laughed and shook his head. Phew, the sea that has been quiet for so long has finally become interesting. Dress Rosa, Shishibukai Doflamingo laughed heartily. Although I don't know who you are, I really appreciate it. Thank you for letting us out. The 9 Snake Pirates, Boa's sisters thanked excitedly. If possible, I really want to meet the world's most beautiful woman, the pirate queen. Boa Hancock whispered to herself. One of the initial islands of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. Bounty hunters disguised as villagers gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing the big news this morning. In one of the houses, a beautiful girl with a blue high ponytail was also flipping through the newspaper. Just then, a piece of paper fell out from the newspaper and landed on the girl's white thigh. The blue-haired girl opened it curiously, and when she saw the message on the paper, Her beautiful pupils suddenly shrank. What on earth is this? The storm of the Holy Land attack incident is still fermenting. At this moment, as the initiator, Thor, and Rowling and his party are leisurely enjoying the journey. Ding dong! Congratulations host on the delivery. Chapter 29. Ding dong! Lucky moment, congratulations to host for posting the continuous rod card, limited to 3 hours. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for posting the Day-O Power plus 10. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for posting the Day-O Power plus 30. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for posting the Marine 6 Style Shave. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for posting the Marine 6 Styles Moonwalk. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for posting the B-level Ninjutsu Shadow Clone. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for posting the Happy Water. It can arouse people's most essential desires, and the effect is outstanding. Those who understand will understand. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for posting the Doraemon prop accomplice mark. As long as you stick one of these accomplice marks on yourself and the other on the other, the two will become accomplices. Once one of them gets into trouble, the other will definitely not stand idly by. Ding dong! Congratulations host has Doraemon's props, the Bad Luck Ray gun. Once you are hit by the Bad Luck Ray, you will encounter bad luck one after another. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for having the Medical Encyclopedia, the Medical Grandmaster. Ding dong! Congratulations to host. 3 full hours. With the effect of the continuous rod card, Llewellyn did not rest for a moment. He was either swinging the rod or on the way to swinging the rod, and he had a lot of harvest. Although there was no big surprise, it was also a hearty continuous rod. As a fisherman, Llewellyn expressed satisfaction. Nami, I'll leave it to you next, just put these things in the storage room. Llewellyn lay comfortably on the beach chair, leisurely enjoying Thor's attentive maid service. Yes, yes, yes. Nami put her hands on her waist, looking at the various strange things piled on the deck, speechless. Sure enough, his captain could catch anything except fish. In the evening, a strange-looking island appeared in the sight of Llewellyn and his party. Wow, what is that? A cactus? So big. It's just like a mountain. Looking at the distant scene from a distance, Kuina couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. According to Mr. Crocus's map, the first island we arrived at on this route is Whiskey Peak. Navigator Nami said. Hey, the thorns on that cactus mountain are actually tombstones one after another. Thor, who has a vision of 8.0, saw the tombstones all over the mountain. As a time traveler, Llewellyn is very clear. That is the work of the bounty hunter group entrenched in Whiskey Peak. With the support of the Baroque works, they specifically guard here and hunt down the unlucky people passing by. They disguised themselves as hospitable villagers and used banquets to get inexperienced newcomers drunk. In the end, they were captured without bloodshed, and the dense tombstones were their masterpiece. It's a year before the plot begins, but they should have joined Baroque works. I wonder if they are still here. The corner of Rowling's mouth raised an arc of expectation. It wasn't long. The Never Air Force entered the inner river of Whiskey Peak. There were shadows in the misty shore. That was the bounty hunters of Baroque works observing in secret. Here they come. Here they come. Another big fat pirate is here. This kind of new pirate who just entered the Grand Line is the easiest to deal with. No. No. That doesn't seem to be a pirate ship. There is no skull flag. No matter if it's a pirate or not, don't leave if you come. Oh beauties! There are several beauties on that ship, I've reserved them. Stupid, don't be lustful, everything goes according to plan. The bounty hunters in the dark whispered in a self-conscious manner. Little did they know that their every move, every word and deed was under their control. Xiaolin, are you going to do it? Thor narrowed his eyes dangerously. Don't worry, play with them. Rowling said calmly. Bang! Bang bang bang! Fireworks rose into the sky one after another, exploding brilliant lights and shadows. Woo oh oh oh! Warm cheers exploded. Welcome! Welcome to Grand Line! Welcome to the hospitable town of Whiskey Peak! The bounty hunters cheered enthusiastically. Hey! What's wrong? Nami and Kuina were both confused, not knowing what was going on. Just then, a middle-aged man with exaggerated aristocratic curly hair stood out. Well well well! The middle-aged man cleared his throat. My name is Akalem, and I am now the mayor of Whiskey Peak. This is a town of brewing and music. We are most proud of entertaining guests. Mr. 8, a digital agent of Baroque Works and captain of the Alabasta Guard, Akalem introduced enthusiastically. For his warm hospitality, Rowling would not refuse and gladly accepted it. Night fell. A noisy wine party was held in the town tavern. Well, well, well. Akalem cleared his throat habitually. Although we have many beautiful girls here, Mr. Rowling probably doesn't need it. Both Thor and Nami are first-class beautiful girls. Although Kuina is still young, she can already see the beauty. In this Whiskey Peak, there is only one girl who can compare with them. Well, if possible, I would like to let the girl over there drink a few glasses with me. Rowling pointed at the blue-haired girl hiding in the corner of the tavern and observing secretly. Tisk, are you tired of playing with the women around you and want to change your taste? And you fell in love with Princess Vivi at first sight. With me here, how can you succeed? Akalem gritted his teeth secretly. As the captain of the Kingdom Guard, he naturally would not watch the princess being flirted with. Just as Akalem was thinking about the reason to shirk. The next second, something unexpected happened. Okay. Alabasta Princess Vivi agreed with a big smile. Chapter 30. The current princess of Alabasta, Nefertari Vivi. 1 year ago, in order to find out the reason for the country's drought. As a princess, she decided to infiltrate the enemy and sneak into the Baroque Works undercover. After a year of hard work, she only got in touch with the outside of this organization. I don't know how long it will take to find out the truth. However, just this morning, things ushered in a turnaround. Someone quietly put a note in the newspaper and delivered it to her. The content of the note was far beyond Vivi's imagination and gave her a head-on blow. Because the note clearly pointed out her hidden identity, the Princess of Alabasta. The other party already knew her identity, which meant that she could be exposed and killed at any time. But the other party did not do so, but pointed out a clear way to save the country. Although I don't know who the mysterious person who left the note is. Even if I don't know what the other party's purpose is. But, in order to save the millions of people in Alabasta, at present, she can only follow the path provided by the other party. A man and 3 women will arrive at Whiskey Peak soon. Try to get close to them and gain their trust. They will be the key to whether you can save Alabasta. Based on the information provided by the mysterious man, Vivi knew at a glance that Loelin and his group were the people she wanted to contact. She had been observing secretly since the evening. As a result, she saw nothing except Loelin's handsomeness. As expected, she could only communicate in depth. Just when Vivi was thinking about what reason to get close, it happened that Loelin called her name. After a moment of hesitation, Vivi made a decision. She sat down next to Loelin openly, ready to be a hostess for the first time. All for Alabasta. Vivi's expression was firm and her eyes were firm. Don't be so stiff, miss. Loelin casually stretched out his big hand, put his arm around Vivi's shoulders, and brought her to his arms. Mr. Loelin, please drink. Vivi forced a smile and handed over the wine glass. If you want me to drink, this alone is not enough. Rowling shook his head. Then what does Mr. Rowling have to do to get me to drink? Vivi asked. If there is a kiss from a beautiful woman, I can drink even a barrel of wine. Rowling joked, trying to tease this kind-hearted princess who cares about the people. It was just a casual remark, but he never thought. The next moment, a warm touch fell on his face, leaving a distinct pure mark. Anyway, this guy looks okay, in my aesthetic. Vivi lowered her head, trying to comfort herself in her heart with shyness. This guy is absolutely unforgivable. Akalam clenched his fists, his eyes almost spitting fire. Hee hee. Rowling seemed unaware of Akalam's hostility and waved his hand. Waiter, serve the wine. Gudong. Gudong yudong. Another glass. At this moment, Rowling also experienced the joy of the big brothers spending a lot of money in the club. With a beautiful girl like Vivi as a companion, who can resist drinking a few more glasses? Llewellyn was happy, but Nami was almost depressed. Gulp gulp. There was no need for others to persuade them to drink, the two girls here just kept drinking. As for Kuina, she was just a child, not to be feared at all, and it didn't matter whether she was drunk or not. Why? Why is this? I'm not bad, why is it? Looking at Llewellyn who was playing happily with Vivi on the sofa seat, Nami drank a glass with Thor with a depressed face. This wine is really not good, another glass. Thor yelled. Nami. As the main wife, Thor, who has a substantial relationship with Llewellyn, didn't feel anything. On the contrary, No, I'm not anxious, but I'm speaking up for my sister. Thor is too simple. As a sister, I must remind her. Nami thought seriously. What's wrong? Thor looked at Nami with a silly face. Thor, you look over there, don't you feel anything? Nami asked. No, isn't Xylan drinking too? What's wrong? Thor asked puzzled. No, you and Mr. Rowling are already in that relationship, aren't you angry when you see him being intimate with other women? Nami said bluntly. No. Thor shook his head without hesitation. Alas, don't you like Rowling? Nami was shocked and her beautiful eyes widened. Of course not, I like Xylan the most. Thor said seriously. Since you like him, why don't you want to possess him? Nami was stunned. Like doesn't mean you have to possess him. As long as Xylan has me in his heart, I will be satisfied. Of course, if he can have S*X with me from time to time, it would be even better. Thor smiled innocently. It's over. This love-brained girl is hopeless. Nami slapped her head helplessly. The next second, her eyes suddenly lit up. It seems, it's not impossible. As the queen, Thor is so generous, doesn't she have a chance too? Just when Nami was imagining a beautiful and happy future. On the other side, Rowling, who drank 20 glasses of liquor in a row, was drunk. Mr. Rowling, you are drunk, I will help you go upstairs to rest first. Vivi said considerately. Rowling hung his head and did not respond. Well, let's do it. Akalam raised a subtle arc at the corner of his mouth, and immediately followed Vivi upstairs, ready to teach this lecher who took advantage of the princess a lesson. However, after going upstairs, Princess Vivi refused Akalam's entry. He and the drunk Rowling entered the room alone. FK. Akalam was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 31. Bang. The door of the guest room was closed by Vivi. Akalam, who was about to follow in, was stunned. What's going on? Princess, what is the princess going to do? Could it be that she really likes that pretty boy? Thinking of the scene not long ago when Vivi took the initiative to agree to accompany him for drinking and even gave him a kiss. Akalam's mouth gradually grew bigger, and his chin almost touched the ground. I thought it was just a casual play, but it turned out to be love at first sight. What's so good about that pretty boy? He's just a little handsome. How can a man who has several girls around him and is still flirting with other girls outside be a good man? At this moment, Akalam's mind was full of thoughts. He thought of the bloody plot he had seen in the storybook. The princess fell in love with the scumbag at first sight, eloped on the spot, and finally returned home pregnant with the baby. Because of his daughter and grandson, the king had to compromise. Not long after, the king died of illness, and the princess and the scumbag became the new masters of the country. Until then, the scumbag finally revealed his identity as the prince of the destroyed enemy country, and his purpose was to take revenge. Thinking of this, Akalam couldn't help but shudder. No. As the captain of the Alabasta Guard, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Even if Loyolin didn't have the messy life experience he imagined, it wouldn't work. Because Princess Vivi is still a child, it's too early for her to be a mother. As the princess's guard, if he really let another man succeed and defiled the princess, then he would be a sinner of Alabasta, sorry for the country and the king, and could only die to apologize. Akalam secretly made up his mind that if he heard any sound later, he would stop it even if he risked his life. At this moment, inside the guest room, the two people in the room were unaware of Akalam's wild and crazy thoughts outside the door. So, miss, you brought me up from downstairs, what do you want to talk to me about? If it's about love, I don't mind. Loyolin changed his previous drunken state and spoke lightly. Hey. Vivi took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. I'm here to tell you the truth about Whiskey Peak. The hospitality you see now is all a false illusion. No one in this town is an ordinary person. They are bounty hunters under the criminal company Baroque Works. The purpose is, since she has chosen to approach Loyolin and ask for help, she must be unreserved. Oh. Listening to Vivi's confession, Loyolin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly, and was a little surprised in his heart. He was a little unsure about Vivi's thoughts. Could it be that she really fell in love with him at first sight? According to what you said, this town is full of Baroque bounty hunters, so you are also an accomplice. If so, why tell me? Loyolin narrowed his eyes slightly. I don't know how to explain it, just think of it as my conscience. Vivi laughed at herself. Anyway, I have some say here. I will cover for you later. You can take your companions and leave. Vivi sighed in her heart. After all, she still couldn't do what the mysterious man said. After observing for a short period of time, Vivi knew. Rowling and his party were not evil pirates, but just travelers. She didn't want to see innocent people, especially beautiful girls like Thor, Nami, and Kuina, fall into the abyss of despair. To put it another way, even if Rowling and his party really had some ability, she didn't want to drag irrelevant strangers into the water for no reason. The crisis of Alabasta still had to be solved by themselves. Since the mysterious man behind the scenes knew her identity, but did not expose her, but pointed her the way, then it means there is still hope. If the other party can turn against her and help her, maybe. As a princess who dares to go undercover in a criminal company, Vivi certainly won't be a person who has no opinion and lets others lead her. In such a short time, she has made many plans for the next step. But plans cannot keep up with changes. I know. Loyolin stood up, stretched, and then his big hand fell on Vivi's head and rubbed it gently. What a good child, let's talk about the rest later. After that, Rowling pushed the door open and walked out. You. Looking at Rowling who suddenly went out, Akalam outside the door suddenly glared. Before he could speak, Rowling had already strode past him. Wait, Mr. Rowling. Vivi, who had come to his senses, hurried to catch up. Princess Vivi, great, you're fine. Looking at the neatly dressed princess, Akalam breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw his own princess chasing after the scumbag, Akalam's heart suddenly lifted again. Gritting his teeth, stamping his feet, and also quickly following. Not long. Rowling came to the stairs. At this moment, the atmosphere in the tavern on the first floor gradually became subtle. The wine was almost finished, but Thor still didn't look drunk. The bounty hunters couldn't hold back their temper and wanted to show their true colors. Just as a bounty hunter quietly pulled out a dagger. Click! There was a sound of footsteps on the stairs. Then, an invisible breeze passed by. The next second, without any warning, snap! 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 All the bounty hunters in Whiskey Peak rolled their eyes and fell unconscious. Another glass. Thor drank on his own. Kuina released the hand holding Gan Jiang Moye and picked up the juice again. Hey, Mr. Loyalin, you are not drunk. Looking at Loyalin going downstairs, Nami stood up and threw herself into Loyalin's arms. Hey, Mr. Loyalin, what's wrong? Why did everyone fall down suddenly? Nami's eyes were hazy, her breath was like orchid, and her little hands wandered around Loyalin dishonestly. I don't know, maybe I'm tired. Loyalin shrugged. It's good to be young, fall asleep as soon as you lie down. Vivi, Akalem. Goddamn young people fall asleep as soon as they lie down. Thor, Kuina, get ready to pack up and go back to the boat. Loyalin said lightly. Yes. Thor and Kuina stood up with their usual expressions. And Miss Vivi, I don't like to owe favors to people. If you have anything to do, you can come on board with me. Forget about the uncle over there. There are no extra rooms on the ship. Rowling looked at Vivi again. Okay. Vivi nodded blankly. In fact, her brain was in a state of downtime at this moment. She didn't even hear what Rowling said clearly, but just agreed subconsciously. It would be bad to refuse again after she reacted. Akalem, go home and report to your father, father first. I'm fine. Leaving this sentence, Vivi hurriedly followed. Watching the princess run away, Akalem opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. What could he say? What could he do? At this moment, his legs were soft. This time he really kicked a huge iron plate. The Never Air Force set sail and sailed away from Whiskey Peak. Just after Rowling and his party left, a slender figure walked out of the island coast. It was just a random move, but I didn't expect that such a great existence would emerge. Now, if I can, maybe I can have a stable life. But, for a woman like me who lives in darkness, stability is just an unattainable dream. Chapter 32. Early morning. Hey, Vivi, you, are you a princess? The girl's exclamations echoed under the sky. Yes. Feeling everyone's gaze, Vivi scratched her head as if a little embarrassed. The moment she boarded Rowling's ship, Vivi was ready to tell everything. Not only the truth about Whiskey Peak, but also her true identity. Wait a moment, Vivi, if you are a princess, why would you hang out with bounty hunters from a criminal company? Did you run away from home to find excitement? Nami asked curiously. No, I won't commit a crime for excitement. Vivi waved her hands to deny. Why is that? Kuina blinked her eyes. That's actually because. Vivi took a deep breath and told the whole story. Hearing Vivi's story, Nami and Kuina covered their mouths and sobbed. I'm sorry to make you laugh, I'm really a useless princess. Vivi sighed. How could it be? How could you be a useless princess? Nami held Vivi's hand. You gave up your comfortable life as a princess for the sake of the people and went deep into the enemy's territory. You are simply the best princess. Nami's eyes were moist. Vivi's story resonated with her. She saw her former self and felt the same way. In comparison, she was only responsible for a small village, while Vivi was responsible for a country with a population of tens of millions. Yet, Vivi, you are really amazing. Kuina also nodded in agreement. So, Princess Vivi, you have been undercover for a year. Have you found the instigator behind the scenes? Or are there any suspects? Rowling, who was sitting on the Diaoyute, suddenly asked. No, I haven't touched the core of the organization yet, but... Vivi hesitated. If you have anything to say, just say it. Thor smiled. Yet. Vivi nodded. This is just my guess. There is no evidence. The boss behind Baroque Works is probably the 7 warlords of the Sea Sir Crocodile who has been entrenched in Alabasta for 10 years. Shimatsuki? I seem to have heard of this title somewhere. Oh, Brooke said that his shadow was taken away by Shimatsuki. Kuina reacted. 7 warlords of the Sea Crocodile, I have heard of it. They are big shots. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Nami shook her head solemnly. No, I don't mean to let you take risks. In fact, I already have a plan. After getting definite evidence, I will ask Marine for help. Before Vivi finished speaking. No. Nami shook her finger. I mean, it has to be paid more. Nami said seriously. Ah. Vivi was stunned. Having fallen into Nami's trap, Vivi had no way to escape and signed a huge loan agreement in a daze. Hehe, how is it, Captain? Nami, who had fooled Vivi, put her little head in front of Loyolin, with an expression of seeking praise. After boarding the ship, Nami had already planned her role. She didn't have the power of Thor, and she couldn't even beat a child like Kuina. Nami positioned herself as the navigator, financial manager, and secretary on the ship. As a qualified secretary, it is necessary to observe the words and expressions and figure out the boss's thoughts. After sobering up this morning, Nami knew the cause and effect of everything, and he had already made up his mind. He knew that since Loyolin let Vivi on the ship, he must want to do something. As a qualified secretary, she must share the boss's worries and negotiate this business. You are really a clever little ghost. Loyolin raised his hand and fell on Nami's little head, rubbing it encouragingly. Nami immediately squinted her eyes comfortably like a cat. After a long while. By the way, Mr. Loyolin, Vivi has the permanent compass of Alabasta, should we change our course? Nami thought of this. Well, there's no rush, let's go to the next island first. Loyolin said. Prehistoric island Little Garden, that's his dream island. Okay, then I'll go talk to Vivi again. Nami turned around and ran away happily. Zhang. The fishing line suddenly tightened. After sitting for more than an hour, there was finally a new product on the line. Loyolin exerted force with his right hand, his biceps bulged, and he hit the target with one shot. Ding dong! Double happiness, congratulations to the host for the successful double flight, the goods are Bajiquan Li Shuwen, Tajiquan Wang Yat. With Taiji in literature, the world is at peace, and with Beiji in martial arts, the world is determined. All done at once. Chapter 33. It was another early morning. On the deck of the Never Air Force, there were bursts of wind. That was because Loyolin was practicing boxing. At this moment, Loyolin seemed to be the incarnation of an old boxing master who had been immersed in it for many years. His fists were like meteors, his eyes were like lightning, his waist was like a snake, and his feet were like a drill. The center of his waist and tail was straight, and his spirit penetrated the top of his head, and his hardness and softness were connected from top to bottom. He used his head and feet as the heaven and earth, and his shoulders, knees, elbows and hips as the 4 directions. The arms were facing each other, and the danshin was in the center, which meant to create a gate. Leading the chi with the mind, destroying the force with the chi, the 3 plates and 6 points were integrated inside and outside, and the momentum was magnificent. He exerted force in all directions, and his whole body was an eye, and his whole body was a hand. He changed when he moved, and when he changed, he became agile, and his magic was endless. This was the famous traditional Hyuxia boxing, Beiji, which was played out to the fullest in Luolin's hands at this moment. If there were Beiji masters witnessing this, they would be shocked to find that Luolin's Beiji far exceeded the limits of human beings. This is also a matter of course, because Luolin learned the entire inheritance of Li Shiwen, the master of Bajiquan. The steel fist is the best, shins Li Shiwen. Although Li Shiwen in modern times is a master of Bajiquan, he is still within the human range. What Luolin caught yesterday was the power of Beiji in the magical world view, the heroic spirit Li Shiwen in the fate world. Because the martial arts of the heroic spirit Li Shiwen are the most precious treasures, Luolin, who has obtained all his inheritance, can also release the power of the treasure. Dawn is approaching, the morning sun is rising, and a touch of purple air comes from the void, moving with Luolin's fist, and finally sinking into his body as he closes his fist. Strands of white gas evaporate from his body, and large beads of sweat slide down along the well-defined muscle lines. After a set of Beiji, Luolin is not tired at all, but more refreshed. In his heart, he even has the idea of competing with Garp's iron fist. Papa papa. Applause, loud. I don't know when. Thor, Kuina, Nami, and Vivi have also walked out of the cabin. Brother is so handsome. What was that set of boxing before? It's so handsome. Kuina's eyes sparkled, and she sighed from the bottom of her heart. He is worthy of being my captain, perfect. Nami trotted forward, and under the pretext of helping to wipe the sweat, her little hands kept sliding on Luolin's abdominal muscles. Nami, what are you doing? Vivi's little face was red, and her little heart couldn't help beating wildly when she looked at Luolin's perfect body. What's there to be embarrassed about? If you want to touch it, just touch it. Anyway, our captain won't mind. Nami said while grabbing Vivi's little hand and putting it on Luolin's body. Kuina, come too. Nami pulled Kuina into the water. Thor didn't join in the fun. After all, she had touched many more places than Nami and the other two. There was no part of Luolin's body that she hadn't seen or touched. Not to mention touching, she had eaten a lot. No one knew Luolin's taste better than her. Hey, brother, what kind of boxing did you just do? Can I learn it? Kuina asked while helping to wipe the sweat off her face seriously. As a member of the ship, she had the same idea as Nami, and didn't want to be the one who dragged her feet. Although she had a good talent in kendo, she was still too young after all. Well, the previous boxing is not suitable for you, but I have another set, you can all learn it, especially Kuina, you can try to integrate the boxing into your sword. Luolin said. Really? The eyes of the three women all lit up. Of course. Luolin nodded in agreement. In addition to Bajiquan yesterday, Luolin also learned the secrets of Tai Chi. Because of the power of the one-person world Wangdao Kang. This set of Tai Chi also contains the power of Kimen. But these are not something that other people can learn. Come, follow me and learn. Cut a watermelon in half, you get half, I get half. Luolin stood at the bow and taught seriously. A set of teaching was completed. The three women all remembered the key points of the movements. Wait a minute, Captain, is this really a powerful boxing method? Nami asked suspiciously. It always feels soft and has no strength. Vivi feels the same, but Kuina has realized something different. If strength is not a woman's growth, then why not try to overcome strength with softness from another angle? This boxing method is called Tai Chi. I won't teach ordinary people. You will know it if you practice it. Remember to practice it more often in the morning and evening. After teaching, Luolin returned to the cabin to take a shower. Time passed. It was about noon. Captain, we are about to arrive. Record the island pointed by the pointer. Nami reported. Oh. Luolin immediately became interested, put away the fishing rod, and looked at the island in the distance with burning eyes. Mr. Rowling, are you really going to that island? Although I haven't been there, I have heard that the island, prehistoric island Little Garden, is very dangerous. Vivi said solemnly. Prehistoric island? Kuina tilted her head in confusion. Yes. Prehistoric island Little Garden, it is a special island that preserves the ancient climate, and there are dragons. Vivi said. Dragon. Thor's eyes lit up. As a dragon, she was naturally curious about the dragons of Otherworld. To be precise, it is the dinosaurs that have become extinct in this era, and in addition to dinosaurs, there are also legends. Before Vivi finished speaking. What? Just dinosaurs? Thor was immediately bored. Rowling, on the other hand, was still very excited. Because that was exactly the biggest purpose of his coming to this island. That's right. The reason why he wanted to go to prehistoric island Little Garden was not for the two giants on the island, but for the dinosaurs on the island. In his previous life on Blue Star, Loelin had been obsessed with the Jurassic series of movies. He had a great interest in the dinosaurs that appeared in the movies, and even fantasized about having a close contact with the Jurassic. But that was ultimately an unattainable dream. Until now, the dream is about to shine into reality. The Jurassic is already in sight. The Never Air Force docked. Okay, everyone, get ready to land on the island. By the way, the mosquitoes on the island may carry ancient viruses. Pay attention to protection and don't expose your skin. Loelin reminded enthusiastically. Nami in the original plotline was infected with ancient viruses because of mosquito bites. It is always useful to take some precautions. Everything is ready. Under the leadership of Loelin, a group of 5 people landed on the prehistoric island Little Garden. Along the way, everyone was generous and did not need to be cautious at all. With the dragon power of Thor, a real dragon princess, the little dinosaurs are all on the plate. Even the tyrannical Tyrannosaurus Rex is a docile kitten in front of Thor. Along the way, Loelin and his party have captured many mounts such as Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, Brachiosaurus, Pterosaur, etc. Led by the dinosaur army, they finally arrived at an ancient lake in the center of the island. Thor, Nami, and the other 4 girls spread the tablecloth on the grass and prepared for a picnic. On the other side, Loelin set up a fishing platform by the lake and cast the first rod of prehistoric island. Ding dong! Lucky moment, congratulations to host for the Doraemon Prop Magnifying Lamp Plus. Chapter 34. Prehistoric Island, Little Garden. The unique picnic barbecue is in full swing. After eating and drinking, Rowling returned to the lake to fish again. After cleaning up the kitchen waste, the 4 girls of Thor went hiking together and continued to visit the scenery of Little Garden. With Thor, the strongest fighter, following him, Rowling would not worry about the safety of the girls and fished leisurely. About an hour later. Captain! Mr. Rowling! Brother! Xylan, we found a hot spring over there. Let's go to the hot spring together. The girls' surprise cries rang out one after another. Every delicate face was filled with excitement that could not be concealed. Especially Thor, because she had already thought of some happy things. Since going to sea, Thor has tried to be with Rowling in the living room, in the restaurant, on the deck, in the sea, in the orange grove. The hot spring is a new scene that has not been unlocked yet, and Thor is looking forward to it very much. Feeling the girls' hot and expectant gazes, Loelin was about to nod in response. Just then. Boom! The ground shook without warning. The dinosaur army by the lake gradually became restless. Fire! 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 The volcano is going to erupt! Nami screamed in surprise. Hey, it seems that I can't take a bath today. Vivi sighed lightly. It's just a volcanic eruption, don't think about disrupting my plan to unlock new scenes. Thor rubbed his hands and was about to do something. Oh everyone, look over there, it seems that something is coming. Kuina suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the southeast. Gujiajiajiajia, old ghost, the volcano has erupted, come quickly. The laughter like a bell echoed under the sky. It was a giant over 20 meters tall. He wore tattered clothes and held tattered weapons. The most distinctive feature was the thick black beard that was as long as his waist. Gaba Baba, bet on the honor of the Elbaf warriors, and you must win. In another direction, another giant over 20 meters tall strode out. He had a rough face with a messy beard on his chin, with his nose upturned. He held a tattered axe in his right hand and a tattered round shield tied to his left hand. Gujiajiajia. Gaba Baba. The two giants had no more extra words. They wielded swords and axes in various ways. At the same time, each raised a round shield to block the other's weapons. The two sides fought evenly, and no one was injured, only the forest under their feet was constantly destroyed. Giant, 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 why are there giants here? Nami's eyes widened in shock. This is the danger I didn't have time to tell you just now. The rumors are true. There are two terrible giants living on this island. It is said that their battle has lasted for 100 years. Vivi whispered in shock. The panic of these dinosaurs is not only because of the volcanic eruption, but also because of the battle between the giants. Kuina whispered. Xylan, do you want me to deal with them? Thor's eyes were firm. All obstacles that prevented her and Luolin from taking a hot spring bath together would be removed. Don't be impulsive. Let me do it. Luo Junranen held back the restless Thor. If Thor was serious, even the two legendary captains of the giant pirates 100 years ago would be wiped out in an instant. There was no grudge between Luolin and the two giants, so naturally he would not destroy them right away. Besides, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Demon Bragi were also key characters in the later period. Although they had a dark history of being tricked by Mr. in the early stage, it does not mean that they have no strength. In the Battle of Egghead Island, Dori and Bragi assisted Nika Luffy in the duel against the Five Elders, and their performance was remarkable. Although Rowling came to Little Garden for the purpose of not fighting the two giants, since he had met them, he had to do something. Then let you test the power of the two big punches. Rowling made a decision in his heart, and immediately took out a flashlight from his pocket, set a 10-fold increase, and threw it to Thor. It was the Doraemon prop that was caught not long ago, the magnifying glass plus version. To fight the giants, you naturally need the body of a giant. Thor, turn on the flashlight and shine it on me. Yes. Thor responded obediently and turned on the magnifying glass. Swish! A strange beam of light shone on Rowling. The next second, under the shocked eyes of the girls, Rowling ran while facing the wind. It happened in just a few seconds. The 1.88 meter tall Rowling's body suddenly increased tenfold to a terrifying 18.8 meters. Oh, a giant! The captain has also become a giant. Nami was so shocked that her chin almost touched the ground. Oh, hey! Mr. Rowling is a giant. Vivi's voice rose more than an octave. Because it's Unai-chan. Kuina was not surprised. As for Thor, it was even less surprising. No matter how incredible Rowling was, it was natural to Thor. On the other side, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ogre Bragi, who were fighting, certainly would not fail to notice the sudden appearance of the giant Rowling. Old Ogre, wait, look over there, did someone come while we were sleeping? Blue Ogre Dori raised his eyebrows. I haven't seen a face before, could it be a newcomer to Elbaf? Speaking of which, we have been away from Elbaf for a while, I wonder how Cassie and Amwa are doing. Red Ogre Bragi looked nostalgic. Gujiajiajiajia, what's your name, little giant over there? Blue Ogre Dori asked with a big laugh. If you want to know, wait until you beat me. Luolin smiled slightly. Good boy, you are so arrogant, you are worthy of being my Elbaf warrior. Red Ghost Bragi nodded with satisfaction. It seems that you are very confident in your strength. In this case, let me try it. Blue Ogre Dori took off his round shield and inserted the big sword into the ground. Since Loyolin was unarmed, he certainly would not use weapons. While Blue Ogre Dori was taking off his weapons, Loyolin suddenly moved. The target was the red ghost Bragi, who was ready to watch the show on the other side. Swish! Even though he was huge, Loyolin was still very fast. A distance of hundreds of meters was just a blink of an eye. Beiji Iron Mountain Lean. Bang! The strongest and fiercest charge collided with the round shield of the red ghost Bragi. The terrifying shock wave of power flattened the forest within a radius of 100 meters. Boom! Under Loyolin's Iron Mountain, Red Ogre Bragi retreated uncontrollably and finally fell to the ground. Good boy, your opponent is me. Blue Ogre Dori shouted in anger and attacked with a long fist. Loyolin was not in a hurry. While slightly turning sideways, Tai Chi Cloud Hand was launched. Using softness to overcome hardness, using force to fight force, Blue Ogre Dori was thrown out. You two should come together. Chapter 35. For the arrogant and belligerent Elbaf warriors. No matter how many words they say, they can't beat the truth under their hands. If Rowling said that they should attack together at the beginning, there would be a lot of unnecessary arguments between the two sides. So, Rowling chose to attack the two directly. He shut them up with absolute strength. After that, the persuasiveness of saying you all attack together will increase significantly. This is exactly the case. At this moment, listening to Rowling's arrogant declaration of 1-on-2, neither Blue Ogre Dori nor Red Ghost Bragi laughed or refuted. The two giant captains looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Once the master makes a move, you can know whether it is good or not. Previously, Rowling knocked them both down with one move, which was enough for them to know Rowling's methods. Gah, this really scared me, kid. Are you the captain of the giant army of this era? Are you here to find us two old guys to establish your authority this time? Red Ghost Bragi stood up, and his fighting spirit gradually rose. No, I'm just a traveler passing by. Rowling replied with a smile. Gujiajiajia, I understand, you want us to talk about it after we defeat you? Okay, then as you wish, old ghost, how many years have we not fought side by side? Blue Ogre Dori looked at his old friend Bragi. I can't remember. Red Ogre Bragi put down the bruiser battle axe and was about to take off the round shield. Wait. Rowling stopped him. What's wrong? Boy, do you regret it? Red Ogre Bragi asked. No. Rowling shook his head, turned around, picked up Blue Ogre's sword and shield, and threw them in front of Dori. Hey! The two giant captains were puzzled. I want to fight you in your complete state. If you don't have weapons, you won't be able to use many of your moves. Rowling grinned. Also, don't worry about me not having weapons, because my fist is the strongest weapon. As Rowling's voice fell, the huge battlefield fell silent. After a moment, Gujiajiajia. Gaba Baba. The two giant captains laughed at the same time. Good, you have ambition, you are worthy of being our Elbaf warrior. Red Ogre Bragi picked up the battle axe again. We have already felt your determination. In this case, we will not show mercy and will respond to you with all our strength. Blue Ogre Dori also picked up the great sword and round shield again. Then let's get started. Rowling strode forward. This time it's your turn to try my shield strike. Red Ogre Bragi charged forward, leaped up, and smashed Rowling with his left round shield. Rowling did not dodge, raised his right arm, and his forearm collided with the round shield. The next second, the sound of breaking wind exploded. Red Ogre Bragi swung the bruiser battle axe in his right hand and slapped it with the axe face. Because Rowling had no weapon, Bragi was still a little reluctant and did not chop with the axe blade. In this regard, all Rowling had to do was speak with strength. Dang! Rowling made a fist with his left hand, and a powerful blow collided with the axe of Bragi. Then he moved his body casually, and a knee strike knocked Bragi back. Well done! Blue Ogre Dori, who was watching the battle on the side, strode forward and attacked Rowling. Rowling was not afraid at all, and attacked head-on. It didn't take long before Blue Ogre Dori was beaten back again and again. Red Ghost Bragi came again, and then retreated, and then Blue Ogre Dori. After several times, the two giant captains looked at each other and finally decided to join forces. Boy, watch out, this is Elbaf's combined fighting skill. Sun saw. The two giant captains attacked together. This time there was no more holding back. The battle axe and the great sword crossed each other and slashed towards Rowling. In the Battle of Egghead Island, they used this move to cut the 5 Elders of Jupiter into 3 sections and rescued King Luffy. Come on! Loyolin was not surprised but happy, waiting for their joint attack. In an instant, Loyolin changed his fierce Beiji to Taiji, which is a combination of hardness and softness. His hands seemed to have left after images, controlling and guiding Dori and Bragi's power before their joint attack. Loyolin used the Taijiquans use the force to fight the force to the fullest at this moment, causing the great sword and the battle axe to collide. Crack! Snap! Blue Ogre Dori's great sword broke. Red Ogre Bragi's battle axe also shattered. Old Ghost, what are you doing? We haven't cooperated for so many years, and you're falling apart as soon as you come. Blue Ogre Dori scolded dissatisfiedly. Don't talk nonsense, this is not because of either you or me, but because of that man. It seems that he is more powerful than we thought. Red Ogre Bragi took a deep breath and said solemnly. If your attack is over, then it's my turn next. Loyolin smiled slightly. Come on. The two giant captains raised their round shields at the same time and entered a defensive posture. Sun Shield. Iron Mountain Backrest. Rowling charged and hit the shields of the two giant captains with his body. Facing a single giant captain, Rowling's Iron Mountain Backrest could easily knock him away. But the two giant captains' combined sun shields pushed Rowling back. Gah, don't underestimate Elbaf's fighting skills. Gujiajiajia, our sun shield will not be easily broken. The two giant captains who got the upper hand for the first time were a little proud. They really have the qualifications to be proud. In the future battle of Egghead Island, they used this trick to block the Fang charge of Mercury, the strongest of the 5 elders. It's more interesting this way. Rowling's fighting spirit and momentum did not decrease but increased. It seemed that there was chi flowing around him. Treasures, full open. The secret of Bajiquan. Fierce, tiger, hard, climbing, mountain. Chapter 36. The secret of Bajiquan, tiger climbing the mountain. This is one of the strongest killing moves that Li Xuan has practiced all his life. This pair of fists and this martial arts are treasures. The moves are like a tiger out of a cage. While moving forward, the fists, palms and elbows attack in succession, like flowing clouds and water. The tiger's hand, the tiger's claws, the tiger climbing the mountain with overwhelming power. This set of combos not only exerts personal strength. It also draws the energy from the earth. It is released in a state of integration with the heaven and earth, that is, the Beiji. It can be said to be a blow from the earth itself. The smooth continuous attacks are as continuous as the river. At first, the two giant captains can easily block it with the sun shield. But, as time goes by, the smiles on the faces of Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ghost Bragi are gone, and their expressions gradually become solemn. Under the continuous attack of Rowling, their figures retreated uncontrollably one after another. Kaka. The round shields in the hands of the two giant captains made a sound of being overwhelmed. Finally, with a loud bang, the sun shield was shattered and exploded by Loyolin's fist. The mighty power of the earth poured down on Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ghost Bragi. Ah! With a loud cry, the two giant captains flew back hundreds of meters, blood gushing from their mouths and noses, and they were already seriously injured. The winner is decided. No more fighting. No more fighting. I surrender. This is really unconvincing. The two giant captains spoke at the same time and admitted defeat. Even though they still have moves, Elbaf's strongest combined attack Heikoku has not been used. But now it is no longer necessary. The sun shields of the two people were broken by Loyolin head-on. It is enough to show that Loyolin's strength is far superior to theirs. They have a backup, and Loyolin also has one. Although Elbaf's warriors are arrogant, they are not unable to afford to lose. Gujiajia, kid, what kind of boxing did you use before? This doesn't seem to be Elbaf's fighting skills. Blue Ogre Dori sat down cross-legged on the spot and asked seriously. Gah, even our sun shield can't defend it, what an incredible boxing method. Red Ghost Bragi sighed. That is indeed not Elbaf's fighting skills. Besides, I never said I was an Elbaf giant. Rowling smiled. Hey! The two giant captains were stunned. The next second, the eyes of the two captains suddenly widened like copper bells. Because the giant Rowling's body was shrinking. It took a moment to restore to its original size. You are not a giant. Is it demon fruit power? Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ghost Bragi reacted and immediately thought of the most reasonable explanation of the ability user. Rowling did not deny this and let them fill in their own brains. After all, some things are too troublesome to explain. Boom boom boom. The ground trembled slightly. The army of dinosaurs such as Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, Brachiosaurus, etc. quickly approached the ruined giant battlefield. Xylin. Captain. Brother. Mr. Rowling. The four Thor girls rode dinosaurs to Rowling's side. The previous battle was so cool, Captain. Nami gave a thumbs up, her eyes sparkling. Mr. Rowling is so awesome that he actually beat two giants. Vivi's pretty face was full of excitement. Originally, Vivi was somewhat uneasy about dragging Rowling and his party into the fight against Shichibukai. She was afraid that because of herself, Rowling and the other four would be implicated. But witnessing Rowling's powerful strength with her own eyes gave Vivi a shot of adrenaline. If it was Mr. Rowling, he might really be able to defeat Crocodile. The mysterious person who sent her the message must have known this, so he pointed her to this path. Swish! Loyolin jumped up and stood on the Brachiosaurus head more than 10 meters high on the moonwalk, looking at the two giant captains at eye level. My name is Loyolin, a traveler, this time. Loyolin introduced himself casually. He did not become arrogant because he defeated the two. Such an attitude also made the two giant captains very happy. After a chat, Loyolin also established a subtle friendship with the two giant captains. Gujiajia, what an incredible human, I haven't met such a human who is so appetizing for a long time, old ghost, as the host of this island, we must treat him well. Blue Ogre Dori laughed. Gaba Baba, just what I want, then let's prepare the ingredients next, this time let's see who can catch the bigger and more delicious prey. Red Ghost Bragi said. Okay, let's go. The two giant captains left as soon as they said they would, and immediately got up to prepare. Brother, are we going to have a party with the giants tonight? Kuina asked in surprise. Ah, the giants are not saying this on purpose to let us relax our vigilance, but actually want to set a trap. Vivi said with some worry. After all, in the rumors she heard, the giants in Little Garden are extremely vicious. Don't worry, Vivi, even if they really want to do something, it's useless, the captain is here. Nami smiled carelessly, not panicking at all. Facts have proved that Vivi's worries are unnecessary. Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ghost Bragi were indeed notorious in the sea 100 years ago, but that was also deliberately exaggerated by Marine. Although the Elbaf warriors are warlike, they do not kill indiscriminately. After all, they are the race that gave birth to the sun god Nika Boy. In addition, they will give 120% enthusiasm to the recognized strong. Chapter 37. In the evening, Blue Ogre Dori and Red Ghost Bragi each returned with a Sea King's prey. Gujiajiajia, old ghost, is that your prey? It's so thin. It seems that I won this round. Blue Ogre Dori patted the short and fat Sea Kings beside him and laughed. Don't be ridiculous, your prey is fatter than mine, but it's too short, this is my victory. Red Ghost Bragi was tit for tat, not giving in. The two giant captains immediately started a half-hour argument about the prey. This scene made Nami and other girls dumbfounded. Are these two giant uncles who are more than 300 years old in total children? It was night. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The bonfire of prehistoric island Little Garden was bright, illuminating the night. Gujiajiajia, how is it? Sure enough, my prey is more delicious, a bite, the juice splashes. Blue Ogre Dori boasted proudly. Gah, what a joke, what's so good about fat, my prey is still fresh and tender. Red Ghost Bragi did not give in. Another stalemate lasted for more than half an hour. Finally, the two giants' eyes fell on Loelin and his party. Loelin, and the little girls. Whose prey do you think is more delicious? Pa! Nami slapped her forehead. I say, two giant uncles, you are not children anymore, why do you always compare with each other, this and that? Nami complained helplessly. Ahem. Hearing this, the two giant captains blushed. The competition between them has become a habit in the past 100 years. It would be fine if others didn't say it, but it seems a bit childish at first. Giant uncles, according to the rumors I heard, you have fought here 100 years ago, but seeing how you get along, you should be good friends. If you are friends, why do you fight? Vivi asked curiously. After a period of getting along, she found that the two giants were not as ferocious as rumored. Naturally, her fear of the giants was reduced. Hey, little girl, you asked me this question, old ghost, why did we start fighting in the first place? Blue Ogre Dori touched his head blankly. I don't know, I forgot. Red Ogre Bragi also shook his head. You have been fighting for 100 years without even knowing the reason. You have eaten too much salt and have nothing to do. Nami couldn't help but touch his forehead. Hey! On the side, Thor sighed suddenly. What's wrong? Rowling raised his hand and touched the depressed Thor's head. Wow, Xylan, I just went to see it. Because of the volcanic eruption, the hot spring we found is gone. Thor sighed again. Rowling, isn't it just that the hot spring is gone? What a big deal. Rowling, who didn't know Thor's obsession with unlocking the hot spring scene, was about to speak and stepped on the thunder. Little girl, if you want to find hot springs, there are still many over there. I saw them when I just came back. The red ghost Bragi pointed to the southeast. Really? Thor's eyes lit up, and his mood suddenly turned from gloomy to bright. That's great, Sister Thor, we can take a hot spring bath. Kuina was also full of expectations. She had been to the village bathhouse many times. But this was her first time to take a natural open-air hot spring. After eating and drinking, Thor couldn't wait to pull everyone to the direction Bragi said. About a quarter of an hour later, Rowling and his party arrived at the location of the hot spring. As expected. Just as Bragi said. This is a chain of natural hot springs that is more luxurious than what Thor and others found at first. One natural hot spring after another is staggered like terraced fields. Great! Take a hot spring bath. The girls cheered and stripped themselves naked, and jumped into the hot spring pool. Rowling just glanced at it, and then went to the other side to find a large hot spring pool and took a comfortable bath. Although he won the battle with the two giant captains during the day, his physical strength was also consumed. Because of the side effects of the last big move, Tiger hard climbing, his muscles were still sore. Under the effect of the natural hot spring, the originally sore and swollen muscles were also relieved. Just as Luolin was immersed in the hot spring treatment. At a certain moment, a few bubbles emerged from the surface of the hot spring water. Luolin intuitively felt that he was completely wrapped in warmth. Half an hour later. Splash! The water surface was rippled. Hee hee! Thor, like a big white sheep, broke out of the water and laughed. Thor! Luolin raised his hand and touched Thor's little head to show encouragement. It's just the beginning, Xylan. Thor's slender hand pierced the void and took out a bottle of ice drink from it. That was a dozen happy waters that Luolin had stocked a few days ago. After drinking a bottle of happy water, Luolin was immediately revived. The new hot spring scene that Thor had been looking forward to was finally unlocked. Chapter 38. The bright moonlight shines like flowing water, illuminating the earth. In the natural open-air hot spring, 3 beautiful girls are laughing. The occasional spring light makes the scene beautiful. Wow, the hot spring is really comfortable, and it's my first time to take a bath. Nami said with emotion. Me too, me too. Kuina echoed, glancing at it. The next second, Kuina was stunned. Her big eyes gradually became straight. That, can it still float? Although they are only 28-year-old girls, both Nami and Vivi have already taken shape. Kuina looked down at herself while thinking. It's okay, I'm still young, I will definitely catch up in the future. Kuina secretly cheered herself up in her heart. Speaking of which, where did Miss Thor go? Isn't she looking forward to the hot spring the most? Why did she disappear after just soaking for a while? Did she get confused in another hot spring? Vivi said worriedly. Don't worry, Vivi, Sister Thor. Before Kuina finished her words. Vivi, if you're worried, just look around. Nami smiled slyly. Well. Okay. Although she felt that Nami's smile was a bit problematic, Vivi, who was simple-minded, didn't think much about it and immediately put on a bath towel and stood up. 10 minutes later. Tap. With her little face flushed, Vivi lowered her head and walked back quickly, diving into the hot spring pool, burying half of her head in the water, gurgling bubbles. Hee hee, how is it, Vivi, did you find Thor? Nami came forward and laughed. Nami, you've already... Vivi's face turned red and she spoke vaguely. As she spoke, the picture in her mind became clearer and clearer. Even her little heart was beating wildly. For the simple Vivi, it was the door to a new world. The leisurely days of the prehistoric island passed day by day. It was rare to come to the Jurassic, so Luolin would stay for a few more days. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, Luolin had close contact with many ancient creatures. Of course, in addition to playing, fishing, his main business must not be abandoned. I don't know if it was a coincidence or because of the contact with the giant. Luolin caught the power of the giant while fishing. The power of the attack titan. The power of the armored titan. Luolin would not be unaware of these 2 transformation powers. This is the second of the 9 giants in the world of Attack on Titan. Although the power of the giant is novel, it is not very useful to Luolin. The only use is probably that Luolin no longer needs to rely on the magnifying glass to transform into a giant. As for the gate giant. Oh no, the armor defense of the armored titan? It is useless in the world of pirates. The armor that can even break through the defense of bombs is not even as resistant as Luolin's current body. Gujiajiajia, goodbye, Rowling. Gaba Baba, come and play again when you have time. In Little Garden, the 2 giant captains sat cross-legged on the shore, waving goodbye to the Never Air Force which was getting farther and farther away. After watching Rowling and his party leave for a long time, Blue Ogre Dory and Red Ghost Broggy still did not get up. Hey, old ghost, you said Nika. Will the legendary sun god we Elbaf believe in really appear in this era? Blue Ogre Dory suddenly asked. I don't know, but Rowling has no need to lie to us, and he seems to know Nika better than us. Red Ghost Broggy shook his head. In the past week, Rowling and the two giant captains drank a lot of wine together. After drinking, it is inevitable that many things will be talked about. The sun god Nika was also one of their topics. In addition, Rowling also revealed one thing to them. As long as our faith remains unchanged, Nika will definitely appear on the sea again. Speaking of which, it has been 100 years, and it has been a little while since we left Elbaf. I wonder how everyone is doing. Blue Ogre Dory looked nostalgic. Yeah, I don't know if those two old guys Jorl and Yerl are still alive. But before returning to Elbaf, we still have one thing to do. Red Ogre Broggy's eyes suddenly became colder. Yeah, even if they are idiots, they are still our subordinates and our partners, but, the damn world government dared to deceive them and let them guard the gate for the government for 50 years in vain. This is a humiliation to the Elbaf warriors. Blue Ogre Dory also gritted his teeth. Gah, since it has been decided, let's get ready to set off. Red Ogre Broggy stood up first. After 100 years, the giant corps is about to set sail again. On the other side, Never Air Force. Loyolin naturally didn't know that his few words would trigger a big event in the near future. At this moment, an emergency occurred on the ship. Shortly after leaving Little Garden, someone fell sick. It was not Nami, but Princess Vivi. Loyolin immediately thought of the original plot line. Nami was bitten by mosquitoes on the island and was infected with an ancient virus. In the end, they had to change their direction and go to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, which led to the story of the ship's Dr. Chopper. Although it was not Nami who was infected this time, Loyolin guessed that the reason should be similar. However, before going to the Magnetic Drum Kingdom for medical treatment, Loyolin decided to check himself first. Loyolin, who obtained the medical encyclopedia, is now more or less a famous doctor. If you can solve it yourself, you don't need to go there. Chapter 39. How is Vivi? Rowling came to the door of the guest room where Vivi was with a medical kit, and happened to meet Nami opening the door. I don't know either. Anyway, I have already prepared for the examination. Captain, if you have medical skills, please go in and give Vivi a comprehensive physical examination. Nami urged anxiously. Okay. The situation was urgent, and Roland didn't care to think too much, and hurriedly pushed the door in. Just when Roland entered the room, Nami's face suddenly raised a cunning arc. At this moment, in the guest room, looking at the big white sheep Vivi in front of him, Roland was stunned for a moment. Is this the preparation Nami said? Okay. If you want to check whether there are traces of mosquito bites, it is indeed necessary. Roland took a deep breath, stepped forward with a doctor's heart, and checked carefully. The result was that no traces of mosquito bites were found on Vivi's body. If it wasn't for the ancient virus. Loyolin's heart skipped a beat, looking at Vivi's current state, her skin as red as a cooked prawn, and her gradually heavier breathing. This seems to be. After a pulse check, Loyolin found out that Vivi's current state was indeed due to accidentally drinking the wrong drink. Vivi, I'm sorry, I will use a massage technique to help you expel the drug. Loyolin spoke seriously from the perspective of a professional doctor. The next second, before Loyolin made any move, Vivi suddenly moved, her jade feet hooked around Loyolin's neck, and her whole body hung on Loyolin's head. Bathroom. Loyolin picked up a towel and wiped the water stains on his face. Fortunately, there is no smell, but people's physiques are indeed different. Loyolin walked out of the bathroom while thinking. Brother, is Vivi okay? Kuina asked worriedly. Well, it's okay now, just take a good rest next. Loyolin nodded. Hehe, you are really worthy of being the captain. Then I will go and help take care of it. Nami smiled cunningly, and slipped away like a rabbit without giving Loyolin a chance to speak. Nami, you, forget it. Loyolin shook his head helplessly and returned to the bow to continue fishing. At this moment, Vivi's room. Woo woo woo, Nami, how could you? I really want to be killed by you, in front of Mr. Loyolinier. I can't get married. Vivi was huddled in the quilt, not daring to show her face. Hee, what does it matter? If you can't get married, just marry our captain. Vivi, didn't you say after you got drunk the day before yesterday? Before Nami finished speaking. Dame, what about forgetting? We agreed not to mention it. Vivi covered Nami's mouth with her hand, and the two girls immediately fell into a ball. Okay, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what happened just now. How did it feel like for the first time? Nami's eyes sparkled and she asked curiously. Mr. Rowling didn't, woohoo, I don't know, Nami, you are so mean, I won't pay attention to you. Vivi turned around angrily. Okay, if you don't pay attention to me, then I will pay attention to you. Nami came forward with a shameless face. The girl's playfulness was pleasing to the eye. Another week passed in a blink of an eye. During this week, Rowling and Vivi had very few exchanges. Because of what happened that day, Vivi seemed to be deliberately avoiding Rowling. Rowling naturally had no way to deal with this, and even he felt a little embarrassed. However, the delicate state between the two ended today. Well, the climate in this sea area has become stable. It seems that we have entered the magnetic field range of a large island. As a navigator, Nami made a professional judgment. Yes. We have entered the waters of Saint Ting Island, that is my country, Alabasta. Vivi pointed to the small black dot in the southeast. Half an hour later, a huge island appeared in the sight of Rowling and his party. Grand Line Saint Ting Island, Alabasta arrived. Regarding the specific action plan after landing, Loyolin did not tell the girls. Because for Loyolin, this is just a trivial matter, just as a pastime during the journey. The meticulous plan of Baroque works to usurp the country can be easily broken by Loyolin, who has opened the god's perspective. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, you must first catch the king. As long as Crocodile is taken down, everything will naturally fall apart. And the Shishibukai crocodile, which is like a mountain in Vivi's eyes, is naturally no threat to Loyolin and his party. Even without Thor, Loyolin himself is confident that it will be easily taken down. Vivi, have you thought about how to deal with Crocodile next? Kuina looked at Vivi. Hearing this, Vivi's face froze. These days, her little head is full of the scene of that day, and she has no time to think about anything else. Anyway, let's go to Albina to meet up with my father and report that we are safe. Let's take a long-term view on dealing with Crocodile. Vivi made a decision, but her beautiful eyes fell on Loyolin at the bow, expecting Loyolin to give her advice. However, Loyolin still did not forget to fish at this moment, and did not notice her gaze at all. Just then, splash! A new catch was hooked. Loyolin suddenly lifted the rod. When the fishhook broke through the water, it brought out an umbrella. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the Doraemon props, an umbrella that rains when opened. Oh! Loyolin's mind flashed, and he thought of an interesting idea. Chapter 40. Snap! An ordinary-looking umbrella fell on the deck. It attracted everyone's attention, and the air was a little quiet for a while. You are worthy of being the captain. You can catch anything except fish as usual. Nami thought to herself and nodded repeatedly. Hey, what I caught this time was an umbrella. Come to think of it, I don't think I have ever seen Mr. Rowling catch fish. Vivi searched for Rowling's catches in her mind. There were all kinds of strange things, but no fish. This umbrella looks ordinary, but since it was caught by me, it must have mysterious power. Kuina guessed confidently. Wow, what a beautiful umbrella! It would be great if I could walk in the rain with Xylan holding this umbrella on a rainy day. The love-brained Dragon Maid Thor began to fantasize in her mind. The four girls had rich and different thoughts at this moment. At this moment, Rowling was also thinking in his heart. The girls didn't know what this umbrella was, but he knew it. Future technology props from the Doraemon world, an umbrella that makes it rain when opened. As the name suggests, this is a special prop that makes rain appear when opened. Not only does it not provide shelter to the person who opens it, but it does the opposite. It can be said to be a completely contradictory invention. But there are also ways to deal with waste. What if there is such an umbrella in a water-deficient desert? For travelers in the desert, this is a life-saving thing. Let's continue to think divergently. What if the coverage of this umbrella can be expanded? What if it can be expanded to cover an entire country? That means it can rain simultaneously across the country. It just so happens that Rowling now has this condition. Because the supplies on the ship are sufficient, there is no need to go to the nearest port to buy them. The Never Air Force bypassed the port city of Narohara and went up along the Santa Dora River. At about noon, the Never Air Force docked at the Royal Port in the east. Everyone, let's take a break here for a while and wait for the super-fast duck team to pick us up. Vivi said. Then before we go to the palace, I'll give you a gift first. Loyolin said. No, no, no. Vivi, who had always been taken care of, was about to refuse. The next second, Nami quickly raised her hand to cover Vivi's mouth. We are friends now, Vivi, don't refuse your friend's gift so awkwardly, and it's the captain's gift, it will definitely surprise you. Nami said with a smile. Hearing this, Vivi couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Brother, what gift are you going to give Vivi? Kuina asked curiously. I'm going to give her a rain. Loyolin smiled. Vivi. The root cause of your Alabasta civil strife is not the continuous drought, so I'm going to give you Alabasta a heavy rain. Loyolin said seriously. Vivi. Just as Loyolin said. Drought is the root of civil unrest. If there is a rain, then all rumors will be broken. All problems will be solved. But whether it rains or not is God's business. How can mortals interfere? Just when Vivi was stunned, she suddenly felt something in her hand. It was the umbrella that Loyolin had caught not long ago. Open it. Although Vivi was puzzled, she still opened the umbrella obediently. Hula la! The heavy rain poured down, and instantly soaked Vivi and Nami, who was holding an umbrella with her, into drowned chickens. The wet clothes clung to her delicate body, and her beautiful curves were instantly exposed. Wow, this. What kind of magical umbrella is this? It's amazing. It rained as soon as it was opened. Hey, it seems that it is only raining under the umbrella. Nami exclaimed in surprise. Vivi, who was also caught in the rain, pursed her lips. Compared to being amazed at the magic of the umbrella, she was thinking about the deep meaning behind Rowling's move. Sure enough, Mr. Rowling was playing a prank, to avenge me on his face that day. Just as Vivi was blushing and thinking wildly, Rowling beside him took out a flashlight from his pocket. It was also a magnifying light from the Doraemon Props series, and it was an upgraded version of Plus. Magnifying light plus umbrella that rains when opened equals rain covering all of Alabasta. Rowling smiled slightly and aimed the magnifying light adjusted to 1,000,000 times amplification at the umbrella. The sudden increase in weight in her hand brought Vivi back to her senses. What followed was a huge shock and pressure. Thor understood. The Dragon Maid Thor understood, stepped forward, and took the umbrella from Vivi before she could bear the burden. Boom boom boom. Under the millionfold amplification of the magnifying light, the umbrella that rains when opened continued to rise in the wind. In just a few short breaths, the area of several thousand meters was covered by the umbrella. And the range is still expanding. The originally slender umbrella handle is now like a giant pillar. The terrifying weight is enough to crush ordinary people into meat paste, but it is a piece of cake for Thor. This. Seeing the rain continue to spread across the country, Vivi was completely dumbfounded. Hehe, what are you still standing there for? Vivi, this is the gift from the captain, do you like it? Nami, who came back to her senses, reminded with a smile. I like it. Of course I like it. Thank you, Mr. Rowling, this is the best gift I have received since I was born. Tears mixed with rainwater slid down her pretty face. Vivi danced happily in the rain, like a rain elf, beautiful and magnificent. Chapter 41. Hurrah! The huge rain. The umbrella expanded to the horizon in one breath, covering the entire country. Alabasta, which had been dry for several years, welcomed the first rain in 3 years. The capital of Alabasta, Albina. King Cobra leaned weakly on the throne, his eyebrows full of vicissitudes and fatigue. Since he inherited the throne, he has fulfilled his duties, worked hard, and won the love of the people. However, now all this is in the past. In the past 3 years, only the capital Alba in the whole of Alabasta would occasionally rain. At first, the people just thought it was because God had mercy on the king's benevolent rule. They regarded it as a special gift from God to Cobra, and were proud of it. But gradually, as the drought continued, people in other cities that had not been nourished by rain for a long time were all in dire straits. Only the capital Albina, where the king was located, was always rich. Under the strong contrast, the people could not help but feel resentful. Why? Why is it always raining in Albania? The king is also a human being, and he can't control God, unless he uses some means. Could it be that King Cobra secretly used the banned dancing powder? The rainwater that originally belonged to us was plundered by the king with dancing powder. Unforgivable. Doing such a thing, even the king cannot forgive it. We must defend our rights and interests, we must take back the rainwater that belongs to us. Take up arms. Take back the future of this country from the corrupt king. This is the change of Alabasta since the drought in the past 3 years. Under the instigation and deliberate promotion of those who care, a huge revolutionary action is unfolding. In just 1 year, the rebel army has gathered 100,000 troops. And this number is still growing rapidly. It would not be surprising if it reaches hundreds of thousands in another year. The turmoil and suffering of the country made King Cobra exhausted, but he was powerless. In addition, family problems also made Cobra overwhelmed. A year ago, Princess Vivi left a letter to investigate the real culprit behind the scenes. Although Cobra felt sorry for his daughter, he was not too worried because Akalam was with her and she sent him a letter of safety every month. Until a week ago, when the captain of the guard Akalam returned, his daughter Vivi did not come back. Cobra learned a bad news from Akalam. His daughter Vivi fell in love with the scumbag at first sight and eloped with him. Ah! Maybe this is better for Vivi. With the current situation of the country, Vivi will only increase her sadness and pain. Although I don't know who the man is, as long as he can treat Vivi well, as long as Vivi likes it, and the two can be happy, I will be satisfied. Cobra shook his head and whispered. He has never been a pedantic king. As long as Vivi likes it, he can accept it even if the other party is a civilian. Of course, the premise is that the other party is a good man who can entrust his daughter for life. Just when Cobra was thinking wildly, "My Lord King!" the surprise and excitement of the captain of the guard Akalam came from outside the palace. Rain. Raining. Is it only Albina again? The wrinkles between King Cobra's eyebrows became deeper. Raining in the capital is not good news, but will further stimulate the hearts of people in other cities. No, it's not just Albina this time. Akaram gestured helplessly. Hey! Cobra, who reacted, stood up excitedly. Other. Which other city is also raining? Not just one, but all, including Yuba, Illuma, Katlia. It's raining in the whole Alabasta. What did you say? King Cobra stumbled out of the hall. When he saw the rain spreading to the horizon, unprecedented joy and excitement invaded his whole body and mind. Miracle! In the history of Alabasta, it is unprecedented for the whole country to rain at the same time. This is simply a miracle among miracles. Akaram cheered excitedly in the rain. Lord Cobra! The huge humanoid falcon cut through the rain curtain and swooped into the palace. Ha ha ha, Belle, if you are here to report the rain, you are already a step too late. Akaram laughed. Not this, Captain Akaram, it's Princess Vivi. Just now, there was news from the port of St. Dora that Lady Vivi and her party have returned. Deputy Captain Falcon Bell reported excitedly. What? Vivi is back too. Great, great, great! King Cobra swept away the previous haze and felt that his life had reached its peak. Chapter 42. Alabasta, Juba. This was once a famous oasis city. However, under years of drought, this oasis is about to die. At this moment, somewhere in Juba, a thin old man wearing a white headscarf waved a hoe in his hand. He persisted in finding underground water for Juba and saving the city. Even though the pits he dug every day were filled up by sand and rain that came from nowhere, he never gave up. That's enough, Dad, it's useless. The future of this country is not dug out by old people like you. A determined young man wearing glasses and full of leadership qualities shouted. If it weren't for the persistence of our older generation, could we still count on your rebellion? Kosha, stop it, you should know how great King Cobra is, you are plotting treason. The old man Duodo persuaded his son earnestly. Great? It was probably like this before, and I always thought that Lord Cobra was the best king in the world, but people always change. The leader of the rebel army, Kosha, spoke coldly. When he broke the rules willfully, only cared about his own enjoyment, and used the dancing powder to rob everyone of their rainwater without authorization. Shut up, you stupid son, how could Lord Cobra do such a thing? Someone is framing him. Dodo roared angrily. Then how do you explain it? Forget it, there is no point in saying more. Anyway, I will save this country in my own way, even if I am executed in the end. Kosha said firmly. Just then. Wow! The wind brought the breath of rain. Tick! Tick tick tick! The dense sound of raindrops came from far and near. Looking at the heavy rain that was expanding in the sky and eventually covering them, both Kosha and the old man Dodo were stunned. For a long time. Rain, it's a long-lost rain. Kosha, you stinky boy, open your eyes and look at it. Looking at this rain, can you still say that Lord Cobra has taken away everyone's rainwater? The thin old man Dodo knelt in the rain with tears in his eyes. Are we, really wrong? The young rebel leader Kosa murmured unconsciously. The rain came after 2 years. The whole of Alabasta was plunged into a sea of excitement. At this moment, hundreds of millions of people rushed into the rain recklessly and danced joyfully. Ha ha ha! It's raining, it's finally raining. I knew it would rain. Where are those people who said that Lord Cobra took away the rain? Little Blackie, come out and speak. I always believe that Lord Cobra is the best king in the world. This is the king's benevolent rule that moved the heavens. As soon as this rain fell, all the rumors were broken. Wait a moment, this rain seems a bit strange, that black, doesn't seem to be a cumulonimbus cloud. I noticed it too, that looks like an umbrella. Whatever it is, as long as it rains, it's a good thing. The excited shouts, laughter, and tears of joy of the people, mixed with the dripping sound of rain, echoed throughout Alabasta, one after another, without stopping. Of course, not everyone was celebrating and rejoicing for this heavy rain. Dream City, Rainy Land. Pyramid Casino Rain Banquet. Hey, 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 who can tell me what's going on? Shichibukai Crocodile stood in front of the French window, looking at the heavy rain outside, and angrily crushed the goblet in his hand. The excited cheers of the people sounded so harsh to his ears, as if they were a mockery from the world. His Alabasta Utopia operation. His ancient weapon Pluton capture plan. Everything was destroyed with the fall of this heavy rain. Even if he wanted to regroup and do it again, it would not only be time-consuming and laborious, but he might not even succeed again. After working hard for 3 or 2 years, he returned to the pre-liberation era. This is what Crocodile is saying at this moment. No, I have clearly locked all the moisture above this country with the ability of sand fruit, why is there still rain? Crocodile shouted in shock and anger, staring at the black sky with rain falling. Alabasta is a desert country in Xia Island, and there is not much rain. Under the influence and control of his sand fruit ability, there will not be even a little rain in this country. Not to mention the heavy rain covering the whole country, this phenomenon is too abnormal. That's not a rain cloud. Damn, what the hell is that? Crocodile's pupils shrank suddenly, and he took a deep breath to calm himself down. At this point, the incident has already happened. Anger is not only useless, but will affect judgment. I haven't lost everything yet, Missile Sunday, go and find out who is behind this rain now. In addition, notify all senior agents to prepare for assembly. Crocodile said coldly. Yes, Mr. Zero. The tall and slender Missile Sunday, wearing a tight leather jacket and a large sun hat, retreated in response. I actually made my plan that I prepared for so many years fail. No matter who it is, I will never forgive him. I will make him die without a burial place. Crocodile raised a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 43. The rain that had not come for 3 years came and went quickly. After only 15 minutes, the rain covering the whole country stopped. At the same time, people finally discovered the wonder in the sky. That huge object that stood tall seemed to be an umbrella? Did the heavy rain just now come out of the umbrella? The umbrella not only could not block the rain, but it made it rain? This amazing discovery made the people of Alabasta stunned and they could not recover for a long time. St. Dora River, Royal Port. Rowling turned on the restore button of the magnifying light, and it didn't take long for the umbrella to return to its original size. It's just that it won't rain again when it is turned on, because the rain stored in the umbrella has been released at once. Of course, this doesn't mean that there is not much water in the umbrella. In fact, if all the rain is gathered in one city, it will definitely cause serious flooding in that city. But when it is evenly distributed throughout Alabasta, it will naturally not seem to be much. But at least the purpose has been achieved, and this rain is enough to make Crocodile's years of layout fail. Next is the happy cat and mouse time. Okay, girls, stop playing and go back to the boat to change clothes first. Rowling reminded with a smile. Yes, as you wish. The 4 girls all responded obediently and returned to the boat one after another, and Thor was no exception. Although she had the magic of scales transforming clothes, after coming to this world, she also began to get used to wearing other kinds of clothes. After all, if it was a scale transformed high SI or something, even Rowling would have to spend some effort to tear it apart. Oh, I almost forgot. Vivi, who was walking at the end, seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly turned back and picked up the umbrella on the ground. That prop is no longer useful. It can only be used as an ordinary umbrella in the future. It doesn't matter if it is lost. Rowling reminded. No. This is a gift from you, Mr. Rowling, and I will definitely treasure it for my whole life. Vivi held the umbrella in her arms and spoke seriously. Well, it's up to you. Rowling didn't say anything more. That. Mr. Llewellyn, you gave me such a great gift, I should give you a gift in return. Vivi pinched the hem of her skirt with her slender hands, feeling a little shy and embarrassed. Don't mind. Without waiting for Loyalin to say anything. The next second, Vivi nodded, as if she had made up her mind. She suddenly stood on tiptoe, and her pink lips were imprinted on Loyalin's mouth. The dragonfly-like touch of water succeeded, and Vivi ran away with a red face. Although she had kissed Loyalin in the tavern at Whiskey Peak. But at that time it was forced, perfunctory, and only on the face. This time was different. This time she took the initiative, from the heart, and it was mouth to mouth. In Vivi's heart, this was her real first kiss, which was profound. However, Loyalin didn't care too much about it. It was just a dragonfly-like touch of water, and the time was too short, and there was no feeling at all. In addition, compared to this, Rowling's impression of Vivi's other lips is much deeper. After changing into fresh clothes, Rowling sat on the fishing platform again and started fishing. Thor and his 4 friends wore cool swimsuits and continued to play on the beach of the port. About 2 hours later. A cloud of flying dust rose in the desert in the distance. It seemed that a convoy was running fast. It was getting closer. The girls could see clearly. It was a team of 5 ducks. The leading duck wore a blue striped hat on his head. Here, Dad received my message and asked the fast-running duck team to pick us up. Vivi exclaimed in surprise. Hey, are those ducks? So fast. Nami said in surprise. That's the super fast-running duck team, it's really fast. Kuina sighed. What a big duck. I wonder if it tastes good, Thor couldn't help thinking. Quack. The running duck wearing a blue hat led the way and rushed over. Karu, long time no see. Vivi happily came forward and hugged the running duck Karu, her friend who grew up with her. 10 minutes later, Rowling and his party rode a running duck each and headed for the capital of Albina. The reason why Rowling did not let Thor open the portal to Albina directly. The purpose was to experience the feeling of riding the Alabasta specialty running duck and galloping in the yellow sand. It was around dusk. Rowling and his party, riding the running duck, arrived at the capital of Albina. Master Vivi is back, open the city gate. The deputy captain of the kingdom's guard, Jakal Gika, gave a loud order. The heavy city gate opened, and the running duck troops continued to run straight to the palace. Above their heads, there was also a huge humanoid falcon to escort them. 10 minutes later, Rowling and his party entered the palace. Vivi, welcome back. King Cobra hurried forward. Dad. Vivi also ran forward in surprise and threw herself into her father's arms after a long absence. Master Vivi, you are indeed the lucky star of our Alabasta. It rained in the country as soon as you came back. It's such a coincidence. Akaram said happily. No, Akaram, the rain in the afternoon was not a coincidence. Vivi smiled and her bright eyes fell on Rowling. This rain is a gift from Mr. Rowling to me and to our Alabasta. Hey! Hey, hey, hey! What? That rain is the masterpiece of that man. Hearing Vivi's words, King Cobra, Falcon Bell, and Akaram were all completely stunned and confused on the spot. Yes. Vivi immediately told his old father and others the whole process in a concise manner. Although the 3 of them didn't understand much, they were greatly shocked. Especially King Cobra. He learned from Akalam that Loyalin was an unreliable scumbag who cheated on his daughter and eloped with Vivi. But now they actually met. How could he be an unreliable scumbag? He reigned on Alabasta. He solved the crisis facing the country from the root. He is clearly a rare son-in-law in a century. Son-in-law. No, Mr. Loyalin, the banquet has been set, please take a seat quickly. Chapter 44. That night. Albina Palace. The banquet atmosphere was warm. It finally rained in Alabasta after 3 years. Princess Vivi, who had been adventuring for a year, returned. All these happy events made King Cobra overjoyed. He was always frugal, but today he was extravagant. Not only King Cobra, but the whole of Alabasta was celebrating tonight, just like the new year. Mr. Rowling, eat this is delicious, and this is also. At the banquet in the palace, Princess Vivi was very busy. She didn't care about eating, but only picked up dishes for Rowling and introduced them. Seeing this scene, the old father Cobra was very pleased. It was the first time that his daughter did this for a man. If she didn't really like him, what other explanation could there be? As a daughter slave, Cobra would not hate anything his daughter liked. Not to mention that Rowling was a hero who saved Alabasta from dire straits. Rowling, who could even control the weather, was certainly not an ordinary person. If Vivi and Rowling really get together, then Alabasta will definitely be safer. He can also retire early and live a comfortable life with grandchildren. King Cobra became more and more excited the more he thought about it. Rowling, this man, satisfied him in every aspect. The only slight flaw is that he is a little more popular with women. But it doesn't matter. Looking at the way Vivi gets along with Nami and Thor, they are obviously very good friends. If Vivi doesn't mind, he certainly won't say much. At most, when Nami and her family have children in the future, he will take care of them together. The Nefertali family has been declining in recent years. His generation and Vivi are the only children, and the palace is deserted. When Rowling and Vivi get married, the palace will be lively. In just a short while, King Cobra has already thought of the name of his grandson. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? After stacking Rowling's bowls into a small mountain, Vivi finally had a break. Thinking that she couldn't be partial to one over the other, she immediately picked up a chopstick for her old father. Ahem, nothing. Nothing. King Cobra waved his hand with a smile. Although he had imagined a lot, he would not intervene too much, just let the wind of fate blow freely. Sir Rowling. Akalam stood up solemnly, picked up the wine glass and walked to Rowling. What's wrong? Rowling smiled slightly. Sir Rowling, you are a great hero of our country, but, not long ago, I was a villain's heart and had many misunderstandings and complaints about you. I apologize to you here. Akalam drank the strong liquor in the glass. Rowling, hey. What's the situation? How did you misunderstand? Rowling remembered that his intersection with Akalam was limited to that night at Whiskey Peak. At that time, as the mayor, he warmly entertained me, and the two sides got along quite well. Although I don't know why Akalam apologized, the atmosphere was right, and Luolin would naturally not refuse, and he also drank a glass. On this side, Luolin's party was in a very warm atmosphere. On the other side, Crocodile was completely the opposite. At this moment, the huge Pyramid Casino Rain banquet was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. It should have been a good day to open the door to make money, but the Casino Rain banquet announced that it would close. All the service staff in the pyramid could sense the suppressed anger, but they didn't know the reason. Missile Sunday, how is the investigation about today's rain? Crocodile said gloomily. Well, I have some clues. This is the picture our people took in the palace. Tall Queen Nika Robin handed a few photos to Crocodile. Hey! Looking at the unfamiliar face in the photo, Crocodile couldn't help but look suspicious. You mean, today's rain has something to do with these unknown people? Although I don't know how they did it, judging from King Cobra's attitude towards them, it should be so. Robin nodded. In addition, this man is not an unknown person. 2 months ago, in the East Blue Cocoa West Village incident, it was this man who wiped out the evil dragon group. The huge office fell silent. For a long while. Goo hee 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 hee. Crocodile laughed, his smile was as cold as the evil ghost in hell. Do you think that you have the qualifications to challenge Lao Zi after killing the little evil dragon? There are so many ignorant newcomers like this in this desert. Crocodile said faintly. Laugh. Laugh. Laugh as much as you can now, and soon you guys won't be able to laugh anymore. I will let you feel, what is the abyss of despair. Chapter 45. The morning light is faint. Dawn pierces the darkness, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Spider-Man Cafe, Alabasta, a dry city of El Maru. Everyone is almost here, but what is going on this time? First there was the heavy rain, and then the elusive boss called for all members. This time he is probably going to announce something big. The owner of Spider-Man Cafe, an elegant woman wearing a white and green pirate headscarf, wiped the coffee cup and whispered to herself. Ding-ling-ling. The door of the cafe opened in response. The tall and dull man squeezed into the store with a dachshund. Behind him was an old woman with heavy makeup. Mr. Four, it's all because you are so heavy, pressing my old waist, it hurts, it hurts. Miss Merry Christmas, a senior agent of Baroque Works, the mole man, complained dissatisfiedly. No sorry. The tall Mr. 4BEB was immediately ashamed and apologized humbly. Oh ha 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 ha. Just then, an exaggerated laugh sounded. The black-skinned man with an afro dug his nose coldly and pushed the door open. Following closely was a beautiful girl in a lemon-patterned dress, who floated into the store lightly. Quickly get out of my way, rude women and disgusting booger men, don't block my way. Baroque senior agent, Tough S.E. Bentham, codenamed Mr. 2, stepped on ballet steps and circled. Oh my, Mr. 2, your dance is still as disgusting as ever. The thin bamboo pole man with a big three-shaped hairstyle on his head elegantly held a cup of black tea and said sarcastically. Beside him followed a little loli who looked about 10 years old, carrying a drawing board and some paints on her back. Although she looked like a loli, her qualification to appear here already represented her identity. She is also one of Baroque's senior agents, a natural superpower, codenamed Miss Golden Week. What did you say? Mr. 3, my swan dance is the best in the world. Bentham scolded. Showing off the flexibility of your waist in front of me, are you mocking me? Stinky S.E. Miss Christmas Merry Mouth is like frying beans. Old woman, shut up quickly, I'm tired of listening to your voice. Miss Valentine scolded. For a moment, the elegant coffee shop seemed to have turned into a vegetable market, noisy. Oh, don't argue, since you are all here, then tell me what you think of the rain yesterday, how about it? The coffee shop owner Zayla mediated. Hearing this, all the Baroque senior agents were silent. When they heard that it was raining in Alabasta yesterday, they were also confused. Although they didn't know who the boss was, they could probably guess. The continuous drought in Alabasta might be related to their plan. But now, the plan that they had worked so hard on for 3 years suddenly went down the drain. A rain extinguished all their efforts over the past 3 years. Who could stand this? When we get there, I must ask the so-called boss what's going on. The old mole woman Dorothy expressed the thoughts of all the senior agents present. Ding ding, the clock struck 8 in the morning. The door of the cafe opened again. A tall man with a green-skinned head dressed as a monk was about to appear. He was the last senior agent of Baroque Works, Mr. Dasbonis of West Blue Bounty Hunter. Pa, the cafe owner Zayla clapped her hands, took off her glasses, and untied her hair tie. Since everyone is here, let's set off now and head to the Dream City. The man we haven't met yet and call the boss is still waiting for us. 8 o'clock in the evening. The amphibious transport Turtle Binky arrived at the Dream City Rainland. Carrying Baroque and a group of senior agents all the way to the underground of the Rain Banquet in the Pyramid Casino. In the middle of the large underground conference room, there is a conference table made of precious trees. The marble floor is also covered with a layer of precious fur carpet, which is extremely luxurious. There are exquisite lamps hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the entire conference room as bright as day. The boss will be here soon, let's have dinner first. The tall and royal sister Nika Robin smiled and invited the senior agents to take a seat. Missile Sunday, there is no need to keep it a secret at this point. Miss Valentine pouted, and she was dissatisfied with Robin, who was better in appearance and figure than her. Dream City Rainland. Casino Rain Banquet. Even an idiot like Mr. Four can guess the answer. Miss Christmas chattered non-stop. Smith Marseille, another cup of black tea, and some more senbei. Miss Golden Week, who sat down early, had already drunk a cup of black tea. Octopus parfait is indeed the best delicacy, another one. Tough S.E. Bentham devoured it without any hesitation. Why is my favorite lemon cake not here? Do you look down on me? A hole. Miss Valentine yelled rudely. Hey, Mr. Five, this is the first and last time, don't flick your booger into my cup. Elegant Mr. Three was angry. The huge conference room was in chaos. At a certain moment. Wow! The wind suddenly blew through the closed underground conference room. The taciturn top killer Mr. One Dasbonis narrowed his eyes and looked at the head of the conference table. The armrest of the swivel chair that was originally empty and facing away from them was now covered with two hands, indicating that someone was sitting down. Gah-hee! A sinister laugh followed. The noisy conference room was suddenly silent. All senior agents stopped playing tricks and focused their eyes on one place. Nice to meet you, my senior agents. I don't think I need to introduce myself anymore. Let's get straight to the point. The swivel chair turned, and Shishibukai Crocodile grinned and appeared in front of everyone without any cover. Operation Utopia, let's start now. Chapter 46. Alabasta Capital. Albina, Royal Palace. As a friend of the princess and a hero who solved the drought problem, Rowling and his party were naturally treated with the highest standards. As the host, Vivi spared no effort to lead the team to travel and go shopping. However, after walking around for half a day, Rowling was determined to get out of the spot. The reason was simple. Accompanying women, especially several women shopping, was really a torture. Compared to accompanying the girls shopping, Rowling would rather sit alone and fish. He couldn't forget his job. On the other hand, when King Cobra knew that Rowling loved fishing, he restarted the fish pond in the back garden overnight. In the past few years, the country has been dry, and the people have been worried about water shortages every day. Cobra, who cares about the people, will certainly not keep the ornamental fish pond in the palace. Until now. In order to provide Rowling with the most comfortable fishing environment, King Cobra ordered the dry fish pond to be refilled with water overnight. Guard Captain Akalem even bought a large amount of fish at a high price and put them in the pond. Thinking that if so many fish were put for Rowling to fish alone, he would catch them all. However, what surprised Akalem and others was that they watched Rowling fishing for a whole day by the pond. But they didn't see Rowling catch even one fish. Once, they saw the fishing line was stretched straight, and they thought they were going to catch a big catch. Unfortunately, it was unhooked in the end, and they caught nothing. Akalem and other bystanders all expressed regret for the big catch being unhooked. On the contrary, Rowling himself was very satisfied and had no regrets at all. Lord Cobra, Mr. Rowling's, is he born to be a fish-intolerant body? He is born to be disliked by fish and just won't bite the hook. In the royal pavilion, Guard Captain Akalem was scratching his head anxiously. Rowling, who was fishing, was not anxious yet, but he, who was watching, was already anxious. He was suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder and was eager to see Rowling catch fish. Don't worry, Akalem, at least Mr. Rowling is enjoying it. Sometimes fishing doesn't have to catch fish. Mr. Rowling has such a state of mind at such a young age, he must be a great talent. King Cobra gradually became more and more satisfied with Rowling. No, I really can't stand it. If he doesn't catch fish again, I will go crazy first. I will find 2 good swimmers to dive and fish. If the fish doesn't bite the hook, I will help. Akalam came up with an idea. At this moment, fish, I want to bite the hook too, but where is the hook? How can I bite without a hook? Without waiting for Akalam to take action. My Lord King, Captain Akalam. Deputy Captain Jack Akar came quickly with a solemn look. What's wrong? Jacka, what happened? King Cobra asked. It's about the rebels. Jack Akar said. Rebels? Hasn't the rebels issue been resolved? Lord Cobra has issued a national notice not to hold them accountable. Are they still going to push their limits? Akalam was angry. No, Captain, actually. Jack Algika reported the people's thoughts in a concise manner. The rebels, led by Kosa, felt more and more guilty about King Cobra's generosity in not holding them accountable for the rebellion. The families of the rebels also refused to let the matter go, insisting that their children take the initiative to take the blame. Now, almost everyone in Alabasta wants all the rebels to kneel down and apologize to the king. It seems something is wrong. Without me holding them accountable, everyone can reach a consensus in such a short time. King Cobra keenly sensed something was wrong. This just shows that Lord Cobra's wisdom is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Akalam didn't think there was anything wrong, but felt that this was what the people wanted. Lord Cobra, how about taking this opportunity to give a speech and inspire the young people? King Cobra thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Then, I'll arrange it now. Akalam temporarily put the matter of hanging fish behind him and started to get busy. In the evening, Vivi, Thor, Nami, and Kuina came back with big bags. Xylan, this is what I bought for you. Open it when we are alone in the evening. Thor smiled and presented the mysterious gift box he had chosen. Oh! Roland's eyes lit up and he was looking forward to it. Brother, this is what I picked for you. Kuina also presented her own serious gift. Thoughtful. Roland touched Kuina's little head. And me. Me too. Nami and Vivi were also prepared. Just as Vivi took out the beautifully packaged gift box from the bag, a note fell to the ground. Hey! Vivi exclaimed in surprise, picked up the note and opened it. The next second, Vivi's originally rosy face suddenly turned pale. Her body seemed to be shaking uncontrollably because of fear. What's wrong? Vivi? Nami asked puzzledly. Thor and Kuina also cast puzzled glances. Vivi didn't say anything, but handed the note in her hand to Luolin. There will be a confession meeting tomorrow, and Baroque Works will launch the Utopia operation. The confession meeting was caused by Baroque Works inciting public opinion behind the scenes. A ship full of dancing powder will dock at the port of Narohara to put the blame on the king. The Air Force at the royal port of Santa Dora River will be attacked by 1,000,000 elders. At the beginning of the meeting, Baroque members will provoke a fight between the rebels and the king's army. A bomb is buried under the conference square. The purpose is to wipe out 100,000 rebels. Baroque boss Crocodile and all senior agents will attack the palace and control the king. Mr. 2 is a clone fruit user, he will replace the king. The note was signed with a bird pattern. Robin. Chapter 47. Albina, the Palace Hall. Damn it! That Crocodile BD. Crocodile, that BD, do we Alabasta have a deep hatred for him? Did we kill his whole family? We actually. The always elegant captain of the Kingdom Guard, Akalam, was extremely emotional at this moment and couldn't help cursing. The reason was nothing else, it was because of the battle plan of Baroque Works sent by the Robin. As a princess, Vivi naturally reported it to the first time because it was related to the safety of the country. Damn Crocodile, it was him. The initiator behind our Alabastus suffering in the past few years was that BD. Pirates are pirates after all, how can they turn evil and become heroes? The deputy captain of the Kingdom Army, Jack Algika, looked extremely ugly. He stayed in Alabasta for more than 10 years with the identity of Shichibukai, and carried out heroic activities to gain the trust of the people. Everything was for this plan. In order to seize our country legitimately, he was really scheming. The deputy captain Falcon Bell was so angry that his body was shaking. Burying bombs under the assembly square and killing 100,000 rebels, if it really succeeds, this country will. Nami shook her head and didn't finish, but everyone could think of the terrible consequences behind it. Although 100,000 people are only 1% of the total population of Alabasta. But these 100,000 young and strong are the sons, fathers, and pillars of the families of other civilians who were not present. The death of 100,000 young and strong will inevitably bring a heavy blow to this country. What is more terrible is the public indignation after this. People in Alabasta will think, I have already asked my family to take the blame. As a result, the king said on the surface that he didn't care, but he tricked people to kill. There is no doubt that a huge rebel army of hundreds of thousands or even millions will appear next. This time, no one will listen even if King Cobra explains, not to mention that Baroque has planned everything. They will not give King Cobra any chance to explain, and even pretend to be the king to continue to add fuel to the fire. Once the situation develops to that point, the king's fall is a foregone conclusion. By then, Crocodile will be able to attract hundreds of people with his heroic reputation accumulated over more than 10 years. He can become the new king of Alabasta naturally. Even if Marine sends people to investigate, it will only end in vain. Because the civilians of Alabasta will stand on his side. This is indeed a perfect operation. It's a pity Crocodile didn't calculate, or misjudged the influence of Rowling and his party. He also couldn't guess that a traitor appeared in his camp. Lord Cobra, since you already know Crocodile's plan, I think we should stop and cancel tomorrow's meeting now. Falcon Bell suggested. Yes. Cobra didn't hesitate. Compared with his position as king, he cares more about the safety of 100,000 people. He will never watch his people being killed in front of him. Leave the contact with Marine to me. Crocodile must not stay in this country this time, that man is too dangerous. Jackal Gika asked. I will gather the army and set off to the rainy land tonight. Akalam said. Wait a minute. At this moment, Vivi suddenly spoke up and stopped everyone's actions. Master Vivi, what's going on? Bell asked. Tomorrow's meeting cannot be cancelled. Vivi said solemnly. Hey! Why? Akalam and Gaga were both shocked. Let Vivi continue. Cobra nodded encouragingly. Well, this is my idea, it may be a bit messy. Vivi took a deep breath and began to talk. First of all, Crocodile is a hero. Even if he pretended to be a hero with ulterior motives, he did make real achievements after all, expelling many pirates who invaded Alabasta, especially in the 3 years of drought. In the eyes of many people, Crocodile is a hero and patron saint of the country. If he is suddenly accused of treason and expelled, I am afraid that many people will complain for him. Lord Vivi, Crocodile is the boss of the criminal company Baroque Works. This alone is enough to overturn everything he has done. Jackal Gaga couldn't help but interrupt. Yes. We all know this is true, but there is no evidence to prove it. Akalam and I have been undercover in Baroque for a year, but we have not been able to find even a little evidence. The letter from the mysterious person who sent me the message does not mean anything. Vivi shook her head. Even if Crocodile is forcibly expelled, everyone's disgust is secondary. The important thing is that Crocodile will still be at large, and Marine will not arrest him. There is only 1,000 days to do thieves, but there is no 1,000 days to guard against thieves. I have a hunch that Crocodile has been painstakingly planning in Alabasta for more than 10 years. In addition to seizing power, he must have other intentions. He will not give up. So, Vivi, do you mean to take advantage of the situation and catch Crocodile in the act in one go to solve the problem fundamentally? Cobra understood Vivi's idea. This is indeed the most correct approach. Previously, they were overwhelmed by anger and were too worried about the safety of the people, which led to confusion. Yes. Dad, we now know the entire plan of Baroque works. How can we not use it? They make a move, and we just respond and counter it. They bury bombs underground, and we go to dismantle them. Vivi said confidently. But Crocodile is very dangerous, and there are also senior agents from Baroque works. Those guys are not good. Falcon Bell frowned. As the patron saint of the kingdom and the royal family, his most important goal is to protect the king and the princess. So he doesn't want to see Cobra and Vivi put themselves in danger. No problem at all, don't worry at all. Vivi said confidently. Crocodile is indeed powerful, and the senior agents are not simple either, but we also have the strongest allies, we have everyone here. Vivi looked at Rowling and his 4 companions. Hehe, well said, Vivi. Nami giggled. Don't worry, I'm here, no matter it's a crocodile or something, I'll beat it all away. Thor made a muscle-flexing motion. I'll cheer too. Kuina clenched his fist and cheered himself up. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the sun will rise as usual. Rowling smiled and touched Vivi's head. Lord Cobra, Akalam, Bell and Gaga all looked at the king. Just do as Vivi says. Cobra made the decision and looked at his daughter with relief. Vivi has really grown up. She will definitely be a capable queen in the future. Chapter 48. 8 o'clock in the morning. Narohara, the port city of Alabasta. A ship loaded with contraband dancing powder entered the port. The workers carrying the dancing powder slipped accidentally. In an instant, the dancing powder fell all over the ground. The little leader of the Baroque Million Elders sneered complacently and was about to shout. The next second, a group of burly men rushed out from all over the port. They pushed the Baroque members, including the little leader, to the ground. Let me go, I'm on behalf of the king. Before the little leader finished speaking, his head was hit again, his head was buzzing, and he couldn't even speak. Sure enough. Fortunately, the king is wise. I knew early that there would be criminals smuggling dancing powder. We've been waiting here, and finally we've waited for you. With so many contraband, you're ready to stay in prison until you die. The soldiers of the kingdom army said one after another. At this moment, the little leader was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Why does the kingdom army act as if they know our plan? Similar incidents have occurred in various cities. Before the criminals of Baroque works could do any harm, the kingdom army soldiers who had been waiting on the side rushed out and captured them in one fell swoop. 8:15 in the morning. St. Dora River, Royal Port. That's the ship. It's that group's ship. That day they got away with it, but not today. Little guys, fire, sink that ship first. The bounty hunter team under Baroque aimed at the Never Air Force in the port. At this moment, tear. A crack appeared in the void. A beautiful girl in a maid uniform walked out of it. What gave you the courage to say this? That ship carries many beautiful memories of me and Xylan. Thor spoke coldly, with anger spreading in his eyes. Roar. The dragon's roar, explosion. A terrifying deep purple energy beam descended from the sky. There was no chance for the bounty hunters. Thor fired a mouth cannon and evaporated all the people and ships. After doing all this, Thor clapped his hands, waved his slender hands lightly, and the space cracked again. Thor took a step forward and disappeared from the original place. When he reappeared, he was in the underground of the royal city square. He, burying bombs underground is easy for me. Now I have time to enjoy the scene of 100,000 people dying together. Baroque Works senior agent, Miss Christmas, who ate Zoan mole fruit, laughed triumphantly. As a mole old woman, she can easily travel through the underground world and bury bombs. Just as Miss Christmas turned around, a pretty face covered with mud suddenly appeared in front of her. "Wow, who are you?" Miss Christmas screamed. This was also the last sentence she said in this world. 8:30 in the morning. The royal capital, Albina. Hundreds of thousands of unarmed rebels led by their leader Kosa walked into the capital and came to the square. "Tisk, rebels! It's too late to know your mistakes now. You deserve it, this is the price of not trusting the king. Don't think you can be safe after committing such a heinous act as rebellion. This day next year will be your death anniversary." The spies planted in the kingdom army by the Baroque works spoke one after another, planting the seeds of suspicion in people's hearts. "Kosa, something seems to be wrong? What does the kingdom army seem to want to do?" the rebel leaders said uneasily. "Don't be suspicious, we have already suspected Lord Cobra once, and there must not be a second time," the rebel leader Kosa said firmly. At this time, a scream rang out. Under the two-way fire instigation of the Baroque Kingdom Army and the Baroque Rebel Army, the contradiction between the Kingdom Army and the Rebel Army intensified and had risen to the level of physical conflict. "Damn it, what do you want to do with the Kingdom Army? If you want to kill me, just kill me. Hehe, you traitors, you actually rebelled against the king, you deserve to die. We are here to apologize to the king today, not to cause trouble. The crime of rebellion cannot be dismissed with a simple apology. Then what do you want to do? Do you want our lives?" Bang! A gunshot. An undercover agent of the Baroque Kingdom Army covered his arm and screamed. "Ah, damn it, these rebels actually hid weapons. They are not here to apologize. Take them down quickly, even if they are accidentally killed, it doesn't matter." Chaos, escalating. What the hell is going on? Isn't the broadcast scheduled for 9 o'clock? Why is it early? What happened in Albina? What the hell is my stinky boy doing? Civilians all over Alabasta who were preparing to listen to today's meeting panicked. In the royal square, Kosa, the leader of the rebels, was completely confused. He didn't know why things turned out like this. Are they here to plead guilty? Not to start a rebellion? There must be some misunderstanding. Kosa wanted to explain, to stop it. However, the power and voice of one person are limited. Just as Kosa tried his best to stop it, he didn't notice that a cold gun was aimed at his back. As the leader of the rebels, if he died here, the conflict between the two sides would inevitably escalate. By then, everyone would believe that it was King Cobra who broke his promise and killed 100,000 rebels. "For our great cause, go to hell!" The Baroque Kingdom Army sneered and was about to pull the trigger. The next second, whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking wind exploded. The huge humanoid falcon swooped down and kicked the Baroque undercover who was about to fire a cold gun. At the same time, the most elite bird claw troops of the kingdom rushed out one after another, suppressing the most violent kingdom army and rebel army on the spot. This sudden situation made both the kingdom army and the rebellion army stunned, and they didn't know what was going on for a while. "Everyone, please listen to me." The gentle girl's shout was amplified by the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi and spread throughout the square, calming all the commotion. Chapter 49. Sir Vivi. That's Princess Vivi. It's really Sir Vivi. Princess Vivi hasn't appeared for a year. I thought something happened. It's great to see Sir Vivi safe and sound. The people of the rebel army all shouted happily. In this country, it's not just the king who has a high reputation. Princess Vivi is also a beloved existence in people's hearts. "Princess Vivi, what happened today? We are really here to apologize to the king, and we are definitely not here to cause trouble. But, why does the kingdom army have to kill us?" everyone asked. "Everyone, I know you have many doubts in your hearts. I will explain them to you one by one. Before that, there is one thing everyone should know, that is, none of us have done anything wrong. Vivi's voice spread throughout Alabasta through the Den Mushi. The drought in the country in the past few years, the rise of the rebel army, and today's conflict, everything, is the criminal company Baroque works behind the scenes. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the royal plaza was in an uproar. The entire Alabasta was shaken by millions of people. The royal capital Medi Council Hall, the roof of the church. Boss, something seems to be wrong, our plan went wrong. Mr1 Dasbonis said in a deep voice. I didn't expect that Princess Vivi was so important to the people, and she was able to control the situation so quickly. Boss, what should we do next? Miss pointed at Zayla and asked. Goo-hee-hee-hee, everything is in vain, inform Miss Golden Week, temporarily cut off the broadcast signal, inform Miss Merry Christmas, and detonate the square bomb now. Crocodile gave the order with a sinister sneer. Princess Vivi, be prepared to watch the despair of watching 100,000 people die in front of you, but you are powerless, goo-hee. The laughter stopped abruptly. Boss, something happened, Miss Merry Christmas lost contact, and I can't get in touch with her. Miss pointed at Zayla and said in a deep voice. What? Crocodile was startled, and the smile on his face disappeared. Could it be that the underground signal is not good? Mr1 Dasbonis guessed. Crocodile and Zayla ignored it. The signal wave of Den Mushi can even cross the vast ocean. How could it be blocked by a few dozen meters of ground? But what Crocodile didn't know, this time Mr1 really guessed right. The signal over the Hades Palace is not good. Miss, what about Golden Week? Crocodile asked in a deep voice. Everything is normal over Golden Week. Just now, the broadcast has stopped. Miss pointed at the Den Mushi broadcast not far away, and no sound came out. But what Zayla didn't know was that only the broadcast in the capital stopped broadcasting. The broadcasts in other cities still broadcast Vivi's voice as usual. As for the capital, most of the people gathered in the square to watch the excitement, and there was no need for broadcasting. Boss, if Princess Vivi continues to talk, it will be bad. If we can't keep those 100,000 people, then... Miss pointed at Zayla anxiously. No problem, they can't run away. Even if there are some accidents, the final result has been set and will not be changed. Crocodile said confidently. I originally wanted to wait until the fireworks in the square bloomed before taking action, but... Now notify the agents to assemble and prepare to attack Huanglong and take down the palace. Palace, Broadcast Signal Control Center. Hey! Nami picked up the hot black tea on the table, blew it gently, and took a sip leisurely. It's delicious, Marion. Nami smiled and looked at the childish little loli across the table. She had dark red ponytails and a pink wide-brimmed hat. She wore a light blue floral shirt and a dark red skirt with blue and white Madara pattern socks. She also had a special sticker on her arm. Nami also had one on her arm. The little loli's name was Marion, and she also had a code name, Miss Golden Week. As a senior agent of Baroque, her task this time was to control the broadcast channel. It is not difficult for Miss Golden Week to do this. Although she is not a demon fruit power, she is a natural superpower. To be more precise, she is a realistic painter similar to Hypnosis, who is good at using color pigments to manipulate people's emotions. Marion, are you a superpower? Nami asked. No, Nami, I am just a painter who is good at color pigments. Black represents betrayal, yellow makes people laugh wildly, blue is sadness, calmness is green, and yellow-green represents friends. I told you because we are friends. Miss Golden Week revealed her secret ability without reservation. Wow, Marion is really amazing! Nami exclaimed, and then changed the subject. However, such a powerful ability should be used in the right way. Don't follow Crocodile anymore. There is no future. You don't have to worry about what happens next. Leave as soon as possible. Okay. Miss Golden Week waved goodbye. Watching Golden Week leave, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say that Miss Golden Week looks harmless, but this superpower of controlling people with paint is really hard to guard against. If it weren't for the magical accomplice identification sticker given by Loyolin, this would not be so easy to solve. Speaking of which, the ability of the captain's sticker seems to be similar to the yellow-green effect of Marion's friend. As long as you stick the same sticker, you will become an accomplice. Wow! Nami couldn't help but sigh in amazement. I'm looking forward to Crocodile's constipated expression. Palace, back garden. Loyolin sat alone on the fishing platform, as steady as an old dog. At a certain moment, ta-ta! The sound of high heels hitting the ground sounded from behind Loyolin. I'm here, sit anywhere. Loyolin said without turning his head. The footsteps paused. Wearing a large sun hat, the tall and graceful lady raised her eyebrows slightly. You knew I would come. Robin's pretty face was a little surprised. I can probably guess, Miss Robin. Rowling said calmly. Chapter 50. Last night. Regarding the detailed intelligence operation book received by Vivi. Loyolin was also confused, but he did not ask. After the operation meeting, Vivi found Loyolin again and confessed everything. After listening to Vivi's description, Loyolin knew that his guess was probably right. In Baroque works, the people who can provide such detailed enemy operations must be the top management. Among the top management, the only one who might defect and do such a thing is Missile Sunday Nico Robin. But what Loyolin couldn't figure out was why Robin did these things. Obviously, this didn't exist in the original plot line. Why did she let Vivi approach her deliberately? Obviously, they had never met until today. But Loyolin knew that since Robin did these things, she would show up sooner or later. So, can you tell me now, why are you paying so much attention to me? Miss Nico Robin, the only survivor of O'Hara. Loyolin didn't even look back and directly revealed Robin's hidden identity. Having been led by Robin for so long, he must give back appropriately. He couldn't let Robin be the only one who understood him, while he knew nothing. As expected, when he heard Loyolin say his name, Robin's face changed obviously. But soon he returned to normal, with a smile on his face again. You are really special, different from other men. Robin sat down next to Loyolin. What kind of bad girl's words are these? Are you coveting my handsomeness and are attracted to me? Loyolin glanced at Robin and teased. Robin smiled and said nothing, without denying. The first time she knew Loyolin was the Cocoa West Village incident. At that time, Robin only thought that Loyolin was a nosy young man who had not experienced the beatings of society. Maybe he has some strength, but this character can't go far in Grand Line, so she didn't pay too much attention to him. Until a month ago in Logue Town, by chance, Robin saw a painting of the unlucky duo. It was the scene of the famous Logue Town Marine Colonel White Hunter Smoker kneeling in front of Rowling. This painting made Robin officially interested in Rowling. She happened to be near the Twin Capes that day, so she decided to wait. This stop also allowed Robin to hear and see many incredible things. For example, Rowling said that Thor blew up the Holy Land Marie Joyce. When she first heard it, Robin just thought it was a joke and didn't take it to heart at all. After all, that was the Holy Land Marie Joyce, the residence of God, the safest place in the world. And the most important thing is that it is 1,000,000 miles away from the Twin Capes, on the other side of the distant Red Line. How could it be blown up just like that? However, the next day, a report of the attack on the Holy Land was issued. Only then did Robin believe that Rowling was not just talking nonsense. Compared with the bombing of the Holy Land, catching Brooke dead with only a handful of bones left during night fishing was nothing. Of course, at that time, Robin was only interested in Rowling and his party. He had not thought of having any intersection with the daring people. Until he found out that Rowling chose the Whiskey Peak route. 1 in 7 probability. Rowling chose Whiskey Peak. It seemed to be the guidance of fate. It was from that moment that a new plan emerged in Robin's mind. This led to a series of events since then. Let's get back to the point. If Crocodile knew that you backstabbed him and revealed all the battle plans, your situation would be quite bad. Rowling narrowed his eyes. Baroque works and Crocodile will no longer exist after today, right? Robin asked back. That's true, but after all, he's been your boss for many years. Is it really okay for you to turn to a stranger like me? Rowling nodded. Crocodile and I have never been on the same side. We just happen to have the same goal. If I say that one day when our goal is achieved, it will be the time for me and Crocodile to break up, do you believe it? Robin said seriously. Well, I believe it. Rowling nodded without hesitation. This is something Robin can't do. Hey, it's obviously the first time we meet, and you trust me so much. Could it be that you covet my beauty and are attracted to me? Robin said with a smile, returning what Rowling said before. I have a friend whose mother once said that beautiful women can't be trusted. The more beautiful they are, the more likely they are to lie. Rowling said casually. Robin. How could she not hear the subtext of Rowling's words? Beautiful women can't be trusted. He believes me. That means he thinks I'm not beautiful? Although she was happy to be believed, Rowling actually said that she was not pretty and had no feelings for her? What a joke. Although she was a 28-year-old virgin, it did not mean that she was unpopular. In the past 10 years, she had traveled all over the country and had been coveted by many people for her beauty. But Robin always believed that only being strong was the foundation. What was gained by selling beauty was unreliable. So she had never been taken advantage of by those guys with bad intentions. For a while, the huge back garden fell into a cold state. At this moment, zhang! The fishing line suddenly tightened. The system that had been silent for several days finally reloaded. And judging from the weight felt in his hand, the cargo this time was definitely not small. But Rowling was no longer a rookie in the Windmill Village period. The power of Tai Chi, integrated. One contraction and one release, using the force to fight the force. It took only a quarter of an hour. The water surface was rippling with circles of violent ripples. A black two-handled teapot was lifted out of the water by Rowling. Hey! Looking at the teapot hanging on the hook, Rowling didn't react for a moment. The big thing that he had been playing against for a quarter of an hour is just like this? What the hell is this black thing? The next second, the system revealed the answer. Ding dong! Lucky luck, congratulations to the host for getting an S-level pet, One-Tail Shikaku, Teapot Sealed State. Chapter 51. Robin. What is this? A teapot? After a quarter of an hour of hard work, you only caught this black thing? She was so excited about Rowling before, thinking that he was going to catch something big, but it was the same at Gemini Cape. How come this man only caught some weird things? Robin couldn't help thinking, with a strange look on her face. What made her even more puzzled was that at this moment, Rowling was not at all upset about not being able to catch a big fish but catching a teapot instead. Instead, he was very satisfied and couldn't let go of the teapot. Okay, let's stop here today. Anyway, the information you sent was very helpful. I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. Rowling held the teapot in one hand, put away the rod and stood up. At this moment, the palace hall. King Cobra sat on the throne. Listening to his daughter Vivi's speech, he couldn't help nodding. Lord Cobra, the situation outside has been completely controlled, all thanks to Princess Vivi. She will definitely be an outstanding queen in the future. Guard Captain Akaram exclaimed excitedly. Yes. King Cobra nodded. As a father, there is not much I can do, at least I have to hand over this country intact to Vivi. Lord King, those guys are coming. Deputy Captain Jakakar's expression suddenly became solemn. As soon as the words fell, there were only a few dull noises. The elites of the kingdom army guarding outside the hall screamed and flew into the hall. The senior cadres of the Baroque works, led by Crocodile, swaggered in. Bold. Crocodile, this is the royal palace, not a place you can trespass without permission. Guard Captain Akaram shouted. Crocodile, you finally showed your tail, the guys around you are criminals from the Baroque works, you are the mysterious boss of Baroque. Jakakar said loudly. Goo hee hee hee. Crocodile laughed sinisterly. At this point, there is no need to say these high-sounding words. We all know that only one party can walk out today. However, before that, I have a few questions to ask you. Go ahead, I also have questions to ask you. King Cobra faced Crocodile fearlessly. I really didn't expect that a princess of a country would condescend to be an undercover agent in Baroque works. Cobra, you really gave birth to a good daughter. Crocodile couldn't help but applaud. Thank you for the compliment. I also think my daughter is the best in the world. Cobra said. It's just. Even if Princess Vivi is an undercover agent of our company, it is absolutely impossible for her to get in touch with the core of the organization. I am very curious, where did you get the information from? You seem to have been prepared for our action today. Crocodile's eyes suddenly turned cold. He could probably guess that there was a traitor in his camp. No comment. Cobra continued to speak without being humble or arrogant. Crocodile, you have been lurking in Alabasta for many years, playing the role of a hero while using the Baroque works to do all kinds of evil deeds. Is your purpose really just to seize the power of this country? Ever since he heard Vivi's analysis yesterday that Crocodile's purpose might not just be to seize power. Cobra couldn't sleep all night, thinking about this question, and thought of a possibility. That is the biggest secret of Alabasta. 800 years ago, Queen Lily gave up becoming a noble world noble to keep the secret. Once that secret is exposed, Alabasta will inevitably become the target of public criticism and be invaded and robbed by various forces. Especially the world government. After all, that secret is about the ancient weapon Pluton that destroys the world. Gah-hee, what else do you think? I have any other purpose? Crocodile also did not give a direct answer. But from his subtle changes in expression, Cobra already has the answer. Although I don't know how Crocodile knew it, there is no doubt that he knew that this country had that. The people of Alabasta naturally didn't understand the deep meaning of the conversation between Cobra and Crocodile. But, there are some things that even a 3-year-old child can understand. Hey, are you kidding? Is this true? Crocodile. Mr. Crocodile is actually the boss of a criminal company. The mysterious president of the notorious Baroque works is actually Crocodile. This kind of thing is simply unbelievable. Mr. Crocodile is a hero who has driven away pirates countless times. All over Alabasta, the people who heard the conversation on the radio were shocked beyond words. Many people who had been helped by Crocodile were unwilling to accept the reality and shook their heads. It's not hard to believe. The facts are in front of us. That's right. That's right. Lord Cobra and Lord Vivi both said so. Crocodile himself has admitted that he is the president of Baroque. The drought in Alabasta in the past few years is all caused by that guy behind the scenes. Damn Crocodile, it turns out that a dog can't change his eating habits. How can a pirate become a hero? Shibukai Crocodile, he plays the role of a national hero, and his purpose is to seize this country. If he succeeds, Alabasta will become a pirate country. How can he succeed? More ordinary people are indignant and angry. People in several cities close to Albana picked up their weapons and set out to support. At this moment, Not only the people of Alabasta are taking action, but also the Marine G6 branch. Last night, Jackal Gaga contacted Marine and connected to the Kingdom broadcast signal. The Marines at the base heard every word of Vivi's speech and the conversation between Cobra and Crocodile. Shichibukai usurped the country. Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is not only the president of Baroque Works, but also plans to seize Alabasta. This matter is really too big. Hina doesn't know what to do. Hina, the beautiful Marine colonel, was so shocked that her eyes widened and she was at a loss. 7 warlords of the sea are under the command of the world government, but, if the news of Alabasta spreads, it will inevitably cause a huge storm. A middle-aged female Marine Rear Admiral looked extremely ugly. Hina, you lead the team to Alabasta immediately, and you must not let Crocodile's conspiracy succeed. I will report to the headquarters immediately and let Sister Tsuru, the base commander, make the decision. Chapter 52. Naval Headquarters. Marine Ford. Justice Building. What? Marshal Sengoku's scream, which was raised by more than an octave, echoed in the office. Zaya-he, you are not kidding me. Do I look like I am kidding? Vice Admiral He, the Chief of Marine Staff and the head of G6 Base, had a cold and ugly face. That guy. Crocodile is now openly seizing Alabasta? Is he crazy or stupid? Marshal Sengoku shook his head repeatedly. At present, the details are unknown, but what can be confirmed is that Crocodile is indeed the boss of the secret criminal company Baroque Works, and Alabasta is in danger. That is the jurisdiction of the G6 branch. I will leave first. After that, Vice Admiral He strode away, ready to go to Alabasta in person. Damn it, it's true that a dog can't change its nature. The 7 warlords of the sea system should not exist. If this incident cannot be properly handled, the Marine will lose face. Marshal Sengoku gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Snap! The table was broken. Bulu bulu. Den Den Mushi dialed. 5 elders, look at what you have done. Marshal Sengoku, who was furious, did what he had always wanted to do but didn't dare to do before. He attacked the 5 elders, the world's highest authority, head-on. Albania, the Palace Hall. Crocodile had no idea that his conversation with Cobra had been widely spread, and even the naval headquarters on the other side of the sea had heard it. At this moment, Crocodile still believed that everything was under control. Not only Crocodile, but also senior agents such as Dasbonis thought so. Even though there were only 8 of them, each of them was as powerful as 100. Although the kingdom's military was numerous, they were nothing but rotten fish and shrimp in their eyes. Since you don't want to answer my questions now, I'll interrogate you later. Crocodile waved his hand casually, and senior agents such as Dasbonis stepped forward. Indeed, that's enough. King Cobra stood up and took out a small Den Den Mushi from his pocket. Crocodile, our previous conversation has been broadcast throughout the country through the radio signal. Now everyone knows your true identity. No one in Alabasta will believe you anymore. Your plan to seize power has completely failed. Ha! What an idiot king, do you think we are not prepared? These little tricks are just a little clever, but unfortunately the country's broadcasting system has long been under our control. Mr. 3 sneered proudly. While talking, he dialed his partner's Den Den Mushi. However, the dial tone kept ringing, and no one answered. Damn it, what's going on? Miss Golden Week. Hurry up and answer the phone. The smile on Mr. 3's face disappeared. Boss, Golden Week has also lost contact. It was not long ago. Miss, who was also dialing the telephone bug, used both fingers. Zayla's forehead was covered with cold sweat. I was careless. Crocodile's face suddenly became gloomy. He had realized that he had been trapped. The other party had obtained more information than he had imagined. Each of their plans had been prepared accordingly. First, Miss Christmas, who was responsible for installing the bomb. Then, Miss Golden Week, who was responsible for seizing the broadcasting system. Besides him, there was only one person who could grasp the combat missions that each person was responsible for in detail. Guhi, I really didn't expect that you could actually win over that woman. Cobra, did you make a deal with that woman? Have you handed that over to that woman? Crocodile said coldly. Is it Miss Sunday? That stinky woman Missile Sunday. Did she betray us? Damn it. Damn her. A group of senior agents reacted one after another, and the abuse continued. I don't understand what you mean. Anyway, you can't take over this country now. What awaits you is only Marine's prison. King Cobra shouted. Do you think you have won? Don't get carried away. I'm standing in front of you now. Crocodile's eyes were cold. Don't talk nonsense with them anymore, Crocodile-chan, just take them down. Tough S.E. Bentham took the lead and shot out. It should have been like this a long time ago. Watch me crush you into a meat paste. Miss Valentine activated the Light Lion Fruit ability. The cold dark-skinned man Mr. 5 began to pick his nose. Gentlemen! Protect the king! Captain of the Gardakalum shouted loudly. He pulled the ribbon on his shoulder with both hands. The machine gun muzzle and the exaggerated curly hair spewed flames. Jackal troops, follow me! Vice Captain Jackal Gika led his elite troops to surround Baroque. Clang! Dang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. That was Mr. 1 Desbonis in action. Paramecia Dice Fruit ability, activated. His hands turned into blades, aiming directly at the isolated King Cobra. At this moment, swish! The sword was unsheathed. At the same time, there was a strong murderous aura. Kuina held Gan Jiang Moye and slashed at Desbonis mercilessly. The swords collided, creating bright sparks. Clang! Desbonis's crossed hands suddenly opened and repelled Kuina. Little devil! Desbonis raised his eyebrows slightly, and then locked his eyes on the double swords in Kuina's hands. The sword is good, but if you don't want me to cut it off, get out of here and play in the mud. Kuina was not moved by Desbonis's intimidation. Everyone on the ship was busy, and she wanted to help. Even if she knew she was defeated, she would never retreat. A fierce melee broke out. The kingdom army had hundreds of soldiers. On the other hand, Baroque had only 8 people. There were only 7 people who took action, and the strongest crocodile never moved. Even so, the balance of the battlefield still quickly tilted towards Baroque. It took only a few minutes. The defense line of the kingdom army was torn apart. Jackal Jaka and Akalim were forced to retreat to King Cobra. Although the situation was serious, the expressions on the faces of the kingdom army were not anxious or angry. Because their mission had been successfully completed. In the previous chaos, Miss Valentine, MR5, Miss Zayla, MR4, and MR2 Bentham were all quietly affixed with stickers representing their accomplices. The reversal drama is about to begin. Chapter 53. It's over. In a corner of the palace hall, Mr. 1 coldly stared at Kuina, who had nowhere to retreat. Little girl, your swordsmanship is not bad. You will probably become even stronger in time. It's a pity that you met me. I am the nemesis of all swordsmen after eating dice fruit, and I will not show mercy just because you are a child. Desbonis whispered ruthlessly, and his sharp arm was about to cut off. Kuina! The girl screamed. Outside the palace door, Nami raised the gun in her hand and pulled the trigger at Desbonis. What shot out of the muzzle was not a bullet, but a beam of light. Doraemon props unlucky ray gun. Those who are hit by the unlucky ray will have bad luck one after another. The effect of the unlucky ray gun is immediate. Crack! The pillars damaged in the battle made a crackling sound under the heavy load. Then it fell down with a loud bang, hitting Desbonis's head. The sudden collision made Dasboni's stagger, and his feet accidentally tripped over the broken carpet. The next second, he fell flat on his face and knelt straight in front of Kuina. "Hey, you are so unlucky," Kuina said subconsciously. "Little girl." Dasboni's eyes flashed with cold light, and he still didn't let Kuina go. Just then, swish! "Don't be afraid, my dear friend, I'm here." Bentham, a tough SE, danced like a swan, and ASE rushed to Dasboni's and kicked him away like a bullet. "Mr. 2, what are you doing all of a sudden? Even if you want to go crazy, show me the situation." Dasboni's shouted coldly. "I will never forgive a ruthless man who doesn't even let cute children go." Mr. 1's partner, pointed at Zayla and moved forward gracefully. Paramecia's thorn fruit was activated, further forcing Dasboni's back. "Zayla, even you." Dasboni's pupils shrank suddenly, realizing that something was wrong. On the other side. "MR4, MR5, Miss Valentine, are you going to rebel too?" Crocodile's angry roar echoed in the hall. Smith Marseille. MR4, a tall baseball man, swung a metal bat and hit Crocodile's head with one blow. "Who is your subordinate? We have only met a few times and are not familiar with each other at all." "Ha ha ha." Miss Valentine laughed exaggeratedly and sat on Crocodile's body with her buttocks falling from the sky. "Wow!" The yellow sand flew and condensed into a human shape again. Before Crocodile could say anything, a small black snack was stuck on his forehead. Bang! Crocodile's body, which had just condensed, was shattered again by MR5's booger bomb. "Oh my god! You guys are serious? You actually attacked the boss? Do you want to turn against Tian Gang?" Mr. 3, who was wearing a 3 hairstyle, widened his eyes, his face full of extreme shock and disbelief. On the other hand, the Kingdom Army on the other side were all smiling and excited. "It's really worthy of the magical prop given by Mr. Rowling. It's so useful." Akalam's face flushed with excitement. "What did you do?" Mr. 1 Dasboni's asked coldly with a gloomy face. "This ability is similar to Huang Lu, the friend of Golden Week, but even if Golden Week betrayed, she is not here and can't hint. Is it a similar demon fruit power?" Mr. 3's mind turned quickly and analyzed the reasons. "The situation has reversed, Crocodile, your 5 cotters have betrayed to our side." The Jackal Gaka stared at Crocodile. "Guhi, guhi." Crocodile laughed. "You have given me a lot of surprises, but, even if these 5 rubbish betray you, what can they do? Laozi is Shishibukai, I am not targeting anyone, everyone here is trash, all of you are still far from my level." Crocodile looked down on the whole audience, confident and flamboyant, full of competition. Just then, "I heard from the captain, aren't you immune to physical attacks by relying on the Logia ability? Try this." Nami stood in the corner of the palace, holding a water pipe and turned on the switch. In an instant, water splashed. FK. Crocodile's face suddenly changed, and he dodged in a panic, not daring to be splashed by water. In addition to the reason that demon fruit power is restrained by water, the more important reason is that once the sand element meets water, it cannot be transformed smoothly. Crocodile's reaction cannot be said to be slow, but it's a pity that you can dodge the first day, but not the 15th. He dodged Nami's water flow and was hit by Kuina's water column from the other direction, instantly becoming a drowned chicken. SE boxing, memories of that summer. Tough SE Bentham spun and jumped, accelerating his roundhouse kick and hitting Crocodile. Because Crocodile was wet and couldn't transform smoothly, it immediately spun and flew backwards, hitting the wall of the hall, and blood splattered between its mouth and nose. This is not over yet. Baseball man Mr. 4 cooperated with the gun that ate the dachshund fruit, hitting a home run and exploding the baseball, adding insult to injury. black-skinned hip-hop man Mr. 5 moved his index fingers on both hands at the same time, dug out 2 small snacks and turned them into bombs, and bounced them towards Crocodile. Not to mention how much damage it would cause, just the small snacks sticking to the body was extremely insulting, enough to drive people crazy. Boom! Boom! The terrifying chain explosions shook the entire palace. Chapter 54. Boom! Boom! MR4's baseball bomb and MR5's booger snack bomb caused a series of explosions. The magnificent palace hall shook violently and collapsed at this moment. "My lord king, it's dangerous, escort the king out quickly," the jackal Gika ordered anxiously. "Ms. Nami, Miss Kuina, you too." Before Akalam finished speaking, he saw that Nami had already dragged Kuina away. Did they kill them? Looking at the palace hall that was almost turned into ruins, the faces of the kingdom army led by Cobra were full of tension. Hey, boss, you can't really be finished like this." Mr. 3, brother, whispered in a panic. If Crocodile was really killed, then he could only choose to join the opponent if he couldn't beat him. What 7 warlords of the sea, their strength is just like this, and they can be solved without our captain and Thor taking action. Nami smiled proudly. "This is all thanks to the tools and plan provided by my brother. If I didn't know that Crocodile is afraid of water, no matter what attack, I'm afraid it wouldn't be effective against him in the sand elementalization," Kuina said seriously. "Even if it's Shichibukai, if he can't transform into an element and suffers the combined attack of the slaves, even if he doesn't die, he will be skinned." The tough S.E. Bentham spoke. "Ha, it's over. The so-called 7 warlords of the sea are nothing big. They are not even worth a single blow." Miss Valentine laughed exaggeratedly. The next second, crackstones rolled in the ruins of the palace. A bloody hand penetrated the ground without warning. Erosion, reincarnation. Logia sand fruit's ultimate move, exploded. The palace hall, which was only half collapsed completely at this moment. And it was not just an ordinary collapse, all the rocks were weathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bluestone floor was no exception, and it took only a few breaths. The land within a radius of hundreds of meters was completely desertified, and all the buildings turned into dust. At the location of the original palace hall, a tall figure slowly condensed into shape, and it was Shichibukai Crocodile. At this moment, Crocodile's clothes were torn. His face was full of burnt marks and dried blood. His meticulously combed slicked back hair turned into an afro. He looked miserable, but his aura was still strong. The joint attack of Bentham and others did cause Crocodile to be injured, but not as seriously as expected. "Can you still stand? Mr. 4, Mr. 5, keep bombing him." Miss Valentine gave orders in a domineering manner. Mr. 4 raised his baseball bat. Mr. 5 put his finger into his nostrils to prepare snacks. However, this time, before the two of them could finish preparing, swish! The wind and sand blew past. Crocodile flashed in front of the two, and his sand elemental arm slashed out fiercely. Crescent-shaped sand dunes. The moment the sand swept past the bodies of the 2 senior officials, it sucked out the moisture in their bodies, and they fell straight to the ground like 2 mummies. Looking at her partner who had turned into a mummified corpse, Miss Valentine was immediately frightened. "Candle chain!" Brother 3, Mr. 3, waved his hand. The white liquid candle turned into a shackle, imprisoning Miss Valentine and pulling her down from the air. After making sure that his boss was fine and had a chance to counterattack, the cunning Mr. 3 naturally wanted to show himself. At the same time as Mr. 3 made his move, Mr. 1 Dasbonis also attacked on the other side. Even if the opponent was his partner, he would never show any mercy. Swish! The sharp claw knife slashed through the void, leaving 5 splashes of blood. Mrs. Fingers Zala's eyes rolled back, and he was seriously injured and unconscious. Captain Akalem, protect the king and leave. Jakal Gika spoke in a deep voice, ready to fight desperately. It's useless. No one can escape without my permission. Crocodile spoke coldly. The desertified ground suddenly seemed to come alive. One after another, quicksand pools appeared out of thin air, making everyone deeply trapped in it. Damn crocodile, don't hurt my best friend. Seeing Kuina and Nami, who were labeled as accomplices, in danger, the tough SE Bentham suddenly exploded. With his amazing leg strength, he forcibly broke free from the shackles of the quicksand and launched an attack on Crocodile. SE boxing, memories of that winter, ah ah ah. Before the big move was launched, it turned into a scream. A huge sand roll appeared out of thin air, carrying Bentham and spinning wildly. Sandstorm. Crocodile slowly clenched his fist, and the sand roll swelled up in the wind, taking Bentham out of the palace and going to the end of the world. At this moment, the royal square. Master Vivi. Feeling the movement from the direction of the palace, Falcon Bell's face was full of worry. No problem, I believe in Mr. Rowling, we just need to complete our mission. Vivi said firmly. The battlefield of the palace. Crocodile looked down from a high place, overlooking King Cobra and others in the quicksand, and spoke in a deep voice. Where is that man named Loyolin now? No one spoke. With you, the straw-like kingdom army, it is impossible for you to have so many tricks. Everything is the work of that man named Loyolin behind the scenes. Including the rain a few days ago. Crocodile spoke again. It would be great if you knew. If you know what's good for you, let us all go quickly. Otherwise, when the captain comes, you won't have anywhere to cry. Nami wrinkled her nose and threatened viciously. Goo ha ha ha. Crocodile laughed. He is just a villain who dares to hide behind and play some inferior conspiracy tricks. Forget it, I will turn you all into mummies first, and then let your so-called hope reunite with you. Half of Crocodile's body turned into an element, covering the quicksand pool. Just then. Click. A clear sound of footsteps came from the direction of the steps of the square. At the same time, there came the black and red lightning that ravaged the world. Ah! The crocodile, who was still high and mighty a second ago, couldn't help but scream at this moment. He felt as if his body was electrocuted by the half-sand element, and was paralyzed by terror, so that he couldn't even maintain his ability. What a joke! This is Conquerors. Click. The second footsteps came. The black and red lightning became more and more dense, causing Crocodile's knees to bend unconsciously. Sorry. I was a little too obsessed with fishing. It shouldn't be too late. Roland walked into the venue slowly, holding a teapot in his left hand and a fishing rod in his right hand. Chapter 55. Crack. The black and red lightning pierced through the sky and crossed the 8 directions. With the kingly aura that looked down on the world, he was overwhelming the world. This is Conqueror's Haki. Such a terrifying conquerors, who are you? Crocodile spoke intermittently, with big beads of sweat dripping down his face. If it was just an ordinary conqueror's Kamui pressure, Shichibukai-level crocodile would not be afraid and could easily resist it. But now what was imposed on him was the king's pressure that was the only one who conquered the Grand Line in 800 years. The top-level conqueror's Haki that the pirate king Gold Roger had spent his entire life to refine. Conquerors practiced to this level is no longer just a simple Kamui pressure. At the same time, it can also have a substantial effect on reality. At this moment, the black and red lightning lingering around Crocodile is not just a simple special effect. Conquerors that are powerful enough to affect reality are enough to paralyze the human body like a lightning strike. You ask me who I am? Didn't you say this just now? I'm just a small person who plays tricks behind the scenes. Rowling looked at Crocodile with a face full of ridicule. Damn it! Crocodile gritted his teeth and looked solemn. A guy with such a terrifying conquerors is naturally not a small person. But Crocodile searched his memory and couldn't find any information about Rowling. At such a young age, he has awakened conquerors of this level. This guy is even more terrifying than the 4 emperors red-haired. What shocked him even more was that this man suddenly appeared in the past few months and had been unknown before. My brother doesn't bother to play any tricks with you. This is what we want to try. If my brother takes action, he can suppress you with one hand. Kuina vowed. That's right, when it comes to playing tricks, you are the one who pretends to be a hero in this country on the surface, and acts as a criminal boss to seize power behind the scenes. You are the high 073 hand. Nami said sarcastically. Good. Well said. Great. Akalam, Jackal Gaka, and others in the quicksand pit beside him immediately applauded. Humph. Crocodile snorted coldly, without rebutting or refuting. After all, his whole body and mind are now locked by Rowling's conquerors. If he relaxes a little, he may kneel on the spot. He Crocodile is a big man with a good reputation, how can he kneel to an unknown person? Absolutely impossible. Just when Crocodile gritted his teeth and insisted, Mr. Dasbonis, who saw through his strength, stood up. I've read the report from East Blue Cocoa West Village. Your swordsmanship may be good. No swordsman in Xinjiang J.1.1 has ever been able to beat me. Dasbonis said confidently. Tis. Rowling said lightly, flicked his right hand, and half of the fishing rod fell out. At the same time, a strong sword intention and sword force suddenly burst out. Dasbonis's expression changed slightly, and he quickly crossed his hands and entered a defensive posture. The ability of Paramecia Dice Fruit was activated, making his whole body stronger than steel. The next moment, Rowling used the fishing rod as a sword and swung it down. 100-step flying sword. Puff blood splashed. How can it be? At the moment when Rowling's fishing rod fell, Dasbonis had a bad premonition. However, it was too late to escape, and the severe pain that followed made him scream involuntarily. Whoosh! Boom! Dasbonis's tall body flew backwards like a cannonball, smashing down the palace wall. Between his chest and abdomen, a hideous wound that almost spanned his upper body slowly split open and emerged. If this time, Rowling was not holding a fishing rod, but a famous sword. If Dasbonis was not a dice fruit user, with full defense, then Rowling's previous sword would be enough to cut his body in two on the spot, not just a serious injury. Well, this time I used a fishing rod, and it seems that he can still pretend to be invincible to the swordsman in the future. Rowling thought. At this moment, Brother/Captain/Mr. Rowling, be careful. Kuina, Nami, King Cobra, and others shouted in unison. It's too late. Crocodile raised a hideous and proud arc at the corner of his mouth. Because Dasbonis challenged Rowling earlier, he was distracted and his control over Conquerors was weakened. Crocodile was also able to break free from Conqueror's paralysis and launch a counterattack. Desert Great Sword. Crocodile slammed his right hand to the ground. In an instant, a great sword of sand rushed out of thin air in front of Rowling and cut him in the waist. Rowling did not dodge Crocodile's attack, but smashed the teapot with his left hand. Crack! Crocodile's great sword of sand shattered. On the other hand, Rowling, even the teapot, was intact. Swish! Rowling swung the fishing rod again. Crocodile's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously dodged with elementalization. But Rowling did not attack him, but threw out the fishing line to pull Kuina and Nami out of the quicksand pit. Then, Loelin followed suit and pulled King Cobra, Akalam, and others out of the quicksand. Thank you for your hard work. You did a great job. Next, take a bath and have a good rest. Loyolin stroked Kuina and Nami's heads with his big hands to encourage them. Hey, I'm still far away. Kuina scratched her head embarrassedly. No. Nami suddenly shook her head firmly. Tay. Loyolin was puzzled. I want to wait until everything is over, and then take a bath with the captain, and everyone else. Nami's eyes rolled around, her face full of cunning. Well. Okay, let's make a quick decision. Loyolin handed the fishing rod to Nami for safekeeping. After all, this is a tool for eating, not a weapon. Guhi, your Conqueror's Haki is indeed very powerful, and it can even prevent me, a Logia, from transforming smoothly. However, it also consumes a lot of your own energy. In addition, I was careless and didn't dodge just now. I won't be easily locked by you this time. Crocodile thought he had found a way to deal with Rowling's Conqueror's suppression. Well, you are right, and then what? Rowling asked indifferently. Crocodile, Rowling's calm attitude made his heart skip a beat, and he had a sense of foreboding. My sister just said that I can suppress you with one hand, so let you use one hand. Rowling still held the teapot in his left hand, and stretched out his right hand, bending 4 fingers towards Crocodile. What an arrogant kid, I will make you regret it. Crocodile looked sinister, and his right hand transformed into the element of sand turned into the shape of a blade. Desert sword. The huge sand blade fell and easily cut through the land of sand. Loyolin bent his knees slightly, and stepped on the ground dozens of times in an instant. 6th style, shave. Swish. In a split second, Loyolin flashed in front of Crocodile and slapped his hand towards his face. Hat. Crocodile sneered, without dodging, ready to take Loyolin's blow. Loyolin's palm was indeed powerful, and the palm wind alone made the air whistling and dissipating. But no matter how powerful the power is, what can it do? How can physical attacks cause damage to the sand element? Just when Crocodile was thinking so, the next second, snap! With a crisp sound, Loyolin's slap hit him hard on the face. He turned 720 degrees in the air, spitting out blood mixed with teeth, and finally fell to the ground in embarrassment. What? How is this possible? Feeling the burning swelling and pain on his face, Crocodile was dumbfounded. In his cognition, as long as he could transform into an element, he would be absolutely invincible, and he should be invincible. Previously, he was neither solidified by water nor locked and suppressed by conquerors, but suddenly, Crocodile shuddered and finally reacted. Crocodile, are you a newbie idiot? Rowling looked at Crocodile as if he was an idiot. Or have you been at ease in the first half of the park for too long, and met too many newbies, so that you have forgotten this? Rowling said as he clenched his fist, and a dark airflow wrapped around his fist. Armament Haki. Crocodile took a deep breath. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't change the fact that Rowling said it. Yes. Logia's elementalization has never been truly invincible. Armament Haki is specially created for Logia's elementalization and can capture its body. This is the truth he understood more than 20 years ago, but since coming to Alabasta, he has met rookies who have just entered the Grand Line. Not to mention Haki, these rookies don't even know what Haki is. Over time, Crocodile himself forgot that Haki can restrain himself. It's impossible for someone who can awaken such a terrifying conquerors not to have armament Haki. I was careless again just now, but I won't do that next time. Crocodile stood up and tried to save his dignity. Well, I hope you won't be careless next time. Rowling said, performing the 6th-style shave again and approaching. It was still the same formula, the same slap towards Crocodile. Humph, are you underestimating me? The same moves won't work on me. The word works was stopped before it came out. Snap. It was still the same taste. Crocodile scored twice, and was once again slapped in the air by Rowling's slap, and his teeth fell out. Crocodile fell to the ground, dumbfounded, his head buzzing from being hit. He had obviously dodged it, and Rowling's slap before should not have touched him. It didn't touch him, but it hit him. Could it be that? Crocodile's pupils shrank suddenly, and he guessed the answer. Flowing Haki. Armament Haki is released through the air. This time the reaction is a little faster. Roland smiled slightly. Armament Haki should have been possessed as early as when he was in Windmill Village. During the travels of the past few months, he has also successfully learned the advanced usage of entanglement, flowing release. As for further internal destruction, he has not yet mastered it. But it is enough to deal with Logia-like crocodile who has been comfortable in paradise for a long time. Come on, I will just assume that you are careless this time, and continue. Roland bent forefingers towards crocodile again. A whole kid, don't think you have won. Desert Diamond Sword. Crocodile's hands turned into sand elements, transformed into 4 huge sand blades, and launched a series of slashes towards Roland. Tiger climbing the mountain hard. Roland did not dodge or evade, and the secret of Bajiquan exploded here. At the same time, with the help of Armament Haki, he confronted it head-on. Clang! Dang! Bang! Boom! The sound of metal colliding and fists hitting flesh exploded one after another. In just a few breaths, Crocodile's diamond sword was shattered. His body was hit hard and spurted out several mouthfuls of blood. But even so, he still did not fall down. Go to hell! Crocodile looked ferocious, and the golden hook in his left hand was stained with deep purple scorpion venom that killed the enemy with one blow, and launched a sneak attack on Luolin. As a time traveler, Luolin knew Crocodile's tricks very well. With the help of observation Haki, it was impossible for him to succeed. Bang! With a crisp sound, Luolin raised his foot and stepped on Crocodile's left hand to the ground, and the poisonous pirate golden hook shattered. The flying knee kick that followed hit Crocodile's chin, causing him to spiral up to the sky and then fall heavily to the ground. Oh oh oh! So cool, so cool! Mr. Rowling is so strong. As a Shishibukai, Crocodile has almost no chance to fight back in front of Lord Rowling. Ha ha ha, wake up, Crocodile, Lord Rowling is not someone you can mess with. Akalam, Jackal-Gaka and other members of the Kingdom Army were all shocked and excited and cheered. Iz. Crocodile stood up with a pig-like head. A strong man like you has been unknown until now. Who are you? The world is wider than you know. Rowling said lightly. Maybe. Crocodile grinned and changed the subject immediately. But even if I lose, you can't win. Debt. Rowling raised his eyebrows slightly. The battle plan you know was given by that stinky woman Nika Robin. Crocodile said. Rowling did not comment. Haha, I have never trusted anyone, and I always like to make preparations, so even that woman doesn't know that there is another bomb hidden somewhere in the capital. Once it explodes, the area within a radius of 5 kilometers will be razed to the ground. How many people will die then? Crocodile laughed. The first bomb did not explode as expected, so he remained calm. It was also because he had a backup plan and prepared a second bomb. Although all his plans are bankrupt because of Rowling now. Both Arabistan and Pluton are distant dreams. But this second bomb can make Rowling feel more or less upset. What did you say? There is a second bomb. Damn Crocodile, what on earth have you done? Where is the bomb? Tell me quickly. Listening to Crocodile's self-exposure, Akalam and other members of the Kingdom Army were no longer calm and completely panicked. After all, it was related to the life and death of 100,000 people, and even Princess Vivi might be involved. Wait, Akaram, don't worry. Unlike Akaram and others, King Cobra was unusually calm at this moment. Because he noticed Rowling's expression, there was no panic at all. Because Vivi trusted Rowling very much, and because of his love for him, Cobra now also believed in Rowling. Hehe, I miscalculated. You are not from this country. You and Alabasta are just casual acquaintances. No matter how many people die in this country, it has nothing to do with you. Crocodile smiled deeply, thinking that Rowling's calmness at the moment was indifferent. Hehe. Rowling chuckled and took out the Den Mushi without explaining. Thor, did you find it? I found it a long time ago. The proud voice of the girl came from the Den Mushi and also rang out on the battlefield of the palace. The next second, under the shocked and horrified gaze of Crocodile, a door opened in the space, and a petite girl appeared dragging a large bomb. Xiaolin, this bomb seems to be timed, how to deal with it? Thor asked. Well, find a place to throw it away. Rowling said casually. Where to go? Whatever you like. Okay, let me think about it. Thor put his finger on his forehead, and after a moment, she had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good idea. The space portal was formed, and Thor waved his hand casually. The bomb that entered the countdown to the explosion entered the space portal. In an instant, it crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and arrived above the magnificent city at the top of the red line. Ding 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 boom. Boom. The Holy Land Marie joys exploded again. Chapter 56. The center of the world Holy Land Marie joys. It has been nearly a month since the dragon attack. The turbulent Holy Land has gradually returned to peace, and the reconstruction work is in an orderly manner. In addition to continuing to track down the identity of the Green Dragon, the government will not put down other work. The most important issue today is naturally the Shichibukai usurpation of the country in Alabasta. At this moment, the White Jade Hall of Pangu City, the 5 highest powers in the world gathered together, discussing the Crocodile Country incident reported by Marshal Sengoku not long ago. Sengoku, that guy actually disrespected us and was a little confused about the big and small kings. He is just the Marshal of Marine, and we are the highest power in the world. He must recognize this. The 5 elders Nasujiro, holding the supreme sword first generation Kaiditsu, said with a displeased face, still brooding over the attack of the unmartial Sengoku not long ago. Well, calm down, Sengoku is usually very obedient, so this time it's understandable. Jupiter 5 elders Peter tried to smooth things over. That BD Crocodile acted like this under the identity of Shichibukai. He did it, but it was exposed. What a useless BD. Saturn 5 elders Satan said coldly in dissatisfaction. Indeed, if he could do it perfectly, like Doflamingo, we would just turn a blind eye to it, but the result. Mercury 5 elders Voculi frowned. If the matter of Shichibukai is widely spread, it will be a heavy blow to our government's reputation, and other member states will also have complaints. Mars 5 elders Marcus frowned. Compared to the damage done by Shichibukai Crocodile to member state Alabasta, the 5 world's highest powers are more concerned about the government's reputation. As for how many people will die in Alabasta, it's not even in their consideration. Because the people in the lower world are no different from bugs in their eyes. What we have to do now is to suppress this matter and not let negative news. Mars 5 elders Mark Asmus stopped talking halfway. The other 4-5 elders also stood up at the same time. As strong men, their powerful sixth sense made them instinctively feel the crisis. 16 The next second, a crack appeared in the sky above Pangu City. The bomb with a diameter of 5 meters burst into amazing and brilliant light. Boom! Boom! The terrifying explosion shock wave covered a radius of 5 kilometers. When everything returned to calm, the Pangu City building, which was the symbol of the Holy Land, no longer existed. Boom! A loud noise came from the ruins of Pangu City. The huge sandworm broke out of the ground and spit out 4 old men. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Saturn 5 elders Satan shouted angrily. Ah, the second time. This is the second time. Satan, the 5 elders of Saturn, roared to the sky. Who is it? Who is so bold as to do such a thing? I will tear him into pieces. Nas Hulang, the 5 elders of Venus, was murderous, drew his sword and looked around. He was at a loss because he could not find the attacker at all. First it was the green dragon last time, and now, someone must be targeting us. Maybe we can only ask Lord Yim. Peter, the 5 elders of Jupiter, who had regained his human form, spoke faintly. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Woo-woo, the shrill alarm sounded again. Marshal Sengoku, something bad has happened. Meeting King Branyo shouted in panic. What's wrong again? Marshal Sengoku frowned and said unhappily. He was worried about Alabasta at the moment. Marshal, just now, the Holy Land sent a message that Marie Joyce was attacked by an unknown entity again, and the area within a radius of 5 kilometers, including the Pangu City building, was razed to the ground. Branny reported nervously. What did you say? Marshal Sengoku jumped in shock, his voice rising more than an octave. At this moment, Alabasta, the battlefield of the capital palace. Crocodile was silent as he watched the bomb disappear. I thought Rowling's strength was shocking enough, but I never thought. Damn, where did these monsters come from? If it weren't for them, my plan would definitely succeed. If you have run out of tricks, it's almost time to put an end to this farce. Rowling said lightly, and his hand slowly pressed down towards Crocodile. Dense cold sweat oozed from Crocodile's forehead. He knew that if he didn't say something, it would be over. More than a decade of planning, and the bright future, all went to waste. What awaits him will be a dark and irrelevant prison life. I still have the strongest move to perform. If it's in the desert, I won't lose if I leave. Crocodile looked directly at Rowling, his eyes firm and confident. Oh! Roland raised his eyebrows slightly, and he was interested. As a traveler, Roland wanted to enjoy the different scenery along the way. The so-called strongest move of Crocodile was something that Roland, a time traveler, didn't know either, so he might as well watch it. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Roland snapped his fingers. Hey! Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he had made the right bet. Youthful recklessness is a common problem among young people, especially men like Linglan who are young but powerful. They are very conceited about their own strength and think that everything is under control. This is his chance. Just when Crocodile was thinking this way, a deep purple portal suddenly rushed past, taking his figure away. When he opened his eyes again, he saw an endless expanse of yellow sand. Here, you should be able to maximize your strength. I hope you won't let me down. Roland said lightly. Gah-hee, don't worry, I will make you regret it. Crocodile raised a cruel smile. The next second, his body suddenly shattered and merged with the desert. Hey! Llewellyn frowned slightly, wondering if Crocodile took the opportunity to run away. Just then. Boom! The desert ground suddenly shook. Then. Rumble! The rumbling sound of the vibration was in pieces. The vast desert land seemed to be resurrected, like a surging sea. In a sense, the desert is also an ocean made of sand. There are waves in the sea, and there are sand marks in the desert. Crocodile, who ate the power of Logia sand fruit, merged with the entire desert at this moment. He seemed to have transformed into the emperor of the desert, controlling everything in the desert. The endless yellow sand land was stacked with waves under his power. From the initial 1 meter to 10 meters, 50 meters, and finally, the sand waves controlled by Crocodile rose in the wind, turning into a terrifying desert tsunami of high and fragrant rice. Once it overturned, it could easily bury a city. Goo ha ha ha! Crocodile's proud and hearty laughter came from the desert waves. At this moment, his inner confidence continued to rise and strengthen like this desert tsunami. The vast desert is his home ground, and in his home ground, he is not afraid of anyone. Even if the opponent is the monster who looks too young, but has the ultimate conqueror's haki. Thank you for your arrogance, which gave me the opportunity to merge with the desert. In return, I can give you a chance to tell your last words. Crocodile looked at Rowling and Thor with a look of confidence. Is this your trump card? Rowling looked at Crocodile calmly and scratched his head. It feels a little old-fashioned, nothing new. What did you say? Crocodile's face suddenly sank when he saw Rowling's still carefree and relaxed attitude. Xiaolin, let me do it. Thor's vertical pupils flashed red, and he was eager to try. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? To deal with this guy who is strong on the outside but weak on the inside, it's enough to let the pet go. Rowling smiled slightly. Then he posed in the standard posture of throwing a baseball. It's decided to be you, Raccoon Cat. There was only a whoosh. The black teapot in Rowling's hand flew out in a rotation. The next second, the seal on the teapot was lifted. The blue chakras shone brightly. Hee hee, I'm finally free. A sharp and crazy voice came from the teapot. The black teapot swelled up in the wind, and a yellowish-brown head pushed open the lid of the teapot. Then, thick limbs and a tail rushed out of the black teapot. The fierce-looking one-tailed Shikaku, with mysterious blue lines all over his body, is in teapot mode. It's perfect. Oh, is this Raccoon Cat our new pet on the ship? It has its own kitchen utensils. Do you want to cook it and try? Thor's eyes sparkled. While looking at Shikaku, he wiped the crystal from the corner of his mouth. A hole. First of all, I'm not a raccoon cat, secondly, I'm not a pet, and finally, this is not a kitchen utensil but a sealed object. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll eat you in return. One-tail Shikaku yelled fiercely. After that, Shikaku turned his head and locked his sight on the rushing desert tsunami. Hee hee, this is really a nostalgic move, use your life to celebrate the lifting of this seal. Shikaku laughed complacently. You actually let a beast fight, don't look down on me. Crocodile roared angrily, and the 5 fingers of his right hand slowly touched the roof. Sand, storm, big, burial. Boom. Boom. The desert tsunami erupted. The endless yellow sand waves seemed to be transformed into a giant beast, speeding up. This was Crocodile's strongest attack in his life. He poured in the power of decades of training, the deep development of the sand fruit ability, and the most important desert terrain blessing. Even an army of tens of thousands of people would be instantly destroyed by his amazing move, and there would be no place for burial. Hee hee, I've seen this kind of moves for a long time. One-tail Shikaku was not panicked at all, and was not surprised. He took a deep breath and puffed up his mouth suddenly. Wind-style practicing air bombs. Boom. Boom boom boom. One after another huge wind balls spewed out of his mouth. Like bombs one after another, they blew holes one after another in Crocodile's desert tsunami. Although new sand will be replenished soon, it requires physical energy. Consumption. More importantly, one-tail Shikaku's casting speed is too fast. Gradually, the speed of the desert tsunami slowed down. Crocodile in the sand was sweating. His remaining physical strength was not enough to support this huge consumption. What a bunch of monsters, Lao Zi can't afford to provoke them, but can't he hide? Crocodile cursed in a low voice, and he had the idea of retreating in his heart. At this moment, one-tail Shikaku's wind ball bomb offensive suddenly ended. Hee hee, I'm not going to play with you anymore, I'm going to finish you off. One-tail Shikaku opened his mouth wide, and the yin-yang chakra was compressed at a ratio of 2:8. Finally, it condensed into a deep purple sphere in front of his big mouth, exuding a destructive breath. Tailed Beast Bomb. 960. Boom. The most powerful move of the tailed beasts in the Hokage world exploded here. Boom. The desert earth shook violently. Crocodile's desert tsunami collapsed instantly under the shock wave of tailed beast bomb. The bright light of the explosion was still clearly visible even in the capital hundreds of miles away. I don't know how long it took, and the world returned to peace. Hehe, you will be crushed to pieces under my power. This is the price of provoking me. One-Tail Shikako laughed triumphantly, and then turned to look at Rowling and Thor. Now it's your turn. He didn't forget that Rowling called him a pet raccoon cat, and Thor even said that he brought his own kitchen utensils and wanted to cook him. Oh! Rowling narrowed his eyes slightly. Shikaku, like Thor, is a non-human creature that was hooked from the other world. However, Thor's favor ability was full from the beginning, while Shikaku was a little rebellious. It's still unclear who is the big and small king. Is this trying to turn against Tian Gang? Xiaolin, can I teach it a lesson? Thor's dragon pupils also narrowed slightly, and he was also dissatisfied with Shikaku's attitude. Okay. Just don't kill it. Rowling waved his hand casually. Although he was a bit mean, Shikaku in teapot form was really cute. Hehe, it's really funny to kill the tailed beast, you guys think, FK. One-Tail Shikaku's mocking words stopped abruptly. Because Thor has transformed. Looking at the green dragon in front of him that is bigger than himself. Feeling the pressure from the dragon, Shikaku felt a little flustered inexplicably. But flustered. Shikaku's mouth was still hard. Don't think you can transform. I'm afraid of you. If you have the guts, wait. I'll give you a big one this time. After saying that, Shikaku opened his mouth again, and yin-yang chakra gathered crazily. The tailed beast bomb, which had defeated Crocodile's strongest move, was used again. And this time the scale was more than doubled than before. Thor did not take the opportunity to attack Shikaku's charging move, but just watched calmly. Finally, Shikaku's charging was completed. Hehe, you're such an idiot. You just watched me charging. It's too late to regret it now. Die. Shikaku suddenly became arrogant again. With a roar, tailed beast bomb suddenly shot out. Thor just watched the tailed beast bomb gradually glowing calmly. When the distance between the two sides was only a few meters, Thor suddenly opened his mouth and bit the dark purple tailed beast bomb. Crack! Like a glass ball shattering. The sphere, originally formed by invisible energy, seemed to become a tangible object at this moment, and was bitten, chewed, and swallowed by Thor. One-Tail Shikaku. Ah! 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 Chapter 57. Ah! Watching the dragon Thor chew and absorb his tailed beast bomb like chewing candy beans. One-Tail Shikaku was completely stunned, his eyes widened like copper bells. He knew that his ominous premonition had come true, and his perception was not wrong. The aura naturally emanating from Thor was even more terrifying than that of the old man Six Paths. He was simply a monster among monsters. At this moment, One-Tail Shikaku began to panic. No longer as arrogant as before. Little raccoon, if you are done, it will be my turn next. Thor smiled kindly. Ah, don't be impulsive, ah. Don't hit me in the face. I still rely on my face to make a living. Hiss, I'm wrong. Sister. You are my big sister. I really know I'm wrong, I won't dare to act like a big shot anymore. Woo woo woo. The voice of One-Tail Shikaku crying and shouting echoed in the desert for a long time. Facing humans, Shikaku is arrogant and would rather die than surrender. But facing Thor, the dragon at the top of the food chain, Shikaku followed his heart. After a lecture, One-Tail Shikaku was completely subdued by Thor and turned back into a teapot pet. At the same time, Loelin also found Crocodile with a serious injury and a broken arm in the vast desert. If it were in another place, Crocodile would definitely be blown to pieces by the tailed beast bomb. However, because of the desert home field, Crocodile was lucky enough to save his life. Go back. Rowling picked up Crocodile, who was like a dead dog. Yes. Thor held the teapot shikaku in his left hand and waved his right hand to open the portal. When Rowling and Thor returned to the palace, everything was settled. After Vivi's speech, the detention of Baroque's senior agents was also completed. Except for Miss Goldenweek, who was persuaded to leave by Nami in advance, and the third brother who slipped away when he saw the situation was not good. All other senior agents were arrested and detained in the royal prison, waiting for their fate. Side hall of the palace. Captain, Thor. Brother, Sister Thor. Mr. Rowling, Miss Thor. Seeing the return of Rowling and Thor, Nami, Kuina, and Vivi's eyes suddenly lit up and ran forward. King Cobra, Akalem, Bell, Nika and other high-ranking officials of the kingdom also came forward excitedly and thanked him. In this way, the incident has come to a successful conclusion. Rowling handed the dead crocodile to the kingdom army. Leave the next thing to us, Lord Rowling, please move to the side hall, we have prepared a rich lunch. Guard Captain Akalem said. Rowling nodded and walked to the side hall surrounded by the girls. The lively celebration banquet began. Sir Rowling, I will never forget this great kindness. On behalf of all the people of Alabasta, I toast you a glass. King Cobra raised his glass solemnly. King Cobra is polite. It's just a small favor. I am a traveler. It's fate to meet you on the journey. Rowling raised his glass calmly. Sir Rowling is really young and promising. I also toast you a glass. Akalem raised his glass to toast. Next came Bale and Nika. After 30 rounds of drinking, everyone was drunk. Vivi, you are my father's good daughter, a good princess of the kingdom, you have worked so hard so far, this time Alabasta can. Drunk Cobra talked to himself in his sleep. Dad, what are you talking about? I am the princess of the country, this is what I should do. Vivi laughed. But Dad also hopes that you can live a carefree life like an ordinary girl, enjoy the journey of life, and do what you like to do to your heart's content. Also, the marriage can be put on the agenda now. If there is a suitable candidate, Dad will not stop it. Give Dad a baby grandson within a year of marriage. 73, Hiccup. King Cobra, who was in a drunken dream, blurted out all his thoughts. Is this the legendary large-scale marriage urging scene? Nami, Kuina, and Tor all looked at Vivi. Wow, ah. Vivi's face suddenly turned red. How can a father be so anxious to marry his daughter off? In order to prevent Cobra from continuing to talk nonsense, Vivi quickly ordered the maids to take the old father who was talking nonsense back to the room to rest. On the other side, after having a good meal, Rowling and his party were led by Vivi. They came to the big bath in the palace and took a hot bath. The young girls were playing with each other in the women's bath, full of vitality and infinite beauty. In contrast, the men's bath next door seemed much quieter, and only Loyalin enjoyed it. But soon he was not alone. A graceful figure appeared out of thin air in the misty water vapor. The sound of splashing water followed. It was as if a mermaid swam under the bath. In a daze, Loyalin felt that a part of his body was completely wrapped by something warm. The new scene of Thor's bath, unlocked successfully. At the same time, the girls next door were bathing. Hey, where is Miss Thor? Why is Miss Thor gone again? Vivi, who was playing with Nami, spoke in surprise. This was not the first time. Don't worry, listen carefully. Nami looked like she saw through everything. Gilyalu. Kuina buried half of her head in the water. Her big eyes occasionally glanced at the white flowers floating on the water. Vivi blinked and followed the instructions to listen. After a moment, Vivi, who understood everything, blushed again. The scene of Rowling treating her that day appeared unconsciously in her mind. For a moment, her body became hot, unconsciously feeling like a fruit. The sun sets. Night falls. A warship anchored at the port of Alabastanarohara. Colonel Hina, the situation is roughly clear. Shichibukai Crocodile's conspiracy has been crushed. King Cobra and Princess Vivi are all safe and sound. A marine soldier reported. Oh! The Queen Colonel Hina, wearing brown sunglasses and with long pink hair, raised her eyebrows slightly. Shichibukai is one of the three major forces in this world. As a marine colonel, Hina certainly knows how powerful Shichibukai is. With her strength, she is far from being a match for Crocodile, and she may not even be able to hold out for a few moves. Besides Crocodile, the senior agents of Baroque Works are also not vegetarians. Hina had already made the worst plan, but she never thought that the situation would turn around. What happened? Who defeated Crocodile, or did he know that his conspiracy was exposed and led the team to evacuate? Hina asked. No, the specific situation has not been found out yet. According to the soldiers of the Kingdom Army, it seems to be related to the friend that Princess Vivi brought back from overseas. The Marine said uncertainly. I know. I will visit the palace early tomorrow morning. Hina waved her hand. The next day. At 9 o'clock in the morning. King Cobra met Hina in the temporary palace. Although Shichibukai is an organization under the government. But Shichibukai is Shichibukai, and Marine is Marine. King Cobra will not be angry with Marine because of Crocodile's actions. Moreover, Hina is an old acquaintance. Hina participated in the escort of the previous two world summits. Of course, knowing each other is knowing each other. If you want to talk about this incident, Hina's level is a little insufficient. Regarding Hina's question about who defeated Crocodile, Cobra did not answer directly. He just briefly talked about Crocodile's battle plan and their response. At the end of the conversation, he wanted to take over Crocodile and send him to marine prison. Cobra also refused and said that he would publicly execute Crocodile to give an explanation to the people. I understand. Hina nodded and did not force it. She could have guessed that her proposal would not be adopted. It was just a prelude to test the waters. Everything had to wait for the arrival of Vice Admiral He. After the appointment, he would visit again. Hina went out under the escort of a Kalem. At this moment. Vivi, did you sneak into the captain's room last night? Oh? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. You know whether you are talking nonsense or not, right, Gina? Well, I won't participate. The sound of the girls quarreling came, attracting Hina's attention. The next second, Hina's beautiful eyes shrank suddenly, because she saw Luolin following behind the girls. The Logue town incident had long been spread among the Marines. After all, this was the first time that the troublemaker Smoker was defeated. As a friend of Smoker's generation, Hina knew more than others. So at the first sight of Luolin, she knew that he was the man who awakened Conquerors in Smoker's mouth. Yes. If it's this man, it makes sense. If he is, he may really have the strength to defeat Crocodile. A big doubt in Hina's heart suddenly became clear. But now is not the time to talk. After nodding to Luolin, Hina strode away. Hey, Captain, do you know that beautiful marine lady? Nami joked. I don't know him, it's the first time I see him. Rowling said casually. Oh my, Captain, you are indeed a sinful man, and another girl fell in love with you at first sight. Nami shook her head helplessly. Nami, don't talk nonsense, Mr. Rowling, what's wrong with you? A sinful man. Vivi stared with big eyes, seriously angry. Okay, it's just a joke, Vivi, you don't understand it. Nami laughed. Sir Rowling. King Cobra called Rowling. About the public execution of Crocodile mentioned last night, maybe there will be a change. The world government will not allow such a thing to happen. My idea is. Cobra told Rowling his thoughts. After all, Rowling was the hero who caught Crocodile. The decision to publicly execute Crocodile last night was also the result of a discussion with Rowling after drinking. If we want to change it now, we naturally need to seek Rowling's opinion. Well, this is your Alabastus national affairs, you can decide for yourself, but, if you can exchange one person for huge benefits, I think this deal is still very cost-effective, said Rowling. Yes. Thank you very much. King Cobra understood Rowling's meaning and thanked him excitedly. On the other side, Hina left the palace and returned to the Royal Capital Hotel and contacted the Marine Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Crane as soon as possible. Hina told him everything she saw and heard after arriving in Alabasta, especially what she encountered with Rowling in the palace not long ago. I see, I know, I will arrive in 3 days, and you don't need to do anything before then, just observe. Vice Admiral Crane said. I understand. The phone was hung up on this side. On the other side, the Den Den Mushi in the Marshal's office of the Naval Headquarters rang. Xiaohe, how is Alabatan? Marshal Sengoku asked nervously. The man who defeated Crocodile was the man named Rowling. Marine Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Crane spoke with a powerful bomb. What? Rowling? The man who awakened the extraordinary conquerors as mentioned in Smoker's report. Marshal Sengoku's eyes widened suddenly. Yes. Hina saw that man in the Albina Palace this morning. Princess Vivi's friend must be referring to him. Vice Admiral Crane immediately informed the details. I know, I'll contact you later. Marshal Sengoku hung up the Den Den Mushi and immediately called the Den Den Mushi in the Holy Land. The center of the world, the Holy Land Marie joys. After 2 bombings, the originally magnificent and neat Holy Land, King's Money, was in a mess. For this, the world nobles and government officials living here were all furious. But there was no one to vent their anger on, and they couldn't catch the attacker at all, and there was not even a clue. At this moment, the temporary hall of the 5 elders. East Blue? A newcomer who can defeat Shichibukai appeared in that weakest sea. Satan, the 5 elders of Saturn, was full of disbelief and disbelief. Although it is the weakest sea, East Blue has also produced extraordinary beings, such as Roger, the Pirate King, and Garp, the current hero of Marine. They are all from East Blue, said Nasujiro, the 5 elders of Venus. The awakener of the top conquerors Haki, a new overlord, does have the possibility of defeating Crocodile, said Peter, the 5 elders of Jupiter. Now is not the time to talk about these things. The most urgent thing is the matter of Shichibukai. Crocodile's successor must be appointed as soon as possible. A 1,000-mile dam collapses because of an ant hole. Once the balance of the 3 major forces collapses, it will inevitably bring a direct and huge impact to the world. Martian 5 elders Marcus Moss looked solemn. In the current situation, letting the man who defeated Crocodile take over Shichibukai should be the best solution. Voculi, the 5 elders of Mercury, made his own suggestion. Hearing this, all the 5 elders nodded in agreement. But what if this man doesn't know what's good for him and refuses our invitation like Ace did 2 years ago? Mars 5 elder Moss asked. Hehe, then let him know who is the master of this sea. Venus 5 elder Nas Hulang sneered. 3 days later in the morning, several warships entered the waters of Shengting Island. Marine Vice Admiral Crane and World Government P7. Both sides landed on Alabasta one after another. Chapter 58. Ding Dong. Lucky moment, congratulations to host for stocking armament Haki, primary hardening winding. Ding Dong. Good luck, congratulations to host for stocking wood style, Yamato low-end beggar version, 3-bedroom and 1 living room technique is a must-have skill for home travel. Ding Dong. Congratulations to host for stocking Doraemon props bamboo dragonfly. Ding Dong. Congratulations to host for stocking Imperial props. 9 o'clock in the morning. Vice Admiral Crane, the head of Marine G6 Base and Chief of Staff, arrived at the capital Albina. King Cobra attached great importance to it and went out to greet all the high-ranking officials of the kingdom, including Akalam, Bell, and Gaka. After all, Vice Admiral Crane, the Chief of Marine Staff, is an old marine legend of the same status as Marshal Sengoku and Hero Garp. Even if Cobra is the ruler of a country, he cannot neglect Vice Admiral Crane, a marine elder with outstanding achievements. Of course, for a king as virtuous as Cobra, Yu Jianghe also gave great respect. After a simple greeting, the conversation returned to the main topic. King Cobra did not hide anything from Vice Admiral He's inquiry. He immediately handed over the information on Crocodile's theft to Vice Admiral He. The information directly stated the identity of the hero who saved Alabasta this time. Of course, this was also done with the consent and permission of Rowling. It is true that heroes are born young. King Cobra, can you introduce me to him? I want to meet this little hero. Vice Admiral He said approvingly. It should be possible. Mr. Rowling is fishing in the back garden now. Akalam, go and ask Vice Admiral He. King Cobra ordered. Yes, King Tien. Guard Captain Akalam retreated in response. The huge side hall became quiet. King Cobra stared at Vice Admiral He for a long time, wanting to say something but stopping. He thought that Vice Admiral He's main purpose of coming here was to extradite Crocodile and his gang. However, Vice Admiral He had not mentioned anything about extradition since the meeting. This made it difficult for King Cobra to deal with him. After all, he was already prepared. What's wrong? King Cobra, just say whatever you want to say. Vice Admiral He said sincerely. Then I'll tell you, Vice Admiral He, you should have known that we have decided to publicly execute Rong Dare, the culprit who caused the chaos in Arabaskan. King Cobra said. 847 yes. Vice Admiral He nodded. Crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. I want to know what your superiors think about this matter. Cobra said seriously. The above words will probably be obstructed for the so-called face problem. In fact, according to my information, the people of the World Government Organization have also landed in Alabasta. Vice Admiral Crane spoke calmly, and then changed the subject. But in my personal opinion, I support your decision. If you do something wrong, you will always have to pay the price. Thank you. Cobra nodded in thanks. But what Cobra didn't know was regarding the Shishibuki's theft of the country. Vice Admiral Crane not only simply supports it, but even wants to add fuel to the flames. For the 7 warlords of the sea system of the world government, a considerable number of Marines are dissatisfied. Vice Admiral Crane has always been an opponent, especially after Doflamingo became the 7 warlords of the sea. Excluding Crocodile, who failed to steal the country, there are 3 kings and former kings in the active 7 warlords of the sea. Shishibukai tyrant Bartholomew Bear has left the Sobel kingdom. Boa Hancock, the Shishibukai empress, is the current king of the Kingdom of Women and is a legitimate successor. The last one is Shishibukai Doflamingo, the king of New World Dressrosa. Yu Shaoer he has always been upset about Doflamingo suddenly becoming a beloved king overnight. After learning that Crocodile intends to take over the kingdom, Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately thinks of Doflamingo. The more he thinks about it, the more he feels that Doflamingo's kingship is not legitimate. However, due to Doflamingo's Shishibukai status, even she has no right to interfere or investigate. If the Alabasta incident can be made bigger, it may be possible to use the fishing theory of the member countries to impact the 7 warlords of the sea system, and then it may be possible to take the opportunity to launch an investigation into Doflamingo. My Lord King. The captain of the guard, Akalam, has returned. Lord Rowling has agreed to meet with Vice Admiral Tsuru. I know, then let's go together. King Cobra stood up first. Vice Admiral Crane followed closely with Hina. Not long after. The group arrived at the back garden of the palace. The scene that came into view surprised Vice Admiral Crane and Hina. Take off! This bamboo dragonfly is so fun! Yes, yes, we can fly freely! Ha ha ha, I can fly too, only 2 of the tailed beasts can fly. Come on, let's compete in speed. Hey, hey, Sister Meyer, wait for us! The girls' surprised and excited cries echoed in the sky one after another. With the help of the new Doraemon prop bamboo dragonfly that Rowling caught this morning, Nami, Kuina, Vivi, and Teapot Shikaku all realized their dream of flying, and now they are flying freely in the sky. This is not moonwalk. How did they fly? Hina is very confused. Marine Beauty Colonel Hina widened her eyes in shock. I don't know either, Vivi, it's dangerous up there. Come down quickly! Cobra shouted in shock. Ah! What did you say? I can't hear you, Dad. I'll play for a while. Vivi flew farther and farther away as she spoke, not wanting to listen to her old father's nagging. Please don't worry, Lord Cobra, I'll always follow Lord Vivi. Bell, who had transformed into a falcon, spoke as he followed Vivi. Is that some kind of scientific prop? Vice Admiral He's eyes swept from the bamboo dragonflies above the girls' heads, and finally locked onto Thor, her pupils shrinking suddenly. Because she suddenly discovered that Thor didn't have a bamboo dragonfly above her head, she was flying in the air with her own strength. In addition, there was the strange teapot creature that could speak, which was also eye-catching. After a long while, Vice Admiral He finally retracted his gaze and turned to look at Rowling, who was standing still in the pavilion. The legendary Marine Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral He. Admiral? I have heard of you for a long time. Please take a seat. Llewellyn said without turning his head. Traveler Llewellyn, I have also admired you for a long time. Every time I hear about you, I am surprised beyond my expectation. Vice Admiral He looked forward and spoke calmly. It is really an honor. Llewellyn said lightly. So, Vice Admiral He, what do you want to see me today? If it is about the crocodile incident, there is a detailed report in King Cobra's file. I have received the information. I came to tell you that the higher UPS have noticed you. This time, there is a high probability that you will be invited to succeed as the new 7 warlords of the sea. I want to know what you think. Vice Admiral He asked. I refuse. Llewellyn did not hesitate for a second. It is impossible to be a Shishibukai. I guess so. Vice Admiral He nodded, not surprised. At this moment, May and Vivi chased and played and flew low over the water. What are the flying devices on those girls' heads? I've never seen them. Vice Admiral He asked casually. Sorry, that's a scientific secret. Rowling laughed. He chatted with Rowling in the back garden for about a quarter of an hour. Vice Admiral He stood up and was about to leave. Just then. Get out of here, who are you? How dare you stop me? I'm the head of World Government P7. An arrogant voice came from not far away. Please wait for a moment, wait for our announcement. Before Vice Captain Jack Algaka finished speaking, the World Government personnel in black suits broke in regardless of the obstruction. King Cobra and Oh, that guy named Rowling, you are here too, come and listen. Plop. CP7 stopped talking before he finished. Then all the CPs, BGCD, bodies fell to the ground uncontrollably. Their foreheads even made close contact with the ground. Black and red lightning lingered above their heads, releasing a terrifying overlord's pressure. This is Conquerors. Vice Admiral He took a deep breath, his expression solemn and serious. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Listening to Smoker's report is no match for the shock of seeing it with your own eyes. This is Conqueror's Haki that can only be awakened by one person in a million people? Isn't Conqueror's Kamui pressure? But why is the ground destroyed? Hina is very puzzled. Beautiful Colonel Hina widened her eyes and shook her head in shock. Primary Conqueror's Haki is indeed just aura suppression, but the top Conqueror's Awakeners can influence reality with their aura alone. The most typical representative is the four Emperors' red-haired Shanks. Vice Admiral he explained. In addition, this control over Conquerors is also extraordinary. What? Hina's eyes widened further. She extracted a key point from Vice Admiral He's words. That is, the strength of Rowling's Conquerors is enough to be on par with four Emperors. These guys who don't know any etiquette, let them kneel for an hour first. Vice Admiral He, what do you think? Rowling asked with a smile. I have no objection at all. Vice Admiral He sat down again and was not in a hurry to leave. Since they met, she also wanted to see how Rowling unwhirled the game of government. An hour later, the invisible pressure on CP7 dissipated. All the black suits of CP7 collapsed to the ground as if exhausted. Every face was filled with extreme shock, horror, and disbelief. Only they themselves knew what kind of mental hell the past hour had been. Rowling's control over Conquerors was perfect, not letting them faint, not giving them the chance to stand up or even fall down. They were forced to kneel under the scorching sun for a whole hour, and this method was simply terrifying. Everyone from world government, you can now explain your purpose. King Cobra spoke, with no intention of entertaining them. Asterisk. The CP7 chief waved his hand weakly and no longer had the initial arrogance. At this moment, he just wanted to complete the task quickly and leave this hell. A box covered with black cloth was delivered to the CP7 chief. Opened, there was a large old den mushi inside. Bulu bulu bulu. Gaga. The den mushi connected. Too slow, CP7. An old, intimidating voice came from the other end of the den mushi. No, Master Five Elders, it's all. Enough, I don't want to hear your explanation, Cobra should be here now. Financial god of war Venus Five Elders Nasujiro coldly interrupted the CP7 chief's sophistry, his tone full of impatience. This is also a matter of course, after all, CP7 reported that they had arrived at the palace an hour ago. I thought they could talk immediately, but they were made to wait in front of the den mushi for an hour. Who are they? The world's highest authority. It has always been others who wait for them, how can they wait for others? Is it the Five Elders? King Cobra answered. It's me, I won't say any more nonsense to you, it's a matter of face for our world government, Crocodile cannot be publicly executed, and the Alabasta incident cannot be made public. Venus Five Elders said domineeringly. Five Elders, do you know how much harm Crocodile's conspiracy has caused to our ally this time? Cobra suppressed his inner anger and argued with him. It's just. No matter what Cobra said. The Five Elders of Venus always insisted that the government's face was supreme. Cobra was mentally prepared for this. Although Alabasta is the largest country in the world, it is still far behind the world government. There is no right to speak at all. All he can do is to fight for as much compensation as possible for the country. After more than half an hour of wrangling, the two sides reached a deal. Alabasta extradited Crocodile and his party to Marine. In exchange, the government will exempt Alabasta from 3 years of Tianshangjian and give 10 billion berries as compensation. 10 billion berries as compensation sounds like a lot, which can buy the heads of 4 emperors. But averaged out to Alabasta's 10 million people, each person is only 1,000 berries. On the contrary, the exemption of 3 years of Tianshangjian is more valuable, because Alabasta is a big country. Listen, Cobra, this time we are showing you special favor, I hope you can remember it well. The Five Elders of Venus were extremely arrogant, as if Alabasta had received a great favor from them. The man named Luolin should be here, call him over now, we will give him the honor of becoming the 7 warlords of the sea. The voice of the 5 Elders of Saturn, Satan, rang out. Hey, Lao Deng, is this the attitude when you ask someone to do something for you? Who are you talking to? Loelin sneered. As soon as this was said, everyone in the audience was shocked. However, what shocked and horrified people was yet to come. Listen, Wu Lao Deng, I have no interest in becoming a Shishibukai and living under someone else's roof, unless... At this point, Loelin changed the subject. Unless what? Satan, the 5 elders of Saturn, frowned. Intuition told him that the title of Lao Deng was not a good word. But he still patiently did not get angry immediately. After all, Loelin is the best Shishibukai successor they can think of at the moment. If Loelin becomes Shishibukai with the heroic image of saving Alabasta, he can perfectly publicize this incident. But the 5 elders never expected. Old Deng, I heard that your world government has something called the Void Throne, which has been vacant for 800 years. If you can let me sit on it, I would consider it. Loelin said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, the world was quiet. Chapter 59. The Void Throne is empty anyway, why don't you let me sit on it? Rowling said the most terrifying words in the world in the most casual tone. Marine Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Tsuru was shocked. She knew in advance that Rowling would not accept the invitation of the 7 warlords of the sea from the 5 elders. She stayed just now to see how Rowling would refuse the 5 elders. But she never expected that Rowling would be the king bomb as soon as he opened his mouth. Void Throne. That's the Void Throne. Marine beautiful Colonel Hina was completely dumbfounded. Even though she had never seen it with her own eyes, she had heard of the legend of the Void Throne. She knew that it was a taboo that no one could touch. Lord Rowling. King Cobra opened his mouth, but felt dry mouth and couldn't say a word. As one of the member countries of the world government and one of the 20 royal families 800 years ago, Cobra knew the legendary Void Throne best. That is the symbol of equality of the 20 Kings alliance that defeated the enemy 800 years ago. The weapons of the 20 Kings stand in front of the Void Throne, representing equality between each other. No one can usurp the throne and sit on that position. The Void Throne belongs to the King of the world. The King of the world that does not exist on this sea. Traitor! You actually said such a treasonous word, there will be no place for you in this sea. The black suit CP7 officer roared loudly in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. The unspeakable silence lasted for an unknown period of time. Do you know what you are talking about? Even if it is a joke, this is the only thing that is absolutely not allowed. The cold voice of Satan, the 5 elders of Saturn, like 10,000 years of ice, came from the other end of the Den Mushi, breaking the silence here. Old Deng, I also said that I will not live under someone else's roof. If you sincerely ask me to be your immediate boss, then I can reluctantly consider it. There was a hint of reluctance in Loelin's tone. Hey? Asking him to be their immediate superior, is that too much of a stretch? At this moment, the 5 world's highest powers in the Holy Land Marijoys were all so angry that they were confused and red-hot. The steam representing rage rose from their heads. They never thought that they were just asking someone to be a Shishibukai. But the other party wanted to be their father. They thought that Rowling might refuse the invitation of Shishibukai. But they didn't expect Rowling to play by the rules and be so bold as to want to ascend to the sky and surpass them in one step. How many years has it been? They don't know how many years they haven't met such an ignorant kid. Okay, okay. The world's highest powers laughed in anger. You will pay the price for your nonsense. Finally, leaving a cruel word, the 5 elders hung up the phone in anger. Get lost. Rowling waved his hand indifferently. The people in black suits CP7 didn't even dare to fart and fled in disgrace. Marine Vice Admiral he looked at Loelin for a long moment, and finally just sighed. After all, he was too young and frivolous. Vice Admiral he could already imagine that what Rowling and his party would face next would be a desperate situation where they would be in danger of death. SMT. Until everyone left, Cobra came back to his senses from the shock, took a deep breath and prepared to have a good talk with Rowling about the taboo topic of the Void Throne. However, before he could speak, Rowling took the lead in making a silent gesture, with a confident arc at the corner of his mouth. "Don't say anything, I know everything. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Seeing this, Cobra had nothing to say. At present, the things Rowling was involved in were far beyond the ability of him as a king. The level was too high. However, looking at the calm expression on Rowling's face, Cobra's worries suddenly disappeared. Perhaps Rowling really had the power to fight against the world government. What he showed now was just the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, Holy Land Marie Joyce, the new meeting hall of the 5 elders. "Ah, I'm so angry. I'm so angry." Mars 5 elders Mark Asmas was furious and roared. "How dare he? How dare that kid? How dare he say that? Who gave him the courage?" Mercury 5 elders Voculi was so angry that his whole body was shaking. In this world, there is only that Lord who is qualified to reign over the throne of the void. Others will be sentenced to death even if they think about it. Venus 5 elders Nas Hulang was murderous. "He's just a young kid. We must let him know whose sea this is. If he offends us, there will be no place for him in this sea." Jupiter 5 elders Peter shouted in a decisive tone. "It's better to do it than to say it. Let's take action now. First of all, the reward." Saturn 5 elders Satan said in a deep voice. "That's right, offer him a high reward. Not only him, but everyone on his ship, even a dog, can't escape. He can protect himself, but can he protect the people around him all the time?" Venus 5 elders Nasu Xiaolang sneered and thought of a good idea. "Haha, it's too easy to get rid of him like this. We must make that BD feel the deepest despair and torture him to exhaustion." Rowling didn't know about the 5 elders' plan. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be panicked at all, because he still had the trump card in his hand. If the world government is more obedient, then Rowling can continue to develop and play with them slowly. If they are forced to do something, then just flip the table and no one can have a good time. The next morning, the report of the Alabasta incident spread all over the world. The fall and imprisonment of Shichibukai crocodile shook the sea greatly. Hey, what's going on? Why was Crocodile suddenly arrested? Yeah, if I remember correctly, Crocodile is from the 7 warlords of the sea. Isn't that Crocodile in cahoots with the government? Why did he suddenly? The news didn't give any detailed information, just saying that Crocodile violated the Shichibukai ordinance. Ha, you deserve it, Crocodile. This is the fate of joining the government. Do you think you can show off your power by being a minion of the world government? It's really a relief. Under the deliberate cover-up of the world government, the details of the Alabasta Shichibukai usurpation of the country were completely hidden. But the arrest of Shichibukai crocodile alone was enough to cause a stir. There were those who were shocked and outraged, and there were even more who gloated over the misfortune. But soon, people's attention was attracted by another shocking news. This morning, along with the Alabasta news, there were bounties for 5 new faces. Air Force Pirates. Captain Rowling bounty of 1 billion berry. Maid Thor bounty of 300 million berry. Cat Thief Nami bounty of 300 million berry. Swordsman Kuina bounty of 300 million berry. Pet Teapot Shikaka bounty of 300 million berry. FK. Wang Defa. All over the world, people's screams and uproars were heard one after another. Hey, what's going on? What's wrong with the world government? Where did this Air Force pirates come from? How can this man be offered a 1 billion bounty for the first time? This is the first time a 1 billion bounty is offered. How evil must this person be? This should break the bounty record. 1 billion is already the level of senior officers of the 4 emperors. Hey, 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 except for this man named Luolin, the bounties of the others on his ship are also incredible. Maids, little thieves, children, and even pets, these guys are all offered 300 million bounties. FK, Lao Zi worked so hard to do so many bad things and only got 20 million, these guys. Lao Zi doesn't accept it. Ha ha ha, guys, the opportunity to make a fortune is here, as long as you catch these people, it will be 2 billion berry. But, can we really deal with such a high bounty? Let's just stay calm. What are you afraid of? If we can't catch the captain, can we not catch women, children, and pets? That's right, this is simply a pie in the sky. If we catch one, we can spend 10 years. I still feel something is wrong. Across the sea, countless people were shocked by the bounty of Rowling's group. The bounty hunter group is polarized. One side believes that Rowling's group has such a high bounty that it must be difficult to mess with. The other side thinks that they can start with women and children. This is exactly what the world government wants to achieve. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. Once or twice, Rowling may be able to defend himself. But what about 10 times, 20 times, 100 times? Continuous harassment will always make Rowling gradually exhausted and fall into despair. East Blue. Goa Kingdom Windmill Village. Makina's Tavern. Ah! The bartender Makina, who was wearing a green headscarf, couldn't help but screamed in surprise. Roro! Mr. Lin and Miss Thor! How could they? Oh 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 oh! The boy outside the bar screamed excitedly. Makina! Makina! Look, the bounty on that guy Roland is 100 million berry, I didn't expect him to become a big shot so soon. If it were me, my first bounty would not be much lower than his. The Straw Hat Kid said to himself. Luffy, count carefully again, Mr. Rollins' bounty is not 100 million, but 1 billion. Makina slapped his forehead with his slender hand. Ah! Ah ah ah! 1 billion! Isn't this higher than Ace? The Straw Hat Kid was so shocked that his eyes popped out of his sockets and he almost turned on Nika mode in advance. Shimotsuki Village. Hey! 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 This! Is there something wrong here? Mr. Rowling and the others have Nami. Nami actually. That Nami actually became a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. Our Coco West village has finally produced a great figure, haha. The villagers were shocked, surprised, or delighted and kept talking. Is it time to laugh now? Nami is bountied. She will be targeted by many dangerous people in the future. Feng Che Ajian scolded anxiously. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Ajian, everything is with Mr. Rowling, Nami will be fine. Nokikao smiled and comforted, not panicking at all. Shimotsuki Village. Ishin Dojo. At this moment, looking at the high bounty of Kuina in his hand, Kojiro was completely dumbfounded. What kind of earth-shattering thing did his daughter do? The first bounty of the group meeting was 300 million. Kojiro didn't have time to think about it, and soon, visitors came one after another. They were his former disciples. Master! Master! Master Kojiro! What's the matter with this bounty order? Kuina! Is it really Kuina? Hasn't Kuina already? I don't know what's going on, but this face is definitely Kuina. Ha ha ha, if Zoro sees Kuina, I don't know. The villagers and swordsmen talked about it. At this moment, a certain sea area in East Blue. A small boat drifted with the waves. 3 men were standing or sitting on the deck. Brother! Brother! Look, something terrible happened in Grand Line. The Baroque works that once invited you, brother, has been destroyed. The sword god Johnny, wearing a blue plaid shirt, delivered the newspaper to the man with green algae hair. Compared to those insignificant little things, this is big news. Big brother, look, big business is coming. If we can make this deal, we will be rich. Joseph, the swordsman wearing a forehead protector, waved 5 bounties in front of the green algae head. I have no plans to go to the Grand Line yet, for now. Zoro stopped talking before he finished. He glanced at one of the bounties from the corner of his eye. The photo on the bounty was a blue-haired girl with a sweet smile. The voice and smile were completely consistent with his image of the girl in the sea. Kuina, is this Kuina? Zoro snatched the bounty from Joseph's hand, took Kuina's bounty in his hand, and stared at it. Looking at the photo on the bounty and the spelling of Kuina's name, Zoro's eyes were red at this moment. Chapter 60. Looking at the bounty order for Kuina in his hand, Zoro's eyes were red with excitement, and small question marks kept appearing above his head. For a long while. Gugu. Kuina has been reborn as a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. Zoro's face was excited, and there was also a sense of shock as if he had seen a ghost. Wait a moment, brother, what do you mean? Do you know this little girl named Kuina? Sword Saint Joseph realized this amazing thing. How could I not know her? Kuina is my childhood sweetheart. Zoro answered subconsciously. Ah ha ha ha. This girl is actually your childhood sweetheart, brother Zoro. Sword God Johnny and Sword Saint Joseph were both stunned on the spot. I thought they just knew each other, but I never thought. Wait a moment. Sword God Johnny and Sword Saint Joseph shuddered at the same time, as if they thought of something. Well, I'm telling you, brother Zoro, childhood sweethearts usually mean people of similar age who grew up together. Sword Saint Joseph said seriously. Yes, this girl looks about 10 years old, brother Zoro, you can't go down the path of copper smelting, with your charm, you can have any woman you want. Sword God Johnny said earnestly. 3, 4, 7. Hearing this, Zoro was stunned. The next second, he reacted and decisively knocked the 2 younger brothers who had wrong ideas to the ground with a knife hammer each. What are you 2 idiots thinking? Kuina is 2 years older than me. Zoro refuted. Oh. Even though they were beaten, Sword God Johnny and Sword Saint Joseph still looked at Zoro with an expression of disbelief. They thought to themselves, brother, you are kidding. This little girl doesn't look like a 20-year-old adult. Ah, really, I don't know how to explain it to you, my brain is also a jerk now. Anyway, in my understanding, Kuina should not exist in this world. Zoro grabbed his head with both hands. Brother, it's not good to curse a girl you know like this. Sword Saint Joseph said indignantly. No, to tell you the truth, 9 years ago, Kuina fell down the stairs and died. Zoro sighed. FK. Number. Sword God Johnny and Sword Saint Joseph, the 2 dragons and phoenixes, both widened their eyes at the same time. Kuina should have died, this should be just a similar person. But this appearance and name, all match, I now suspect that I am dreaming. Zoro's face was full of distress. Smack. Sword God Johnny slapped Sword Saint Joseph in the face. Ah, what are you doing? Sword Saint Joseph screamed in pain. Brother, it seems that you are not dreaming. If you want to know what happened, why don't you go home and ask the girl's parents what's going on? Sword God Johnny suggested. Do you think I don't want to go back? The problem is that I really don't know how to go back. Zoro, who has been wandering outside for half a year, cried out in despair. The shock caused by the fall of Crocodile and the record-breaking bounty of Rowling's gang is still fermenting, and gradually attracting the attention of the world's bigwigs. New World. Dressrosa. Royal Palace Outdoor Swimming Pool. Phew, interesting. Really interesting. Shishibukai Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo stroked his forehead with one hand and laughed wantonly. Others may not know, but I know it very well. Crocodile, you were killed by this rookie, what a useless waste. I thought you would be a good partner, but you can't even take down a country. If you can take down Alabasta, we might be able to cooperate, but now, you are no longer qualified. The arc of Doflamingo's mouth widened. Hey, Dover. Dover. Regarding this Air Force pirate group, isn't their bounty too outrageous? What does the world government mean by setting a bounty of 1 billion for the first time? Don Quixote asked in shock at Toribel. Even if this man really defeated Crocodile, it shouldn't be worth so much bounty. And these women, children, and even pets have given 300 million. Diamante, who is also the highest official, was also puzzled. Phew, the world government did it on purpose. Doflamingo had an expression on his face that saw through everything. Others don't know, but he has a reliable source of information. He knows the shocking conversation that took place in the back garden of the Alabasta Palace that day. It has been many years since such a brave man appeared in this sea. He actually asked to sit on the forbidden throne in front of the 5 elders. Phew. 4 emperors, red-hair pirates. Shanks, look, the man from East Blue seems to have made big news again this time. The Red Group sniper Yasop raised his eyebrows and exclaimed. The details of the Alabasta incident may have been deliberately hidden by the world government, but, the special bounty of the Air Force group that appeared at this time, Crocodile is likely to be defeated by them. Ship Dr. Dej analyzed. But, even if a Shichibukai is defeated, the increase in the bounty should not be so exaggerated, and these harmless girls are also rewarded with a high amount, which is simply attracting others to capture them. The fat chef Lucky shook his head in confusion. The world government has always had a standard for the bounty. This time it is so abnormal, I am afraid there are unknown things behind it. By the way, Beckman, what do you think? 4 Emperor's red hair looked at the deputy captain Ben Beckman. I was thinking, the Holy Land Marie Joyce was attacked twice in 1 month, could it be related to this Air Force pirate group? Beckman suddenly thought. New World, Sphinx. 4 Emperor's Whitebeard Pirates headquarters. Hey? Marco, are you serious? Why do you think so? This kind of thing is impossible no matter how you think about it. Captain of the 3rd Division Diamond Jaws widened his eyes. Yes, Alabasta is near the starting point of the first half of the paradise, and the Holy Land Marie Joyce is the end of the paradise. The distance between them is more than 10,000 miles, how could it be them? Captain of the 5th Division Flower Sword Vistas shook his head. The Holy Land incident a month ago, at that time, this Air Force group might have just entered the Grand Line, how could it suddenly go to the Holy Land? Captain of the 16th Division Izzo analyzed. Ha, I just made a random guess. After all, the bounty offered by the world government to them this time was too abnormal, and it felt like they were in a state of exasperation, so I wondered if the government had found the attacker or something. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed impossible. Captain Marco of the 1st Division shook his head and ruled out the correct answer. Wano Kuni, Onigashima. Ah, so angry. It's really infuriating. It's fake. It's all fake. The poisonous-tongued beautiful girl flying 6 Runty from Beast's Pirates shouted in exasperation. My elder sister, who has offended you again? The back dragon boy Peggy Wan shook his head helplessly. Wivu, Ziope, look at this. These guys are trash at first glance. Why is the bounty for the first bounty higher than mine? Your gifted elder sister has worked hard for several years. How can she not be compared to these women who are just vases at first glance? Runty was aggrieved and hung on her brother's back to act like a spoiled child. FK. Looking at the rookie bounty in Runty's hand, Page 1 was shocked. It's just a rookie kid who just started out. He just defeated the Shichibukai crocodile, and he deserves the same bounty as me? It's really annoying. In the main hall of Onigashima, Jack the Drow, the fourth in command of the beasts, was unhappy. Ha 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 ha, those old men of world government are crazy this time. Is it the sequelae of the bombing a while ago? The third in command, Quinn, laughed. Mr. Kaido, there's nothing important to do recently anyway, let me go and have fun with the 2.2 billion bounty. Jack the Drow volunteered. Ha, whatever you like. Four Emperors Kaido of the Beasts burped, not caring about the little things in the park. Tato Land, Cake Island. The headquarters of the Four Emperors' Big Mom Pirates. Stop joking, Mondor. How could this group of guys attack the Holy Land twice? According to the intelligence we have, when the Holy Land was attacked for the second time 2 days ago, this Air Force regiment was still in Alabasta dealing with the crocodile incident. Parolin. The eldest son Perospero laughed. Brother is teaching that it seems that the world government can't find the culprit of the attack and is eager to vent, and this group just happened to run into the gun. The clerk and intelligence team leader Mondor said. Just then, the big mom in the afternoon tea garden suddenly laughed. It's so cute. What is the wonderful beast in this teapot? I really want to add it to my collection. Four Emperors Big Mom Charlotte Linlin looked at the bounty order for the teapot Shikaku, and her eyes lit up. Mom, leave 0.0 to me. I will definitely bring it back to you. The third son Deifu immediately volunteered to grab the credit. Let me go, Mom. Whether it's a rare beast or a newcomer's head, we must get them all and show the power of our Big Mom pirates. Little Akainu Owen vowed. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Justice Building, Marshal's Office. Zayahi, what happened yesterday? Why was the government's reaction so strong? This time, the bounty order was not even evaluated by our Marine. It was not until the bounty order of Rowling's group was delivered to his desk that Marshal Sengoku finally realized that something extraordinary might have happened yesterday. Otherwise, a hero who saved Alabasta would not have turned into a pirate worth hundreds of billions. Did that man refuse the invitation of the 5 elders to Shishibukai? Alas, if it was just a simple refusal, do you think there would be such a big commotion? Marine Chief of Staff Vice Admiral Crane shook his head. That man said in front of the 5 elders that he wanted to be the king of that world. Vice Admiral Crane said faintly. Marshal Sengoku. Nani? Wang Defa. Oh. Chapter 61. Alabasta. Albina, the Royal Palace. This morning's news and bounty orders were naturally transmitted at the first time. This. I am also bountied, and it is a 1. Thanks to this bounty, I am more or less a celebrity on the sea. I wonder what Zoro's expression will be after seeing his bounty? He will definitely be shocked. He. Thinking of Zoro's possible funny expression, Kuina couldn't help but chuckle. Unlike Nami's nervousness and helplessness, Thor never cared about the bounty from beginning to end. Not to mention a mere 300 million, even if it was 3 billion or 30 billion, she wouldn't care at all. He. The standard villain's triumphant laughter sounded. At the pavilion stone table, Shikaku the teapot looked at his bounty and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Not bad. Giving me such a high bounty, the government guys are quite discerning. Shikaku the teapot nodded with satisfaction. But what Shikaku didn't know was that his 300 million bounty was completely incidental, and he got the benefit of Rowling's words. The world government can know nothing about his combat power. It was just that he followed the idea on Rowling's ship that not even a dog could be spared. Otherwise, as a cute pet on the ship, his bounty would be at most 50 berries, no more. What a clumsy trick! Beside the fish pond, Rowling just glanced at his bounty order casually and ignored it. About a quarter of an hour later, Vivi returned, her pretty face full of frustration and shame. Not long ago, after learning that all Rowling members were bountied at a high price, Vivi went to ask her father as soon as possible. I want to know why the heroes who saved Alabasta became bounty hunters. But the final result was obviously not satisfactory, but Cobra provided her with a plan. I'm sorry, Nami, you are heroes, but those guys from the world government are so shameless. Vivi said apologetically. Hey, that's not the case. It's just a bounty. It's not a big deal. I don't care at all. Nami changed her previous worry and waved Haki's hand to show that it was okay. The considerate Nami didn't want her best friend Vivi to blame herself for this matter. Nami, you don't have to comfort me, I know. Vivi didn't finish her words. Vivi, it seems that you still don't know us very well. Look at Kuina, look at Thor, look at the little cat, and finally look at our captain. Is everyone affected? Nami pointed at everyone. Vivi pursed her lips, and her heart became more and more determined to clear everyone's name. Since her father and others can't speak because of the pressure from the government, let the people speak. Nami, everyone, in a week, the king will hold a speech to express my ambition for my coming-of-age ceremony. Can you come and attend? Vivi said with sparkling eyes and hopeful face. Of course. Nami did not hesitate. With great pleasure. Thor and Kuina agreed with a smile. Just don't let me starve. Teapot Shikaka crossed his legs, feeling comfortable. A week passed in a flash. In the past week, Vivi took Rowling and his party to travel almost all of Alabasta. This was also thanks to the bamboo dragonfly and Thor's portal, which greatly improved their mobility. Finally, the time has come to the day of the princess's coming-of-age ceremony. 6 o'clock in the morning. There are still 2 hours before Vivi's speech. Shengdora River, Haojia Port. Captain, are we really going to leave like this? Nami pursed her lips and looked back every few steps. After these days of getting along, she has regarded Vivi as her best sister. Not to say that they must be together forever, but at least they should say goodbye properly. All good things must come to an end. Loyolin said calmly. As a time traveler, Loyolin knows best Vivi's deep love and responsibility for this country. In the original plotline, because of her responsibility to the country, Vivi did not choose to sail with the Straw Hat crew. Since the result is already known, why do we need to cry and say goodbye sadly? In addition, Loyolin has already torn his face with the world government. If Vivi stays with them, it will affect Alabasta to some extent. Choosing to accept Cobra's 2 billion thank you gift last night, Loyolin has already indirectly expressed his intention. Then, at least listen to Vivi's aspiration speech, we promised. Nami sighed. She also knew what Loyolin was thinking. Okay. Loyolin nodded. After 2 weeks, he sat on the fishing platform again and cast the last rod of Alabasta. 2 hours later, the Never Air Force sailed out of the St. Dora River and arrived at Tamarisk, the eastern port of Alabasta. Just then, a warship sailed towards Loyolin, with the flag of the world government hanging on the mast. What did CP7 do that day? Nami frowned. Everyone in the Air Force Corps, we meet again? This time I am here to tell you the advice of the 5 elders. A few hundred meters away, the harsh voice of the CP7 commander came through the loudspeaker Den Den Mushi. With the lesson from the previous time, CP7 didn't want to get too close to Loyolin this time. Even if it wasn't for the order of the 5 elders, he wouldn't take the initiative to come. Ahem, it's too late. This sea belongs to our government. If you offend us, you will have no place to stand on this sea. The bounty is just the beginning. Next, we will. Commander CP7 repeated the words of the 5 elders verbatim. It's too noisy. Let's kill it. Rowling said without looking back. A037 Thor was about to take action. Wait a minute, big sister, leave this trash to me, the raccoon cat. Shikaku, the teapot, volunteered to jump onto the railing. Then he opened his mouth in the surprised eyes of Nami and Kuina, and harmonized his yin and yang chakra. A fist-sized tailed beast bomb suddenly shot out. Whoosh! Boom! Boom! In an instant, the world government's warship fell apart. The CP-7 black suit on the warship didn't even know what happened, and his body was evaporated. Ah hey hey raccoon cat sauce, are you so powerful? Nami, who saw Shikako take action for the first time, exclaimed in surprise and joy. You are really worthy of being my brother's pet. Kuina exclaimed. Hehe, it's just so-so, still far inferior to the big sister. Shikaku, the teapot, immediately raised his tail proudly. By the way, big sister, let me tell you, I have a mortal enemy in my original world who has always been against me. If we can. Shikaku, the teapot, rolled his eyes and decided to cling to Thor's thighs, urging Thor to go to the ninja world to find trouble with Nine Tails. He believed that with the big sister Thor, Kurama would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Then he would take him in as his younger brother, wouldn't it be great? On this side, Shikaku was very interested in reporting and saying bad things about Nine Tails. On the other side, Rowling was loading the last pole of Alabasta. Ding dong! Good things come in pairs. Congratulations to host for another successful double flight, loading the chicken talisman of the 12 talismans and the horse talisman of the 12 talismans. Oh! Chapter 62. Chicken talisman, allows the holder to control the floating of objects. Horse talisman, allows the holder to remove all influences caused by external forces, and has the ability to cure all diseases, and can also restore the destroyed still life to its original state. Looking at the two talismans in his hand, Luolin's heart was also a little excited. Luolin naturally knew the 12 talismans in the world of Jackie Chan adventures. The two talismans that were put on the shelves this time, let alone the chicken talisman, the horse talisman is definitely a treasure-level existence. Cure all diseases, and even restore the destroyed things to their original state, which is almost equal to the rules. Luolin couldn't help but think of the time when he left Little Garden. If he had the horse talisman, Vivi wouldn't have made a mess of his face. But, to be honest, it tasted good. Just as Luolin was reminiscing, the capital of Albina was not calm at this time. Crowds gathered everywhere in the streets and squares. Everyone came for the coming-of-age speech ceremony of Princess Vivi. This was originally what Vivi was going to do last year. However, because of Crocodile's secret trickery. In addition, Vivi was undercover in the Baroque works, the coming-of-age ceremony was postponed. Until now, everything has been settled. King Cobra specially prepared this ceremony. First, it can cheer people up, and second, it is also for at 8:10 in the morning. Under the eager anticipation of hundreds of thousands of people in the capital, Princess Vivi stepped on the red carpet and stepped onto the high platform in the square. Seeing the princess on the stage, the people in the audience were all stunned. How can this burly, shabby man in women's clothing be Princess Vivi? Their Princess Vivi of Alabasta is obviously the cutest girl. No. No. That's not Princess Vivi. Hey, that's Captain Akaram. Captain Akaram, what are you doing? Captain, why are you wearing a princess's dress? You're a jerk. Where's Princess Vivi? Where is the princess now? No male princess. No male princess. Looking at the eye-catching Akaram in women's clothing on the high platform, the square was suddenly in a mess. All kinds of rotten tomatoes and leaves greeted the women's Captain Akaram on the stage. Akaram didn't care at all, and stood on the railing and danced with a fan to liven up the atmosphere. When the crowd was excited, a sweet female voice suddenly sounded and spread across the country. That was the voice of Princess Vivi. It came from the east port of Tamarisk. Oh Captain, look over there, that's Vivi, Vivi is here. Nami excitedly pointed to the cliffs in the distance. Hey! Vivi took a deep breath, suppressed her restless heart, and also suppressed her grievances and fears, and began to tell everyone in the country about her great adventure. Everything started from that day. I took a little adventure for a while. It was a day of crossing the dark sea and looking for despair. In the extremely dark storm, I met a small boat. He held my helpless hand and said to me, "It is my greatest luck to meet you all. I got courage and kindness from you all. As a princess of the country, I should have thought about the country, but this time I want to be a little willful. Please forgive me, everyone in the country. I may have to go out for a while. Albania, the capital. Alas, are you going to leave after all? Lord Vivi." Falcon Bell sighed reluctantly. "Why are you so lost, Bell? Haven't we decided long ago? We must support Lord Vivi's choice to the end and cheer for Lord Vivi's new adventure." Jakargika said. "Have a good trip, Vivi, enjoy life." King Cobra wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "And if you can bring me a grandson when you come back, it will be even better." Alabasta, other cities. What does Princess Vivi mean? Is Lady Vivi going to travel? The princess has given so much to this country. Please enjoy your trip, Lady Vivi. We will definitely build this country well. The citizens who reacted expressed their support one after another. Tuesday. Many people also looked worried. It's too dangerous overseas. Lady Vivi's safety. Ha ha ha, don't worry at all. Haven't we met before? Vivi's companions. Yes, yes. Princess Vivi brought them to our city a few days ago. I didn't recognize them at that time, but they are the Air Force regiment that caused a stir in the sea a week ago, and Captain Rowling is a billionaire. Wait a moment. Vivi's friends are the heroes who defeated Crocodile and saved this country. Yes. That must be the case. Traveler Rowling and his companions are the heroes who saved our country. But, why? The heroes who defeated Crocodile are rewarded by the government. No. We must not let the heroes suffer this injustice. Does anyone know a reporter? I have a reporter friend. For a while, Alabasta was excited and took action in a hurry. At this moment, the cliffs on the coast of Tamarisk, the eastern port. Vivi threw away the den mushi, took off her princess hair accessories, and let her long black hair flutter in the wind. Karu, go straight ahead. Vivi sat on the running duck buddy, pointed to the sea ahead, and gave instructions. Running duck Karu was fearless, charging with the greatest strength, and finally jumped off the cliff. "Ah, Captain!" Nami screamed nervously. "Ah, Thor!" Rowling shook his head helplessly. The next second, the space under Vivi and Kalu cracked open, and they landed on the deck smoothly when they reappeared. "Vivi, you, don't do such a dangerous thing." Roland raised his hand and gently touched Vivi's smooth forehead. "It hurts." Vivi covered her forehead with tears in her eyes, and then she couldn't help but burst into tears. Because Mr. Rowling and everyone left me without saying a word, I also want to travel with everyone, please don't send me away, Vivi cried sadly, pitifully, like an abandoned puppy. "Well, okay, don't cry, it's all over, let's not cry." Nami hurriedly hugged her bestie and comforted her. Finally, after repeated comfort from Nami, Kuina, and Thor, Vivi finally burst into laughter. A quarter of an hour later, the Never Air Force left the waters of Saint Ting Island. Alabasta in the distance was only a small dot. "What's wrong? Are you homesick after just a short time away?" Roland noticed Vivi's gaze and teased. Vivi shook her head and pursed her lips. "As a result, I still don't know the identity of the mysterious man. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have met you. If he hadn't provided Crocodile with combat, I'm afraid now. He is also our Alabasta hero. I have always wanted to thank her in person." Speaking of this, Vivi couldn't help but sigh. She was about to leave with Rowling, and I'm afraid there would be no chance. Just when Vivi was thinking this. Well, if you want to thank her, she's here now. Rowling suddenly spoke. Hey! Vivi was stunned. Oh, look over there, there's a big sister riding a turtle. Kuina pointed to the sea not far away and exclaimed. Hey! Nami frowned, looked at Rowling, and then at Robin, feeling that things were not simple. A mature and sexy big sister like Robin is absolutely lethal to men. Nami couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. That's Turtle Binky and Missile Sunday. Vivi's pupils shrank suddenly, and she recognized Robin's identity. Vivi, do you know who she is? Thor asked. Well, she is also a senior agent of Baroque Works, and Crocodile's partner. Before Crocodile's identity was exposed, she had always been the boss's contact with all the members, but she didn't seem to show up that day. Vivi frowned. What? Crocodile's partner, isn't that a super dangerous person? Must be ruled out. Nami said righteously. Wait a minute. Vivi seemed to have a flash of inspiration in her head. She remembered what Rowling had just said. Besides, the people who could know Crocodile's detailed battle plan must be those around him. Everything suddenly became clear. Missile Sunday, you are the mysterious person who is helping me in secret. Vivi widened her beautiful eyes and raised her voice by more than an octave. My name is Nika Robin, Miss Wednesday, or Princess Vivi. Robin smiled slightly and did not deny it. Nicole. Robin, you. As Crocodile's partner, why did you help me? Vivi pursed her lips and asked. Just think of it as my conscience awakening. Robin shrugged, without explanation, and did not take credit. After a while. Anyway, thank you for helping me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met everyone, and there would be countless casualties. Vivi bowed solemnly to thank him. I'm a little tired, let's go back and rest first. After that, Vivi turned around and returned to her own room. Tayome and others did not stop her. The enemy suddenly became someone who helped her. Anyone would be confused by this. Now Vivi needs time to calm down. As for the matter of defending against the enemy, I can only leave it to you. Nami nodded and cheered herself up secretly. What do you want to do here today? Ask for a reward. Nami spoke, full of hostility. Robin sat down at the table with a familiar look, propped his chin with one hand, and looked at everyone with a smile. Baroque Works has been destroyed, and I have nowhere to go now, too. Ah? You want to get on board too? Nami understood what Robin meant before she finished. Yes. Robin nodded lightly. What a joke, even if you finally found your conscience and helped Vivi and us, it can't offset what you did for Crocodile before, and you once betrayed us, how do we know, how do we know? Nami's righteous questioning suddenly stopped, and her big eyes stared straight, and finally turned into the shape of money. Miss Nami. This is a small gift I prepared for you, please don't dislike it. Robin smiled and pushed a bag of gems in front of Nami. Don't dislike it, don't dislike it. Nami, who was blinded by money, has been conquered. Kuina. It seems that you can only count on me. Kuina-chan, this is something I got by chance. It should be one of the 21 great swords. Robin used the ability of flower fruit to magically send the famous sword to Kuina. Wow! Even though she already had many famous swords, Kuina's eyes still lit up. Ever since Rowling gave her the swords he caught, Kuina has unknowingly awakened her habit of collecting famous swords. Brother, Kuina glanced at Rowling, and after getting an affirmative nod, she happily accepted it. Miss Thor, this is a special perfume I found somewhere. It not only increases women's charm, but also... Robin whispered softly in Thor's ear. Thor's eyes obviously lit up. Really? Yet. Robin nodded slightly. Thank you. Thor also accepted it. So far, the three major lines of defense on the ship have been Robin breaks through. Just when Robin thought that only Rowling was left. Hey, little girl, where is my gift? You didn't prepare one for me. Ah! Before Shikaku the teapot could finish his words, he was kicked away by Rowling and fell into the sea. What was that just now? Robin's eyebrows jumped suddenly. I thought I had figured out Rowling's hobbies and interests. I didn't expect that the pet in the teapot could actually talk. This team really gives people surprises at any time. Come with me, Miss Rock. Rowling smiled slightly and took Robin to the captain's room on the second floor. Without waiting for Robin to say anything, Rowling casually threw a scroll over. Robin took it subconsciously, opened it and took a quick look, and her pupils shrank suddenly. Others may not recognize it, but she knows it very well. This is a copy of the historical text. And it is very likely that it is the one she spent several years looking for in Alabasta. Wang Zhao. You gave my daughter so many gifts, I should give one back. Luolin smiled faintly. Dong. Dong dong. At this moment, Luolin's face was filled with a spring breeze-like smile. Robin's heart, which had always been calm and as deep as a 1,000-year-old pool, beat uncontrollably. Handsome. Mysterious. Powerful. Gentle. Omnipotent. At this moment, Luolin's image in Robin's eyes became infinitely taller. Robin has always sneered at love. Thinking that even if there is love, it will never happen to him. But at this moment, for the first time in her life, she felt what it was like to be moved. Hey! After a long while, Robin let out a long breath and suppressed her restless heart. How is it? How does Miss Robin feel about my gift? Luolin asked with a smile. Mr. Luolin is really a special person. Robin smiled. Come to think of it, when we were in the palace, Mr. Rowling once said that he owed me a favor, so he could ask you for help. Yes. Rowling nodded. He thought Robin probably wanted to ask him to help collect the historical text and solve the blank 100 years. However, the development of things was completely different from what Rowling thought. Well, I do have an urgent matter that needs Mr. Rowling's help now. Robin nodded seriously. Just ask. Rowling made a gesture of invitation, with an expression on his face that everything was under control. I want to be the mother of your child. Robin said. Well, Kin. Rowling subconsciously wanted to agree or not. The next second, the word ye was stuck on his lips. Wait a minute. It seems that something strange has sneaked in. Facing Rowling's confused eyes, Robin smiled generously and spoke again word by word. I want to give you a baby. Chapter 63. I want to give birth to a baby for you. Ah! Ah! Listening to Robin's bold and direct words, Luolin felt that his brain CPU was about to overload and crash. He could never have imagined that Robin's so-called help was actually this. I thought Robin came to him to explore history together, but he didn't expect that he came to discuss software hardening, engineering and biological reproduction. Rowling, who would not change his color even if the sky collapsed, and could even face the 5 elders, was completely confused at this moment. Seeing that Luolin had not responded for a long time, Robin suddenly sighed. In the past 20 years, I have been wandering among various dark forces, betrayal. Betrayed. I have experienced almost everything, the only thing I don't have is that experience. Looking back on this period of time, I always feel that my life is still missing something. I am already 27 years old, and my mother already had me when she was this age. To be honest, my mother and I are not familiar with each other. She left when I was very young, and when she came back, But I know that my mother loves me. I have played many roles in my life, but I have never been a mother. So. Stop. Roland raised his hand to stop Robin's mumbling. For a long while. Are you serious? Miss Robin? Roland said. Do you think I'm kidding? Robin looked sincere. My friend's mother said that beautiful women are the best at lying. Roland glanced at Robin. So you are now saying that I am beautiful in disguise? Robin was suddenly as proud as a peacock. She stretched out her long legs and sat directly on the desk. Her slender fingers lifted Luolin's chin. I've already offered myself to you, but you're still hesitating. You can't do it, can you? Brother. No? Brother? These two words are like a taboo switch for men. Even though he knew that this was Robin's provocation, Luolin didn't care. Anyway, as a time traveler, Luolin knew everything except Robin's depth. 3 hours later. 157 Brother, I'm sorry I was wrong, it's my sister who got too proud. Robin's eyes were full of tears, and she sobbed for mercy. However, Luolin seemed to be unaware. It wasn't intentional, but he was distracted. A new idea suddenly appeared in his head. What if Robin's flower fruit was combined with wood-style technique? Little Hashirama. Senju Robin? Hokage World First Hokage Senju. The horror of Hashirama's wood style is obvious to all. As powerful as Nine Tails is, they are also controlled by Hashirama's wooden golem. In the fishing so far, although Rowling has also caught wood style, it's a pity that it is a poor version. Captain Yamato's wood-style 3-bedroom 1-living-room technique is really useless to Rowling. It's tasteless to eat, but it's a pity to throw it away. It's not just wood-style 3-bedroom 1-living-room technique. Since crossing to the pirate world, Rowling has caught many skills. Sometimes some skills are caught repeatedly. For example, armament haki, observation haki, etc. After catching the advanced version of Haki, the basic Haki is useless. Rowling thought about using the system to merge and upgrade, but was told that he did not have this ability. Although it doesn't take up the skill slot, it is somewhat annoying. It would be nice if these useless skills could be transferred to others. After all, they are now completely targeted by the world government. Rowling, Thor, and Shikaku, the teapot, are naturally no problem. It's just that Nami, Kuina, Vivi, and now Robin, the combat power of the four of them is a little insufficient. If these skills can also be used by them like Doraemon props, it will definitely make them stronger in the shortest time. Just when Luolin was thinking about this. Ding dong. Host, please confirm whether to transfer wood style, beggar edition? The transferee is Nika Robin. Luolin. So it can be transferred. Why didn't you say it earlier? Ding dong. Host, you didn't ask. Luolin, gay. Okay. It's not too late to find out now. Confirmed. At the same time, confirm that the primary armament Haki will be transferred. Not only wood style technique, Luolin, and the primary armed color are given to Robin. In an instant, a warm current rushed into Robin's body. The unprecedented feeling made Robin's beautiful eyes widen and his eyes lost focus. For a long time, Robin finally came back to his senses from the afterglow of becoming stronger. Dad, this. DS. Roland made a gesture to keep quiet. Don't ask anything, you just need to feel and master this power with your heart, and I will continue to teach you by example. Yet. Robin nodded obediently. The first strengthening experience was new to Robin. Armament Haki, Robin didn't spend much time to understand. In short, this is the power hidden in everyone's body. Once you master the armament Haki, you can catch the main body of Logia. The power of armament Haki alone is enough to surprise Robin. Because there is a nightmare in her life. She has been following him behind the scenes for nearly 20 years, and that nightmare is the Logia ability user. And unlike Crocodile, there is no convenient means of restraint such as water. Facing the Nightmare Logia ability, Yuan Sheng had no intention of fighting against it. However, now it is different. She has mastered the armament color and has the initial capital to fight against it. You should have a general understanding of armament Haki. Next is the power of wood style. There was once such a strong man who could create a 1,000-meter-high Senju Buddha statue in a thought and suppress the most dangerous ancient creature Nine Tails with a hand. Loyolin continued to paint a rosy picture for Robin, telling her the deeds of Senju Hashirama and creating a goal for her to strive for. He taught her by example about the combination of flower-fruit, wood-style technique and armament Haki. It lasted from day to night, and then to the early morning of the next day. Loyolin's teaching and learning finally came to a temporary end. After studying all night, Robin felt that his body was about to fall apart and overdrawn. Fortunately, Loyolin now has a talisman. With the power of the horse talisman, he was immediately revived with full blood. It is worthy of the Holy Lord's talisman. It is really useful. Loyolin sat on the fishing platform with a bright look, and he didn't look like he had been working hard all night. On the other hand, Nami and Vivi, however, obviously didn't look well rested. She came out early in the morning with panda eyes and yawned. "Good morning, Captain," Nami said as she yawned again. Her eyes were full of meaning and locked onto Rowling without blinking. She was overtaken by someone on the curve after all the precautions. "Ahem, Nami, if you don't get enough sleep, you can go back and take a nap. You don't need to get up early," Rowling said without changing his expression. "Well, okay, Vivi and I will go back and take a nap after the fight," Nami said vaguely and started to practice Tai Chi morning class with Vivi. However, the two of them were obviously absent-minded, and every move was standard. "Nami, do you think we have misunderstood?" Looking at Mr. Rowling and Miss Nika Robin, "It doesn't seem like there is anything going on," Vivi said suspiciously. "I'll find out if there is anything wrong after I go and test it," Nami said as she trotted up to the second floor. At this moment, Robin was testing his new ability in the orange tree area on the second floor rear deck. He sprinkled seeds of various flowers evenly in the soil and activated the power of wood-style technique. The next second, flowers bloomed at a speed visible to the naked eye in the empty place. There was also a small fruit tree growing vigorously in the flowers. The fruit tree that originally took several years to grow was formed in just a few minutes. FK. Nami, who witnessed this magical scene, couldn't help but screamed, her eyes widened like copper bells. Robin, how did you do it? Are you a demon fruit power?" Nami asked curiously. "Well, I am a paramecia flower fruit user." Robin nodded. Flower fruit, so that's why it can bloom." Nami understood. "No, Nami, my flower fruit has nothing to do with flowering." Robin smiled and shook his head to deny. "Come here, I'll tell you, this is wood-style technique, it's the magical power that Captain Rowling gave me last night." Robin didn't hide anything and told Nami everything immediately. How could it be, even we haven't?" Nami was in a bad mood. "Don't worry, Nami, you don't know the specific method of giving power yet." As he said that, Robin put his mouth in Nami's ear and told Nami his guess. "What? If you want to inherit the power, you need to get in depth with the captain." Nami was stunned. "That's right." Robin nodded seriously. She remembered very clearly that when she obtained the power of armed color and wood-style technique, it was Rowling who taught her. I know. I'll go back and digest it first." Nami walked away blankly and came to Vivi's room. Everything she learned from Robin was told. As expected, Vivi was also stunned on the spot and at a loss. "Vivi, you go first," Nami urged. No, Nami, you go first, after all, you were the first to board the ship." Vivi said modestly. How about, together? On this side, the atmosphere on the Never Air Force was lively because of the joining of Robin, Vivi, and Kalu. On the other side, in the Holy Land Marie Joyce, the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world, were all in a bad mood. What? Has it been confirmed? The voice of the 5 elders of Venus, Nasujiro, rose more than an octave. Yes, 5 elders, it has been confirmed that Nico Robin, the son of the devil, is now in the Air Force pirate group, and I'm afraid he has already joined. A world government official said tremblingly. Damn it! The 5 elders of Jupiter Elders Peter slapped the white jade table, and the table was broken and cracked. First, they sank the warship of CP7, and now they openly took in the son of the devil. These guys! Is the man from the Air Force pirates determined to fight us to the end? Anyway, we have no intention of reconciling with that kid. Nico Robin's joining is just another reason for them to be absolutely eliminated. Mercury 5 Elders Voculi said coldly. 5 elders? No. It's not good. Just then, the captain of the World Government Intelligence Department came to the hall with anxiety and panic on his face. What's wrong? Saturn 5 Elders Satan frowned. 5 elders, just now, the Alabasta incident. The former Shishibukai crocodile was exposed by the World Economic News and other newspapers led by the News King Morgans. It can't be concealed anymore. The intelligence team leader screamed and reported. Nanny! What did you say? Why is it exposed again? What did Cobra do? The 5 elders were furious. They had exempted Alabasta from paying heavenly gold for 3 years. They even contributed a wave of heavenly gold to Alabasta. This was an unprecedented privilege, but... No. It was not the royal family, but the people of Alabasta who took the initiative. The kingdom army was helping to suppress it, but there were too many people. The intelligence captain reported the truth honestly. A whole. Whether it was Crocodile or that kid Rowling, they really deserved to die. Chapter 64. The third day after leaving Alabasta. A new bounty order was issued, once again attracting the world's attention. A new member of the Air Force pirates Nico Robin, the son of the devil, bounty of 500 million berry. New world, Wano Kuni. Onigashima, the base camp of the beasts. Mr. Kaido, I'm afraid I really have to go this time. The second in command of the beasts, Flame Disaster Jin, said in a deep voice. Nico Robin, the son of the devil of O'Hara, she is the only person in this world who can interpret the historical text, whether it is ancient weapon or the Red Road sign historical text, she needs her interpretation. Flying 6 Black Maria whispered. Jack, then you just go. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts ordered. Yes. Mr. Kaido. Jack the Drow confidently responded. Lord Kaido, I want to go too. Flying 6 Run was coquettish. Wano Kuni, Tato Land, Cake Island. Mom, it's Nico Robin. Nico Robin finally appears again, said Mondor, the 19th son of the Charlotte family, excitedly. In recent years, they have also discovered through continuous research. If you want to go to the final island, you must interpret the signposts hidden in the historical text. For this reason, Big Mom even found the legendary three-eyed tribe who can interpret everything with their eyes open, and gave birth to a child. Of course, in addition to the three-eyed tribe, Robin, the survivor of O'Hara, is also their target. It's just that it hasn't been smooth. Because Robin is always alone, unattached, and has no weaknesses. Coupled with his smart mind, he often escapes before they can take action. 3 years ago, they almost caught Robin once. As a result, the people they sent out were defeated by a mysterious existence. In the 3 years since then, Robin has disappeared until now. Nico Robin has the knowledge to interpret the historical text. If Pudding's third eye cannot be awakened, she will still be needed to interpret it. It seems that there is one more thing to snatch. Big Mom Pirate's lazy star smoothie crossed his legs and spoke in a deep voice. Let me go, Mom. Nico Robin has appeared. I'm afraid the other guys will also take action. It may not be enough to rely on Brother Dafu and Brother Owen alone, so I will go with you. 4th General Snag volunteered. Well, Snag, whether it is a pet or Nico Robin, I want them all. Don't let me down. 4 Emperor's Big Mom Charlotte Linlin laughed. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Marine's highest combat power Admiral Aokiji Kyuzan stared at the bounty in his hand for a long time. Finally, he threw the bounty away, put on the eye mask again, and lay on the beach chair. Nico Robin, what are you going to do this time? I said, if you endanger the world in the future, even if it is just a possibility, I will definitely kill you myself. This is my responsibility and obligation when I let you go in O'Hara. Admiral Aokiji whispered faintly. Elbaf, Giant Country. The All-Knowing Tree, Library. Robin. The giant Saul, who was wrapped in bandages, looked at the bounty in his hand, and tears could not stop flowing. Please hold on. Please don't give up. One day, you will definitely meet a companion who can protect you, and you will never be alone forever. At this moment, somewhere in the sea of Grand Line Paradise, a sailboat with the 4 big words Never Air Force written on the sail drifted with the waves. On the deck, Robin looked at his 500 million bounty and remained silent. What's wrong? Rowling asked. No, I don't regret it, just... I'm sorry. Robin apologized softly. Why apologize? Rowling raised his eyebrows. I am a troublesome woman, and my existence will bring you endless dangers. Robin pursed his lips. If you mean that you are the only survivor of O'Hara and have been hunted by the world government for many years, then it's a coincidence that we are the same now. Rowling smiled. Hey! Robin was stunned. Regarding the fact that we were rewarded after the Alabasta incident, do you know why? Robin continued. Robin shook her head. Although she had been secretly observing in the capital during that time. But she was not doing it all the time. Then I'll tell you. The other day 5 elders asked me to be Shishibukai, and I told him. Listening to Rowling casually saying that he was going to sit on the world's throne in front of the world's highest power, Robin, who had seen a lot of storms, couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock, and subconsciously covered his mouth with his slender hand. So, it's not that you tired me, but that you who joined me were implicated. This new bounty of 500 million is the first one. Compared to me, your trouble is nothing at all, no. At this point, Rowling changed the subject and grabbed Robin's hand. You can't escape. You are my woman now. Once you get on my ship, I will never let you go again. Listening to Rowling Haki's declaration of sovereignty, Robin's face couldn't help but fly a red cloud, and there was no confusion and anxiety in his eyes. Dad, it seems that it didn't work last time, why don't you try again today? Robin's eyes sparkled, his face full of hope. Of course, Loyolin would not refuse this. But... Mr. Loyolin. Captain. Sensing the bad atmosphere, Vivi and Nami immediately jumped out to disrupt the situation, not wanting Robin to overtake too much. The 4th day after leaving Alabasta. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the plus 30 Deo force value. Ding dong! Good luck moment, congratulations to the host for the bull charm, the power of strength, which can make the holder extremely powerful. The 5th day after leaving Alabasta. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the magic knife Kyunran only attack but not defense, unparalleled in the world. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the Doraemon prop air cannon. One just needs to put it on your hand and shout bang to launch an invisible air cannon. The 6th day after leaving Alabasta. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for the 2-sword skill Starburst Airstream Slash. Well, this is not bad. Loyolin nodded. Loyolin is of course clear about the Starburst abandonment. Airstream Slash. The famous skill of Kirito in the sword world. Although it is useless to Loyolin, it can be transferred to those who need it. Loyolin jumped and stepped on the moonwalk to the observation room on the ship. After adding members many times, the Never Air Force has also been upgraded several times. The original observation tower was upgraded to an observation room, similar to the observation room used by Straw Hat Crew Zoro for training. Now, this is also the place where Kuina usually exercises strength and sword skills. 10. At this moment, Kuina was sweating profusely, practicing hard because she could not be a drag. Kuina, take a break for a while. If you are exhausted from practicing so hard, it will not be worth it. Loyolin said. Brother, but I am too weak now. I can't be of any use at all. I will only be a drag. Moreover, I have made a unilateral appointment with Zoro to meet him at the top. I am 10 years younger than him, so I must work harder. Kuina pursed her lips. Although Kuina is still young, she also knows the situation they are facing now. There will be countless enemies stronger than Dasbonies waiting for them ahead. Although Rowling and Thor are strong enough, she can't always rely on their wings. As a member of this big family, Kuina doesn't want to always be a drag, and she also wants to be independent. I understand that you want to be independent as soon as possible and want to catch up with your former younger brother as soon as possible, but the absence of nearly 10 years cannot be made up by hard work. When you are working hard, Zoro is also working hard. Rowling said lightly. Kuina was silent, and her heart became more and more lost. The next second, she heard Rowling change the subject. But although hard work can't make up for the 10-year gap, I have a way to make you catch up as soon as possible, or even surpass Zoro. Rowling smiled. Really? Kuina's eyes lit up. Rowling raised his hand and patted Kuina's smooth forehead. 2-sword skill Starburst Airstream Slash, confirmed. Armament Haki, primary entanglement, confirmed. 2 warm currents of power started from Kuina's eyebrows and spread to her body. After a while, Kuina opened her eyes faintly. There was shock and confusion on her face, and finally all turned into excitement. She could clearly feel that she had mastered 2 new powers. Do you want to try? Loyolin asked with a smile. Yet. Kuina nodded excitedly. Loyolin stood up and picked up a sharp knife from the knife rack. Kuina held Gan Jiang in her left hand and Moye in her right hand. The next second, red and blue lights bloomed from Gan Jiang and Moye's sword. That was the special effect triggered by the sword skill. The dark-armed color airflow followed closely and entangled. 2-sword stream Starburst Airstream Slash, exploding. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of metal clashing was endless. After 16 consecutive strikes, the knife in Loyolin's hand broke into several pieces. Congratulations, Kuina, you are already a swordsman who can cut through iron. Loyolin said with a smile. Ah? Really? Kuina felt as if she was in a fog. After a long while, Kuina finally came to her senses and scratched her head with her little hand. That, brother, I can become stronger without working hard, isn't that bad? I feel like I'm cheating. Kuina said embarrassedly. So what? You have the capital. You have a brother like me, so what if you progress a little faster? Loyolin said as a matter of course. Kuina was stunned for a moment, then thought about it. Yes. I've been reborn. What's wrong with cheating? Who made me have the best brother in the world? Thank you, Unai-chan. Kuina flew and hung on Loyolin, her little mouth warmly kissing his right cheek. Chapter 65. The 10th day after leaving Alabasta. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the Pokemon Onion Ranger's Onion Sword, which comes with the skills of Furious Swing and Meteor Assault. Looking at the onion in his hand, Rowling quickly came up with an idea. It's impossible to keep it for yourself. Not to mention that skills like Furious Swing and Meteor Assault are generally powerful. Just thinking about the scene of himself waving the onion around, Rowling couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, there happened to be a person on the ship who was most suitable for this onion and skill. Ga. Looking at the captain who came to him, the running duck carp tilted his head. Karu, your wings. Rowling pointed at Garp's duck wings. Oh, boss, are we having onion-stewed duck wings for lunch today? Great, I've been craving this duck for a long time. The passing teapot Shikako laughed. Quack, quack. Listening to Shikaku's words, he looked at the green onion in Roland's hand. Fear was visible in the eyes of the running duck Kalu. He flapped his wings and ran all over the deck. Until Vivi appeared, he quickly hid behind Vivi, trembling. What's wrong? Vivi was puzzled. Little girl, you are lucky for lunch, we are going to eat green onion duck. Ouch! The round body of the teapot Shikaku rotated 720 degrees in the air and splashed into the water. Vivi, let Kalu come over. Roland, who had dealt with the chatterbox Shikaku, waved his hand. Oh! Vivi nodded blankly. Kalu, Mr. Roland is calling you. Quack, quack. Kalu shook his head in panic. He followed Vivi to this ship and knew his position very well. The spare food on the ship. Not only Shikaku, Thor also looked at him with a different look. It's okay, Kalu, although I don't know what's wrong with you, Mr. Rowling will never hurt you. Vivi touched Kalu's little head soothingly. Finally, with Vivi's company, Yinla finally mustered up the courage to approach Rowling, who was holding the ingredients for the stew. Rowling shook his head, without explaining anything, and directly bound the green onion sword to Kalu's duck wings. With the loading of skills such as violent swings and meteor strikes, Kalu's entire duck was stunned in place. Hey! Mr. Rowling, what are you doing? Kalu is so handsome, just like a knight. Vivi's eyes lit up. From now on, Kalu can act as your knight. Rowling nodded affirmatively. No wait, Vivi asked further. Karu, give it a try. Ga gaga. After hearing Loyolin's voice, Lu finally came back to his senses. The wings bound to the scallion sword suddenly waved, and it was full of vigor. Then the scallion sword burst into amazing brilliance, wrapped around Karu's figure and pierced out like a meteor. Wow, Karu! 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 Vivi's excited cry attracted the attention of Nami, Kuina, and others. The girls who were preparing lunch in the kitchen went out one after another. When they saw the majestic Karu, they couldn't help but show surprise in their eyes. Gaga! After performing a set of combos, Karu Onion came to Loyalin and saluted. From now on, it knows that it is no longer a spare food, but the princess's duck knight. Swish! The sea surface suddenly surged violently. Hee hee, boss, big sister, I caught a fish, let's have a snack for lunch. Teapot Shikako floated to the surface dragging a sea kings and shouted happily. The 12th day after leaving Alabasta. Ding dong! Congratulations host for shipping a golden Fakura statue. Ding dong! Congratulations host for shipping a golden small clock tower. Ding dong! Congratulations host for shipping gold. Wow, Captain, you are so awesome, I love you forever, love you. Nami confessed to Rowling enthusiastically, but she was holding a pile of golden artworks on the deck and refused to let go. With so many golden artworks, there shouldn't be a treasure house of ancient ruins under the sea. Vivi guessed. Golden Country, Shandora. Robin repeatedly observed and checked, and found some clues. Golden City Shandora, what is that? The hometown of all gold. Nami's ears moved, and she was immediately excited. I know, Golden City Shandora is the story of the liar Nolando that is widely circulated in North Blue. Vivi told her bestie the story she had read in a book. What? It turns out to be just a lie from the liar. Nami shook her head, inevitably losing interest. No. Golden City Shandora is real. Robin suddenly spoke, looking determined. There was once a very outstanding archaeology doctor in my hometown. He excavated and studied ancient relics all over the world. According to his research, the Golden Country really exists. And the blank 800 years ago. Speaking of this, Robin suddenly shook her head and did not continue. The outstanding archaeology doctor she mentioned was naturally Drive Clover Cloba, the founder of the all-knowing tree. As for the information about the Golden Country she knew, she naturally learned it from Drive Cloba. It's just that Drive Cloba didn't tell her in person, but she eavesdropped on the conversation of scholars with flower fruit. Is there really a Golden Country? Vivi still had some doubts. Whether the Golden Country exists or not, my brother must know. Kuina spoke, awakening the dreamer with one word. In an instant, the girl's eyes were all locked on Rowling at the bow. Well, as Robin said, the Golden Country really exists. Rowling nodded affirmatively. Oh, that's great. Nami jumped 3 feet high with joy. Child. Captain Rowling, do you know where the Golden City was 400 years ago? Did it really sink into the sea? Robin's expression was also anxious. She knew what Linglan Shizu knew. After this period of time, she has already experienced Rowling's incredibleness. No matter what miracles happen to him, Robin will not be too surprised. Since Rowling confirmed the existence of the Golden City, he must know where it is. It didn't sink into the sea, but went to the sky. Rowling pointed to the sky. One of the most amazing attractions in the pirate world, Sky Island. Rowling has long been fascinated by this. It's rare to come to this world, how can you not go to Sky Island to take a look? Originally, Rowling planned to take everyone up there as a surprise. But now that he is talking about it, he won't hide it. Every day. The girls looked in the direction of Rowling's finger, and all of them were full of questions. Is it really a huge sea current? Robin widened her beautiful eyes and thought of a theory proposed by Dr. Kruba. Seeing is believing. We are almost there. Why not go and see it directly? Rowling smiled slightly, and the chicken spell glowed, exerting the floating force on the Never Air Force. Accompanied by the girls' surprised and delighted cries, the Never Air Force took off straight into the sky. At this moment, Grand Line, Gaia Island. Pirate Town, Magic Valley Town. As a famous lawless area, Magic Valley Town is a place where pirates are mixed all year round. With more pirates, all kinds of fights, brawls, and killings are inevitable. Especially in recent times, the number of pirates coming to Magic Valley Town has increased sharply. Now the number of pirates in Magic Valley Town is several times more than usual. Among them, there are many pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. The reason for this abnormal phenomenon? All because of a piece of news circulating in the black market. The Air Force pirates will pass through the Magic Valley Town in the near future. Evil party, listen to me, the Air Force pirates are my prey. Who do you think you are? How dare you shout in front of me? I'm telling you, I will definitely get a share of the Air Force pirates' bounty. I don't ask for much, just 300 million is enough. It's useless to say so much, let's see the truth with our hands, let's speak with strength. Everyone, stop arguing, listen to me, instead of wasting time here, we might as well unite as one. That's right, after we take down the Air Force pirates, we can discuss the distribution issue. By the way, is the news from the black market reliable? Will the Air Force pirates really come? For a while, the entire Magic Valley Town was in chaos. Just as the pirates were looking forward to the arrival of the fat sheep. Little did they know that Loelin and his party had already made a big leap. Climbed to an altitude of 7,000 meters. All that was in sight was a vast expanse of white, with a winding path in it. The Never Air Force slowly rose along the island cloud path. Finally arrived at an archway with the 4 characters Gate of Heaven written on it. Ignoring the blackmail of the old woman with a sour plum face guarding the gate, Loelin controlled the ship on his own and continued to move towards the upper layer of the island. Xiaolin, there seemed to be a sour plum with wings talking there before. Thor also became interested. Wow, there are actually people living in the sky, and they have wings. Are they angels? Vivi cried out in a sweet voice. No, no, no. Everyone waved their hands. How could there be an angel with a sour plum face? From the shape of their lips, it seems that they want us to pay the entry fee, which is 10 billion per person. Robin spoke seriously. Wow, don't say such terrible things, Robin, it's impossible, it must be saying welcome. Nami waved her hands again and again, unwilling to accept the fact that she had to pay. 5 more minutes. Never Air Force passed through the last thin cloud layer and reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. In front of them, the endless white sea sparkled in the sun, which was beautiful. So beautiful. This is the view at 10,000 meters. It's like a real paradise. Nami, Vivi, and Kuina were all intoxicated by the beautiful scenery in front of them. Gaia. That's the disappeared Gaia. The golden city of Shandora 400 years ago was really sent to the sky by the surging sea current. Robin's sight was completely attracted by a small island in the distance. Captain! Captain! Let's go to the golden city to dig for gold. Oh no, let's take risks. Nami, who was blinded by money, couldn't wait to say. Well. Rowling was about to nod and agree. At this moment. Wait, Nami, you go first, the president and I have some things to discuss, and I will catch up with you later. Thor suddenly spoke. Look at this. 10,000 meters high. Look at the island clouds everywhere. Look at Rowling again. She couldn't wait to unlock more new scenes with Rowling. Here, leave their traces there. Sister Thor, do you and Mr. Rowling have anything to do? We can wait for you. Vivi said honestly. Okay, Vivi, don't talk first. Nami pinched Vivi's little mouth, and had already guessed Thor's thoughts. Then, Captain, you and Sister Thor are busy first, we'll set off first. Nami said while preparing the bamboo dragonfly to take off. Okay, take these with you. Rowling handed the bull charm, horse charm, air cannon, and other props to the girls. Others don't know, but Rowling knows that there are 1.7 points of danger on the island. Of course, if Rowling wants, he can easily solve it. But sometimes Rowling also wants the girls to take a serious risk on their own. With Shikaka following, plus these props, there should be no problem in self-protection. If something happens, Rowling and Thor can also tear the space to arrive at the first time. Then, let's go. The bamboo dragonfly took off with Nami and others. Not long after. Only Rowling and Thor were left on the boat. Xiaolin. Thor looked at Rowling affectionately. Before he spoke, suddenly, the fishing rod on the bow was pulled violently. Rowling was quick-witted and grabbed it quickly, pulling it with all his strength without hesitation. Not moving at all. This is a big one. Sorry, Thor, wait for me a moment. Thor nodded obediently. Since it's a serious matter, there's nothing we can do but wait. Rowling focused his attention and began to play with the giant that was hooked. Based on the feel, it can be inferred that this giant is similar to the one in Logue Town, and it is very likely to be a SS-level big one. Come up. Rowling fired at full power. Hwalala. The pure white sea of clouds was surging violently. Boom. In the clouds, lightning and thunder continued. A huge Uzumaki slowly took shape. A glimpse of the moment. Rowling seemed to see a giant dragon wrapped in lightning. Hey, a giant dragon of lightning, is it Kana-chan? Thor said in surprise. Kana. Rowling was immediately excited. Chapter 66. Kana. The elf thunder dragon in the world of dragon maids. She has a close relationship with Thor. She came to the human world to pursue Thor. And finally settled in the human world and became a primary school student. When Thor said that the thunder dragon that took the bait this time might be Kana, Rowling felt full of energy. In addition to the fact that Kana is also a dragon with strong strength. The more important reason is that Kana is so cute that it is unfair. Kana is as chubby as a dumpling, and the feel of rubbing is absolutely perfect. With Kana joining, life on the journey is bound to be more interesting. On this side, Luolin was fully focused on capturing the thunder dragon Kong Na. At the same time, on the other side, Nami, Robin, and his party landed on the god island Arpiato with the help of bamboo dragonflies. What an incredible island! The plants here are generally several times more than those on the ground. Looking at the exquisite dense forests around, Nami couldn't help but exclaimed. I'm afraid it's because this place receives sunshine all year round, which causes the growth cycle of plants to change, and the efficiency of photosynthesis. Robin explained the possible reasons from a professional perspective. Look over there, it seems to be an ancient altar. Kuina pointed to the end of the island's river. An ancient altar stands on the land, exuding a simple and profound historical atmosphere. This is the place where the Shandayan people worshipped the giant python Kasi 400 years ago. As an archaeologist, Robin has an occupational disease. With an accelerated dive, he landed on the altar and began to observe carefully and meticulously. As for Nami, Vivi, and Kuina, the three girls were completely tourists. Clicking on the camera den mushi to take pictures and keep them as souvenirs. Just as the girls were getting excited. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking wind blasted. Who is it? The teapot Shikaku, who was strolling leisurely, suddenly became alert and spit out a practice bullet. The attacker in the sky was shocked and quickly turned his flying mount to avoid Shikaku's practice bullet. You beast, you can actually speak human language, and you have extraordinary abilities. It's just right to offer it to Lord Enel to relieve his boredom. The Sky Knight Shura, riding on the 3-foot bird named Cross-Legged, spoke to himself. What did you say? Hearing this, Shikaku was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Who is he? One of the strongest 9-tailed beasts in the ninja world. Thor and Rowling and others are fine, but anyone dares to ride on his head and shit? It's simply. How can this be tolerated? Evil beast, in front of my Sky Knight Shura, why don't you surrender quickly? The priest Shura shouted loudly. I outnumber %. Shikaku cursed and was about to attack. At this moment, Robin suddenly blocked him. Are you from the Shandia clan? Robin asked. It's rare to meet a living person, of course I have to get some intelligence from the agency. Shandia? Ha ha ha. Sky Knight Shura suddenly laughed. Don't compare me with those rubbish in Shandia, I am a priest under the command of God, second to none. Sky Knight Shura said arrogantly. God? What era is this? Still talking about God, do you think it's a child's play? Nami wrinkled her nose and retorted without any courtesy. What did you say? Sky Knight Shura's face suddenly sank. Illegal entry without paying the fee is the first crime, and entering the God's Island without permission is the second crime. Now you dare to insult God. I, the Sky Knight Shura, will sentence you to death in the name of the priest. The girls did not show any panic or fear on their faces when facing Shura's death threat. They were discussing it without paying attention to others. This guy who claims to be a priest under God is not from Shandia. He may be the native of Sky Island. He defeated Shandia and occupied the island. However, the guy he called God. Robin frowned. Why think so much? This arrogant human, let me blow him into pieces. Teapot Shikako was murderous. Wait, Raccoon Cat, let us do it this time. Nami said. Are you serious? If anything happens to you, the old Yamato sister will peel my skin off. Shikaku suddenly became nervous. Don't worry, it will be fine. We have the strongest secret treasure given by the captain. Nami said confidently. Finally, after a round of drawing lots, Vivi and Kalu got the first chance to fight. With the power of the bull and the recovery of the horse, just go for it, Vivi. Nami handed the bull and horse spells to Vivi. Yes. I understand. Vivi held the bull charm in her hand, and felt the power pouring out continuously. Ahole, Qinghai people, stop joking, who do you think I am? I am the priest in charge of the rope trial with a survival rate of 3% Sky Knight Shura. Seeing that the weak Vivi was going to fight him alone, Sky Knight Shura was so angry that his nose was crooked. Karu, we are. The bamboo dragonfly on Karu's head spun, and took a man and a duck into the sky. Enough, since you are determined to die, I will fulfill your wish. Sky Knight Shura sneered, and the knight's spear stabbed out fiercely. The next second, something happened that shocked Shura. Vivi, who was sitting on Karu's back, did not move. Instead, the Mount Karu stabbed out the shining green onion. The tip of Shura's spear collided with the tip of Karu's green onion. Like a needle against a wheat spike, amazing brilliance bloomed. The stalemate was only a brief moment. When Vivi pressed the bull charm on Kalu, the power of Kalu's meteor attack suddenly increased. Boom! Whoosh! The Sky Knight Shura and his mount, the 3-foot bird, flew backwards. Shura! Ah! What happened? As a priest, I was knocked away by a duck with a green onion? My strength is not as good as a duck. Just when the Sky Knight Shura was shocked and dumbfounded, I heard the fast-running duck Kalu quack twice and took the initiative to chase, waving a green onion sword vigorously. The head of the 3-foot bird, which was hit violently, rushed left and right, buzzing. Seeing that he was about to fall, the Sky Knight Shura finally came to his senses and blocked it with a spear. However, at this time, Shura suddenly found that Vivi on Kalu's back was gone. The sunlight was blocked by a slender shadow. A fatal sense of threat fell from the sky. The Sky Knight Shura was horrified and quickly raised his gun to block. At the same time, a blazing flame was released from the hot shell and lingered on the gun, trying to make Vivi retreat. However, he underestimated Vivi's determination. Even in the face of the blazing flame, Vivi's fists did not retreat at all. Vivi didn't want to be a vase that could only be protected. She also wanted to fight and be useful. Bang! Vivi's heavy fist with the power of the bull spell collided with Shura's flaming spear. The hot flames burned Vivi's fair skin, and the horse spell shone brightly the moment the damage was caused. The pain nerves didn't even have time to transmit the pain, and the wound had healed as before. With the horse spell in hand, Vivi can be said to be invulnerable to all methods. There is no need to worry about the enemy's attack, just vent your own power. Bang! Bang bang bang! Vivi's heavy punches fell one after another, hitting the priest Shura and his Mount Sanshang bird back again and again. Finally, there was only a crisp sound. 057 The flame spear of the priest Shura was smashed by Vivi. When Vivi's fist landed on his face, the priest Shura felt endless regret. He regretted that he underestimated Vivi and Kalu, thinking that they were rookies and careless, and did not set up the rope cloud trap that he was good at. One wrong step, all wrong steps. What the priest Shura didn't know was that even if he prepared in advance, the final result would not change at all. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a deep pit exploded in the mountains and forests. The Sky Knight Shura and his Mount Sanshang bird collapsed in the center of the pit like dead dogs, already seriously injured and unable to get up again. Well done, Vivi. Nami whistled and high-fived Vivi. What a clean and neat battle. Kuina nodded seriously. What a powerful princess. Robin smiled. No, it's all thanks to Mr. Rowling's magic spell. Vivi scratched her head embarrassedly. Hey? There's a mouse? Hey, old Pegasus over there, are you an accomplice of this damn priest? Want to avenge him? Shikaku, who was always alert to the movements around him, found the armored knight riding the Pegasus of Madara in the sky. No, I'm not Enel's subordinate. Sky Island's former god, Sky Knight Gonfer waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he had no ill intentions. Not long ago, he was resting in the land beyond the clouds and noticed the movement in the direction of the Island of Gods. So, he rode Pegasus Pierre to the place as soon as possible, and then saw this unforgettable scene. Watching the weak beautiful girl use her slender fist to strongly knock down the Sky Knight who couldn't even beat him. My name is Gonfer, girls, you are from Qinghai, right? There is no time to lose, I will lead the way now, you must leave Sky Island as soon as possible. Chapter 67. Girls, you must leave as soon as possible, or something bad will happen. The previous generation of Sky Island god, Sky Knight Gonfer spoke solemnly. The scene of Vivi defeating the priest Shura was indeed shocking and made him admire. But this alone is far from enough, this level of power is far from enough to defeat the god. Leave as soon as possible? Why? Nami asked puzzled. You have defeated one of the priests and have committed a major crime of Sky Island. Enel will come. I will explain the details to you on the way. Now let's go first. Gonfer urged anxiously. However, the girls did not mean to leave. Just kidding. They just came to Sky Island. They have not yet appreciated the beautiful scenery of Sky Island. How could they run away because of a few words from a stranger? What's more, they are pioneers in exploring stores and have to make travel guides for Luolin. Mr. Gonfer, the previous priest also mentioned Enel. Is he the god of this Sky Island? What exactly is a god? And are you a descendant of the Shandia clan? If possible, please tell us about the situation of Sky Island. Robin asked one after another. The previous priest Shura could not communicate. A lot of useful information should be collected from Gonfer. As Robin thought, seeing that the girls had no intention of leaving, Gonfer had to patiently explain the interests involved. I am not from the Shandia clan, but a native of this Sky Island, and also the previous god of Sky Island. Gonfer said. Hey? Old man, are you a god? Kuina suddenly widened her beautiful eyes in shock. Let Mr. Gonfer continue. Robin raised his hand to interrupt Nami and others' questions. The feud between the natives of Sky Island and the Shandia tribe dates back to 400 years ago. Since you know Shandia, you should also know some things, such as this island full of bass came from Qinghai 400 years ago. 400 years ago, our ancestors of Sky Island and the Shandia tribe fought for the ownership of the island, and the war lasted for 400 years, but 6 years ago, everything changed. God Enel brought 4 god-tier officers and the god army to Sky Island and defeated us and Shandia with overwhelming power. Gonfer told the girls about the current situation of Sky Island without reservation. This is really the lost Golden City. Hey, Mr. Gonfer, you have lived here for so many years. Can you take me to see the legendary Golden City full of gold? Nami's eyes turned into the shape of money, and her pretty face was full of expectation and money. And where is the legendary Golden Bell Tower? Nolando said that the bell of the bell tower is the most beautiful music in the world. I want to listen to it. Vivi agreed, also full of excitement. Gonfer. This is not right. After listening to his story, they should have realized the seriousness of the problem and asked to leave quickly. Why do they keep talking about the Golden City, the Golden Clock Tower, etc.? Sorry, girls, I don't know where the Golden City is, and I haven't seen the Golden Clock Tower. Anyway, the situation is urgent now. You have defeated the priest Shura, and Enel will never give up. It's not too late to leave now. Gonfer urged seriously. Don't care about those little things. After all, do you really not know the Golden City and the big clock tower? Nami said suspiciously. Gonfer. Ah? Little things? Being found by Enel is still a little thing. As a result, these girls didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. They were still thinking about the non-existent Golden City and the Golden Clock Tower. Just as Gonfer was thinking about how to persuade them. Hey, old man, stop dithering. The god Enel you are afraid of is no threat to us. The teapot Shikaku spoke in a dignified manner, which frightened Gonfer again. Not only because of Shikaku's arrogant words, but also because a raccoon cat actually spoke. You just said that in addition to this, there are 3 priests and the god Enel on this island. It's just right. You lead the way now. We solve it, and when the old Yamato big sister comes, we can have fun. This is a good idea. Vivi has already taken action, and it's our turn next. Nami's eyes lit up and agreed with this. Are you serious? Really want to fight Enel? Gonfer was completely stunned, his heart was like a raging sea, and he couldn't stay calm. Mr. Gonfer, maybe the so-called god Enel is very strong, but our captain is better than him. Robin spoke calmly, as if he was stating a common sense. If my brother takes action, one hand can suppress the god of the stomach. Kuina was also full of confidence. There is no need for the boss to take action, I am enough. Teapot Shikaku vowed. Hurry up and lead the way, old man, quickly deal with that Enel, we also have to start looking for the Golden City and the big clock tower. Let's make a deal in advance, whoever finds it first will get it. Nami said seriously. There was a long silence. Gonfer took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Incredibly, he actually had an inexplicable confidence in these girls. If it was them, maybe they could really end Enel's rule and save Sky Island. Besides, even these young girls dared to face Enel, so what reason did he have to retreat again? Okay. I'm familiar with the situation on this island. The next priest's position is... Ganfuer gritted his teeth and agreed, leading the way. At this moment, the center of the Island of Gods. The huge Demon Island cloud ruins, the residence of gods. Shura's voice disappeared. What a poor guy, he didn't receive the protection of God. God Enel spoke coldly, combining the heart network with the radio waves to monitor the entire island. Wait to hear the conversation between the girls and Ganfuer, and hear the girls say that they want to defeat him. Enel's face was first stunned, then angry, and finally turned into laughter. Yet, ha 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 ha, you are such an ignorant ant. Well, let me see the struggle of ants. I just passed a test by luck, don't think you will be so lucky next time. Enel's mouth gradually raised a cruel arc. Cloud Shinobi Village. The secluded place of the Shandia clan. Weber, the situation in the White Sea is not right, such violent wind and waves are unprecedented. The Shandia warrior Kamachili wearing pink sunglasses looked serious. Is Enel that BD doing something again? Chef Jabeo gritted his teeth. Gather people now and prepare to go to the island to investigate. The strongest warrior of Shandia, the war ghost Weber, ordered an attack. About an hour later, Gonfer led the girls to a special forest area with countless spherical clouds. Spherical clouds, like yoga balls. Vivi curiously stretched out her little hand and was about to touch. Don't touch. Gonfer hurriedly stopped him. However, he was still a step too late. Vivi's little hand had already touched the ball cloud. Bang! The ball cloud shattered. A weird toy jumped out of the ball cloud. Hey! Gonfer breathed a sigh of relief. We have entered the territory of the priest Shadley. These are prank ball clouds, which contain all kinds of dangerous things. If you touch them at will, they may cause explosions. 1. Gonfer's voice had just fallen. Ha ha ha, why not try it? The scare cloud is obviously fun, come and try it and see what will happen. The fat ball-like priest Shadley of the ball trial appeared. Behind him was a ball cloud dragon with gunpowder. Once the ball cloud was touched, it would cause a series of explosions. Since you think it's fun, why don't you try it yourself? Nami smiled slightly, took out the unlucky ray gun and hit the priest Shadley. Hey? Ha ha ha, what kind of broken gun is this? Nothing happened at all. When the light hit him, Shadley was still a little nervous. But seeing that there was no change in himself, he suddenly became proud again. He immediately stood up from the ball cloud and prepared to control the 6 consecutive explosion balls to attack. However, the next second, he slipped unluckily and his head hit the explosion ball cloud. Boom! Boom! The terrifying chain explosion shook the mountains and forests. The ball trial priest Shadley was defeated in 3 seconds. What? That's it? The priest is just like this, I haven't even made a move yet. Nami laughed. Gone for. Another half an hour later, Robin and his party arrived at the swamp trial ground where the third priest was. The chief air defense priest Nirvana had been waiting for a long time and had set up a swamp cloud trap. Once a person falls into the swamp cloud, he can only watch himself sink. The more he struggles, the faster he sinks. Let me do it. Robin stepped forward. Crossing his hands, the flower fruit ability was activated. Wood-style technique and armament Haki were also activated simultaneously. A big wooden hand wrapped with armament Haki slapped down at the priest Nirvana. Snap! Just one blow. The figure of the priest Nirvana flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. What a coincidence, he just fell on the set swamp cloud like a head-down onion. And as he struggled in the opposite direction, there was only a whoosh, and the priest Nirvana was instantly swallowed up by the swamp cloud and disappeared. Let's go. There's one last priest. Robin said calmly, awakening Gonfer from shock. God's residence. Bang. The apple in Enel's hand shattered. Not only Shura, but also Shadley and Nirvana. Enel didn't pay attention to Shura's defeat, just thinking it was a fluke. The second time Shadley was killed by himself, Enel didn't take it seriously. But Nirvana also lost. He was solved cleanly with one move. This can no longer be explained by luck and misfortune. Yahahaha, it seems that I underestimated you, but it's good this way, that's how it should be, the game is more interesting. Enel said coldly. Pass my order. The God Squadron assembles and goes to the Iron Trial. At the same time, God's Island, the ancient altar. The Shandia warriors led by the war ghost Weber also landed on the God's Island. Weber, look, this guy looks like that BD Shura. Ah, the priest Shura was killed. Mantis Kamakili screamed in shock. Not long after, Weber, the god of the ball trial, Bishadli, was also killed by Zhao. Jabeo, who landed from another direction to investigate, rushed to report this shocking news. And Nirvana, the priest Nirvana also disappeared. The beautiful warrior Logue followed closely. What? Even Shadley and Nirvana? Who did this? Mantis Kamakili's voice rose more than an octave, and the shock in his heart surged like waves. No matter who it is, this is our best chance. Now pass on my order, everyone is ready to attack Enel. War Ghost Weber said with a firm hum. The White Sea was surging. The Never Air Force was floating in the waves. The dark clouds covered the sky and enveloped the 4 directions. A huge Uzumaki was turning in the White Sea. Blue, gold, red and black. Various colors of lightning flashed continuously. This breath doesn't seem to be Kana-chan. Thor shook his head. At first, she just relied on her first impression. When she saw the dragon and lightning, she subconsciously thought of her friends. Now, with Loelin's strength and pulling, the breath of the giant in the sea of clouds gradually leaked out. Even if it's not Kana, I won't let go. Loelin smiled. Get up. Crack. Boom. The sky and the earth changed color. Endless thunder haze raged in all directions. Finally, after several hours of game, the giant under the sea emerged. It was a giant dragon composed entirely of red and black thunder, exuding the pressure of the king of thunder and lightning. Ding dong! Lucky star, congratulations to the host for the SS Level 2 Thunder Dragon Slayer Magic, Thunder Dragon King Mode. Chapter 69. The Island of Gods, Arpayatu. A giant bean vine runs through the center of the island, towering to the sky. Many ancient architectural relics stand in all directions on the white island clouds. One by one, figures dressed like boiling sheep stood there, bleeding non-stop. They were the divine soldiers who followed Enel to destroy their hometown Birka. At the front of the divine soldiers stood the fat divine soldiers Dazama, who was as fat as a meat mountain. Priest Shadley's brothers, Chugo and Xiaohu, stood on the left and right, one body behind. About a quarter of an hour later, the noisy Dayun ruins suddenly became quiet. All the divine soldiers' eyes were fixed on the exit of the forest. The former Sky Island god, Sky Knight Gonfer, led Pegasus Pierre out first. Followed by Robin, Nami, Vivi, Kuina, Kalu, and Shikaku, the teapot sitting on Kalu's back. Hehe, this is really a grand welcome ceremony. Looking at the divine soldiers who were waiting in full battle array, Shikaku laughed, not surprised but happy. It should be my turn this time. Speaking of that god, what the hell is that? Which one is Enel? The fat man in the front? Or the bald guy pretending to be in the back? Shikaku rubbed his hands, eager to try. Neither. The broad man is the god soldier Dashan, and the bald man sitting on the ruins is the last and strongest priest Sky livestock owner Ohu. Sky Knight Gonfer spoke solemnly. Is he a swordsman? Kuina noticed the cloud knife beside Om. Yes, Om has the cloud shell that can spray iron clouds, which can make his knife as light as cloud and as hard as iron, and it can also be stretched and retracted freely, unpredictable, and should not be underestimated. Gonfer reminded. I know, I will be careful. Kuina nodded calmly. A whole Qinghai people. An angry shout exploded. Did you do it? Kill our brother Shadley. Did you kill our big brother? Kawu and Xiaohu shouted in unison. He was unlucky and detonated the ball cloud. It was all his own fault. It has nothing to do with us. Nami rolled her eyes. How dare you say that, but it doesn't matter anymore. You have violated the highest law of this island by attacking the priests one after another. Only death awaits you. Everyone. With the order of the god soldier Dashan, all the sheep of the god soldier team charged. Just in time. Nami equipped the air cannon. Vivi clenched the bull charm. Robin crossed his hands, and rushed out of the forest one after another. Kuina held Gan Jiang Moye's hilt with both hands. The scallion sword of Runduk Kalu glowed. The fierce melee was about to start. Suddenly, without any warning, a beam of terrifying blue light rushed out of the forest. It pierced through the dense jungle and exploded in the bleeding divine army. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Sharp wind-breaking sounds rang out one after another. Warriors dressed in indigenous styles rushed out of the dense forest and fought with the divine army. Those are the warriors of Shandia, they are here too. Gonfer shouted out the identity of the reinforcements. Sandia, the indigenous tribe of Gaia, so they must know where the Golden City and the Golden Bell Tower are, right? Nami's eyes lit up. Golden City. Golden Bell Tower. What do you want to ask this for? A hostile voice came, and the war ghost Weber landed not far away. Sky Knight Gonfer, did you defeat the priest? Mantis Kamachili followed closely behind, raised his eyebrows and asked. No. It wasn't me. The three priests Shura, Shidli, and Nirvana were defeated by these girls from Qinghai. Gonfer said. Hey! What did you say? Are you kidding me? Just these tender little girls, they defeated the priests. All the Shandia warriors were full of disbelief. Whether you believe it or not, the fact is so. I advise you not to judge people by appearance. Their strength is far above yours. Gonfer said calmly. All the Shandia warriors knew Gonfer's character. Seeing him so serious, everyone couldn't help but believe it. Qinghai people, are you here to seize the Golden Bell Tower? The war ghost Weber took a step forward and locked the incineration cannon on his shoulder. Wait, Weber, now we have a common enemy. We can't fight each other at this critical moment. And to defeat Enel, their strength is indispensable. Gonfer also stepped forward, opened his arms, and blocked the muzzle of Weber's cannon. Humph! The arrogant war ghost Weber snorted coldly and immediately turned around and rushed towards the great mountain of divine soldiers. Hee, that kid knows what's good for him, otherwise, he will be smashed to pieces on the spot. The teapot Shikaku snorted, and the tailed beast bomb the size of a fingernail gradually dissipated. Forget it, don't worry about that stinking man. Our goal is to clear obstacles for the captain's journey. These scum will be left to Shandia. We will deal with the last priest and Enel. Nami shrugged. All the girls had no objection. At this moment when Enel had not yet appeared, the girls' target naturally fell on the priest Om. A whole Qinghai people, give me back my brother's life. Deputy Divine Corps Captain Chua used the impact shell to knock a Shandia warrior away, and attacked with red eyes. Bang! Nami raised her right hand and made a light bang sound. The next second, the airflow at the muzzle of the air cannon continued to rotate and condense. An air cannon shot out in response and hit Wu. In an instant, Chua's figure flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and blood gushed out of his mouth. The power of the system-enhanced air cannon was even greater than the impact shell. The power of each attack was similar to the meatball compression cannon of the Shishibukai Tyrant Bear. In other words, this was a flat attack from a Shishibukai-level strongman. Not to mention the divine weapon, even if the priest changed to the cannon, it would not be easy. Brother Chuwu. Xiaowu, who was also a deputy corps captain, screamed in horror and slashed the shell without waiting for it to be released. There was another light bang, and the invisible air cannon hit him. It's really worthy of being produced by the captain, this thing is really useful. Nami seemed to be addicted. He held the air cannon and fired continuously. One shot, without a sound. Hey, what on earth is that? This power is really terrible. Not only is it powerful, it can even fire continuously. Not only can it fire continuously, but there are no side effects. Sure enough, Gonfer was not joking just now. At this moment, all the warriors of Shandia believed Gonfer's words. There would be no more doubts and underestimates about the strength of the girls. Nami, stop playing. Vivi waved her hand. Oh, here it comes. Nami responded repeatedly, and no one dared to stop her wherever she went. Go, Kuina, it's your battle next. Robin touched Kuina's little head. Well, I'll try my best. Kuina did not resist. During this period of time, Kuina has completely accepted Robin, her confidant elder sister. Nami has also accepted Robin a long time ago, but Vivi is still a little unnatural when getting along with her. Why do humans always fight with each other? Looking at Kuina walking towards him, the bald priest Om, who is in charge of the trial of iron with a survival rate of 0%, asked with a compassionate expression on his face. After saying that, without waiting for others to answer, he answered again. If you want to stop the fight, you have to kill everyone. With his order, the big dog lying in the ruins suddenly rushed out. Like a demon beast from hell, it charged and showed its sharp claws to Kuina. Wood-style technique cage. Robin clapped his hands, and thick wood rushed out from the ground to form a dog cage, locking the big dog Shenja tightly. Clang! Kuina held Gan Jiang in his left hand and Moye in his right hand, and jumped up to attack the shocked priest Om. Iron Cloud Sword. The priest Om, who had reacted, picked up the big sword beside him and swung it casually. The sword, which was only 1 meter long, suddenly extended and turned into a big sword of dozens of meters, and slashed down towards Kuina. Kuina did not dodge. Gan Jiang and Moye crossed, raised them above her head, and took this blow that was enough to open up the earth. You let a little kid fight me, I was really underestimated. Solitary livestock owner Om shook his head and changed the subject. Even if the opponent is a child, I will not show mercy. The 0% survival rate of the iron trial will not change. Priest Om just finished his pretentious words. The next second, there was a crisp sound. Gan Jiang and Moye, wrapped in armament Haki, seemed to have turned into a supreme big scissors, cutting off Om's iron cloud sword. Nanny! Priest Om's pupils shrank suddenly under his sunglasses. You talk too much. Kuina soared into the air on the ancient ruins. Gan Jiang and Moye's sword body glowed with red and blue. Two-sword style, starburst airstream slash. Swish swish swish. The two-sword style sword skills exploded at a speed that the human eye could not catch up with. Under Kuina's step-by-step pressure, Formation Officer Om was forced to enter a defensive posture. The blade of the iron cloud sword was cut off and stretched out. After 16 consecutive strikes, Kuina's offensive was temporarily suspended. Hehe, is this all you can do? The priest Om sneered, waved his hand, and the iron cloud sword stretched out again. Then it's time for the next round. Two-sword flow starburst airstream slash. Kuina whispered faintly. A new round of two-sword flow combo slash exploded. Finally. Under Kuina's continuous explosive slash. The iron cloud sword of the strongest priest Om was completely cut off. Puff. A line of blood rushed out from in front of Om. I was beaten by a little kid. Bang. Om, the air herder, was defeated. Oh, so powerful. That little girl actually beat down the priest Om. Even if Weber wanted to deal with that Om, it would definitely not be easy. But, that little girl was almost crushing. The soldiers of Shandia were shocked and shocked. On the other hand, the divine soldiers were completely desperate after seeing the priests and the divine soldiers being defeated one after another. How could this happen? We are God's subordinates. Who are those guys? We can't win. We absolutely can't win. For now, only Lord Enel can turn the tide. That's right. Lord Enel, our supreme God, please lead us to victory. The few survivors of the divine soldiers all knelt in the direction of the giant bean vine. The next second. Yeah ha 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 ha. A crazy laugh exploded. She. A flash of lightning. A young man wearing bloomers, a white turban, long earlobes, and carrying a Megatama thunder drum on his back suddenly appeared. Yoo-hoo! Lord Enel! Our God is here, and your death is coming. The survivors of the divine soldiers shouted excitedly. That's Enel. How did he appear? Is he a capable person? Robin's pupils shrank slightly. Yeah ha 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 ha, you can actually do this, I have to admit that you are very beautiful. Enel laughed in praise. Even if the priests and the divine soldiers under his command were almost wiped out, he still didn't care at all, let alone anger. Because in his opinion, only the truly strong are qualified to be servants of God. The priests and the divine soldiers were destroyed just because they were too weak. Weak guys have no human rights and cannot become followers of God, but you are qualified to follow me. Now kneel down and swear to submit to God. Enel looked down at the people in the field and spoke wildly. What an infuriating guy. Bang! Nami activated the air cannon without hesitation. The powerful pressure cannon pierced through Enel's body. However, there was no blood, and the wound was surrounded by lightning. At the same time, in another direction, Sandia's strongest war ghost Weber pulled the trigger of the incinerator. The blue gas high-temperature flame that was enough to burn everything to ashes hit Enel, causing a terrifying explosion. However, when everything calmed down, Enel, who appeared in front of people again, was still unharmed. Yes. There is no mistake. This guy's ability is the strongest type Logia Thunder Fruit. Robin said solemnly. Logia again? Vivi was shocked. Let me try. Kuina, who had mastered the armed color, was eager to try. Wait, Thunder Fruit is too dangerous. Even if you have armed color, you can't turn around and get close. Robin hurriedly stopped him. Yeah, ha 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 ha, you are really a bunch of stubborn guys. In this case, let me show you the so-called power of God first. Enel laughed and pointed to the sky with one hand. Boom! Rumble! Heavy dark clouds covered the sky. Electric snakes danced wildly in the depths of the clouds. 10,000 thunders! Enel grinned cruelly and waved his hand down. The next moment, countless thunders of different sizes and thicknesses fell on the battlefield. Ah! Ah! The screams were endless. Not only the warriors of Shandia. Even the survivors of the Divine Army were not spared. They were charred black under the bombardment of thunder, and some even died on the spot. Everyone, come together! Robin raised the horse charm, ready to activate the healing power at any time. At this moment, a large shadow suddenly enveloped. Don't forget me! The teapot Shikaku swelled up in the wind, restored the giant beast form, and protected the girls firmly under his body, taking the bombardment of 10,000 thunders for them. Ah hey hey! Raccoon sauce, you. You can actually grow bigger. So handsome. Vivi, Nami, Kuina all said in surprise. Shikaku, can you handle it? Robin asked worriedly. What's the problem? Who do you think I am? This level of lightning is just tickling me. Shikaku said with a grin. The earth element occupies a large part of his chakra attribute. Enel's lightning power has a great restraint on him. At this moment, under the continuous bombardment of thousands of thunders, his body was almost paralyzed. Yet, ha 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 ha, this is really unexpected. I didn't expect that there are creatures like you in the world. Come to God's command. I will give you this honor. Enel looked at Shikaku with interest. The paralyzed Shikaku stumbled. Humph, you ungrateful guy. Enel snorted coldly and used the golden stick to hit the Megatama thunder drum behind him. Boom! Boom! 30 million volts thunder beast. A giant beast composed entirely of lightning rushed out of the thunder drum. Following Enel's direction, he rushed towards the guard. Shikaku gritted his teeth and was about to resist. At this moment, thank you for your hard work, you did a good job. A faint voice sounded in everyone's ears. The next second, under Enel's shocked gaze, the thunder beast with 30 million volts was swallowed up by a man. FO. Chapter 70. The lightning beast roared and rushed, coming with great force. This scene was terrifying just by looking at it. This method was indeed beyond human power. This kind of power. This is Enel's ability. The warriors in Shandia who were still barely awake were all speechless. This is not a force that humans can contend with at all, the ability to control lightning, this is the realm of God. Mantis Kamachiri was full of despair. God? Even if he is really a god, I will never admit defeat. The war ghost Weber, whose body was charred by the lightning, struggled to stand up. It's all my fault. I thought I had taken it seriously enough. Enel, I didn't expect. Sky Knight Gonfer's face was full of pain and unwillingness. Despair continued to spread. Just then, without any warning, there was a loud bang. The majestic Thunder Beast's charging figure came to an abrupt stop. Its head was domineeringly stepped on by a man. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. The man on the Thunder Beast's head opened his mouth and sucked. The body of the Thunder Beast collapsed, turning into countless electric currents, sinking into Roland's mouth. This scene immediately stunned everyone present. Oh. Feft feet. What is going on? Who is that man? He. As a human, he actually ate. He regarded the terrifying Thunder Beast as food. Are you kidding me? This mythical scene. Is he also a god? The uproar of the Shandia warriors such as Mantis Kamachili and Jebeo continued. Happy face, the Sky Knight Gonfer's pupils trembled violently, as if he thought of something. All along the way, the girls kept talking about the ship that they had been thinking about. Things went just as Gonfer thought. Wow, Captain! Nami waved excitedly. Brother! Kuina's face flushed. Great, Mr. Rowling is here. Haha. Vivi and Kalu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Boss, it's because you came quickly. Otherwise, if you give me a little more time, I will definitely press that kid to the ground. Shikaku, who had returned to the teapot form, sat on the ground and boasted, while his body twitched involuntarily. Robin put the horse charm on Shikaku's head. A flash of light, and the healing power of the horse charm was activated. The paralyzing electricity remaining in Shikaku's body was swept away. Are you all okay? Rowling smiled. Hehe, thanks to the captain, everything is fine, but then again, Captain, you are really fast this time. You put Thor to sleep so quickly. Obviously, Thor has always been TE-06. Nami came to Rowling and winked. Rowling's eyelids jumped and he quickly covered his eyes. Nami's little mouth stopped her from saying these lewd words. Suddenly, Loyalin felt his palm slightly warm. That was Nami using her clove tongue to protest against being covered. Yeah ha. The crazy laughter interrupted Nami's bold provocation. You can fight against my Thunder Beast, your strength has been recognized by me as a god, now I give you a chance, swear loyalty to God. Enel made a self-centered declaration of Chiyunibu. Hehe, god? What kind of god are you? The god of Chiyunibu. Loyalin sneered. Enel's face suddenly sank. Although I don't know what Chiyunibu means. But from Loyalin's teasing smile, it is definitely not a compliment. It seems that the lesson for you is not enough. Dong. Dong. Enel waved the golden stick again and hit the jade thunder drum behind the left. She. The surging lightning rushed out from the Megatama drum behind him. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Cry. A sharp bird cry exploded, and a huge lightning bird made entirely of lightning spread its wings and soared. Go. Following Enel's direction, the lightning bird streaked across the sky and accelerated its dive. Lolan did not dodge, but raised his right hand lightly, and his 5 fingers formed a claw, gently grasping the void. The next second, a dragon claw made of lightning appeared between heaven and earth, and it clamped the throat of the lightning bird. The dragon claw twisted slightly, and the neck of the lightning bird broke, and its body collapsed. The surging lightning power was like the thunder beast before, and it was all immersed in Rowling's mouth. This is Rowling's new ability that almost overturned the entire BBIC not long ago. Although it is not Kana-chan in the world of Dragon Maid, it is also a real SS level. This is the power from the world of Fairy Tail. The Thunder Dragon Slayer magic belongs to the Fairy Tail S-class wizard Laxus. And the Thunder Dragon Slayer power produced by the system eliminates the side effects of vehicle sickness. At the same time, there is no need for Rowling to explore it bit by bit, as it is at the maximum level once it is integrated. Burp, not bad, some more. Rowling burped and nodded with satisfaction. Enel. Ah. Ah. What a joke. Watching Rowling swallow his own lightning again. Enel, the arrogant god of middle school, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. His face was covered with a broken expression. When the Thunder Beast was eaten before, he thought he was dazzled and accidentally saw it wrong. After all, it was the ultra-high voltage current released by him as a Thunder Fruit user. The flesh and blood of humans can't even stop it, let alone eat it. But, looking at the Thunder Bird being swallowed again, Enel felt that his worldview was about to be overturned. Not only Enel, at this moment, Nami, Vivi, and other girls were also shocked and opened their mouths. The scene of Rowling swallowing the Thunder Beast before was blocked by Shikaku's huge body, so they didn't see it. Wow, Captain, you, how come you even ate the lightning? That thing is not good to eat. Nami stretched out her slender hands to wander and check Rowling's body. Mr. Rowling, will you really not get sick if you eat the lightning? Vivi asked nervously. After all, it was lightning. The most violent element in the world. No other. It's okay, it's okay. Rowling waved his hand to comfort him. Lightning is a threat to others, but to me, it's just food. Wow, Unai-chan is so amazing. Kuina was relieved. What a man who keeps surprising people. He has transformed again in such a short time. He is worthy of being my man. Robin raised a proud arc at the corner of her mouth. Boldly expressing her love to Rowling that day and giving everything she had was the most correct choice she made in her life. The boss is simply inhuman, even more of a monster than me, the tailed beast. Shikaku, the teapot, muttered softly, and suddenly changed his mind. The guy who can tame Thor, the giant dragon, is a monster. What a joke! The girls on this side were relieved, and on the other side Enel was completely upset. It's just a mere human, how can he not fear God's punishment? I don't believe it. If you can still eat it, just eat it and see. Dong! Dong dong! Enel, who was completely furious, hit the left and right Megatama thunder drums one after another. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon! Ang! The Thunder Dragon danced with the wind, majestic and awe-inspiring. It made all the Shandia warriors afraid. However, Loyalin only gave a look. The supreme pressure from the Thunder Dragon King made even the unconscious Thunder Dragon tremble and stiffen. Then, it slid into Rowling's mouth with a slide. This operation made Enel's eyes go dark, and his body staggered, almost falling. From the Thunder Beast to the Thunder Bird, and then to the Thunder Dragon, the total of 120 million volts of electricity was eaten up. The man in front of him was not only not afraid of the thunder of heavenly punishment, but could even feed on thunder. As the god of thunder, he was just a lower-level food in the eyes of the other party. Thinking of this, Enel's expression became visibly ferocious. He could no longer maintain his initial calmness and arrogance. He could not accept the fact that he had become a lower-level food. No matter what means you use, there is only one god in this world, and that is me, the god of thunder Enel. Enel's angry roar shook the surroundings. Boom! The dull drum sound sounded again. Boom, boom, boom. Enel waved the golden stick and struck all the Megatama thunder drums in succession. Shi. Chi. Under the stimulation of extreme anger, Enel Thunder Fruit's ability is fully activated. Countless deep blue thunders surged from his body and from the Megatama thunder drum. Boom! Rumble! The sound of thunder shook the earth. Endless thunders surrounded, forming a terrifying thunderstorm. Layer upon layer, intertwined, wrapped around Enel. Yahahaha! Enel's thunderous laughter exploded under the sky. 200 million volts, Thor! A giant made entirely of thunder and lightning appeared in the world, and he was majestic without anger. At this moment, Enel seemed to have transformed into the true god of thunder and lightning who was in charge of heavenly punishment. The destructive and violent breath spread in all directions, making people shudder. After all, you are just weak mortals, and I am a god. Mortals can never kill gods. This is the basic law of the world. Now get ready to accept the punishment from God. Enel, who transformed into a thunder giant, laughed arrogantly. The Thor giant form made his self-confidence swell to the extreme. At this moment, he was confident that he was invincible and was an omnipotent thunder god. He did have the confidence to be arrogant in front of the terrifying thunder god giant. Whether it was Gonfer or the proud Shandia warriors. Even a proud person like War Ghost Weber could not help but feel shocked and desperate. He could not even think of resisting it. This power was beyond their common sense. In front of this terrifying power comparable to natural disasters, mortals were powerless. Captain! Can you still eat? Nami rolled her throat and was a little nervous. After eating this, you will be barely 70% full. Rowling said lightly. Just a smile instantly cleared the haze in the girls' hearts. Then please start. Robin smiled. How dare you speak so arrogantly in front of God? Even if you overestimate your own abilities, there must be a limit. Enel shouted angrily, forcibly suppressing the anxiety and throbbing in his heart. The thunder god giant clenched his right fist and smashed it down with the force of a mountain. Swish! Everyone felt their vision flashing. It was as if a golden lightning flashed by. The next second, the thunder god giant's right arm disappeared. This is just the beginning. Chi-chi! The bright golden light rushed towards the thunder god giant like a meteor. The thunder god giant's left arm disappeared, and his stomach was opened with large holes from front to back, and then, in just a few breaths, the majestic thunder god giant became riddled with holes. Finally, it completely disintegrated with a loud bang and ceased to exist. During the whole process, Enel did not think about resisting. It's just that he had no power to resist at all. To him, Rowling was a superior and subordinate relationship in the food chain. The top carnivore predator and herbivore. In the past, he made the Sky Island natives and the Shandia tribe helpless and played with them at will. Now, Enel finally felt the powerlessness of being unable to fight back in front of the strong. Your proud thundering ability is nothing in front of me. Who should kneel down now? Loelin looked down at Enel, who was half kneeling on the ground and sweating. I didn't lose. I haven't lost yet. Enel took a deep breath and picked up the golden stick. Thunder metallurgy. Under the high temperature of thunder and lightning, the golden stick turned into a sharp trident and stabbed towards Loelin's heart. Since thunder and lightning are useless, use physical skills. Once the heart of a flesh and blood body is destroyed, it will be dead. Loelin did not dodge Enel's dying counterattack, but just pointed to the sky with one hand. Chi-chi! The golden thunder and lightning rotated and condensed, turning into a golden fanged Tianhuaji with dense dragon patterns. Loelin pointed down with one finger, and the thunder dragon fanged Tianji fell with the momentum of splitting the mountain. Kaka! Enel's golden trident, which was used to block, broke with a sound. The whole person was hit hard and fell down with a bang. You can't beat me in thunder and lightning, and you're even worse at physical skills. Rowling leaped up and caught up with Enel, who was flying backwards, and put his knee on his chest. Boom! The island cloud ground trembled and collapsed. Enel's eyes widened in anger, and he spurted out blood from his mouth. He didn't dare to fight with physical skills anymore, and his mind was full of running away. It was a pity that Rowan followed him like a shadow, not giving him a chance to escape. What frightened Enel even more was that his proud Logia elementalization was also ineffective in front of Rowan. So far, no one has been able to hurt him in elementalization, but this iron rule was broken today. Rowling opened and closed his hands, and a move of Ying Feng Chao Yang hand hit Enel in the face, hitting him on his back and making him look up and see stars. The next move of the King of Hell's 3 points hand directly shattered his throat, and blood flowed instantly. A move of the ground to sky cannon hammered Enel down heavily in the air. Loyolin performed the smooth and flowing Beiji combo. "It's time to end it," Loyolin said lightly. Visible chi was wrapped around his fist. It was not Haki, but the chi in ancient martial arts. Steel Fist Unrivaled Strike. Another anti-human treasure belonging to the heroic spirit Li Shuen exploded here. The fist wrapped in chi fell on Enel's heart. In an instant, Enel's heart collapsed. His eyes were wide open and his vision was blurred. This fierce blow had already shattered his heart. The arrogant god Enel, die. However, the power of Loyolin's punch has not been fully released. The terrifying power passed through Enel's body and fell on the Daeyun ruins. Crack! 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 The unbearable cracking sound sounded. Cross-sectional cracks spread in all directions. Finally, they spread all over the land of Daeyun. People only felt the ground suddenly sink. The next second, the ruins of Daeyun are completely destroyed. After 400 years, the magnificent city hidden under Daeyun, the golden city of Shandora, finally sees the light of day again. Chapter 71. The collapsed island cloud ruins brought the people in this area and fell into the golden city of Shandora. The original panicked screams were soon replaced by excited and ecstatic shouts. This is... Mantis Kamachiri looked at the magnificent scene around him and was so excited that he couldn't even speak. It can't be wrong. Although we have never been here, but... The beautiful Shandia warrior Logue couldn't stop shaking and tears fell like rain. Plop! The strongest and most proud warrior of Shandia, the war ghost Weber, knelt on the ground. This is our Shandia's proud hometown, the golden city of Shandora. The war ghost Weber shouted at the top of his lungs, and tears couldn't stop sliding down his resolute face. Above the golden city, because of the help of the bamboo dragonfly, Nami, Vivi, Robin, Kuina, and Shikaku did not fall with the island cloud ruins. At this moment, they were standing high above the sky with Rowling, overlooking the magnificent city below. This is the legendary golden city of Shandora. Yes, I know. When Gaia flew to Sky Island, he collided with the island cloud, and the island cloud completely covered the city, so the people of Sky Island have never discovered this city in the past 400 years. Robin understood everything. It turns out that the golden city of Shandora really exists, but we have never found it. The Sky Knight gone for riding Pegasus, Pierre whispered. Wow, gold! Gold! Nami was the first to recover from the sudden huge shock, and immediately pulled her best friend Vivi to land, wanting to look for treasure. Let's go down too, Rowling said, and landed with Robin and Kuina in the center of the city. 5 minutes later. Liar! Liar! It's all a lie. They said that the golden country is full of gold, but there is not even a strand of gold here. Returning empty-handed, Nami pouted and screamed madly. 96-7. It's really strange, not only ordinary gold, but also the iconic clock tower. Use the ability of flower fruit to check the whole city. Robin also frowned. At the same time. Where is the golden bell? Where is the legendary golden bell tower? Gone? Why is it gone? That is the faith and pride of our Shandia. That is the fire of our Shandia. The Shandia warriors, led by the war ghost Weber, no longer had the initial excitement and joy. They didn't care about gold or anything like that. They only cared about one thing. That was the legendary golden bell tower. Because it was the symbol of their Shandia. It also carried the 400-year agreement between Nolando and the great warrior Kalgara. Since 400 years ago, they have been thinking about ringing the golden bell again. Now they have finally returned to their hometown and found Shandora, but the Golden Bell Tower is gone? This cruel ending is completely unacceptable to everyone in Shandia. We have found the Golden Country, but there is no gold and Golden Bell Tower. What is going on? Kuina and Vivi looked at Rowling eagerly. The girls have developed a habit after spending time together. They firmly believe that if it is Luolin, there must be a way. If it is Luolin, he must know the reason. Of course, Luolin never lets them down. Don't worry, there will be gold, and there will be a golden bell. Luolin said, looking up at the sky. Seeing this, the girls also looked up at the sky one after another. Ganfuer and Shandia also looked up. A small black dot kept getting bigger in people's eyes. That's Sister Thor. Kuina was the first to exclaim. Hey? Miss Thor seems to be holding something? What is that? Vivi tilted her head in confusion. Wow, gold. Bell Tower. Yin yin. That's the Golden Bell Tower. Nami shouted excitedly. Hehe, you are really worthy of being the big sister, and you are really extraordinary. Teepachikaku praised. That text. Robin, with sharp eyes, noticed the special ancient characters engraved on the base of the golden bell. On the other side. Ah! Sky Knight Gonfer and the Shandia warriors were shocked beyond measure again. A weak girl, carrying a golden bell tower, fell from the sky? Is this a dream? Or is it a miracle? Under the shocked eyes of the people, Thor fell from the sky with the golden bell tower on his head. When he was close to the square, he raised his hand and waved it lightly. Boom! Boom! The golden bell tower landed steadily in the center of the square. Dang! 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 The melodious, high-pitched, and beautiful golden bell sounded like fairy music, spreading throughout Sky Island. Plop! Plop plop! Listening to the melodious golden bell, the Shandia warriors led by the war ghost Weber knelt down again one after another. The fire of Shandora is lit! War ghost Weber shouted. The fire of Shandora is lit! The fire of Shandora is lit! The Shandia warriors shouted in unison. Cloud Shinobi Village. Chief. This sound is. This bell sound is coming from the Island of Gods. What happened? Could such a beautiful bell sound be? The Shandia people who stayed in the village gathered spontaneously in the square, with excitement and nervousness on their faces. Wearing an animal fur hat and leaning on a cane, the old Shandia chief trembled and walked up to the high platform of the square. Then he slowly knelt down in the direction of the bell. The fire of Shandora is lit. Oh! Angel Island. What is this sound? It sounds like a bell, but I've never heard such a beautiful bell. It's like the island is singing. This sound comes from the Island of Gods. The natives of Sky Island walked out of their rooms one after another, looking at the Island of Gods, their faces full of intoxication. 10,000 meters below, the ruined island of Gaia in Qinghai. Dad! Dad! This bell is... The two captains of the salvage team, the gorilla and the ape, shouted excitedly. Ah, that's right! This is the song of the Golden Bell Tower that my ancestor Wen Brown Nolando once heard. Wen Brown Kulik lay on the grass, looking at the sky, tears of excitement could not stop falling. It turns out that the Golden Country did not sink into the sea, but went to the sky. Ha 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 ha, my ancestor is not a big liar. The neighboring pirate town, Tagu Town. Hey, who can tell me what's going on with this bell? This bell seems to come from the sky? Is there someone in the sky? Ah, no way! Is the legend true? This, can't it be the sound of the Golden Bell Tower that North Blue's big talker Nolando mentioned? Nanny! Golden Bell Tower? Where is it? Tell me quickly! The pirates gathered in Magic Valley town became increasingly agitated. Ding! Ding! The singing of the Golden Bell Tower continued to echo. It seemed to make up for the silence of 400 years. It was night. In the golden city of Shandora, a bonfire was blazing, lighting up the night sky. An unprecedented lively banquet was held in this magnificent city. In addition to Llewellyn and his party, the participants included the Shandia clan, the natives of Sky Island, and the 400-year-old Sky Lord, the giant python Nolan. Under the harmony of the beautiful bell of the Golden Bell, the hundreds of years of grievances between Shandia and the people of Sky Island came to an end. The two sides shook hands and celebrated their freedom. The atmosphere was warm and cheerful. Rowling and his party, who defeated Enel and saved Sky Island, were thanked by both the people of Sky Island and the mountain. Even Weber, the most arrogant war ghost of the Shandia clan, was convinced by Rowling at this moment. Defeat the priest. Kill the god Enel with force. Find the Golden Bell Tower that has disappeared for 400 years. Even miraculously restore the dying people to their original state. In the daytime battle, many Shandia warriors were seriously injured in the battle with the god army. Then they were concentrated by Enel's indiscriminate lightning. Finally, they fell from the upper layer of the island cloud. Under the accumulation of multiple injuries, many people were on the verge of life and death, and it was impossible for them to survive under normal circumstances. In this case, it was Rowling who pulled the dying Shandia warriors back from the border of death. Wherever the light of the horse spell went, all the injuries were restored to their original state. After witnessing this miraculous scene with his own eyes, Shandia, who hated gods the most, had already worshipped Rowling as a god. It was not until the second half of the night that Llewellyn finally had some free time. But soon, a burning gaze locked onto Llewellyn. Thor, who had been holding back for a day, finally made a move. In this regard, Llewellyn had no choice but to accompany him to the end. For the next 3 days, Llewellyn and Thor were on the clouds, in the White Sea, in the depths of the dense forest, at the end of the sky. All kinds of new scene CGS were collected and unlocked. The 5th day of Sky Island. Llewellyn finally had time to continue his fishing career. About an hour later, the fishing line suddenly stretched straight, indicating that there was something on the hook. After a few minutes of game. Ding dong! Lucky, congratulations to the host for the advanced observation Haki. Observation Haki advanced. Llewellyn's mind moved, and in an instant, the color of seeing and hearing spread to the entire Sky Island. Llewellyn could clearly sense who was doing what in what place, and the corresponding level of strength. At this moment, Rowling seemed to have discovered something. Chi. A golden light flashed. After a few breaths, Rowling returned to the fishing position. There was an extra object in his hand. It was a special fruit covered with lightning-like spikes. This is thunder fruit. Rowling's face was full of surprise. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain during the experiment of observation. After the death of demon fruit power, there is a probability that its ability will be attached to the nearest fruit. A few days ago, Enel died, and Logia thunder fruit would naturally be reborn. This is really a case of searching for iron shoes without any effort, and getting it without any effort. Rowling smiled, thinking about who should eat this fruit. At this time, Captain! Nami came trotting excitedly. What's wrong? Rowling had an idea in his mind. Good news. Great news. Do you remember that when we found the Golden City a few days ago, there was no gold left? I only learned from the people of Sky Island this morning that Enel had already discovered the Golden City, and in the past year, he asked his men to transport all the gold to a cave on the mountain, where he secretly built a special golden ark. Nami happily told what she had learned. After knowing that the Golden Bell Tower was the belief of the Shandian people, Nami had given up the idea of taking the Golden Bell. But Enel's golden ship, she would never give up. Hey, Captain, your little expression. Did you know about this a long time ago? Really, why didn't you say it earlier? Looking at Luolin's calm appearance, Nami pouted her lips and hugged Luolin's arm to act coquettishly. Hee, Nami, have you ever thought about how much gold there is in that batch, and whether our ship can take it all away? Luolin asked with a smile. Nami was stunned. She was so happy to find the gold that she didn't think about the practical problems. After a moment, Old Man Gan Thor's former subordinates participated in the construction of the golden spaceship. It is said that it can fly after it is built. Ah, no, it needs a constant supply of electricity to fly. Captain, why don't we take some away first, and then store the rest in Sky Island? When we run out of money in the future, we can come and get it. Just treat it as a bank deposit. Nami came up with an idea. That's not necessary. Rowling touched Nami's little head, and then turned his hand to produce thunder fruit like a magic trick. Eat it. Dex. Nami didn't ask anything, just held the thunder fruit and ate it. Finally. Ugh, it's so disgusting. What is this, Captain? Thunder fruit. Rowling answered casually. Oh, thunder fruit. Wait a moment. Nami reacted and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Could it be Enel's Logia ability? Yes. Rowling nodded. Wow, it's Logia thunder fruit, Captain, you just gave it to me. Ah, I love you so much. Nami screamed excitedly, hugged Rowling's face and kissed him passionately. Rowling's heart moved. Observation Haki, intermediate, confirm transfer. Nami's bold action suddenly stopped. Observation Haki? Haki. The expression on her little face was stunned at first, and then turned into ecstasy. This. Is this the transfer of power that Robin said? Captain, you gave me your observation Haki? But, this is not right. What's wrong? Rowling raised his eyebrows. Robin said that in order to obtain the ability, you must have the Captain's one, and then let the Captain's one enter the body. Nami said vividly. Luolin. What a mess. It's just a transfer of ability, why do you have to? Suddenly. Luolin was stunned, and he suddenly remembered. That day when he transferred wood style and armament Haki to Robin, he had just reached his limit. That's why the misunderstanding arose. Thinking of this, Luolin was also a little amused. Don't listen to Robin's nonsense, you don't need those, and I will teach you another thunder fruit application move. Luolin put down the fishing rod and stood up, taking out a gold coin from his pocket. Watch carefully, I will only demonstrate it once. This move is called Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Ding! The moment the voice fell, Luolin ejected the gold coin in his hand, and the gold coin shot out at 3 times the speed of sound. And under the action of electromagnetic force, the speed is still accelerating, piercing the sky. Pa! Captain is so awesome, this move is so cool. Nami clapped her hands in applause. Haha, you try it next, this is the key to the technique. Compared to himself, Luolin wanted to see Nami learn this move and create a pirate version of Misaka Mikoto. Taking the gold coin handed over by Luolin, Nami tried several times, but she just flicked the coin out. Don't be discouraged, you just got the thunder fruit, you should get familiar with the ability first. Luo Junranen stroked, thinking that Nami had just mastered the ability and was not familiar with it. Little did he know that the fundamental reason for Nami's repeated failures was because she was reluctant to give up. She was reluctant to use the expensive gold coins as disposable bullets. After Nami left, Luolin returned to his fishing career. Maybe today is really his lucky day. It won't be long before another big catch is caught. But, looking at the TV remote control on the hook, Luolin was a little confused. Ding dong! Congratulations to host for posting IV5 Superpower Psychological Mastery, Shouko Misaki. Chapter 72. Superpower, Mind Mastery. From the world of a certain magical index. One of the only 7 IV5 superpowers in Academy City. Possessed by the queen of the largest faction of Tokiwada Middle School, Shouko Misaki. The ability of mind mastery is extremely widely used. Such as memory reading, long-distance telepathy, memory erasure, will amplification, thought reproduction, forced confession, distorted cognition, impression manipulation, intellectual degeneration, brainwashing, loss of consciousness. Almost all mental-related phenomena can be achieved by manipulating the secretion of substances in the brain of the target character. If it were real in daily anime or the other world, this would definitely be a wonderful ability. It's just that this is a pirate world full of monsters. The strong are often very firm in mind and cannot be easily controlled, especially the awakened ones of Conqueror's Haki. In addition, with Rowling's current strength, he does not need mental abilities to assist. But if it is given to the girls on the ship, it can enrich their means of self-protection. Angel Island. Vivi, Thor, and Kuina are strolling happily on the street at this moment. Sky Island is most famous for its shell culture. The girls love shells of various uses. Before long, the back of the running duck canoe was already full of the 3 girls' spoils. Ms. Thor, Kuina-chan, there seems to be a good store over there. Let's go and take a look. By the way, wait for Nami. She said she's almost there. Vivi suggested. Kuina-16 and Thor nodded and were about to enter the store. Suddenly, both of them felt something in their hearts, turned their heads and looked at the end of Angel Island Street. A blue electric light kept flashing and approached rapidly. Is that Thunder Fruit ability user Enel? No. Enel is dead. Who is it? Kuina looked serious and entered a state of alert. The next second, the blue electric light had already come close to them. Everyone, don't be nervous, it's me. Nami's brisk voice sounded. Looking at Nami condensed by thunder, Vivi and Kuina were both stunned on the spot. Nana Nami. Nami, is it really Nami? Nami. You, what's going on? Hee. Nami giggled, very satisfied with the shocked expressions of her friends. This is my new ability, how is it? Very cool, right? Yeah. Kuina nodded repeatedly, happy for Nami's new ability. Vivi seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face changed slightly. Wait a minute, Nami, come here. Vivi pulled Nami aside. Enel's Thunder Fruit ability, was it given by Mr. Rowling? Of course. Nami nodded. So that means, Nami, you have already had that with Mr. Rowling. Vivi's face turned slightly red. Nami was about to explain, but suddenly her eyes turned, as if she had an idea. Of course, otherwise how could I have such a powerful ability? Nami smiled slyly. Vivi, as the saying goes, if you have an idea, you should do it as soon as possible. It will happen sooner or later. If you take that step earlier, you can enjoy it earlier. Really it doesn't hurt. Vivi was a little tempted, but also a little nervous. She had read in a book that the first time. Anyway, it doesn't hurt me. Nami walked away with her hands behind her back, leaving Vivi alone to struggle. At noon, Vivi brought a lunchbox and found Loelin, who was still fishing. Thank you, Vivi. Loelin touched Vivi's little head. Because he could catch food from time to time, Loelin was not very hungry. But considering Vivi's kindness, he still ate heartily. Not long after, Loelin finished his lunchbox and handed it to Vivi to sort out. By the way, Vivi, I just happen to have a good thing here. If you learn it, it should be useful when you encounter enemies in the future. Loelin said casually. Ah. Vivi's little hand suddenly grasped the corner of her skirt nervously. Before she could even speak, Loyolin brought it up first. What's wrong? Loyolin looked at the nervous Vivi, a little puzzled. Vivi took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Now everyone on the ship is growing and getting stronger. Nami even gained the powerful Logia Thunder Fruit ability. How could she continue to stand still? Vivi also wanted to have her own exclusive ability. Mr. Loyolin, I'm ready. Vivi said and threw herself into Loyolin's arms. Loyolin's mind moved. Superpower Psychological Mastery, Confirm Transfer. At this moment, the warm pure petal was imprinted on Loyolin's mouth. 5 minutes later. Hey! Hey! Vivi leaned on Loyolin's arms, exhausted, waiting for the next step. At this moment, Vivi suddenly found that a lot of information appeared in her mind out of thin air. Superpower Psychological Control. Vivi was stunned and carefully felt the new power area in her body. Yes, it is psychological control. Loyolin handed the TV remote control to the ignorant Vivi. I know a little about this ability, and there is nothing to teach you. Anyway, you can study it slowly by yourself. Yet. Vivi nodded blankly. Wait, Mr. Rowling, did I gain new powers so easily? We don't need to go into that communication. Who told you that? Robin. Rowling's mouth twitched. No, Nami told me. Vivi replied. Well? Didn't I explain it to Nami this morning? Rowling had to explain it again. Ah! Alas, alas! Vivi was shocked and her beautiful eyes widened. So that process is not necessary? Nami lied to me again, I'm going to settle accounts with her. With that, Vivi hurriedly ran away. Settling accounts with Nami is secondary. The real reason is that she is too shy. She doesn't know how to face Rowling. After all, she just told Rowling that she was ready, but... Second, Nami, wait for me. Not long after Vivi left. The sound of high heels knocking on the ground rang out. Oh, what day is today? Why are you all lining up here? Rowling looked at the people sitting next to him. Robin said with a joking smile. It's because the child's father is a busy man with many romantic affairs. He was not even seen in the past few days. Robin said with resentment. Ahem. Rowling coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. Have you finished the research on the history of the Golden Bell base? It's been done a long time ago. It's the same as the Alabasta article, and it's also a weapon. Ancient weapon Poseidon. Robin said while observing Rowling's expression. Seeing that Rowling didn't look surprised, she knew that Rowling should have known it a long time ago, so she didn't elaborate. By the way, where did you and Thor go the other day? Can you take me to see it? Robin looked at Rowling with a smile. Ahem, of course. Rowling agreed. After resting for a whole morning, he recovered a little. However, if he had known that Robin was coming back, he should have found the Minamata talisman to recover. 10 o'clock in the evening. Rowling sent the sleeping Robin return to his room. 220 also returned to his room and started to take a shower. At the same time, Vivi's room. Nami, come here, I want to tell you something. What do you think after the event? Nami's eyes lit up. In the afternoon, when she saw Vivi resting as soon as she came back, Nami thought that Vivi had been fooled by her. After that, she kept asking about her. What do you think after the event? But Vivi was very tight-lipped and didn't say a word until now. Just as Nami leaned over to listen, Vivi's little hand hidden under the quilt pressed the button of the remote control. In an instant, Nami's originally smart and cunning big eyes became dull. In the world of Magical Index, Shokugou Misaki's psychological control is ineffective against Misaka Mikoto, who is also a level 5 superpower user, and cannot be controlled. Because Misaka Mikoto is an electric shock user, there is an electric barrier outside the body, which will bounce off the power of psychological control. Although Nami is a Thunder Fruit ability user now, she has only obtained this ability. He was not fully aware of the power of Thunder Fruit, and he was not prepared for Vivi, so he was easily tricked. Nami, I want you. Vivi laughed and gave Nami an order. Yes. Nami answered mechanically. Well, drink this before you go. Vivi handed a bottle of happy water to Nami. Nami, who was controlled by the mind, drank it without hesitation and went out. A minute later, Nami, wearing a bathrobe, knocked on Rowling's door. Click. The door opened. Nami, it's so late, why don't you come over? Rowling, who was also wearing a bathrobe, didn't finish his words. But Nami outside the door rushed towards him as if she saw a treasure. Her long legs hooked directly, and sat on Rowling's shoulders. Just like Vivi, who was sick after leaving Little Garden that day. Chapter 73. It was 10:30 p.m. Llewellyn wiped the water stains on his face with a towel. Then he wiped the residue from the corners of Nami's mouth, who was tired and asleep. He thought that these little girls were playing more and more. However, Nami's taste was not bad, Llewellyn didn't hate it. Looking at the sleeping beauty Nami, Llewellyn thought about it and decided to send her back to the room. Because Llewellyn saw at a glance that Nami's situation was not right tonight, this was a phenomenon of mental control. Sure enough. When Llewellyn carried the sleeping Nami back to her room, Vivi had been waiting for a long time. Hehe, Mr. Llewellyn, Nami will be taken care of by me next time. Vivi smiled sweetly and took the beauty from Llewellyn's hands. Well, forget it this time, it won't happen again next time. Llewellyn smiled helplessly and didn't say much. After all, this was a grudge between their besties. Nami had also fooled Vivi before, and now she was retaliated back, which was helpless. Click. The door of the room closed. Watching Rowling walk away, Vivi was just about to continue teasing her bestie. At this moment, she saw Nami, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes and threw Vivi to the ground. Then she made a move that Vivi never expected. Nami lowered her head suddenly and kissed her at lightning speed. MMM. MMM. Vivi widened her beautiful eyes and wanted to struggle. But without the bull spell in her hand, she was just an ordinary girl. Mastering this superpower mentally would not increase her strength. After a long while, Nami finally let go of Vivi. Nami, what are you doing all of a sudden? And what did you feed me? What a strange taste. Vivi's expression was complicated. She was kissed by her bestie. Good things should of course be shared with besties. This is something I specially saved for you. It tastes like the captain. Nami's mouth was completely full of complacency. Captain's taste. Vivi, who was about to rinse her mouth, paused and swallowed subconsciously. The next second, when she reacted, Vivi's pretty face flushed red, and she hurriedly chased Nami. Nami was not in a hurry, stretched out a slender finger, and an arc flashed at the fingertips, and Vivi was numb. He, little Vivi, you really have grown up, even daring to plot against your sister. Nami looked at Vivi with a smile. Well, it was you, Nami, who started it first, so we are at most even. Vivi pouted. It seems so. Nami nodded. But, Vivi, you have to tell me, what power did the captain give you during the day? He was able to make me fall into the trap without anyone noticing, and my body was out of control and could only listen to your orders. This is a secret. Vivi kept silent. I'll let you keep it a secret. Nami went straight to work and peeled Vivi into a big white sheep. Say it or not? No. Ha ha ha, stop it, it's so itchy. Vivi, whose ticklish spot was controlled, laughed so hard that tears came out. Still not telling? Then try this next. Nami raised a devilish arc at the corner of her mouth. 2. The two young girls were playing around in fun, and the scenery was beautiful. The next day, early in the morning. Ha! Good morning everyone! Good morning everyone, ha! Nami and Vivi, with the same panda eyes, greeted each other while yawning. What did you do last night? Kuina looked at Nami and then at Vivi, her face full of suspicion. 14. Both women shook their heads with a guilty conscience. They must not tell anyone about the fact that they manipulated Nami to attack Mr. Rowling at night. They must not expose the fact that they were manipulated by Vivi to attack the captain at night. This was the consensus reached by Vivi and Nami during their play last night. After all, they played a little too much. Of course. Vivi and Nami did not play all night last night. In the second half of the night, they gave each other suggestions on their new abilities. Vivi's suggestions on the development of Nami's Thunder Fruit abilities were mostly serious. But whether Nami's application of Vivi's psychological mastery was serious or not was only known to the two of them. After breakfast, Nami and Vivi went back to their rooms to catch up on their sleep. Thor, Robin, and Kuina and his three friends teamed up, and also took Luolin with them, and began to record their travels. Just when Luolin was enjoying a peaceful life, the sea was not peaceful at this moment because of them. The bells of the Golden Bell Tower inevitably caused a world-class sensation. Ha ha ha, the Golden Town of Shandora is real. With the extensive coverage of the news media led by Morgans. Now almost everyone in the world knows that the mysterious bells of Grand Line Gaia Island ring every day. As a result, the story of the big talker who was ridiculed by people in the past has attracted attention from all parties. Among them, North Blue had the most enthusiastic response. Hey, 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 is this true? Is this really the sound of the Golden Bell Tower in the story of the Big Liar? No. The Golden Country, the Big Bell Tower, and the like are all lies. How could they really exist? No, Lando is the Big Liar. How could the Golden Country really exist? But 2. The mysterious and beautiful bell sounded on the Gaia Island that no Lando mentioned. Could it be that the legendary Golden Country Shandora really exists? It did not sink into the sea, but the disappeared Golden Country Shandora, somehow, went to the sky. Similar conversations frequently occurred in various places in North Blue. 400 years ago, under the hype of the corrupt king of the kingdom of Lubnir. The funny story of the Big Liar No Lando spread throughout North Blue, and was well known and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It has always been a model for adults to teach children not to lie. However, now, this story that was once regarded as a joke by people has been subverted and gradually reversed. North Blue. Svallow Island, Happy Town. This is a town that was once destroyed by pirates, and after reconstruction, it vowed to bring joy, warmth, and tolerance to everyone. Lo! Look at this grand line, something incredible has appeared. The young boy Peking wearing a penguin hat excitedly waved the newspaper in his hand. Golden Town? Golden Clock Tower? What a dreamlike thing is this? The White Bear Fur Tribe boy Bappo tilted his head in confusion. This is something in the story of the big talker No Lando that is widely circulated in our North Blue. Shaky's face was full of shock. Lo, if we can go to Grand Line one day, we must go and see it. Ah! Definitely. Trafalgar Law looked at the sea, his face full of longing. East Blue. Sea Restaurant Barity. 400 years ago, when Brown No Lando arrived at an island called Gaia during his adventure and discovered the Golden City of Shandora and the Golden Clock Tower, but when No Lando returned to his country and took the king there again, there was nothing. Later. I really didn't expect that the disappeared Golden Town and the Golden Clock Tower actually went to the sky. The yellow-haired chef with curly eyebrows said in surprise. Sanji, how come you are so familiar with the story of the Golden Country? I have never heard of it. The other chefs asked in confusion. Because it is a legend in North Blue. Sanji replied. Windmill Village. Makina's Tavern. Wow, Golden Country. The Golden Clock Tower. Grand Line is so interesting. I really want to go and see it now. The Straw Hat Boy's face was full of anticipation and excitement. An island in East Blue. A huge circus clown stood in the center of the town. Oh my god! The East Blue tyrant with a big red nose looked at the news report, his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Captain Buggy, what's wrong with you? The trainer Machi asked in confusion. I was beaten to it. This is my treasure, but it was discovered. Buggy looked anxious. 23 years ago. He once arrived at Sky Island with Roger's pirate group. Found the Golden Clock Tower on the cloud. At that time, Buggy had thought about it. However, the Golden Clock Tower was too huge. He couldn't move it with his ability. No one on the boat would help him. Buggy had to be left for later. Starting point of Grand Line Park, Twin Cape. Yo, oh, you are really Mr. Crocus, you have even been to Sky Island. Brooke, who was dead and only had bones left, laughed. It's all in the past, I also benefited from Roger. The old man Crocus of the lighthouse waved his hand. But speaking of which, it couldn't be that the one who climbed Sky Island and found the big clock tower this time was. Crocus's mind appeared the appearance of Rowling and his party. If it was them, they could really do such a thing. The end of the Grand Line Paradise, Sabayati Land. Shuki's Extortion Bar. Oh, the huge golden clock tower, there is a historical text on the base. It seems that the Shandia family has a close relationship with the history of 800 years ago. Shuki, the bar hostess, raised her eyebrows. Hee. At the bar, the white-haired old man in a flowered shirt and shorts and slippers chuckled, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face. The wheel of history is about to move forward. New world, red hair pirates. Young men, cheers to the bell. 4 Emperor's red hair Shanks raised his glass. Oh! The red team responded in unison. But boss, why do we have to drink 1,000 glasses for the bell? Rookie Rockstar asked in confusion. Newbie, don't ask so many questions, boss is just looking for a reason to toast. Sniper Yasop patted Rockstar on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, that's right. 4 Emperors laughed with red hair. Dressrosa. The royal capital, the royal palace. Hey, Dover, the first half of the year has been really lively. Dong Quixote family said to Toripol. I didn't expect that the Golden Country Shandora and the Golden Bell Tower actually exist. The highest official of the Square Army, Wang Hao, Diamante was amazed. Dover, are we going to go out? Pika spoke in a sharp voice. Phew, that's the legendary Golden Country, I didn't expect it to be hidden in the sky, I can't pretend I don't know. Shishibukai Doflamingo's mouth curves wider and wider. Leaving the Holy Land, the Marie Joyce Doflamingo family came to North Blue. The Dong Quixote family, who made their fortune in North Blue, is naturally familiar with the story of the big talker Nolando. Wano Kuni, the enclosed island. It's right. It's all right. The Sky Island at an altitude of 10,000 meters recorded in Odin's logbook, and the Golden Bell Tower that has been silent in the clouds for 400 years, I really want to see it with my own eyes. The Ghost Princess Yamato's face was full of hope. South Blue, Sobel Kingdom, the closed church. Is there a letter from Dad today? 9-year-old Bonnie asked expectantly. No, there are still only newspapers, but Bonnie-chan, today's newspaper reports something very interesting. The sturdy man in overalls opened the newspaper. Wow, the gold on the top. Bonnie's eyes lit up immediately. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Marshal's office in the headquarters building. It's been a very eventful time recently. Marshal Sengoku shook his head with a headache. It's conceivable that countless pirates will try to go to Sky Island to find the Golden City. In this way, the pressure on the Air Force pirate group will be relatively less. Vice Admiral Tsuru said. Chapter 74. The seventh day of landing on Sky Island. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the Taijutsu 8 trigrams air palm, a super weakened version of 8 trigrams air palm. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the ultimate Taijutsu secret 1000 years of death. SM. Are you kidding me? The ninth day of landing on Sky Island. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the breathing swordsmanship breath of love and a full set of swordsmanship. This is not bad. Whether the swordsmanship is strong or not is secondary, the main thing is cuteness. If the serious Kuina uses it, the contrast is cute, just thinking about it is cute. The 11th day of landing on Sky Island. Ding dong. Congratulations, host has the power of the 9 Giants Warhammer Titan, no 13-year life limit side effect, if injured, can recover quickly by consuming the corresponding life. Yes. Another useless thing. I don't know who to give the power of the Titan and the Hammer Titan. But a light bulb suddenly appeared in Rowling's mind. Ordinary people can transform into giants by gaining the power of giants. What if the giants gain the power of the 9 giants? The more Rowling thought about it, the more interesting it became. Next time if I meet Dory and Broggy, let's do an experiment on them. The 13th day of landing on Sky Island. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for the Imperial Tool Transformation Free Gaia Foundation, a cosmetic Imperial tool that allows the user to transform into anything according to their own wishes. The 14th day of landing on Sky Island. Lord Rowling, are you leaving so soon? Why, don't leave so quickly. We haven't thanked you for your kindness yet. When Sky learned that Rowling and his party were about to leave, the Icelanders and Shandians were reluctant to let him stay. Let's stop here for now, I'll come again in the future. Rowling said lightly. In half a month, Rowling had seen all the scenery of Sky 480 Island. It was time to set off and start the next adventure. Lord Rowling will always be our most distinguished guest of Sky Island. Sky Knight Conqueror and the old Shandian chief bowed at the same time. Then the Shandian warriors such as War Ghost Weber and all the Sky Icelanders also bowed together. Old man, regarding that thing, I'll trouble you to continue to build it according to my new drawings. Nami's solemn instructions, after all, it was related to the golden ship, and no carelessness was allowed. After obtaining the Thunder Fruit ability, Nami had given up the idea of disassembling the golden ship. Instead, she decided to let the Sky Icelanders continue to build it, and she would personally control and drive it after it was completed. For Nami's request, Conqueror and other Sky Icelanders would not refuse, but would be very happy to help. Please Miss Nami, rest assured, we will definitely build the best spaceship. The person in charge of the construction of Arc Maxim said seriously. I am assured that you can do the work. Nami nodded. By the way, there is one more thing. The sound of the Golden Bell Tower has been ringing these days. I am afraid that many people below have heard it. There may be many criminals trying to go to Sky Island to grab treasures in the future. You must be prepared. Nami warned seriously. We will definitely protect our hometown and will not repeat the same mistakes again. War Ghost Weber promised firmly. You are strong, but below, forget it, you keep this den mushy, and contact us if you encounter an enemy that you cannot solve. Nami handed a den mushy to Conqueror. This, is it really okay? The people of Sky Island and Shandia were immediately excited. This den mushy is equivalent to giving them a guarantee. A guarantee that no matter how strong the enemy is, BGDJ, can repel it. They didn't pay anything, but they were protected one after another. What's wrong with that? Just take it. Nami waved her hands generously. After all, her golden ship was still under the control of Sky Island. Of course, it couldn't be intercepted by other pirates. In addition, there was the Golden Bell Tower. Although Nami had no intention of taking it away, she would never allow others to take away the golden bell they found. After explaining everything, Nami turned into lightning and returned to the ship. The chicken spell was activated. The Never Air Force floated into the air. With the eyes of Sky Island and Shandia, it disappeared into the sky. A week later. Grand Line Food Town Puke. This is a famous food town. Every year, there are endless tourists who come to taste the food. Especially in the past month, because of the food carnival, the lively atmosphere has reached its peak. At this moment, hundreds of ships of all sizes are anchored in the port of Puke. Pirate ships, marine warships, merchant ships, private cruise ships of wealthy nobles, everything is available. Among them, there was only a medium-sized, ordinary sailboat that was inconspicuous. Only occasionally did someone look at this ship with a puzzled look on their face. Because the characteristics of this ship were completely unrecognizable and unmemorable in their minds. It was as if the memory was disturbed the moment they saw this ship. This is not an illusion, but a real thing. Now, with a total bounty of over 2.7 billion, Luolin and his party have become well-known figures in the Grand Line. Wherever they go, they will be recognized, causing a huge sensation and seriously affecting the journey. Fortunately, there are two girls with Grandmaster Cognitive Interference ability on the ship. Vivi's psychological mastery can control all mental phenomena. Although Thor is not specialized in mental abilities, a small cognitive interference can still be easily achieved. On the third day after leaving Sky Island, Luolin brought the girls to this town where a food carnival was being held to have fun. Relying on the dual cognitive interference of Thor and Vivi, no one recognized their identities in the past 4 days. At this moment, the bow of the Never Air Force. Luolin, who was full and satisfied, leisurely carried out afternoon fishing operations. Food should be enjoyed, but daily work should not be neglected. In the past few days in the food town, Luolin's fishing was also full of harvest. In addition to conventional items such as Tao power, food, wine, treasures, etc., 2 special props were also obtained. Garuda knife from the world of Little Chef, one of the 8 legendary kitchen utensils, can purify the meat of all birds and beasts in an instant. Momotaro rice ball Doraemon props series, after eating the beast, it will be completely tamed and listen to the person who feeds it the rice ball. Swish! At this moment, the fishing line suddenly stretched straight, and the float floated black. Rowling suddenly raised the rod, and an object about 1 meter square was pulled out of the sea. It was a square piece of meat that showed a gem-like luster in the sun. Ding dong! Lucky moment, congratulations to the host for stocking the Ligera Mammoth Gem Leisure 10 absolutely delicious. In order to emphasize the deliciousness of the gem meat, the system prompt even put 3 exclamation marks. Of course, even if the system does not emphasize it, Luolin is also very clear about the delicious value of the gem meat. Ligera Mammoth, from the world of food captives. 1,500 meters long, 1,000 meters tall, capture level 48. It is known as the food treasure of ancient times. Somewhere in its body, it contains a super high-grade ingredient that combines the deliciousness of all parts of the body, gem meat. In the world of gourmet food, the price of 1 gram of gem meat is 50,000. The total value of the gem meat that Luolin caught is inestimable. It really deserves to be a gourmet town, and it is indeed rich in gourmet food. Looking at the mammoth meat like gems, Luolin began to secrete saliva unconsciously. However, he ate a little too much at noon, and the feeling of fullness was still there. Good food is not afraid of being late, so let's save it for a surprise for dinner. Luolin made a decision. For dinner, he used the Garuda knife to process the gem meat. Then he fried and deep-fried it with the highest grade cooking oil to make a gem meat feast. Shortly after Luolin properly preserved the gem meat. Captain! Captain! Let's go to South Blue. Nami suggested happily. Nami, what do you want to do in South Blue? Loelin asked. Vivi handed a poster to Rowling. South Blue Ice Cream Kingdom Sobel Premium Ice Cream, sold out. On a hot summer day, if you can eat a delicate and delicious ice cream, what a great enjoyment it would be. Nami said as she glanced at Rowling with her big eyes, observing his expression. Vivi, Kuina, and even Robin and Thor didn't say anything, but their hopeful expressions had exposed their thoughts. Well then. Let's go to the Sobel Kingdom. Rowling agreed. Just in time. He also has an acquaintance he wants to meet. Since it's mentioned, he might as well go and meet him in advance. Great. Nami jumped 3 feet high with joy. Thank you, Mr. Rowling. Vivi cheered. Brother, love you. Kuina made a heart shape towards Rowling. Boss, I love you too. Shikaku, the teapot, imitated the heart shape. Go to hell. Rowling kicked Shikaku to the ground. Thor, this is the map of South Blue. The kingdom of Sobel is here. Can we locate it directly? Robin spread out the map of South Blue that he had prepared in advance. I want to eat premium ice cream now. If I wait until I get to South Blue slowly, I won't feel the same way now. Luckily, Thor, who has mastered space teleportation, is on the ship. As long as the specific location is determined, thousands of mountains and rivers are just a thought away. Well, it's roughly determined. Everyone, get ready to go. Thor waved his slender hand. A purple-black space portal was generated out of thin air. The chicken spell was activated, and the Never Air Force floated in the air and disappeared into the door. FK. S number. Just, what happened just now? Am I dazzled? A ship suddenly disappeared. People near the port who saw this scene couldn't help but scream. Hey, could that be a space user? A pirate with a special ability opened his eyes wide in shock and pointed out this possibility. A single stone caused 1,000 waves, and the news that a space user appeared in the food town of Puke spread like wildfire, and it will cause a big incident in the near future. Chapter 75. South Blue. The Ice Cream Kingdom of Sobel. This is one of the member states of the world government. It has experienced many twists and turns over the past few decades and has a rough fate. This is also the hometown of the first saint in the pirate world. When he was young, his family became slaves of the world's nobles because of his bloodline. When he was a teenager, he escaped from the hunting game with difficulty and saved hundreds of people. He fought for the kingdom of Sobel twice, and finally went to sea with the name of a tyrant. He also joined the Revolutionary Army and opened up the future for the world with the Revolutionary Long and others. Even though he was so kind, he was not favored by fate. The girl who depended on him for life was harmed by celestial dragons, and the day of freedom was also the day of the end of her life. As the continuation of his life, his daughter also suffered from an incurable disease and could not live past her 10th birthday. After finally finding a way to save his life, he himself suffered the oppression of the world government that he hated the most. In order to save his daughter who had no blood relationship, he chose to sacrifice and dedicate himself without hesitation. Not only was he driven by the government, but in the near future, all his consciousness as a human being would be erased and reduced to a killing weapon. Shishibukai Tyrant Bartholomew Kan. There is no purer goodness than you in this world. Lawlin sat on the bow of the Never Air Force, looking at the Sobel Kingdom in front, whispering softly. Mr. Rowling, what did you just say? Vivi's ears moved and asked curiously. Nothing, the destination is ahead, get ready. Lawlin stood up and had already made a decision. Crossing to the pirate world, he awakened the leisurely fishing system. Lawlin naturally wants to walk leisurely in this world, and eliminate the unevenness if the road is uneven. I don't want to be a king, I don't need to dominate, I just want to make this broken world more beautiful and perfect. This is the case in Cocoa West Village, Alabasta, and Sky Island. Now, Never air forces at the port of the Sobel Kingdom, hehe. In under the dual cognitive interference of Vivi and Thor, no one recognized their identities. Rowling led the girls to enter the country smoothly, entered the relatively prosperous capital, and found the corresponding old-fashioned high-end ice cream. From wanting to eat the sold-out high-end ice cream to actually eating it, it took only an hour. Wow, I am so happy now, Nami said while enjoying the ice cream. Compared with the past 7 years, life now is simply a world apart. It's just an ice cream, there will be something more delicious in the evening. Rowling smiled and touched Nami's little head. Something more delicious. Vivi's eyes lit up, and she glanced at him with her big eyes, Ying Zinpin. That night on Sky Island, the taste she tasted through Nami made her remember it vividly. Yes. You will definitely be satisfied, Rowling said confidently. Really? Thor's eyes lit up, and he also thought wrongly. Then let's look forward to it, Robin said meaningfully. He. Nami smiled knowingly. What's the matter? Only Kuina was out of the situation and could not join the adults' conversation. Well, there are still several hours before the evening. Let's disband here and go shopping to digest it, Rowling ordered. Oh. The girls responded in unison. After fully tasting the taste of high-end ice cream, the girls walked towards their respective target stores. Thor was going to the clothing store to buy various styles of uniforms as usual. Robin went to the bookstore to buy some ancient books. Kuina was as fond of the weapon store as usual. Vivi wanted to invite Nami to go with her, but she never thought that Nami was also going to fly solo. In desperation, Vivi had to go alone to experience the customs of the Sobel Kingdom, understand the policies here, and see if there was anything to refer to. On the other side, Nami, who had separated from the main force, turned into lightning and climbed to the highest point of the capital. Ha ha ha, today is the beginning of the lightning girl's fame in the sea. Nami put on the lightning-shaped goggles she had prepared secretly and put on the lightning cape. Let me see, are there any poor little ones who need the help of the lightning girl? Nami has always been a kind girl, especially to children. In the past, her ability was limited and only enough to protect herself. But, now it's different. She wants to use her power to do what she can. Buzz. Observation Haki radiates from Nami. In addition, the radio waves of thunder fruit spread synchronously. The two combine to form a super large range of heart network radio waves, covering the Sobel Kingdom. In this state, Nami can not only sense the activities of the people on the island, but can even hear their conversations. Soon, Nami found the first target. Several half-grown boys teamed up to bully a little girl. Nami would naturally not sit idly by and watch this kind of thing. 3 minutes later, the quelling incident was perfectly resolved. After leaving the name of the lightning girl, Nami turned into an element and left. It was from this day that the legend of the lightning girl began to spread in the kingdom of Sobel. In the evening, after a busy afternoon, Nami came to the southern part of the kingdom of Sobel. Unlike the prosperous towns in the north, there are more mountain and field scenery. Most of the people living here are elderly people, and the pace of life is slow and peaceful. After enjoying the long-lost pastoral time, Nami got up and prepared to return to the ship to enjoy the delicious food. If you go back late, you won't be strong at the end. Just as Nami was thinking this and preparing to leave in elemental form, a childish voice came into her ears through the heart network radio waves. It immediately attracted Nami's attention. Alas, I still haven't waited for Dad's letter today. Really, Dad clearly said he would write to me. It's been more than half a year, why haven't any of them been delivered? Did Mr. Newsbird get the address wrong? When can I leave here? Is my illness not cured yet? I really want to go out and bask in the sun for the first time in a long time. Will Dad come back on my 10th birthday? I want to travel with Dad to Sky Island with beautiful bells. Dad. Bonnie really misses you. The young lowly girl's voice gradually faded. Is it over there? Nami confirmed the direction. 3 seconds later, Nami found the source of the girl's voice. It was a special church building with all the windows completely sealed. It's too much. Actually, a lively girl was locked up in this dark church. Which pervert priest did this? Nami gritted her teeth and made a subconscious judgment. The next second. Something's wrong. Nami frowned. The building in front of the church was swept by the observation Haki. It was full of fully armed men. If it was just an ordinary girl, there would be no need to guard so strictly. Out of curiosity and love for the child, Nami decided to sneak in. Chi-chi! A flash of lightning. The sealed doors and windows could not stop the invasion of lightning. In an instant, Nami entered the church and saw the girl playing with building blocks under the dim candlelight. Who are you? Bonnie also noticed Nami's invasion and asked vigilantly. Don't be afraid, I am the lightning girl, I am here to help you. Please give me flowers. Nami waved her hands. Lightning girl. Bonnie's eyes rolled around. Having lived in the church for so many years, she usually sees acquaintances. It's rare to meet an interesting stranger. Although she is not sure whether the other party is good or bad, Bonnie still decides to chat. Of course, if the other party has bad intentions, she doesn't mind using her fists to teach him a lesson. I just heard you said you wanted to see your father. If possible, tell me in detail, maybe I can help you find your father. Nami sat down in front of Bonnie. Really? Bonnie's eyes lit up. My father is the priest of this church. Bonnie just opened his mouth to say a word, and was interrupted by Nami. Wait a minute, your father is a priest? So he locked you up in this dark place? Why do you want to see such a father? Nami asked in disbelief. No, you misunderstood, my father is the highest father in the world, and the reason why the church was closed was all to protect me, because I got a disease. Bonnie spoke seriously and immediately told Nami all about his situation. I see, I blamed your father wrongly, I'm sorry, Bonnie-chan. Nami said apologetically. It's okay, Nami, you didn't know the situation just now. Bonnie waved his hand generously. So Bonnie, where is your father now? Maybe I can help you find him. Nami asked. I don't know where my father is. He hasn't been back for a long time, and there's no letter as promised. Bonnie couldn't help but look downcast. Nami scratched his head. He had no idea what to do. After all, the daughter didn't know where her father went, so where could she find him? How about I cure your illness first? You should want to walk in the sun, too. After thinking for a long time, Nami decided to cure the illness first. Hey? Nami, are you a doctor? Bonnie said in surprise. No, but my captain is a very powerful person. He has a magic spell that can cure all diseases in the world. It's a pity that I didn't bring it with me, otherwise I could cure you on the spot. Nami said proudly. Magic spell? Is it true? Bonnie obviously didn't believe it. Hearing is false, seeing is true, I'll go back to get the spell. Nami didn't explain much, and immediately left in a hurry. However, before Nami could fly far, a sneer stopped her suddenly. Another letter? How many letters are you sending? You keep sending 10 letters every month, so you have already sent dozens of letters. Do you have so many things to write? And to Bonnie. It's really transparent. World Government CP8 Agent Alpha sneered and tore the letter written by Xiong to Bonnie into pieces. Bang! The door of the church guard's room exploded under the lightning. Who is it? Alpha and other CP8s were instantly alert and their eyes were locked on the girl wearing lightning sunglasses. It turned out to be you. The guy who intercepted all the letters written by Bonnie's father to her is really unforgivable. Nami's voice trembled, not fear, but anger. At this moment, the port of the Kingdom of Sobel. The bow of the Never Air Force. Rowling looked up to the south of the kingdom. It seems that I need to prepare more dinner. Rowling smiled slightly, and his biceps bulged. With full firepower, the giant that had been playing for half an hour was pulled up. Ding dong! Lucky points, congratulations to the host for the S-level magic gift set Manjiki Staff, Ruby, Sapphire. Chapter 76. Kaleidostic Manjiki Stick. The top magic outfit created by the Type Moon World Magic Marshal, the second magician, and the Gemonkishu Azulrik Shuban Aogu. This is a magic stick full of love and justice, and has the title of a happy magic outfit. The holder can transform into a monkey Sochu, magical girl, with the help of magic ruby/magic sapphire. After the transformation, you can have magic abilities such as magic barrier, physical protection, promotion of treatment, and physical ability enhancement. Magical girl, what a beautiful word, but unfortunately. Rowling shook his head. At this point, magical girl seems to be synonymous with tragedy. In the past, there was the magical girl Madoka who sacrificed herself to create the world. In the future, there is the Kaleidliner Emperor Itnd who has ruled the world for eternity. There are also various works, such as those who dream of becoming magical girls and magical girls in the other world, who are either in the tentacles or on the way to the tentacles. Brother, what are you thinking about? Looking at Rowling who was in a trance, Kuina, who returned first, asked curiously. Rowling came back to his senses and stopped thinking about it. Hey, Mr. Rowling, Nami hasn't come back yet. Vivi asked, holding a large bag of ingredients. Do you want to go look for her? Thor said. No, Nami will be a little later, and she should bring a friend with her later. Let's prepare first. Rowling said as he walked to the kitchen and took out the gem meat from the cold storage, and kept admiring it. This is a rare delicacy. You guys have a taste today. Wait, Captain Rowling, the delicacy you mentioned this afternoon is this meat? Robin was stunned. Yes, is there any problem? Rowling asked back. Robin bit her silver teeth lightly. Thor sighed. Vivi stamped her jade feet lightly on the ground, her face flushed. Rowling. Brother, what's wrong with everyone? Kuina tilted her head in confusion. I don't know. Rowling was also a little puzzled for a while. Women's hearts are like needles in the sea. If you have a psychological grasp, you can know what the girls are thinking. However, there is no reason to take back the abilities that have been sent out. At this moment, Sobel Kingdom. South, Church. Smelly girl, who are you? Looking at the strange-looking intruder, CP8 Agent Alpha's face suddenly sank. It doesn't matter who I am. What I want to know now is why you deleted the letter from Bonnie's father to Bonnie. Nami asked coldly. Hey? This matter has nothing to do with you. Alpha's hand hidden behind his back quietly made a gesture. The next second. Bang! Bang bang bang! The world government agents hidden in various places pulled the trigger one after another, hitting Nami's body. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. This is meddling in other people's business. Alpha's triumphant laughter came to an abrupt end. Because Nami's wound from being hit by the bullet had no blood at all, only the jumping arc of electricity. And in the next moment, all the wounds were healed as before. This is Logia. Alpha's pupils shrank suddenly. Logia Thunder Fruit. As a professional agent of the world government, she had already recognized Nami's ability. Correct. This is the reward. Nami raised her right hand and flicked her fingers. Snap. Boom. Snap. Boom. Snap. Boom. Deep blue lightning flashed in the room. Each lightning bolt was so accurate that it burned a government agent to the ground. In just a few breaths, Alpha was the only one who could still stand you. What kind of monster are you, Logia? Logia Thunderfruit, why are you here? Alpha began to panic, no longer arrogant at the beginning. Even though she is also a superhuman who has mastered the 6 styles, she is definitely no match for Logia, especially the one with the strongest attack, Thunder. You are not an ordinary nurse, and these guards are not right. Well, even if I ask you, you probably won't tell me, so I'd better take them back and let Vivi handle it. Nami took a step forward, and with a flash of lightning, she came to Alpha's side in an instant. With a finger pointing, the strong current instantly made Alpha's whole claws numb. After knocking Alpha down, Nami immediately collected the fragments of letters on the ground. Then she found the letters that had been torn up before and had not been thrown away in time from the trash can. After collecting all the letters, Nami dragged Alpha back to the church. Hey, Nami, you are back so soon? And the one in your hand is Alpha's sister. What's wrong? Did you have a conflict? Bonnie asked puzzledly. Bonnie, do you know the identity of this woman named Alpha? Nami asked. I don't know, it is said that the doctor sent her to take care of me. Bonnie shook her head. This woman is definitely not an ordinary nurse. I just saw her. She tore up all the letters your father sent you. Nami handed the bag to Bonnie. Your father is really a good person. He would send you more than a dozen letters every month. It's a pity that all of them were. Ah? Why? Why would you do such a thing? Looking at the scraps of paper in the bag, Bonnie cried, and her tears could not stop falling. It's okay, Bonnie, if you believe me, come back with me. The captain will cure your illness and restore all these torn letters. Nami said seriously. Okay, I'll go with you, Nami. Bonnie agreed without hesitation. Compared to her own illness, she wanted her father's letter to recover more. Although there was a horse spell to protect her, for safety reasons, Nami still didn't dare to let Bonnie be exposed to natural light. She took off the black lightning cloak behind her and covered Bonnie's entire body. Then she held Bonnie in one hand and carried the stunned Alpha in the other hand, heading towards the port. About half an hour later. Everyone, I'm back. Nami stepped onto the deck. Hey, Nami, you really brought a guest. Looking at Alpha in Nami's left hand, Vivi couldn't help but said in surprise. Vivi, it's just right that you're here, use your ability to interrogate this woman. Nami casually threw Alpha to Vivi, then looked up at Rowling on the second deck. Captain, can you lend me the horse charm? Of course. Bring the little girl in. Dinner is almost ready. Rowling smiled. Not long after. All members of the Air Force gathered in the second-floor restaurant. Hello everyone, I'm Bonnie. Jewelry Bonnie. Bonnie saluted nervously. Hello, Bonnie-chan, I'm Kuina. Kuina, who was actually about the same age as Bonnie, stepped forward and shook hands with Bonnie. I'm Thor. Hello Bonnie, I'm Robin. I'm Vivi and it's Kalu, please advise me. Thor, Robin, and Vivi introduced themselves one after another. And me, I'm Shikaku, you can call me. Shikaku didn't finish his words. Hey, this raccoon cat can actually talk, why is he in the teapot so cute? Bonnie's eyes lit up. I'm not a raccoon cat, please call me Shikaku-sama. Teapot Shikaku is sincere and restrained. Ha ha ha, what an interesting raccoon cat. Bonnie picked up Shikaku and started to rub him. The cute Shikaku somewhat distracted her from the sadness of her father's letter being torn up. Hey, Nami, you should explain it first, what's going on? You suddenly asked me to interrogate, and I don't know where to start. Vivi said. Yeah. Nami nodded and immediately told everyone everything since she met Bonnie in the church. You actually tore up all the letters from Bonnie's father. This is really too much. Vivi was so angry that her face turned red after hearing everything. According to Nami's description, this man and his guards may be from the world government. Robin, who has been pursued by the government for nearly 20 years, shared his own experience. Why would the world government do such a thing? Kuina scratched her head in confusion. We can only know this after the interrogation. Robin shrugged. Then you guys are busy here, I'll go to the kitchen to watch the fire. Thor said. Just as Vivi and the other four began to interrogate. On the other side, Rowling had already taken Bonnie outside. In Rowling's impression, Bonnie's jade scales should have healed by now. But just in case, he still used the horse spell to cure it completely. Wow, it's healed. I'm really healed. I can go out. Thank you, big brother. Bonnie thanked happily. Hee, don't worry. Rowling smiled and touched Bonnie's little head. Big brother, just now Nami said that you can restore the torn letters, is this true? Bonnie asked weakly, opening the bag full of paper scraps in her hand and looking at Llewellyn hopefully. Of course. Llewellyn smiled and responded, the horse spell glowed, and the summer healing calendar was activated. The next second, under Bonnie's wide-open eyes, all the paper scraps seemed to come alive, sticking together, and finally turned into a complete letter. To Bonnie, the pictures and photos in the book can't reflect the beauty of the world at all. There are beautiful scenery everywhere. I really want to see the expression of Bonnie when he sees these beautiful scenery. Finally, I want to say to you what I have said many times, I love you, Bonnie. I will write to you again. All the letters end with I love you. Big brother, my father really loves me. Bonnie cried and laughed, and waved the letter in her hand proudly. Ah, yes, your father is the one who loves you the most in this world, he will give up everything for you. Rowling touched Bonnie's little head and said gently. At the same time, Air Force, restaurant. CP8 Agent Alpha woke up from coma. As a professional agent, she did not open her eyes immediately, but felt her own state. Not tied up? What a naive little girl. If it were me, I would definitely break the hostage's limbs. This is just right, there is a chance to escape. While thinking so, Alpha quietly opened her eyes a little to check the situation. The next second, when she saw the four girls standing in front of her, she was surrounded by herself. Alpha was so shocked that she could no longer pretend, and her eyes widened to the limit. The pretty face that was still delicate showed extreme shock, horror, and disbelief. FK, you are. Oh. Chapter 77. You, Air Force pirates, why? You are obviously in the Great, why are you here? At this moment, looking at the girls who surrounded him, CP8 Agent Alpha was completely confused. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out at all. Why did Rowling and his gang, who had already entered the Grand Line, suddenly appear in South Blue? I can't figure out why Nami, who should have been a vase, turned into a Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. If she had been lucky before and thought about having a chance to escape, she is now completely desperate. I can't leave. I can't leave at all. Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict, who are you? What organization do you belong to? Vivi turned into a prosecutor and asked with dignity. While speaking, she pressed the button of the remote control in her hand. 4 words were marked under the button, forced confession. Alpha wanted to say that he was just an ordinary nurse. But his mouth was not under his control at all. My name is Alpha, an agent of World Government CP8. You are indeed a member of World Government. Kuina said in surprise. Go on, what is your mission in this country? And all the causes and consequences behind it. Vivi continued to interrogate. It all started half a year ago when Bartholomew Bear brought Bonnie to Vegapunk's research institute and asked Vegapunk to cure Bonnie's terminal illness. Their conversation was recorded by 5 elders. Satan Saint made 3 requests to Tyrant Bear. One is to join 7 warlords of the sea, the second is that Tyrant Bear himself participates in human body transformation and is used by the government. Finally, after Bonnie fully recovers, Tyrant Bear's personality will be completely erased. Only when 16 agrees to these 3 conditions will Bonnie be cured. Alpha confessed everything without reservation. Listening to the truth she told, the girls were all stunned on the spot. Wait a minute. Tyrant Bear. Shibukai Tyrant Bear, he, is he Bonnie's father? Nami's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. She never expected that Bonnie's father would be the famous Shibukai. Tyrant Bartholomew Bear, I once heard that he was a member of the Revolutionary Army. He and the Revolutionary Dragon liberated many countries and was one of the main forces against the government. However, more than half a year ago, he suddenly joined the 7 warlords of the sea and became a running dog of the government. This news shocked the sea. I didn't expect the reason to be like this. Bear was trying to save his daughter. Robin was also shocked. Although I don't know who Shibukai Tyrant Bear is, he must love Bonnie very much. For Bonnie, he can even give up his own life. Kuina's eyes were slightly red. If the personality is completely erased, it is the same as death. In the end, Bonnie's disease was cured, but Bear was. What an excessive request! What on earth did the 5 elders do? Vivi clenched her fists, her face full of resentment. So, how far has Bear's transformation progressed? Nami asked. It has not yet entered the final stage. Bonnie's treatment has basically ended. Before Bear is completely transformed, she will be under government surveillance, and Tyrant Bear is not allowed to have any contact with Bonnie. 3 minutes later, Alpha confessed everything he knew. After confirming that there was no missing information, Nami and Vivi acted together. One pressed the remote control, and the other activated the current, causing Alpha to fall into a deep coma on the spot. A father who is willing to sacrifice for his daughter. Bonnie has been looking forward to traveling with her father. The girls looked at each other and reached a consensus in an instant. The conspiracy between the government and the 5 elders must be stopped. Bonnie must be reunited with the Bear father and daughter to prevent the tragedy from happening. Squeak! Rowling, who detected the end of the interrogation with his observation Haki, led the jubilant Bonnie back to the restaurant. Big sisters, did Alpha say anything? Bonnie asked curiously. She has confessed that she was indeed sent by the world government to monitor you and prevent you from meeting your father. Nami said, and didn't say a word other than this. It's better not to let Bonnie know about these cruel truths for the time being. Sure enough, I knew how could my father not write to me. But now that I have seen my father's letter, I am satisfied. Bonnie wrinkled her nose at first, then smiled again. Today was the happiest day for her in the past 6 months, even on her birthday. You can't be satisfied with just this, Bonnie, you still have to meet your dad next. Vivi smiled. Yet. Bonnie nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's put other things aside for now, let's eat first. Rowling said. At this moment. Everyone, let's eat. Thor had already prepared all the dishes. Wow, it's so rich, it looks so delicious, can I eat as much as I want? The greedy Bonnie's eyes lit up immediately. Of course. Robin touched little Bonnie's head lovingly. Before that, try the main course tonight. Rowling lifted the silver pot lid in the center of the dining table. In an instant, an amazing light bloomed, like the rising sun. Oh, it's glowing. The food is actually glowing. Bonnie exclaimed repeatedly. Haha, food that doesn't glow is not a good dish. Rowling handed the pieces of gem meat cut with the Garuda knife to the girls. The moment the knife and fork touched the gem meat, the meat separated smoothly, and the rich meat juice burst out like fireworks. I'm starting. The girls picked up a small piece of meat and put it in their mouths. The moment they ate it, everyone's eyes widened. I felt my heart tremble suddenly, and every cell in my body glowed with joy. Oh, this, what is this? Why is this meat so delicious? Nami exclaimed again and again. Nami, look, your body is glowing. Vivi said in surprise. Oh? Really? Vivi, you are glowing too. So dazzling. Nami's inner shock reached a new level. I have never eaten such delicious meat before, so happy. Kuina closed her eyes with happiness and savored it carefully. Delicious. Delicious. And this meat also contains some kind of... Thor keenly realized that the cells of this piece of meat contained magical power. Amazing. I just took a bite and felt the power pouring out. Ah! Robin's eyes widened, and she could no longer control the runaway power in her body. With a sizzling sound, Robin's clothes burst open. The next second, the sizzling sounds continued. Nami, Vivi, Kuina, and even Thor, who had eaten a whole piece of gem meat, burst open their clothes uncontrollably. For a while, countless pieces of cloth were flying in the restaurant, and almost only 1 or 2 pieces of cloth were left hanging in key positions on the girls' bodies, and the beautiful spring scenery was endless. Even though the posture of bursting clothes was very shameful, no one left the table, because the deliciousness of gem meat was simply addictive. In front of this ultimate delicacy, shame is all gone. At the same time, on the deck, the running duck Kalu was shining all over, running and circling along the deck. FK, what kind of beauty is this old Fang Sui? The teapot Shikaku also stared with big copper bell eyes and screamed. Usually, Shikaku and Kalu can also eat in the restaurant. But considering that there may be a scene of clothes bursting tonight, Rowling arranged them outside in advance. It turned out that this was a wise decision. The atmosphere on the Never Air Force was warm and cheerful. At this moment, the kingdom of Sobel was completely in chaos. Because not long ago, Yu, who went to the church to deliver food to Bonnie, found that Bonnie was missing. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do now? Bonnie is missing. How can I explain this to Xiang? What if Bonnie's illness relapses? Yu, the sturdy man in the nanny group wearing overalls, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Calm down, Yu, you should know best that although Bonnie is still a child, his strength is not bad. There is no trace of fighting inside the church, which means that Bonnie voluntarily followed and left. Queen Mother Connie analyzed calmly. Mother, our people found these on the guards who were seriously injured by electric shock. They are probably all from the world government. Acting King Brewdog said. It turns out that they are from the government. I feel that they are not right. I am afraid that the letter from Xiang to Bonnie was also intercepted by them. Queen Mother Connie said. Now is not the time to talk about these things. The point is who took Bonnie to where? We have no clues at all. Nanny Todo held his head in his hands. No, there is no clue at all, Brewdog. You just said that the guards had traces of electric shock, right? Queen Mother Connie asked. Yes. It was caused by high voltage current. Brewdog nodded. I heard that in the afternoon, a chivalrous lightning girl appeared in the city and helped many people. I am afraid that Bonnie's disappearance is also related to her. Queen Mother Connie said firmly. Now pass on my order to block all ports in the country, focus on checking the ships and major hotels that arrived in the country today, and be careful not to have conflicts. The other party may not have malicious intentions. Once Bonnie is found, notify him immediately. Yes. Everyone took the order and retreated. The kingdom of Sobel had a sleepless night. The next morning, the girls gathered on the deck to practice Tai Chi. After morning exercises, Thor and Robin went to prepare breakfast. Rowling was fishing, while Nami, Vivi, and Kuina were giving Bonnie tells a story. Wow, so cool Nami, you just came back from a trip to Sky Island not long ago, so is there really a golden bell tower on Sky Island? Listening to Nami's story about the adventures of the group on Sky Island, Bonnie's eyes suddenly lit up. She had just read the news not long ago, and she didn't expect that someone who had experienced it personally would come to her side now. Of course there is, the Golden Bell Tower is really spectacular. Vivi nodded. So, what about the bell sound of the Golden Bell Tower? Is it really that beautiful? Bonnie's face was full of anticipation. Ah, that is the most beautiful song in the world. Kuina said seriously. Wow, that's great. I also want to go to Sky Island with my dad. I want to watch the sunrise of Sky Island with my dad, and listen to the song of the bell tower. Bonnie held his chin with both hands, looking forward to a bright future. Why not? There must be a chance. Vivi and Kuina said in unison. Then they both turned their heads in confusion and looked at Nami, who suddenly looked serious. Someone is coming. Nami said. As soon as she finished speaking, uniform footsteps were heard from the port not far away. The Sobel Kingdom army followed a short old woman and walked towards the Never Air Force. Chapter 78. Sobel Kingdom, Port. The kingdom's guards were all dispatched to completely block the port. Queen Mother Connie took the lead and walked forward in small steps. Behind him followed King Brewdog, Yu, Taz, Potato and others. Ah, it's Connie and Yu. Bonnie exclaimed, and finally realized that her sudden disappearance had caused trouble to everyone. Is that Bonnie your acquaintance? Kuina asked. Yeah, they are all my important family members. When my father was away, they all took good care of me. Bonnie said as he trotted over. Wow, so good. Bonnie, it's so good that you're safe. I thought. The moment she saw Bonnie was safe, Yuya burst into tears and cried like a 200-pound child. I'm sorry, everyone, I should have left a letter for everyone, I made everyone worried, I'm really sorry. Bonnie quickly bowed and apologized. No need to apologize, Bonnie, you're safe is better than anything else. Taz and Potato waved their hands. Bonnie, have you completely recovered from your illness? Can you walk in the sun now? Queen Mother Connie noticed this. Oh, yes, my illness is completely cured. It was Brother Rowling who cured me with a magical spell, Wakakaka. Bonnie turned around happily. Oh. Really? Bonnie, you are really well. Ha ha ha, that's great. It's really great. Yu, Taz and other nannies all burst into tears and cried with joy. King Brewdog and Queen Mother Connie's eyes fell on Rowling on the bow at the same time. Look at the 4 big words Never Air Force on the sail and the other girls on the deck. An unprecedented huge shock swept through their bodies and minds. Very quickly, Yu and others also reacted. Wait a minute, Rowling, could it be that man? Rowling, a traveler who has recently emerged on Grand Line and has a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. Yu suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Yes, it's them, that ship, and those girls, it's really them. By the way, aren't they on Grand Line? Why did you suddenly appear in Sobel? Taz and Potato were so shocked that their jaws almost touched the ground. Hey! Queen Mother Connie took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in her heart, and walked forward with her son. I am Queen Mother Connie of the Kingdom of Sobel, and this is my son Brewdog. First of all, I really want to thank Mr. Rowling for curing Bonnie's illness. Queen Mother Connie bowed respectfully. Don't worry, Bonnie's illness has almost healed. Rowling waved his hand casually. Sir Rowling, I'm sorry to ask, your purpose of coming to the Kingdom of Sobel is? King Brewdog asked carefully. A pirate with a bounty of 1 billion came to his country. He couldn't afford to be careless. Oh, nothing, it's just that the girls heard by chance that your country's ice cream is a must, so we came to try it. Rowling said casually. Brewdog, Queen Mother Connie. Just like that? Just because of this? Because you want to eat ice cream, you came all the way from Grand Line to South Blue? Just when the two were still immersed in shock. Queen Mother Connie, King of Brewdog. Vivi jumped off the deck and walked in front of the two. My name is Nefertari Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta. I have something to discuss with you. It is natural that Vivi, who is also a member of the royal family, is the most suitable person to negotiate with the royal family. What? Princess Vivi, you want to take Bonnie to the sea to find the bear. When King Blue Dog heard this, his eyes widened in shock. Can you tell me the reason? Queen Mother Connie asked. We have learned everything about Bonnie and the bear from World Government Agent Alpha. We want to help. Vivi said seriously. No reward? Queen Mother Connie asked. As long as we can see the picture of Bonnie and his father reunited, it is the best reward. Vivi said. Really, as the rumors say, she is a kind princess. Yes, if it is Princess Vivi, I can rest assured. Queen Mother Connie's old face showed a bright smile. At the same time. On the other side. Hey. You want to let Bonnie goes to sea with you. This. How can this be possible? Bonnie is still so young. Hearing Nami's invitation to Bonnie, Yu, Taz and Potato were all shocked and unwilling. Bonnie, what do you think? Kuina looked at Bonnie. I want to go to sea with Nami and the others. Bonnie said without hesitation. Why is this? Yu and the other two were immediately disappointed. It's okay, Yu, brother Loyalin and Nami are all very good brothers and sisters, and I will definitely meet my father on the sea. Bonnie said seriously. Okay then. Although Yu also wanted to go on board, he gave up the idea when he saw the personnel configuration on the ship. And it is indeed better for Bonnie to follow Loyalin and his group than to stay with them. Not only will there be a chance to find the bear, but also to escape the control of the world government. Then, Mr. Loyalin, I'll leave Bonnie's matter to you. In addition, the government will probably send someone over soon, so you'd better set sail as soon as possible. Queen Mother Connie said solemnly. Rowling nodded, and then casually threw Alpha in front of Connie. This woman is from the world government. She knows about your existence. Do you want to get rid of her? Queen Mother Connie's eyes flashed with a fierce look. No need. Her memory has been cleansed and she doesn't remember anything. Compared to dealing with her directly, it's better to keep her as a shield. After all, if she dies, it will have some impact on you. Rowling said. Then let's do it. The smile on Queen Mother Connie's face became brighter and brighter. An hour later. Bonnie, this is your first time out to sea, you must pay attention to safety. You must listen to your brothers and sisters, don't run around alone. And you must eat on time. Yu, Taz and Potato handed the packed gifts to Bonnie, nagging all the way. I know. Bonnie carried her bag and boarded the ship happily. Goodbye, Connie, goodbye, Yu, goodbye, everyone. With everyone waving goodbye, the Never Air Force gradually went away. Mother, it seems that this Air Force is completely different from what is described in the newspaper. They don't look like pirates, but more like adventurers on the journey. King Brewdog said. Can we believe the news controlled by the government? How did the bear get the title of tyrant? We know it best. Queen Mother Connie laughed. And Princess Vivi of Alabasta is here too. They are all very good children. 2 hours later. Never Air Force, deck. Kuina, Bonnie, come here. Rowling waved. I'm here, big brother. Brother, what's up? Bonnie and Kuina came running over one after another. Ahem. Rowling cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. Nami, Vivi, Robin, Thor, even Shikaku and Kalu came forward curiously. They knew that something magical would happen next. Do you want to be a magical girl? Rowling said solemnly. Magical girl, what is that? Vivi was stunned. Wow, magical girl, I know, I've seen it in interesting picture books, they are. Bonnie described it vividly. She has been locked in a small dark room for the past few years, and her only interest is reading books, reading all kinds of interesting books. Writers in the world of pirates have also drawn picture books with similar themes of magical girls. That's it. Rowling said as he flipped his left and right hands. The ruby and sapphire of the Mangeki staff appeared in his hands. Come on, girls, take a step forward. Yeah, I want to be. Bonnie did not hesitate. Well, okay then. Kuina also accepted it because her brother Loyolin said so. Yeah. Loyolin nodded, looked at Bonnie, then looked at Kuina, and made a decision. The wing-like ruby was pressed on Bonnie's brow, and the sapphire fell on Kuina's forehead. Magic Girl contract, concluded. Mirror corridor is expanded to the maximum. The bright light bloomed, wrapped Bonnie and Kuina and slowly rose into the air. The clothes on their bodies wrapped in light changed accordingly. Bonnie's is a cute puffy skirt with pink tones, and Kuina's is blue. Pink and blue small capes unfolded behind them. The lower body is pink and blue stockings with the same color shoes decorated with small wings. Newborn collide liner prism Bonnie/Kuina, exploding. Asterisko, so cute. What cute girls are these? Nami's eyes lit up, and she praised exaggeratedly. Wow! Bonnie's eyes were full of little stars. In contrast, Kuina seemed a little shy at the moment. Her clothes were all loose-fitting for fighting and training. Such a cute dress was the first time for Kuina. Wow, it's so cute, come and let your sister rub it. Thor couldn't help but start to get started. Robin followed without saying a word. Nami and Vivi followed closely behind. And me. And me. Let me rub it too. Teapot Chikako shouted to join in the fun, and the next second he uttered an ouch and flew into the sea. Not bad. Not bad. Magical girls are really good. Rowling nodded with satisfaction. At this moment. Holy Land, Marie Joyce. 5 Elders Council Hall. What happened again? Jupiter 5 Elders Peter looked at Satan, the 5 Elders of Saturn who had summoned them. Just now, there was news from the South Blue Sobel Kingdom that Bonnie was taken away by someone. Satan said in a deep voice. What? Who did it? Is it the bear? He, the money man, knew that Bonnie had been cured, so he broke the contract in advance. Valkyrie, the 5 Elders of Mercury, was shocked. It can't be the bear, he is now undergoing a transformation operation on Egghead Island. Satan, the 5 Elders of Saturn, shook his head. What did Alpha say? Mars, the 5 Elders of Marcus Moss asked. She doesn't know anything. According to the Intelligence Department's detection, Alpha's memory may have been tampered with, and the other party may have the ability of the memory fruit. Satan gave his own guess. It's been a very eventful time recently. The problem of the Air Force group has not been solved, and the culprit of the attack on Marie Joyce has not been found. Now, Venus, the 5 Elders of Nasa Shaoro gritted his teeth. It's not that there are no clues at all. The space ability user who appeared in the food town of Pyukiai yesterday might be the guy who attacked the Holy Land. Mercury 5 Elders Voculai's face was gloomy. Is there a possibility? I mean, is there a possibility that everything we are worried about now comes from one root? Jupiter 5 Elders Peter guessed straight. You mean, the bastards who attacked the Holy Land twice and the incident in the Sobel Kingdom this time were all from the Air Force Corps? Mars 5 Elders didn't finish his words. No, no, no. It's impossible. If the space ability user in Pyukiai is really from the Air Force Corps, then it's impossible that no one can't recognize them. The Intelligence Department has already checked it, and no one has seen anyone from the Air Force Corps in Pukyai. Mercury 5 Elders Voculi categorically denied the correct answer. In short, the space ability user in Pukyai must continue to be tracked down, and Bonnie's matter should not be known to anyone for the time being. The progress of complete transformation may be accelerated. Saturn Satan said faintly.